Dark Banquet, edited by Lincoln Child. This selection, copyright 1985 by St. Martin's Press, Incorporated. All rights reserved. Narrator's note, reading from the book jacket. Dark Company, St. Martin's own collection of ghost stories, contain perhaps the 10 greatest supernatural tales ever written in the English language, those works that anyone interested in the genre would be expected to read and savor. It was called in one review a valuable collection that may well serve as a standard anthology of supernatural tales, that from Booklist. And now Dark Banquet has gone one step further. It presents in almost equal measure fine stories in the ghostly tradition by classic writers not always associated with the tradition, and the great works of writers primarily within the genre who today are often undeservedly obscure. Newcomers to ghost stories and old hands alike will find within these covers tales to surprise and delight them. For Dark Banquet contains not only such unsung masterpieces as The House of Sounds by M.P. Shiel and Blind Man's Buff by H. Russell Wakefield, but also superb works by such masters as Robert Louis Stevenson, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, H.G. Wells, and Charles Dickens. As a new and shudderingly first-rate anthology, Dark Banquet is the perfect companion volume for Dark Company, a book that proves once again that great ghostly fiction is also great fiction. Buy it, savor it, but think twice before taking it down from your favorite shelf on a dark and stormy night. Editor's dedication, once again, to M. Contents are, after a note on the selections and introduction to the banquet, Charles Dickens, 1812 to 1870, The Signalman. Robert Louis Stevenson, 1850 to 1894, Thrawn, Janet. F. Marion Crawford, 1854 to 1909, The Upper Berth. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930, The Horror of the Heights. Robert Hichens, 1864 to 1950, How Love Came to Professor Guildea. Robert W. Chambers, 1865 to 1933, The Yellow Sign. Rudyard Kipling, 1865 to 1936, They. M.P. Shiel, 1865 to 1947, The House of Sounds. H.G. Wells, 1866 to 1946, The Inexperienced Ghost. E.F. Benson, 1867 to 1940, The Man Who Went Too Far. Walter de Mare, 1873 to 1956, Seaton's Aunt. H. Russell Wakefield, 1888 to 1964, Blind Man's Buff. The editor wishes to express his thanks and appreciation to the following: to Tom McCormick, who with his ever-patient guidance and perspicacity allowed these apparitions to gather; to my wife Marcia for reading, and worse, listening to me read copious excerpts from both this volume and its sire, Dark Company; to Harry Trumbore, who, by his sage counsel, proved himself to be a true oracle in all matters anthological; and to David Holden, whose droll enthusiasm and judicious caveats made the selection process one of my pleasanter editorial experiences. Too cruel to some is the rushing shriek of being. Remember, Dave? L.C. A note on the selections. In Dark Company, St. Martin's, 1984, my intention was to assemble a spectral primer, a collection of the 10 fundamental stories that anyone interested in exploring the genre would have to read and savor. This first child, or changeling, has been received hospitably enough to prompt a second assemblage. My aim now in Dark Banquet is twofold. The book presents in almost equal measure fine stories in the ghostly tradition by classic writers not always associated with the tradition, and the great works of writers primarily within the genre, who today are often undeservedly obscure. If Dark Company was an aggregation of the standard works that cried out once and for all to be brought together in one volume, Dark Banquet tries to move one step beyond that standard, into a more unexpected realm, without sacrificing quality to gain either novelty or obscure material. Among other things, it tries to bring today's reader ghost stories or authors he or she may have heard references to, but has been unable to bring to hand. Once again, the selection is limited to those works that have demonstrated deserved critical longevity. The study of a ghost story is in many ways the most personal interaction that can occur between reader and text. One approaches such a story with more than just the usual number of desires, not the least among them being an eagerness to be frightened out of one's wits by a credible and artful process. The mechanism by which writers convince us to suspend our disbelief, to lower our most intimate defenses, varies greatly from artist to artist. Happily, it resists detailed analysis, but perhaps it is this challenge to craft a work of fiction that both satisfies the stringent requirements of art and provides the sensual thrill of fear that has attracted so many noteworthy writers. The supernatural has and will always be the object of intense and often very personal fascination for the creative mind. As a companion volume to Dark Company, Dark Banquet will bring to 22 the number of writers St. Martin's has assembled in this series of the definitive works in ghostly fiction. And as we read these works, it is interesting to note that these artists, men who wrote of ghosts and the supernatural during their own lifetimes, are now literary ghosts themselves, summoned back to life at this banquet. It is a tribute both to their own immortal talents and to the reader's receptivity. We wish you an enjoyable repast. Lincoln Child, St. Martin's Press, New York, 1985. Introduction to the Banquet. The honor of your presence has been requested for a most unusual occasion. Black tie is suitable. Promptness is expected, however. The company is most select. The favor of a reply has not been asked for. It seems hardly necessary, since refusal, of course, would decidedly be ill-advised. By the time you arrive, it is quite dark. Inside, the company has already assembled in the drawing-room. They seem almost invisible as they sit silently, lost in shadows in the deep armchairs, scattered just beyond the low light of the fire. They have been awaiting your entrance. Indeed, an imaginative mind might almost think that they had been waiting quite patiently for a very long time. But you are here now, and the banquet can begin. You see, they are all hosts for this singular event. You and I are the only guests. And I shall be here only a short while longer. Then you will be alone. You have already realized, as you look about the dark and silent room, that this is far from an ordinary banquet. It is, in fact, a banquet of the macabre, and our hosts are among the finest of their kind to be found. But you hardly need my word for it, as you have already begun to recognize some of them. Yes, that is indeed Kipling and Conan Doyle over by the sideboard, and that fellow paging languidly through an old folio volume is certainly Charles Dickens. There are others whom you may not recognize, and there are those sitting too far into dark shadow to see clearly. But they have all gathered here tonight with an express purpose, to conjure a banquet that you shall not forget. As the evening goes on, each in turn will, according to his own distinct gifts, entertain, enthrall, and terrify you. Each will be unique, each unexpected, but they will all, to the last soul among them, present you with consummate examples of their art. And you would do well to remember that great art can be a very dangerous thing. They are passing into the dining-room now, and we shall have to follow in a moment. It is there that I must leave you. But before I do so, a final word. As it is with the hosts, so it shall be with the banquet itself. Some of what you find may be familiar to you, though perhaps in name only. Much else will be unfamiliar, but it will be fascinating for that very reason. And you may find some nasty surprises. But I have told you enough. The evening will speak for itself. Keep your wits about you, for its voice can seem soothing, as well as sublimely frightening. The banquet begins promptly on the next page. I think they are waiting for you. Shall we go in? She is not dead, but sleepeth. A quote from M.P. Shiel. The Signalman, by Charles Dickens, 1812 to 1870. Arguably England's greatest novelist, certainly the most beloved, Dickens was no stranger to the macabre. See Chapter 32 of Bleak House, or the short story Captain Murderer and the Devil's Bargain, which are brief but effective illustrations. Much of his fascination with the supernatural and the grotesque seems to be an inheritance from his nursemaid Mary Weller, who for several years tormented the young Dickens with her morbid tales. As Peter Haining writes, it is not overstating the case to say that the macabre stories which Mary Weller recounted to the youngster at her knee were so powerful and terrifying as to color his imagination permanently and shape much of the brilliant and enduring fiction which he later created. While A Christmas Carol is, of course, his best-known work in the tradition, Dickens wrote nearly 24 ghost stories. The Signalman, though far shorter than A Christmas Carol, is no less eloquent a testament to the master's art. "Hello! Below there!" When he heard a voice thus calling to him, he was standing at the door of his box with a flag in his hand, furled round its short pole. One would have thought, considering the nature of the ground, that he could not have doubted from what quarter the voice came. But instead of looking up to where I stood on the top of the steep cutting nearly over his head, he turned himself about and looked down the line. There was something remarkable in his manner of doing so, though I could not have said for my life what. But I know it was remarkable enough to attract my notice, even though his figure was foreshortened and shadowed down in the deep trench, and mine was high above him, so steeped in the glow of an angry sunset that I had shaded my eyes with my hand before I saw him at all. "Hello! Below!" From looking down the line, he turned himself about again, and raising his eyes, saw my figure high above him. "Is there any path by which I can come down and speak to you?" He looked up at me without replying, and I looked down at him without pressing him too soon with a repetition of my idle question. Just then there came a vague vibration in the earth and air, quickly changing into a violent pulsation and an oncoming rush that caused me to start back as though it had force to draw me down. When such vapor as rose to my height from this rapid train had passed me and was skimming away over the landscape, I looked down again and saw him refurling the flag he had shown while the train went by. I repeated my inquiry. After a pause, during which he seemed to regard me with fixed attention, he motioned with his rolled-up flag towards a point on my level, some 200 or 300 yards distant. I called down to him, "All right," and made for that point. There, by dint of looking closely about me, I found a rough zigzag descending path, notched out, which I followed. The cutting was extremely deep and unusually precipitous. It was made through a clammy stone that became oozier and wetter as I went down. For these reasons I found the way long enough to give me time to recall a singular air of reluctance or compulsion with which he had pointed out the path. When I came down low enough upon the zigzag descent to see him again, I saw that he was standing between the rails on the way by which the train had lately passed, in an attitude as if he were waiting for me to appear. He had his left hand at his chin, and his left elbow rested on his right hand, crossed over his breast. His attitude was one of such expectation and watchfulness that I stopped a moment, wondering at it. I resumed my downward way, and stepping out upon the level of the railroad, and drawing nearer to him, saw that he was a dark, sallow man with a dark beard and rather heavy eyebrows. His post was in as solitary and dismal a place as ever I saw. On either side a dripping wet wall of jagged stone, excluding all view but a strip of sky, the perspective one way only, a crooked prolongation of this great dungeon, the shorter perspective in the other direction terminating in a gloomy red light, and the gloomier entrance to a black tunnel, in whose massive architecture there was a barbarous, depressing, and forbidding air. So little sunlight ever found its way to this spot that it had an earthy, deadly smell, and so much cold wind rushed through it that it struck chill to me as if I had left the natural world. Before he stirred, I was near enough to him to have touched him. Not even then, removing his eyes from mine, he stepped back one step and lifted his hand. This was a lonesome post to occupy, I said, and it had riveted my attention when I looked down from up yonder. A visitor was a rarity, I should suppose, not an unwelcome rarity, I hoped. In me he merely saw a man who had been shut up within narrow limits all his life, and who, being at last set free, had a newly awakened interest in these great works. To such purpose I spoke to him, but I am far from sure of the terms I used, for besides that I am not happy in opening any conversation, there was something in the man that daunted me. He directed a most curious look towards the red light near the tunnel's mouth, and looked all about it, as if something were missing from it, and then looked at me. That light was part of his charge, was it not? He answered in a low voice, "Don't you know it is?" The monstrous thought came into my mind as I perused the fixed eyes and saturnine face that this was a spirit, not a man. I have speculated since whether there may have been infection in his mind. In my turn I stepped back, but in making the action I detected in his eyes some latent fear of me. This put the monstrous thought to flight. "You look at me," I said, forcing a smile, "as if you had a dread of me." "I was doubtful," he returned, "whether I had seen you before." "Oh, where?" He pointed to the red light he had looked at. "There?" I said. Intently watchful of me, he replied, but without sound, "Yes." "My good fellow, what should I do there? However, be that as it may, I never was there, you may swear." "I think I may," he rejoined. "Yes, I am sure I may." His manner cleared like my own. He replied to my remarks with readiness and in well-chosen words. Had he much to do there? Yes, that was to say, he had enough responsibility to bear, but exactness and watchfulness were what was required of him, and of actual work, manual labor, he had next to none. To change that signal, to trim those lights, and to turn this iron handle now and then was all he had to do under that head. Regarding those many long and lonely hours of which I seemed to make so much, he could only say that the routine of his life had shaped itself into that form, and he had grown used to it. He had taught himself a language down here, if only to know it by sight and to have formed his own crude ideas of its pronunciation could be called learning it. He had also worked at fractions and decimals, and tried a little algebra. But he was, and had been as a boy, a poor hand at figures. Was it necessary for him, when on duty, always to remain in that channel of damp air, and could he never rise into the sunshine from between those high stone walls? Why, that depended upon times and circumstances. Under some conditions there would be less upon the line than under others, and the same held good as to certain hours of the day and night. In bright weather he did choose occasions for getting a little above these lower shadows, but being at all times liable to be called by his electric bell, and at such times listening for it with redoubled anxiety, the relief was less than I would suppose. He took me into his box, where there was a fire, a desk for an official book in which he had to make certain entries, a telegraphic instrument with its dial, face, and needles, and the little bell of which he had spoken. On my trusting that he would excuse the remark that he had been well educated, and I hoped I might say without offence, perhaps educated above that station, he observed that instances of slight incongruity in such wise would rarely be found wanting among large bodies of men, that he had heard it was so in workhouses, in the police force, even in that last desperate resource, the army, and that he knew it was so more or less in any great railway staff. He had been, when young, if I could believe it, sitting in that hut, he scarcely could, a student of natural philosophy, and had attended lectures, but he had run wild, misused his opportunities, gone down, and never risen again. He had no complaint to offer about that. He had made his bed, and he lay upon it. It was far too late to make another. All that I have here condensed he said in a quiet manner, with his grave, dark regards divided between me and the fire. He threw in the word "sir" from time to time, and especially when he referred to his youth, as though to request me to understand that he claimed to be nothing but what I found him. He was several times interrupted by the little bell, and had to read off messages and send replies. Once he had to stand without the door and display a flag as a train passed, and make some verbal communication to the driver. In the discharge of his duties I observed him to be remarkably exact and vigilant, breaking off his discourse at a syllable and remaining silent until what he had to do was done. In a word, I should have set this man down as one of the safest of men to be employed in that capacity, but for the circumstance that while he was speaking to me he twice broke off with a fallen color, turned his face toward the little bell when it did not ring, opened the door of the hut, which was kept shut to exclude the unhealthy damp, and looked out towards the red light near the mouth of the tunnel. On both of those occasions he came back to the fire with the inexplicable air upon him which I had remarked, without being able to define when we were so far asunder. Said I, when I rose to leave him, "You almost make me think that I have met with a contented man." I am afraid I must acknowledge that I said it to lead him on. "I believe I used to be so," he rejoined in that low voice in which he had first spoken. "But I am troubled, sir, I am troubled." He would have recalled the words if he could. He had said them, however, and I took them up quickly. "With what? What is your trouble?" "It is very difficult to impart, sir. It is very, very difficult to speak of. If ever you make me another visit, I will try to tell you." "But I expressly intend to make you another visit. Say, when shall it be?" "I go off early in the morning, and I shall be on again at 10 o'clock tomorrow night, sir." "I will come at 11. He thanked me and went out at the door with me. "I'll show my white light, sir," he said in his peculiar low voice, "till you have found the way up. When you have found it, don't call out, and when you are at the top, don't call out." His manner seemed to make the place strike colder to me, but I said no more than, "Very well." "And when you come down tomorrow night, don't call out. Let me ask you a parting question. What made you cry, 'Hello, below there,' tonight?" "Heaven knows," said I. "I cried something to that effect." "Not to that effect, sir. Those were the very words. I know them well." "Admit those were the very words. I said them, no doubt, because I saw you below." "For no other reason?" "What other reason could I possibly have?" "You had no feeling that they were conveyed to you in any supernatural way?" "No." He wished me good night and held up his light. I walked by the side of the down line of rails with a very disagreeable sensation of a train coming behind me, until I found the path. It was easier to mount than to descend, and I got back to my inn without any adventure. Punctual to my appointment, I placed my foot on the first notch of the zigzag next night, as the distant clocks were striking 11. He was waiting for me at the bottom with his white light on. "I have not called out," I said when we came close together. "May I speak now?" "By all means, sir." "Good night, then, and here's my hand." "Good night, sir, and here's mine." With that we walked side by side to his box, entered it, closed the door, and sat down by the fire. "I have made up my mind, sir," he began, bending forward as soon as we were seated, and speaking in a tone but a little above a whisper, "that you shall not have to ask me twice what troubles me. I took you for someone else yesterday evening. That troubles me." "That mistake?" "No, that someone else." "Who is it?" "I don't know." "Like me?" "I don't know. I never saw the face. The left arm is across the face, and the right arm is waved, violently waved, this way." I followed his action with my eyes, and it was the action of an arm gesticulating with the utmost passion and vehemence, "For God's sake, clear the way." "One moonlight night," said the man, "I was sitting here, when I heard a voice cry, 'Hello, below there!' I started up, looked from that door, and saw this someone else standing by the red light near the tunnel, waving as I just now showed you. The voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and it cried, 'Look out! Look out!' and then again, 'Hello! Below there! Look out!' I caught up my lamp, turned it on red, and ran towards the figure, calling, 'What's wrong? What has happened? Where?' It stood just outside the blackness of the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at its keeping the sleeve across its eyes. I ran right up at it, and had my hand stretched out to pull the sleeve away, when it was gone." "Into the tunnel?" said I. "No, I ran on into the tunnel 500 yards. I stopped and held my lamp above my head, and saw the figures of the measured distance, and saw the wet stain stealing down the walls and trickling through the arch. I ran out again faster than I had run in, for I had a mortal abhorrence of the place upon me. And I looked all round the red light with my own red light, and I went up the iron ladder to the gallery atop of it, and I came down again and ran back here. I telegraphed both ways. An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong? The answer came back both ways, all well. Resisting the slow touch of a frozen finger tracing out my spine, I showed him how that this figure must be a deception of his sense of sight, and how that figures originating in disease of the delicate nerves that minister to the functions of the eye were known to have often troubled patients, some of whom had become conscious of the nature of their affliction and had even proved it by experiments upon themselves. As to an imaginary cry, said I, do but listen for a moment to the wind in this unnatural valley while we speak so low, and to the wild harp it makes of the telegraph wires. That was all very well, he returned, after we had sat listening for a while, and he ought to know something of the wind and the wires, he so often who passed long winter nights there alone and watching. But he would beg to remark that he had not finished. I asked his pardon, and he slowly added these words, touching my arm. Within 6 hours after the appearance, the memorable accident on this line happened, and within 10 hours the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel over the spot where the figure had stood. A disagreeable shudder crept over me, but I did my best against it. It was not to be denied, I rejoined, that this was a remarkable coincidence, calculated deeply to impress his mind. But it was unquestionable that remarkable coincidences did continually occur, and they must be taken into account in dealing with such a subject. Though, to be sure, I must admit, I added, for I thought I saw that he was going to bring the objection to bear upon me, men of common sense did not allow much for coincidences in making the ordinary calculations of life. He again begged to remark that he had not finished. I again begged his pardon for being betrayed into interruptions. This, he said, again laying his hand upon my arm and glancing over his shoulder with hollow eyes, was just a year ago. 6 or 7 months passed, and I had recovered from the surprise and shock, when one morning as the day was breaking, I, standing at the door, looked towards the red light and saw the spectre again. He stopped with a fixed look at me. Did it cry out? No, it was silent. Did it wave its arm? No, it leaned against the shaft of the light with both hands before the face, like this. Once more I followed his action with my eyes. It was an action of mourning. I have seen such an attitude in stone figures on tombs. Did you go up to it? I came in and sat down, partly to collect my thoughts, partly because it had turned me faint. When I went to the door again, daylight was above me, and the ghost was gone. But nothing followed, nothing came of this. He touched me on the arm with his forefinger twice or thrice, giving a ghastly nod each time. That very day, as a train came out of the tunnel, I noticed at a carriage window on my side what looked like a confusion of hands and heads, and something wave. I saw it just in time to signal the driver stop. He shut off and put his brake on, but the train drifted past here 150 yards or more. I ran after it, and as I went along heard terrible screams and cries. A beautiful young lady had died instantaneously in one of the compartments, and was brought in here, and laid down on this floor between us. Involuntarily I pushed my chair back as I looked from the boards at which he pointed, to himself. True, sir, true. Precisely as it happened, so I tell it you. I could think of nothing to say to any purpose, and my mouth was very dry. The wind and the wires took up the story with a long lamenting wail. He resumed. Now, sir, mark this, and judge how my mind is troubled. The spectre came back a week ago. Ever since it has been there, now and again by fits and starts. At the light? At the danger light. What does it seem to do? He repeated, if possible, with increased passion and vehemence, that former gesticulation of "For God's sake, clear the way." Then he went on, "I have no peace or rest for it. It calls to me for many minutes together in an agonized manner, 'Below there! Look out! Look out!' It stands waving to me. It rings my little bell." I caught at that. "Did it ring your bell yesterday evening when I was here and you went to the door?" "Twice." "Why, see," said I, "how your imagination misleads you. My eyes were on the bell, and my ears were open to the bell, and if I am a living man, it did not ring at those times. No, nor at any other time, except when it was rung in the natural course of physical things by the station communicating with you." He shook his head. "I have never made a mistake as to that yet, sir. I have never confused the spectre's ring with the man's. The ghost's ring is a strange vibration in the bell that it derives from nothing else, and I have not asserted that the bell stirs to the eye. I don't wonder that you failed to hear it, but I heard it." "And did the spectre seem to be there when you looked out?" "It was there." "Both times?" He repeated firmly, "Both times." "Will you come to the door with me and look for it now?" He bit his underlip as though he were somewhat unwilling, but arose. I opened the door and stood on the step while he stood in the doorway. There was the danger light. There was the dismal mouth of the tunnel. There were the high, wet stone walls of the cutting. There were the stars above them. "Do you see it?" I asked him, taking particular note of his face. His eyes were prominent and strained, but not very much more so, perhaps, than my own had been when I had directed them earnestly towards the same spot. "No," he answered, "it is not there." "Agreed," said I. We went in again, shut the door, and resumed our seats. I was thinking how best to improve this advantage, if it might be called one, when he took up the conversation in such a matter-of-course way, so assuming that there could be no serious question of fact between us, that I felt myself placed in the weakest of positions. "By this time you will fully understand, sir," he said, "that what troubles me so dreadfully is the question, what does the spectre mean?" I was not sure, I told him, that I did fully understand. "What is its warning against?" he said, ruminating, with his eyes on the fire, and only by times turning them on me. "What is the danger? Where is the danger? There is danger overhanging somewhere on the line. Some dreadful calamity will happen. It is not to be doubted this third time after what has gone before. But surely this is a cruel haunting of me. What can I do?" He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the drops from his heated forehead. "If I telegraph danger on either side of me, or on both, I can give no reason for it," he went on, wiping the palms of his hands. "I should get into trouble and do no good. They would think I was mad. This is the way it would work. Message, danger, take care. Answer, what danger, where? Message, don't know, but for God's sake take care. They would displace me. What else could they do?" His pain of mind was most pitiable to see. It was the mental torture of a conscientious man oppressed beyond endurance by an unintelligible responsibility involving life. "When it first stood under the danger light," he went on, putting his dark hair back from his head and drawing his hands outward across and across his temples in an extremity of feverish distress, "why not tell me where that accident was to happen, if it must happen? Why not tell me how it could be averted, if it could have been averted? When, on its second coming, it hid its face, why not tell me instead she is going to die, let them keep her at home? If it came on those two occasions only to show me that its warnings were true, and so to prepare me for the third, why not warn me plainly now? And I, Lord help me, a mere poor signalman on this solitary station, Why not go to somebody with credit to be believed and power to act? When I saw him in this state, I saw that for the poor man's sake, as well as for the public safety, what I had to do for the time was to compose his mind. Therefore, setting aside all question of reality or unreality between us, I represented to him that whoever thoroughly discharged his duty must do well, and that at least it was his comfort that he understood his duty, though he did not understand these confounding appearances. In this effort I succeeded far better than in the attempt to reason him out of his conviction. He became calm. The occupations incidental to his post as the night advanced began to make larger demands on his attention, and I left him at 2 in the morning. I had offered to stay through the night, but he would not hear of it. That I more than once looked back at the red light as I ascended the pathway, that I did not like the red light, and that I should have slept but poorly if my bed had been under it, I see no reason to conceal. Nor did I like the 2 sequences of the accident and the dead girl. I see no reason to conceal that either. But what ran most in my thoughts was the consideration how ought I to act, having become the recipient of this disclosure. I had proved the man to be intelligent, vigilant, painstaking, and exact, but how long might he remain so in his state of mind? Though in a subordinate position, still he held a most important trust, and would I, for instance, like to stake my own life on the chances of his continuing to execute it with precision? Unable to overcome a feeling that there would be something treacherous in my communicating what he had told me to his superiors in the company, without first being plain with himself and proposing a middle course to him, I ultimately resolved to offer to accompany him, otherwise keeping his secret for the present to the wisest medical practitioner we could hear of in those parts, and to take his opinion. A change in his time of duty would come around next night. He had apprised me, and he would be off an hour or 2 after sunrise, and on again soon after sunset. I had appointed to return accordingly. Next evening was a lovely evening, and I walked out early to enjoy it. The sun was not yet quite down when I traversed the field path near the top of the deep cutting. I would extend my walk for an hour, I said to myself, half an hour on and half an hour back, and it would then be time to go to my signalman's box. Before pursuing my stroll, I stepped to the brink and mechanically looked down from the point from which I had first seen him. I cannot describe the thrill that seized upon me when close at the mouth of the tunnel I saw the appearance of a man with his left sleeve across his eyes, passionately waving his right arm. The nameless horror that oppressed me passed in a moment, for in a moment I saw that this appearance of a man was a man indeed, and that there was a little group of other men standing at a short distance, to whom he seemed to be rehearsing the gesture he made. The danger light was not yet lighted. Against its shaft a little low hut, entirely new to me, had been made of some wooden supports and tarpaulin. It looked no bigger than a bed. With an irresistible sense that something was wrong, with a flashing, self-reproachful fear that fatal mischief had come of my leaving the man there, and causing no one to be sent to overlook or correct what he did, I descended the notched path with all the speed I could make. "What is the matter?" I asked the men. "Signalman killed this morning, sir." "Not the man belonging to that box?" "Yes, sir." "Not the man I know?" "You will recognize him, sir, if you knew him," said the man who spoke for the others, solemnly uncovering his own head and raising an end of the tarpaulin, "for his face is quite composed." "Oh, how did this happen? How did this happen?" I asked, turning from one to another as the hut closed in again. "He was cut down by an engine, sir. No man in England knew his work better, but somehow he was not clear of the outer rail. It was just at broad day. He had struck the light and had the lamp in his hand. As the engine came out of the tunnel, his back was towards her, and she cut him down. That man drove her, and was showing how it happened. Show the gentleman, Tom." The man, who wore a rough, dark dress, stepped back to his former place at the mouth of the tunnel. "Coming round the curve in the tunnel, sir," he said. "I saw him at the end, like as if I saw him down a perspective glass. There was no time to check speed, and I knew him to be very careful. As he didn't seem to take heed of the whistle, I shut it off when we were running down upon him, and called to him as loud as I could call." "What did you say?" I said, "Below there, look out, for God's sake, clear the way." I started. "Oh, it was a dreadful time, sir. I never left off calling to him. I put this arm before my eyes not to see, and I waved this arm to the last, but it was no use." Without prolonging the narrative to dwell on any one of its curious circumstances more than on any other, I may, in closing it, point out the coincidence that the warning of the engine-driver included not only the words which the unfortunate signalman had repeated to me as haunting him, but also the words which I myself, not he, had attached, and that only in my own mind, to the gesticulation he had imitated. Thrawn, Janet, by Robert Louis Stevenson, 1850 to 1894. Robert Louis Stevenson was a brilliant novelist and poet, a Scotsman who lived in Switzerland, France, upstate New York, and California, and who died in Samoa, a lawyer who never practiced law, and a tubercular but courageous man who did not let his illness interfere with his life. His novels and stories, including for our purposes The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, The Merry Men, and The Body Snatchers, have endeared him to several generations of readers. Thrawn, Janet, while straightforward in theme, is not an easy story to read. It is told for the most part in Scottish dialect that isn't always readily penetrable. This difficulty, however, is at the same time a hidden asset. The first-person narration lends credibility and presence to the story, giving it a remarkable strength. It is a rare reader who will forget the ghastly spectre of Thrawn, Janet. The Reverend Murdoch Soulis was long minister of the moorland parish of Balweary in the Vale of Doyle. A severe, bleak-faced old man, dreadful to his hearers, he dwelt in the last years of life without relative or servant or any human company in the small and lonely manse under the hanging shaw. In spite of the iron composure of his features, his eye was wild, scared, and uncertain, and when he dwelt in private admonitions on the future of the impenitent, it seemed as if his eye pierced through the storms of time to the terrors of eternity. Many young persons coming to prepare themselves against the season of the Holy Communion were dreadfully affected by his talk. He had a sermon on 1 Peter, the devil as a roaring lion, on the Sunday after every 17th of August, and he was accustomed to surpass himself upon that text both by the appalling nature of the matter and the terror of his bearing in the pulpit. The children were frightened into fits, and the old looked more than usually oracular, and were all that day full of those hints that Hamlet deprecated. The manse itself, where it stood by the water of Doyle among some thick trees, with the shaw overhanging it on the one side, and on the other many cold, moorish hilltops rising towards the sky, had begun at a very early period of Mr. Soulis's ministry to be avoided in the dusk hours by all who valued themselves upon their prudence. And goodmen sitting at the Clachan ale-house shook their heads together at the thought of passing late by that uncanny neighborhood. There was one spot, to be more particular, which was regarded with especial awe. The man stood between the high road and the water of Doyle with a gable to each. Its back was towards the kirk town of Balweary, nearly half a mile away. In front of it, a bare garden hedged with thorn occupied the land between the river and the road. The house was 2 stories high, with 2 large rooms on each. It opened not directly on the garden, but on a causewayed path or passage, giving on the road on the one hand, and closed on the other by the tall willows and elders that bordered on the stream. And it was this strip of causeway that enjoyed among the young parishioners of Balweary so infamous a reputation. The minister walked there often after dark, sometimes groaning aloud in the instancy of his unspoken prayers, and when he was from home and the manse door was locked, the more daring schoolboys ventured with beating hearts to follow my leader across that legendary spot. This atmosphere of terror, surrounding as it did a man of God, of spotless character and orthodoxy, was a common cause of wonder and subject of inquiry among the few strangers who were led by chance or business into that unknown outlying country. But many even of the people of the parish were ignorant of the strange events which had marked the first year of Mr. Soulis's ministrations, and among those who were better informed, some were naturally reticent, and others shy of that particular topic. Now and again only one of the older folk would warm into courage over his third tumbler, and recount the cause of the minister's strange looks and solitary life. Narrator's note. As mentioned in the editor's preface, the remaining portion of this tale is spoken by a parishioner in the rather impenetrable Scottish dialect of this particular moorland. For the purposes of clarity, it shall be read as straight as possible. 50 years sin, when Mr. Soulis came first into Balwearie, he was still a young man, a callant, the folk said, full of book learning and grand at the exposition, but as was natural in so young a man, with nae leaving experience in religion. The younger sort were greatly taken with his gifts and his gab, but old, concerned, serious men and women were moved even to prayer for the young man, whom they took to be a self-deceiver, and the parish that was like to be so ill-supplied. It was before the days of the moderates, weary for them, but ill things are like good, they both come bit by bit, a pickle at a time. And there were folk even then that said the Lord had left the college professors to their own devices, and the lads that went to study with them would have done more and better sitting in a peat bog like their forebears of the persecution, with a Bible under their oxter and a spirit of prayer in their heart. There was no doubt, anyway, but that Mr. Soulis had been overlong at the college. He was careful and troubled for money things besides the a thing needful. He had a feck of books with him, more than had ever been seen before into that presbytery, and a sore work the carrier had with them, for they were like to have smoored in the devil's hag between this and Kilmackerley. They were books of divinity, to be sure, or so they called them, but the serious were of opinion that there was little service for so money when the hail of God's word would gang in the nuke of a plaid. Then he would sit half the day and half the night forby, which was scant decent, writing no less. And first they were feared he would read his sermons, and soon it proved he was writing a book himself, which was surely no fitting for one of his years and small experience. Anyway, it behoved him to get an old decent wife to keep the manse for him and see to his bit dinners, and he was recommended to an old limmer, Janet MacLeod they called her, and so far left to himself as to be over-persuaded. There was money advised him to the contrary, for Janet was more than suspected by the best folk in Balwearie. Long or not, she had a ween to a dragoon. She hadn't come for it for maybe 30 year. Narrator's note. To come for it means to offer oneself as a communicant. And Bairns had seen her mumbling to herself up on Keys Lone in the gloamin'. Wilk was an uncode time and place for a God-fearing woman. Howsoever, it was the Lord himself that had first told the minister of Janet, and in those days he would have gone a far gate to pleasure the Lord. When folk told him that Janet was sib to the devil, it was a superstition by his way of it, and when they cast up the Bible to him and the witch of Endor, he would threep it down their thrapples that 3 days were gone by and the devil was mercifully restrained. Well, when it got about the clacking that Janet MacLeod was to be servant at the manse, the folk were fair mad with her and him together, and some of the good wives had no better to do than get round her door cheeks and charge her with all that was kent again her, frae the sodger's bairn to John Tempson's twa kye. She was no great speaker. Folk usually let her go her own gait, and she let them go theirs, with neither fair good e'en nor fair good day, but when she buckled to, she had a tongue to deave the miller. Up she got, and there was no an old story in Balwearie but she got somebody lark for it that day. They couldn't say a thing, but she could say 'twa to it. Till at the hinder end the good wives up and caught hold of her, and clawed the coats off her back, and put her down the clack into the water a duel, to see if she were a witch or no, swim or drown. The carlin skirled till you could hear her at the hanging shaw, and she fought like 10. There was many a good wife bur the mark of her next day, and many a long day after, and just in the headest of the Collashangy, what should come up for his sins with the new minister? "Women," said he, and he had a grand voice, "I charge you in the Lord's name to let her go." Janet ran to him. She was fair wood with terror, and clung to him and prayed him for Christ's sake save her from the comers, and they for their part told him all that was kennet and maybe more. "Woman," says he to Janet, "is this true?" "As the Lord sees me," says she, "as the Lord made me know a word of it. Forbear the bairn," she says, "I've been a decent woman all my days." "Will you," says Mr. Soulis, "in the name of God, and before me, his unworthy minister, renounce the devil and his works?" Well, it would have appeared that when he asked it, she gave a grin that fairly fritched at them that saw her, and they could hear her teeth play dirl together in her chafts. But there was nothing for it but the old way or the ither, and Janet lifted up her hand and renounced the devil before them all. "And now," says Mr. Soulis to the good wives, "home with ye, one and all, and pray to God for his forgiveness." And he gid Janet his arm, though she had little on her but a sark, and took her up the clackin to her own door like a leddy of the land, and her screegin and laughin as was a scandal to be heard. There were mony grave folk long over their prayers at night, but when the morn came there was sick fear fell upon all of Balweary that the bairns hid theirselves, and even the men folk stood and keeked frae their doors. For there was Janet coming down the clachan, her or her likeness none could tell, with her neck thrawn, and her hide on a one side like a body that was been hangit, and a girn on her face like an unstreaked corp. By and by they got used with it, and even speered at her to ken what was wrong. But frae that day forth she couldna speak like a Christian woman, but slavered and played click with her teeth like a pair of shears, and fra that day forth the name of God cam never to her lips. While she would try to say it, but it mightna come. Them that kenned best said least, but they never gid that thing the name of Janet McLower, for the old Janet by their way on't was in muckle hell that day. But the minister was neither to hold nor to bind. He preached about nothing but the folks' cruelty that had given her a stroke of the palsy. He skelped the bairns that meddled her, and he had her up to the manse that same night, and dwelled there and his lane with her under the hanging shaw. Well, time goed by, and the idler sort commenced to think more likely of that black business. The minister was well thought of. He was aye late at the writin'. Folk would see his candle doon by the Doyle water after 12 at e'en. And he seemed pleased with himself, and up sittin' as at first, though a body could see that he was dwinin'. As for Janet, she came and she goed. If she didna speak muckle afore, it was reason she could speak less then. She meddled nobody, but she was an eldritch thing to see, and none would ha misdreed with her for Balweary glebe. About the end of July there came a spell of weather, the like on it never was in that countryside. It was lone and het and heartless. The herds couldna win up the Black Hill, the bairns were over-weary it to play, and yet it was gusty too, with claps o' het one that rumbled in the glens, and bits of showers that slockened nothing. We aye thought it but thunder on the morn, but the morn came and the morn's morning, and it was aye the same uncanny weather, sore on folks and bestial. Of all that were the word, none suffered like Mr. Soulis. He could neither sleep nor eat, he told his elders, and when he wasna writing at his weary book, he was extravagant over at the countryside like a man possessed when a body else was blithe to keep Collar Ben the house. Aboon hanging shaw, in the bield of the Black Hill, there's a bit enclosed ground with an iron yet, and it seems in the old days that was the kirkyard of Balweary, and consecrated by the Papists before the blessed light shone upon the kingdom. It was a great house for Mr. Soulis's anyway. There he would sit and consider his sermons, and indeed it's a bieldy bit. Well, as he came over the west end of the Black Hill one day, he saw first 2, and soon 4, and soon 7 corby craws fleeing round and round aboon the old kirkyard. They flew ligh and heavy, and squawked to ither as they goed, and it was clear to Mr. Soulis that something had put them from their ordinary. He wasna easy fleed, and gaed straught up to the wass. And what should he find there but a man, or the appearance of a man, sittin' in the inside upon a grave? He was of a great stature, and black as hell, and his e'en were singular to see. Editor's note: it was a common belief in Scotland that the devil appeared as a black man. This appears in several witch trials, and I think in Law's Memorials, that delightful storehouse of the quaint and grisly. Mr. Soulis had heard tell of black men mony's the time, but there was something unco about this black man that daunted him. Het as he was, he took a kind of cold grew in the marrow of his banes, but up he spoke for all that, and says he, "My friend, are you a stranger in this place?" The black man answered never a word. He got upon his feet, and begood to hurtle to the wall on the far side, but I looked at the minister, and the minister stood and looked back, till all in a minute the black man was over the wan, running for the bield of the trees. Mr. Soulis, he hardly kenned why, ran after him. But he was sore for jasket with his walk and the hat on hailsome weather, and rin as he liked it, he got no more than a glisk of the black man among the birks, till he went down to the foot of the hillside, and there he saw him once more, gone half step and lump over Doyle water to the manse. Mr. Soulis wasna well pleased that this fearsome gangrel should make so free with Balweary manse, and he ran the harder, and wet shoon over the burn and up the walk. But the devil a black man was there to see. He stepped out upon the road, but there was nobody there. He goed over the garden, but nae black man. At the hinder end, and a bit feared, as was but natural, he lifted the hasp and into the manse, and there was Janet McLower before his e'en, with her Thrawn Craig, and none so pleased to see him. and he aye minded since soon when first he set his eye upon her he had the same cold and deadly grew. "Janet," says he, "have you seen a black man?" "A black man?" quoth she. "Save us, here. Ye no wise, minister, there's no black man in a ball weary." But she didn't speak plain, you might understand, but yammered like a pony with the bit in its moo. "Well," says he, "Janet, if there was no black man, I have spoken with the accuser of the brethren." And he sat down like with a fever, and his teeth chittered in his head. "Hoots," says she, "think shame to yourself, minister," and gived him a drop of brandy that she kept aye by her. Soon Mr. Soulis goed into his study among all his books. It's a long lay, mirk Chalmer, perish and cold in winter, and no very dry even in the top of the summer, for the man stands near the burn. So down he sat and thought of all that had come and gone since he was in Ba-weary, and his home, and the days when he was a bairn and ran daffin on the braes. And that black man aye ran in his head like the overcome of a song. Aye, the more he thought of the black man. He tried the prayer, and the words wouldna come to him, and he tried, they say, to write it his book, but he couldna make no more of that. There was whiles he thought the black man was at his oxter, and the sweat stood upon him cold as well water, and there was other whiles when he came to himself like a christened bairn and minded nothing. The upshot was that he goed to the window and stood glowering at Doyle water. The trees are uncoat thick, and the water lies deep and black under the manse, and there was Janet washing the clothes with her coats kilted. She had her back to the minister, and he, for his part, hardly kenned what he was looking at. Soon she turned round and showed her face. Mr. Soulis had the same cold grew as twice that day afore, and it was borne in upon him what folks said, that Janet was dead long sin, and this was a bogle in her clay cold flesh. He drew back a pickle, and he scanned her narrowly. She was tramping in the clothes, crooning to herself, and good God guide us, but it was a fearsome face. While she sang louder, but there was nae man born a woman that could tell the words of her song, and while she looked sidelong down, but there was nothing there for her to look at. There goed a scunner through the flush upon his veins, and that was Heaven's advertisement. But Mr. Soulis just blamed himself, he said, to think so ill of a pure old afflicted wife that hadna a friend for by himself, and he put up a bit prayer for him and her, and drank a little caller water, for his heart rose again the meat, and goed up to his naked bed in the gloamin'. That was a night that has never been forgotten in Ba-weary, the night of the 17th of August, 1712. It had been het afore, as I said, but that night it was hetter than ever. The sun goed down among the unco-looking clouds. It fell as murk as the pit, no a star, no a breath o' wind. You couldn't see your hand afore your face, and even the old folk cussed the covers frae their beds and lay petchin' for their breath. With all that he had upon his mind, it was gay and unlikely Mr. Soulis wad get muckle sleep. He lay and he tumbled, the good caller bed that he got into brunt his very banes, whiles he slept and whiles he wakened, whiles he heard the time o' night, and whiles a tyke yowling up the muir, as if somebody was dead, whiles he thought he heard bogles clavering in his lug, and whiles he saw spunkies in the room. He behoved, he judged to be sick, and sick he was, little he jaloosed the sickness. At the hinder end he got a clearness in his mind, sat up in his sark on the bedside, and fell thinking once more of the black man and Janet. He couldn't well tell how, maybe it was the cold to his feet, but it came in upon him with a spate that there was some connection between the two, and that either or both of them were bogles. And just at that moment, in Janet's room, which was next to his, there came a stamp of feet as if men were warsling, and then a loud bang, and then a wind goed reichling round the four quarters of the house, and then a once more as silent as the grave. Mr. Soulis was feared for neither man nor devil. He got his tinder-box and lit a candle, and made 3 steps out over to Janet's door. It was on the hasp, and he pushed it open and keeked boldly in. It was a big room, as big as the minister's own, and punished with grand old solid gear, for he had nothing else. There was a 4-posted bed with old tapestry, and a braw cabinet of oak that was for the minister's divinity books, and put there to be out of the gate, and a wheen duds of Janet's lying here and there about the floor. But no Janet could Mr. Soulis see, nor any sign of a contention. In he goed, and there's few that would have followed him, and looked at all around, and listened. But there was nothing to be heard, nothing inside the manse, nor in a Ba-weary parish, and nothing to be seen but the muckle shadows turning round the candle. And then all at once the minister's heart played dumped and stood stock still, and a cold wind blew among the hairs of his head. What a weary sight was that for the pure man's e'en! For there was Janet hanging from a nail beside the old oak cabinet, Her head aye lay on her shouther, her een were steek, the tongue projected from her mouth, and her heels were 2 feet clear aboon the floor. God forgive us all, thought Mr. Soulis, poor Janet's dead. He came a step nearer to the corpse, and then his heart fair whammeled in his inside. For by what cantrip it would ill beseem a man to judge, he was hanging from a single nail, and by a single worsted thread for darning hose. It's an awful thing to be your lane at night with siccan prodigies of darkness, but Mr. Soulis was strong in the Lord. He turned and goed his ways out of that room, and locked the door ahint him, and step by step down the stairs as heavy as lead, and set down the candle on the table at the stair foot. He couldna pray, he couldna think. He was dreeping with cold sweat, and nothing could he hear but the dun-dun-duntin' of his own heart. He might maybe have stood there an hour, or maybe 2, he minded so little, and when all of a sudden he heard a laugh, an uncanny steer upstairs, a foot goed to and fro in the chamber where the corpse was hanging. Soon the door was opened, though he minded well that he had locked it, and soon there was a step upon the landing, and it seemed to him as if the corpse was looking over the rail and down upon him where he stood. He took up the candle again, for he couldn't want the light, and as safely as ever he could goed straight out of the manse and to the far end of the causeway. It was aye pit mirk. The flame of the candle, when he set it on the ground, brunt steady and clear as in a room. Nothing moved but the Doyle water seeping and sabbing down the glen, and yon unholy footstep that came plodding down the stairs inside the manse. He kenned the foot over well, for it was Janet's, and at ilka step that came a wee thing nearer, the cold got deeper in his vitals. He commended his soul to him that made and keepeth him, and, O Lord, said he, give me strength this night to war against the powers of evil. By this time the foot was coming through the passage for the door. He could hear a hand skirt along the wall, as if the fearsome thing was feeling for its way. The saws tossed and mained together, a long sigh came over the hills, the flames of the candle was blown aboot, and there stood the corpse of Thrawn Janet with her grogrum gown and her black mutch, with the head aye upon the shoulder, and the gurn still upon the face of it, leaving, you would have said, dead, as Mr. Soulis well kenned, upon the threshold of the manse. It's a strange thing that the soul of man should be that thirled into his perishable body, but the minister saw that, and his heart didn't break. She didn't stand there long. She began to move again, and came slowly towards Mr. Soulis where he stood under the saws. And the life of his body and the strength of his spirit were glowering from his een. It seemed she was going to speak, but wanted words, and made a sign with the left hand. There came a clap o' wind like a cat's fuff. Out goed the candle. The saws screed like folk, and Mr. Soulis kenned that to live or die this was the end of it. "Witch, beldame, devil," he cried, "I charge you by the power of God, be gone. If you be dead, to the grave. If you be damned, to hell." And at that moment the Lord's own hand out of the heavens struck the horror where it stood, the old dead desecrated corpse of the witch wife so long keep it from the grave, and hursled round by devils, load up like a brunstained spunk, and fell in ashes to the ground. The thunder followed, peal on dirling peal, the roaring rain upon the back of that, and Mr. Soulis loped through the garden hedge, and ran with skellock upon skellock for the clachan. That same morning John Christie saw the black man pass the muckle cairn as it was chapping 6. Before 8 he goed by the change house at Knockdoe, and no long after Sandy M'Lellan saw him going Lincoln down the braes frae Kilmackerley. There's little doubt but it was him that dwelled so long in Janet's body, but he was away at last, and since then the devil has never fashed us in Ba Weary. But it was a sore dispensation for the minister. Long, long he lay raving in his bed, and from that hour to this he was the man ye ken the day. The Upper Berth, by F. Marion Crawford, 1854 to 1909. Crawford's famous and truly classic The Upper Berth is an excellent example of how even the most standard supernatural machinery employed by macabre tale spinners can be made chillingly effective in the hands of a master. The tale has taken its place as one of, if not the greatest nautical ghost stories, permeated as it is with a salt water atmosphere that rivals the work of a very different writer, William Hope Hodgson. Chapter 1. Somebody asked for the cigars. We had talked long, and the conversation was beginning to languish. The tobacco smoke had got into the heavy curtains. The wine had got into those brains which were liable to become heavy, and it was already perfectly evident that unless somebody did something to rouse our oppressed spirits, the meeting would soon come to its natural conclusion, and we, the guests, would speedily go home to bed, and most certainly to sleep. No one had said anything very remarkable. It may be that no one had anything very remarkable to say. Jones had given us every particular of his last hunting adventure in Yorkshire. Mr. Tompkins of Boston had explained at elaborate length those working principles by the due and careful maintenance of which the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad not only extended its territory, increased its departmental influence, and transported livestock without starving them to death before the day of actual delivery, but also had for years succeeded in deceiving those passengers who bought its tickets into the fallacious belief that the corporation aforesaid was really able to transport human life without destroying it. Signor Tombola had endeavored to persuade us, by arguments which we took no trouble to oppose, that the unity of his country in no way resembled the average modern torpedo, carefully planned, constructed with all the skill of the greatest European arsenals, but when constructed destined to be directed by feeble hands into a region where it must undoubtedly explode unseen, unfeared, and unheard into the illimitable wastes of political chaos. It is unnecessary to go into further details. The conversation had assumed proportions which would have bored Prometheus on his rock, which would have driven Tantalus to distraction, and which would have impelled Ixion to seek relaxation in the simple but instructive dialogues of Herr Ollendorf, rather than submit to the greater evil of listening to our talk. We had sat at table for hours. We were bored, we were tired, and nobody showed signs of moving. Somebody called for cigars. We all instinctively looked towards the speaker. Brisbane was a man of 35 years of age, and remarkable for those gifts which chiefly attract the attention of men. He was a strong man. The external proportions of his figure presented nothing extraordinary to the common eye, though his size was above the average. He was a little over 6 feet in height and moderately broad in the shoulder. He did not appear to be stout, but on the other hand he was certainly not thin. His small head was supported by a strong and sinewy neck. His broad, muscular hands appeared to possess a peculiar skill in breaking walnuts without the assistance of the ordinary cracker, and seeing him in profile one could not help remarking the extraordinary breadth of his sleeves and the unusual thickness of his chest. He was one of those men who are commonly spoken of among men as deceptive, that is to say that though he looked exceedingly strong, he was in reality very much stronger than he looked. Of his features I need say little. His head is small, his hair is thin, his eyes are blue, his nose is large, he has a small mustache and a square jaw. Everybody knows Brisbane, and when he asked for a cigar, everybody looked at him. "It is a very singular thing," said Brisbane. Everybody stopped talking. Brisbane's voice was not loud, but possessed a peculiar quality of penetrating general conversation and cutting it like a knife. Everybody listened. Brisbane, perceiving that he had attracted their general attention, lit his cigar with great equanimity. "It is very singular," he continued, "that thing about ghosts. People are always asking whether anybody has seen a ghost. I have." "Bosh! What, you? You don't mean to say so, Brisbane. Ha! For a man of his intelligence." A chorus of exclamations greeted Brisbane's remarkable statement. Everybody called for cigars, and Stubbs the butler suddenly appeared from the depths of nowhere with a fresh bottle of dry champagne. The situation was saved. Brisbane was going to tell a story. "I am an old sailor," said Brisbane, "and as I have to cross the Atlantic pretty often, I have my favorites. Most men have their favorites. I have seen a man wait in a Broadway bar for 3/4 of an hour for a particular car which he liked. I believe the barkeeper made at least 1/3 of his living by that man's preference. I have a habit of waiting for certain ships when I am obliged to cross that duck pond. It may be a prejudice, but I was never cheated out of a good passage but once in my life. I remember it very well. It was a warm morning in June, and the custom-house officials, who were hanging about waiting for a steamer already on her way up from quarantine, presented a peculiarly hazy and thoughtful appearance. I had not much luggage, I never have. I mingled with the crowd of passengers, porters, and officious individuals in blue coats and brass buttons, who seemed to spring up like mushrooms from the deck of a moored steamer to obtrude their unnecessary services upon the independent passenger. I have often noticed with a certain interest the spontaneous evolution of these fellows. They are not there when you arrive. 5 minutes after the pilot has called to go ahead, they, or at least their blue coats and brass buttons, have disappeared from deck and gangway as completely as though they had been consigned to that locker which tradition unanimously ascribes to Davy Jones. But at the moment of starting, they are there, clean-shaved, blue-coated, and ravenous for fees. I hastened on board. The Kamchatka was one of my favorite ships. I say was because she emphatically no longer is. I cannot conceive of any inducement which could entice me to make another voyage in her. Yes, I know what you are going to say. She is uncommonly clean in the run aft. She has enough bluffing off in the bows to keep her dry, and the lower berths are most of them double. She has a lot of advantages, but I won't cross in her again. Excuse the digression. I got on board. I hailed a steward whose red nose and redder whiskers were equally familiar to me. 105, lower berth, said I, in the businesslike tone peculiar to men who think no more of crossing the Atlantic than taking a whiskey cocktail at downtown Delmonico's. The steward took my portmanteau, greatcoat, and rug. I shall never forget the expression of his face. Not that he turned pale. It is maintained by the most eminent divines that even miracles cannot change the course of nature. I have no hesitation in saying that he did not turn pale, but from his expression I judged that he was either about to shed tears, to sneeze, or to drop my portmanteau. As the latter contained 2 bottles of particularly fine old sherry presented to me for my voyage by my old friend Snigginson Van Pickens, I felt extremely nervous, but the steward did none of these things. "Well, I'm damned," said he in a low voice, and led the way. I supposed my Hermes, as he led me to the lower regions, had had a little grog, but I said nothing and followed him. 105 was on the port side, well aft. There was nothing remarkable about the stateroom. The lower berth, like most of those upon the Kamchatka, was double. There was plenty of room. There was the usual washing apparatus, calculated to convey an idea of luxury to the mind of a North American Indian. There were the usual inefficient racks of brown wood, in which it is more easy to hang a large-sized umbrella than the common toothbrush of commerce. Upon the uninviting mattresses were carefully folded together those blankets which a great modern humorist has aptly compared to cold buckwheat cakes. The question of towels was left entirely to the imagination. The glass decanters were filled with a transparent liquid faintly tinged with brown, but from which an odor less faint but not more pleasing ascended to the nostrils like a far-off sea-sick reminiscence of oily machinery. Sad-colored curtains half-closed the upper berth. The hazy June daylight shed a faint illumination upon the desolate little scene. Ugh, how I hate that stateroom! The steward deposited my traps and looked at me as though he wanted to get away, probably in search of more passengers and more fees. It is always a good plan to start in favor with those functionaries, and I accordingly gave him certain coins there and then. "I'll try to make you comfortable all I can," he remarked as he put the coins in his pocket. Nevertheless, there was a doubtful intonation in his voice which surprised me. Possibly his scale of fees had gone up, and he was not satisfied. But on the whole I was inclined to think that, as he himself would have expressed it, he was the better for a glass. I was wrong, however, and did the man injustice. Chapter 2. Nothing especially worthy of mention occurred during that day. We left the pier punctually, and it was very pleasant to be fairly under way, for the weather was warm and sultry, and the motion of the steamer produced a refreshing breeze. Everybody knows what the first day at sea is like. People pace the decks and stare at each other, and occasionally meet acquaintances whom they did not know to be on board. There is the usual uncertainty as to whether the food will be good, bad, or indifferent until the first 2 meals have put the matter beyond a doubt. There is the usual uncertainty about the weather until the ship is fairly off Fire Island. The tables are crowded at first, and then suddenly thinned. Pale-faced people spring from their seats and precipitate themselves towards the door, and each old sailor breathes more freely as his sea-sick neighbor rushes from his side, leaving him plenty of elbow room and an unlimited command over the mustard. One passage across the Atlantic is very much like another, and we who cross very often do not make the voyage for the sake of novelty. Whales and icebergs are indeed always objects of interest, but after all, one whale is very much like another whale, and one rarely sees an iceberg at close quarters. To the majority of us, the most delightful moment of the day on board an ocean steamer is when we have taken our last turn on deck, have smoked our last cigar, and have succeeded in tiring ourselves, feel at liberty to turn in with a clear conscience. On that first night of the voyage, I felt particularly lazy and went to bed in 1:05 rather earlier than I usually do. As I turned in, I was amazed to see that I was to have a companion. A portmanteau very like my own lay in the opposite corner, and in the upper berth had been deposited a neatly folded rug with a stick and umbrella. I had hoped to be alone, and I was disappointed, but I wondered who my roommate was to be, and I determined to have a look at him. Before I had been long in bed, he entered. He was, as far as I could see, a very tall man, very thin, very pale, with sandy hair and whiskers and colourless grey eyes. He had about him, I thought, an air of rather dubious fashion, the sort of man you might see in Wall Street without being able precisely to say what he was doing there, the sort of man who frequents the Café Anglais, who always seems to be alone and who drinks champagne. You might meet him on a race-course, but he would never appear to be doing anything there either. A little overdressed, a little odd. There are 3 or 4 of his kind on every ocean steamer. I made up my mind that I did not care to make his acquaintance, and I went to sleep saying to myself that I would study his habits in order to avoid him. If he rose early, I would rise late. If he went to bed late, I would go to bed early. I did not care to know him. If you once know people of that kind, they are always turning up. Poor fellow, I need not have taken the trouble to come to so many decisions about him, for I never saw him again after that first night in 1:05. I was sleeping soundly when I was suddenly waked by a loud noise. To judge from the sound, my roommate must have sprung with a single leap from the upper berth to the floor. I heard him fumbling with the latch and bolt of the door, which opened almost immediately, and then I heard his footsteps as he ran at full speed down the passage, leaving the door open behind him. The ship was rolling a little, and I expected to hear him stumble or fall, but he ran as though he were running for his life. The door swung on its hinges with the motion of the vessel, and the sound annoyed me. I got up and shut it and groped my way back to my berth in the darkness. I went to sleep again, but I have no idea how long I slept. When I awoke, it was still quite dark, but I felt a disagreeable sensation of cold, and it seemed to me that the air was damp. You know the peculiar smell of a cabin which has been wet with sea-water. I covered myself up as well as I could and dozed off again, framing complaints to be made the next day and selecting the most powerful epithets in the language. I could hear my roommate turn over in the upper berth. He had probably returned while I was asleep. Once I thought I heard him groan, and I argued that he was seasick. That is particularly unpleasant when one is below. Nevertheless, I dozed off and slept till early daylight. The ship was rolling heavily, much more than on the previous evening, and the grey light which came in through the porthole changed in tint with every movement according as the angle of the vessel's side turned the glass seawards or skywards. It was very cold, unaccountably so for the month of June. I turned my head and looked at the porthole, and saw to my surprise that it was wide open and hooked back. I believe I swore audibly. Then I got up and shut it. As I turned back, I glanced at the upper berth. The curtains were drawn close together. My companion had probably felt cold as well as I. It struck me that I had slept enough. The stateroom was uncomfortable, though, strange to say, I could not smell the dampness which had annoyed me in the night. My roommate was still asleep. Excellent opportunity for avoiding him, so I dressed at once and went on deck. The day was warm and cloudy, with an oily smell on the water. It was 7 o'clock as I came out, much later than I had imagined. I came across the doctor, who was taking his first sniff of the morning air. He was a young man from the west of Ireland, a tremendous fellow with black hair and blue eyes, already inclined to be stout. He had a happy-go-lucky, healthy look about him, which was rather attractive. "Fine morning," I remarked by way of introduction. "Well," said he, eyeing me with an air of ready interest, "it's a fine morning, and it's not a fine morning. I don't think it's much of a morning." "Well, no, it is not so very fine," said I. "It's just what I call fugly weather," replied the doctor. "It was very cold last night, I thought," I remarked. "However, when I looked about, I found that the porthole was wide open. I had not noticed it when I went to bed, and the stateroom was damp, too." "Damp?" said he. "Whereabouts are you?" 105. To my surprise, the doctor started visibly and stared at me. "What is the matter?" I asked. "Oh, nothing," he answered. "Only everybody has complained of that stateroom for the last 3 trips." "Well, I shall complain too," I said. "It has certainly not been properly aired. It is a shame." "I don't believe it can be helped," answered the doctor. "I believe there is something— well, it is not my business to frighten passengers." "Well, you need not be afraid of frightening me," I replied. "I can stand any amount of damp. If I should get a bad cold, I will come to you." I offered the doctor a cigar, which he took and examined very critically. "It is not so much the damp," he remarked. "However, I dare say you will get on very well. Have you a roommate?" "Yes, a deuce of a fellow who bolts out in the middle of the night and leaves the door open." Again the doctor glanced curiously at me, then he lit the cigar and looked grave. "Did he come back?" he asked presently. "Yes, I was asleep, but I waked up and heard him moving. Then I felt cold and went to sleep again. This morning I found the porthole open." "Look here," said the doctor quietly. "I don't care much for this ship. I don't care a rap for her reputation. I tell you what I will do. I have a good-sized place up here. I'll share it with you, though I don't know you from Adam." I was very much surprised at the proposition. I could not imagine why he should take such a sudden interest in my welfare. However, his manner as he spoke of the ship was peculiar. "You're very good, Doctor," I said, "but really I believe even now the cabin could be aired or cleaned out or something. Why do you not care for the ship?" "We're not superstitious in our profession, sir," replied the doctor, "but the sea makes people so. I don't want to prejudice you, and I don't want to frighten you, but if you will take my advice, you will move in here. I would as soon see you overboard," he added earnestly, "as know that you or any other man was to sleep in 105. "Good gracious, why?" I asked. "Just because on the last 3 trips the people who have slept there actually have gone overboard," he answered gravely. The intelligence was startling and exceedingly unpleasant, I confess. I looked hard at the doctor to see whether he was making game of me, but he looked perfectly serious. I thanked him warmly for his offer, but told him I intended to be the exception to the rule by which everyone who slept in that particular stateroom went overboard. He did not say much, but looked grave as ever, and hinted that before we got across I should probably reconsider his proposal. In the course of time we went to breakfast, at which only an inconsiderable number of passengers assembled. I noticed that 1 or 2 of the officers who breakfasted with us looked grave. After breakfast I went into my stateroom in order to get a book. The curtains of the upper berth were still closely drawn. Not a word was to be heard. My roommate was probably still asleep. As I came out I met the steward whose business it was to look after me. He whispered that the captain wanted to see me, and then scuttled away down the passage, as if very anxious to avoid any questions. I went toward the captain's cabin and found him waiting for me. "Sir," said he, "I want to ask a favor of you." I answered that I would do anything to oblige him. "Your roommate has disappeared," he said. "He is known to have turned in early last night. Did you notice anything extraordinary in his manner?" The question coming, as it did, in exact confirmation of the fears the doctor had expressed half an hour earlier, staggered me. "You don't mean to say he has gone overboard?" I asked. "I fear he has," answered the captain. "Oh, this is the most extraordinary thing," I began. "Why?" he asked. "Well, he is the 4th, then," I explained. In answer to another question from the captain, I explained without mentioning the doctor that I had heard the story concerning 105. He seemed very much annoyed at hearing that I knew of it. I told him what had occurred in the night. "What you say," he replied, "coincides almost exactly with what was told me by the roommates of 2 of the other 3. They bolt out of bed and run down the passage. 2 of them were seen to go overboard by the watch. We stopped and lowered boats, but they were not found. Nobody, however, saw or heard the man who was lost last night, if he is really lost. The steward, who is a superstitious fellow perhaps, and expected something to go wrong, went to look for him this morning, and found his berth empty, but his clothes lying about just as he had left them. The steward was the only man on board who knew him by sight, and he has been searching everywhere for him. He has disappeared. Now, sir, I want to beg you not to mention the circumstance to any of the passengers. I don't want the ship to get a bad name, and nothing hangs about an ocean-goer like stories of suicides. You shall have your choice of any one of the officers' cabins you like, including my own, for the rest of the passage. Is that a fair bargain?" "Very," said I, "and I am much obliged to you. But since I am alone and have the stateroom to myself, I would rather not move. If the steward will take out that unfortunate man's things, I would as lief stay where I am. I will not say anything about the matter, and I think I can promise you that I will not follow my roommate." The captain tried to dissuade me from my intention, but I preferred having a stateroom alone to being the chum of any officer on board. I do not know whether I acted foolishly, but if I had taken his advice, I should have had nothing more to tell. There would have remained the disagreeable coincidence of several suicides occurring among men who had slept in the same cabin, but that would have been all. That was not the end of the matter, however, by any means. I obstinately made up my mind that I would not be disturbed by such tales, and I even went so far as to argue the question with the captain. There was something wrong about the stateroom, I said. It was rather damp. The porthole had been left open last night. My roommate might have been ill when he came on board, and he might have become delirious after he went to bed. He might even now be hiding somewhere on board, and might be found later. The place ought to be aired, and the fastening of the port looked to. If the captain would give me leave, I would see that what I thought necessary was done immediately. "Of course you have a right to stay where you are, if you please," he replied rather petulantly, "but I wish you would turn out and let me lock the place up and be done with it." I did not see it in the same light, and left the captain after promising to be silent concerning the disappearance of my companion. The latter had had no acquaintances on board, and was not missed in the course of the day. Towards evening I met the doctor again, and he asked me whether I had changed my mind. I told him I had not. "Then you will before long," he said, very gravely. Chapter 3. We played whist in the evening, and I went to bed late. I will confess now that I felt a disagreeable sensation when I entered my stateroom. I could not help thinking of the tall man I had seen on the previous night, who was now dead, drowned, tossed about in the long swell, 200 or 300 miles astern. His face rose very distinctly before me as I undressed, and even went so far as to draw back the curtains of the upper berth as though to persuade myself that he was actually gone. I also bolted the door of the stateroom. Suddenly I became aware that the porthole was opened and fastened back. This was more than I could stand. I hastily threw on my dressing-gown and went in search of Robert, the steward of my passage. I was very angry, I remember, and when I found him I dragged him roughly to the door of 105 and pushed him towards the open porthole. "What the deuce do you mean, you scoundrel, by leaving that port open every night? Don't you know it is against the regulations? Don't you know that if the ship heeled and the water began to come in, 10 men could not shut it? I will report you to the captain, you blackguard, for endangering the ship." I was exceedingly wroth. The man trembled and turned pale, and then began to shut the round glass plate with the heavy brass fittings. "Why don't you answer me?" I said roughly. "If you please, sir," faltered Robert, "there's nobody on board as can keep this here port shut at night. You can try it yourself, sir. I ain't a-going to stop any longer on board of this vessel, sir, I ain't indeed. But if I was you, sir, I'd just clear out and go and sleep with a surgeon or something. I would. Look here, sir. Is that fastened what you might call securely or not, sir? Try it, sir. See if it will move a hinch." I tried the port and found it perfectly tight. "Well, sir, continued Robert triumphantly. "I wager my reputation as an A1 steward that in half an hour it will open again. Fasten back, too, sir. That's the awful thing. Fasten back." I examined the great screw and the looped nut that ran on it. "If I find it open in the night, Robert, I will give you a sovereign. It is not possible. You may go." "Sovereign, did you say, sir? Very good, sir. Thank you, sir. Good night, sir. Pleasant repose, sir, and all manner of enchanting dreams, sir." Robert scuttled away, delighted at being released. Of course, I thought he was trying to account for his negligence by a silly story intended to frighten me, and I disbelieved him. The consequence was that he got his sovereign, and I spent a very peculiarly unpleasant night. I went to bed, and 5 minutes after I had rolled myself up in my blankets, the inexorable Robert extinguished the light that burned steadily behind the ground-glass pane near the door. I lay quite still in the dark, trying to go to sleep, but I soon found that impossible. It had been some satisfaction to be angry with the steward, and the diversion had banished that unpleasant sensation I had at first experienced when I thought of the drowned man who had been my chum. But I was no longer sleepy, and I lay awake for some time, occasionally glancing at the porthole, which I could just see from where I lay, and which in the darkness looked like a faintly luminous soup plate suspended in blackness. I believe I must have lain there for an hour, and as I remember, I was just dozing into sleep when I was roused by a draught of cold air, and by distinctly feeling the spray of the sea blown upon my face. I started to my feet, and not having allowed in the dark for the motion of the ship, I was instantly thrown violently across the stateroom upon the couch, which was placed beneath the porthole. I recovered myself immediately, however, and climbed upon my knees. The porthole was again wide open and fastened back. Now these things are facts. I was wide awake when I got up, and I should certainly have been waked by the fall had I still been dozing. Moreover, I bruised my elbows and knees badly, and the bruises were there on the following morning to testify to the fact if I myself had doubted it. The porthole was wide open and fastened back, a thing so unaccountable that I remember very well feeling astonishment rather than fear when I discovered it. I at once closed the plate again and screwed down the loop nut with all my strength. It was very dark in the stateroom. I reflected that the port had certainly been opened within an hour after Robert had at first shut it in my presence, and I determined to watch it, and see whether it would open again. Those brass fittings are very heavy, and by no means easy to move. I could not believe that the clump had been turned by the shaking of the screw. I stood peering out through the thick glass at the alternate white and grey streaks of the sea that foamed beneath the ship's side. I must have remained there a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, as I stood, I distinctly heard something moving behind me in one of the berths, and a moment afterwards, just as I turned instinctively to look, though I could of course see nothing in the darkness, I heard a very faint groan. I sprang across the stateroom and tore the curtains of the upper berth aside, thrusting in my hands to discover if there were anyone there. There was someone. I remember that the sensation as I put my hands forward was as though I were plunging them into the air of a damp cellar, and from behind the curtains came a gust of wind that smelled horribly of stagnant sea-water. I laid hold of something that had the shape of a man's arm, but was smooth and wet and icy cold. But suddenly, as I pulled, the creature sprang violently forward against me, a clammy, oozy mass, as it seemed to me, heavy and wet, yet endowed with a sort of supernatural strength. I reeled across the stateroom, and in an instant the door opened and the thing rushed out. I had not had time to be frightened, and quickly recovering myself, I sprang through the door and gave chase at the top of my speed, but I was too late. 10 yards before me I could see, I am sure I saw it, a dark shadow moving in the dimly lighted passage, quickly as the shadow of a fast horse thrown before a dog-cart by the lamp on a dark night. But in a moment it had disappeared, and I found myself holding on to the polished rail that ran along the bulkhead, where the passage turned towards the companion. My hair stood on end, and the cold perspiration rolled down my face. I am not ashamed of it in the least. I was very badly frightened. Still, I doubted my senses and pulled myself together. It was absurd, I thought. The Welsh rarebit I had eaten had disagreed with me. I had been in a nightmare. I made my way back to my stateroom and entered it with an effort. The whole place smelled of stagnant sea-water, as it had when I had waked on the previous evening. It required my utmost strength to go in and grope among my things for a box of wax lights. As I lighted a railway reading lantern, which I always carry in case I want to read after the lamps are out, I perceived that the porthole was again open, and a sort of creeping horror began to take possession of me which I never felt before, nor wish to feel again. But I got a light and proceeded to examine the upper berth, expecting to find it drenched with sea-water. But I was disappointed. The bed had been slept in, and the smell of the sea was strong, but the bedding was as dry as a bone. I fancied that Robert had not had the courage to make the bed after the accident of the previous night. It had all been a hideous dream. I drew the curtains back as far as I could and examined the place very carefully. It was perfectly dry, but the porthole was open again. With a sort of dull bewilderment of horror, I closed it and screwed it down, and thrusting my heavy stick through the brass loop, wrenched it with all my might, till the thick metal began to bend under the pressure. Then I hooked my reading lantern into the red velvet at the head of the couch, and sat down to recover my senses if I could. I sat there all night, unable to think of rest, hardly able to think at all. But the porthole remained closed, and I did not believe it would now open again without the application of a considerable force. The morning dawned at last, and I dressed myself slowly, thinking over all that had happened in the night. It was a beautiful day, and I went on deck, glad to get out into the early pure sunshine, and to smell the breeze from the blue water, so different from the noisome, stagnant odor of my stateroom. Instinctively I turned aft, towards the surgeon's cabin. There he stood with a pipe in his mouth, taking his morning airing precisely as on the preceding day. "Good morning," said he quietly, but looking at me with evident curiosity. "Doctor, you were quite right," said I. "There is something wrong about that place." "I thought you would change your mind," he answered, rather triumphantly. "You have had a bad night, eh? Shall I make you a pick-me-up? I have a capital recipe." "No, thanks," I cried, "but I would like to tell you what happened." I then tried to explain as clearly as possible precisely what had occurred, not omitting to state that I had been scared as I had never been scared in my whole life before. I dwelt particularly on the phenomenon of the porthole, which was a fact to which I could testify, even if the rest had been an illusion. I had closed it twice in the night, and the second time I had actually bent the brass in wrenching it with my stick. I believe I insisted a good deal on this point. "You seem to think I am likely to doubt the story," said the doctor, smiling at the detailed account of the state of the porthole. "I do not doubt it in the least. I renew my invitation to you. Bring your traps here and take half my cabin." "Come and take half of mine for one night," I said. "Help me get to the bottom of this thing." "You will get to the bottom of something else if you try," answered the doctor. "What?" I asked. "The bottom of the sea? I am going to leave the ship. It is not canny." "Then you will not help me to find out?" "No, not I," said the doctor quickly. "It is my business to keep my wits about me, not to go fiddling with ghosts and things." "Do you really believe it is a ghost?" I inquired rather contemptuously. But as I spoke, I remembered very well the horrible sensation of the supernatural which had got possession of me during the night. The doctor turned sharply on me. "Have you any reasonable explanation of these things to offer?" he asked. "No, you have not. Well, you say you will find an explanation. I say that you won't, sir, simply because there is not any." "But, my dear sir," I retorted, "do you, a man of science, mean to tell me that such things cannot be explained?" "I do," he answered stoutly, "and if they could, I would not be concerned in the explanation." I did not care to spend another night alone in the stateroom, and yet I was obstinately determined to get at the root of the disturbances. I do not believe there are many men who would have slept there alone after passing 2 such nights. But I made up my mind to try it if I could get any one to share a watch with me. The doctor was evidently not inclined for such an experiment. He said he was a surgeon, and that in case any accident occurred on board he must always be in readiness. He could not afford to have his nerves unsettled. Perhaps he was quite right, but I am inclined to think that his precaution was prompted by his inclination. On enquiry, he informed me there was no one on board who would be likely to join me in my investigations, and after a little more conversation I left him. A little later I met the captain and told him my story. I said that if no one would spend the night with me, I would ask leave to have the light burning all night and would try it alone. "Now look here," said he, "I will tell you what I will do. I will share your watch myself, and we will see what happens. It is my belief that we can find out between us. There may be some fellow skulking on board who steals a passage by frightening the passengers. It is just possible that there may be something queer in the carpentering of that berth." I suggested taking the ship's carpenter below and examining the place, but I was overjoyed at the captain's offer to spend the night with me. He accordingly sent for the workman and ordered him to do anything I required. We went below at once. I had all the bedding cleared out of the upper berth, and we examined the place thoroughly to see if there was a board loose anywhere, or a panel which could be opened or pushed aside. We tried the planks everywhere, tapped the flooring, unscrewed the fittings of the lower berth, and took it to pieces. In short, there was not a square inch of the stateroom which was not searched and tested. Everything was in perfect order, and we put everything back in its place. As we were finishing our work, Robert came to the door and looked in. "Well, sir, find anything, sir?" he asked with a ghastly grin. "You are right about the porthole, Robert," I said, and I gave him the promised sovereign. The carpenter did his work silently and skilfully, following my directions. When he had done, he spoke. "I'm just a plain man, sir," he said, "but it's my belief you had better just turn out your things and let me run half a dozen 4-inch screws through the door of this cabin. There's no good never came of this cabin yet, sir, and that's all about it. There's been 4 lives lost out here to my own remembrance, and that in 4 trips. Better give it up, sir, better give it up." "I will try it for 1 night more," I said. "Better give it up, sir, better give it up. It's a precious bad job," repeated the workman, putting his tools in his bag and leaving the cabin. But my spirits had risen considerably at the prospect of having the captain's company, and I made up my mind not to be prevented from going to the end of the strange business. I abstained from Welsh rarebits and grog that evening, and did not even join in the customary game of whist. I wanted to be quite sure of my nerves, and my vanity made me anxious to make a good figure in the captain's eyes. Chapter 4. The captain was one of those splendidly tough and cheerful specimens of seafaring humanity whose combined courage, hardihood, and calmness in difficulty leads them naturally into high positions of trust. He was not the man to be led away by an idle tale, and the mere fact that he was willing to join me in the investigation was proof that he thought there was something seriously wrong, which could not be accounted for on ordinary theories, nor laughed down as a common superstition. To some extent, too, his reputation was at stake, as well as the reputation of the ship. It is no light thing to lose passengers overboard, and he knew it. About 10 o'clock that evening, as I was smoking a last cigar, he came up to me and drew me aside from the beat of the other passengers who were patrolling the deck in the warm darkness. "This is a serious matter, Mr. Brisbane," he said. "We must make up our minds either way, to be disappointed or to have a pretty rough time of it. You see, I cannot afford to laugh at the affair, and I will ask you to sign your name to a statement of whatever occurs. If nothing happens tonight, we will try it again tomorrow and next day. Are you ready?" So we went below and entered the stateroom. As we went in, I could see Robert the steward, who stood a little further down the passage watching us with his usual grin, as though certain that something dreadful was about to happen. The captain closed the door behind us and bolted it. "Supposing we put your portmanteau before the door," he suggested. "One of us can sit on it. Nothing can get out then. Is the port screwed down?" I found it as I had left it in the morning. Indeed, without using a lever, as I had done, no one could have opened it. I drew back the curtains of the upper berth so that I could see well into it. By the captain's advice, I lighted my reading lantern, and placed it so that it shone upon the white sheets above. He insisted upon sitting on the portmanteau, declaring that he wished to be able to swear that he had sat before the door. Then he requested me to search the stateroom thoroughly, an operation very soon accomplished, as it consisted merely in looking beneath the lower berth and under the couch below the porthole. The spaces were quite empty. "It is impossible for any human being to get in," I said, "or for any human being to open the port." "Very good," said the captain calmly. "If we see anything now, it must be either imagination or something supernatural." I sat down on the edge of the lower berth. "The first time it happened," said the captain, crossing his legs and leaning back against the door, "was in March. The passenger who slept here in the upper berth turned out to have been a lunatic. At all events, he was known to have been a little touched, and he had taken his passage without the knowledge of his friends. He rushed out in the middle of the night and threw himself overboard before the officer who had the watch could stop him. We stopped and lowered a boat. It was a quiet night, just before that heavy weather came on, but we could not find him. Of course, his suicide was afterwards accounted for on the grounds of his insanity." "I suppose that often happens?" I remarked, rather absently. "Not often, no," said the captain. "Never before, in my experience, though I have heard of it happening on board of other ships. Well, as I was saying, that occurred in March. On the very next trip— What are you looking at?" he asked, suddenly stopping in his narration. I believe I gave no answer. My eyes were riveted upon the porthole. It seemed to me that the brass loop-nut was beginning to turn very slowly upon the screw, so slowly, however, that I was not sure it moved at all. I watched it intently, fixing its position in my mind and trying to ascertain whether it changed. Seeing where I was looking, the captain looked too. "It moves!" he exclaimed in a tone of conviction. "No, it does not," he added after a minute. "If it were the jarring of this screw," said I, "it would have opened during the day, but I found it this evening jammed tight as I left it this morning." I rose and tried the nut. It was certainly loosened, for by an effort I could move it with my hands. "The queer thing," said the captain, "is that the second man who was lost is supposed to have got through that very port. We had a terrible time over it. It was in the middle of the night, and the weather was very heavy. There was an alarm that one of the ports was open and the sea running in. I came below and found everything flooded, the water pouring in every time she rolled, and the whole port swinging from the top bolts, not the porthole in the middle. Well, we managed to shut it, but the water did some damage. Ever since, the place smells of sea-water from time to time. We suppose the passenger had thrown himself out, though the Lord only knows how he did it. The steward kept telling me that he cannot keep anything shut here. Upon my word, I can smell it now. Cannot you?" he inquired, sniffing the air suspiciously. "Yes, distinctly," I said, and I shuddered as that same odor of stagnant sea-water grew stronger in the cabin. "Now, to smell like this, the place must be damp," I continued. "And yet when I examined it with the carpenter this morning, everything was perfectly dry. It is most extraordinary. Hello!" My reading lantern, which had been placed in the upper berth, was suddenly extinguished. There was still a good deal of light from the pane of ground glass near the door, behind which loomed the regulation lamp. The ship rolled heavily, and the curtain of the upper berth swung far out into the stateroom and back again. I rose quickly from my seat on the edge of the bed, and the captain at the same moment started to his feet with a loud cry of surprise. I had turned with the intention of taking down the lantern to examine it, when I heard his exclamation, and immediately afterwards his call for help. I sprang towards him. He was wrestling with all his might with the brass loop of the port. It seemed to turn against his hands in spite of all his efforts. I caught up my cane, a heavy oak stick I always used to carry, and thrust it through the ring and bore on it with all my strength. But the strong wood snapped suddenly, and I fell upon the couch. When I rose again, the port was wide open, and the captain was standing with his back against the door, pale to the lips. "There's something in that berth," he cried in a strange voice, his eyes almost starting from his head. "Hold the door while I look. It shall not escape us, whatever it is." But instead of taking his place, I sprang upon the lower bed and seized something which lay in the upper berth. It was something ghostly, horrible beyond words, and it moved in my grip. It was like the body of a man long drowned, and yet it moved, and had the strength of 10 men living. But I gripped it with all my might, the slippery, oozy, horrible thing. The dead white eyes seemed to stare at me out of the dusk. The putrid odor of rank sea-water was about it, and its shiny hair hung in foul, wet curls over its dead face. I wrestled with the dead thing. It thrust itself upon me and forced me back and nearly broke my arms. It wound its corpse's arms about my neck, the living death, and overpowered me so that I at last cried aloud and fell and left my hold. As I fell, the thing sprang across me and seemed to throw itself upon the captain. When I last saw him on his feet, his face was white and his lips set. It seemed to me that he struck a violent blow at the dead being, and then he too fell forward upon his face with an inarticulate cry of horror. The thing paused an instant, seemed to hover over his prostrate body, and I could have screamed again for very fright, but I had no voice left. The thing vanished suddenly, and it seemed to my disturbed senses that it made its exit through the open port, though how that was possible considering the smallness of the aperture is more than anyone can tell. I lay a long time upon the floor, and the captain lay beside me. At last I partially recovered my senses and moved, and instantly I knew that my arm was broken, the small bone of the left forearm near the wrist. I got upon my feet somehow, and with my remaining hand I tried to raise the captain. He groaned and moved, and at last came to himself. He was not hurt, but he seemed badly stunned. "Well, do you want to hear any more?" "There is nothing more. That is the end of the story. The carpenter carried out his scheme of running 6 4-inch screws through the door of 105, and if ever you take a passage in the Kamchatka, you may ask for a berth in that stateroom. You will be told that it is engaged. Yes, it is engaged by that dead thing." I finished up the trip in the surgeon's cabin. He doctored my broken arm and advised me not to fiddle about with ghosts and things any more. The captain was very silent, and never sailed again in that ship, though it is still running, and I will not sail in her either. It was a very disagreeable experience, and I was very badly frightened, which is a thing I do not like. That is all. That is how I saw a ghost. If it were a ghost, it was dead, anyhow. The Horror of the Heights, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859–1930. A well-known subgenre of macabre fiction is that in which a brave or foolhardy man or men set out to explore previously inaccessible corners of the earth, and find unpleasant things waiting there for them. In E.F. Benson's The Horror Horn, the locale was a forbidding peak in the Swiss Alps. In H.P. Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness, it was Antarctica. Arthur Conan Doyle found his own breed of monster in the upper reaches of our atmosphere. Although Doyle is best known as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, he was in truth a writer of remarkably diverse talents and interests, who in later life became deeply immersed in spiritualism and the occult. Among the best of his handful of horror stories are The Leather Funnel, Lot Number 249, The Terror of Blue John Gap, and of course the tale which follows. The idea that the extraordinary narrative which has been called the Joyce Armstrong fragment is an elaborate practical joke, evolved by some unknown person, cursed by a perverted and sinister sense of humor, has now been abandoned by all who have examined the matter. The most macabre and imaginative of plotters would hesitate before linking his morbid fancies with the unquestioned and tragic facts which reinforce the statement. Though the assertions contained in it are amazing and even monstrous, it is none the less forcing itself upon the general intelligence that they are true, and that we must readjust our ideas to the new situation. This world of ours appears to be separated by a slight and precarious margin of safety from a most singular and unexpected danger. I will endeavor in this narrative, which reproduces the original document in its necessarily somewhat fragmentary form, to lay before the reader the whole of the facts up to date, prefacing my statement by saying that if there be any who doubt the narrative of Joyce Armstrong, there can be no question at all as to the facts concerning Lieutenant Myrtle, R.N., and Mr. Hay Connor, who undoubtedly met their end in the manner described. The Joyce Armstrong fragment was found in the field which is called Lower Haycock, lying 1 mile to the westward of the village of Witham upon the Kent and Sussex border. It was on the 15th of September last that an agricultural labourer, James Flynn, in the employment of Matthew Dodd, farmer of the Chauntry Farm, Witham, perceived a briar pipe lying near the footpath which skirts the hedge in Lower Haycock. A few paces farther he picked up a pair of broken binocular glasses. Finally, among some nettles in the ditch, he caught sight of a flat canvas-backed book, which proved to be a notebook with detachable leaves, some of which had come loose and were fluttering along the base of the hedge. These he collected, but some, including the first, were never recovered, and leave a deplorable hiatus in this all-important statement. The notebook was taken by the labourer to his master, who in turn showed it to Dr. J. H. Atherton of Hartfield. This gentleman at once recognized the need for an expert examination, and the manuscript was forwarded to the Aero Club in London, where it now lies. The first 2 pages of the manuscript are missing. There is also one torn away at the end of the narrative, though none of these affect the general coherence of the story. It is conjectured that the missing opening is concerned with the record of Mr. Joyce Armstrong's qualifications as an aeronaut, which can be gathered from other sources and are admitted to be unsurpassed among the air pilots of England. For many years he has been looked upon as among the most daring and the most intellectual of flying men, a combination which has enabled him to both invent and test several new devices, including the common gyroscopic attachment which is known by his name. The main body of the manuscript is written neatly in ink, but the last few lines are in pencil, and are so ragged as to be hardly legible, exactly, in fact, as they might be expected to appear if they were scribbled off hurriedly from the seat of a moving aeroplane. There are, it may be added, several stains, both on the last page and on the outside cover, which have been pronounced by the Home Office experts to be blood, probably human and certainly mammalian. The fact that something closely resembling the organism of malaria was discovered in this blood, and that Joyce Armstrong is known to have suffered from intermittent fever, is a remarkable example of the new weapons which modern science has placed in the hands of our detectives. And now a word as to the personality of the author of this epoch-making statement. Joyce Armstrong, according to the few friends who really knew something of the man, was a poet and a dreamer, as well as a mechanic and an inventor. He was a man of considerable wealth, much of which he had spent in the pursuit of his aeronautical hobby. He had 4 private airplanes in his hangars near Devizes, and is said to have made no fewer than 170 ascents in the course of last year. He was a retiring man with dark moods in which he would avoid the society of his fellows. Captain Dangerfield, who knew him better than anyone, says that there were times when his eccentricity threatened to develop into something more serious. His habit of carrying a shotgun with him in his aeroplane was one manifestation of it. Another was the morbid effect which the fall of Lieutenant Myrtle had upon his mind. Myrtle, who was attempting the height record, fell from an altitude of something over 30,000 feet. Horrible to narrate, his head was entirely obliterated, though his body and limbs preserved their configuration. At every gathering of airmen, Joyce Armstrong, according to Dangerfield, would ask with an enigmatic smile, "And where, pray, is Myrtle's head?" On another occasion, after dinner at the mess of the flying school on Salisbury Plain, he started a debate as to what will be the most permanent danger which airmen will have to encounter. Having listened to successive opinions as to air pockets, faulty construction, and overbanking, he ended by shrugging his shoulders and refusing to put forward his own views, though he gave the impression that they differed from any advanced by his companions. It is worth remarking that after his own complex disappearance, it was found that his private affairs were arranged with a precision which may show that he had a strong premonition of disaster. With these essential explanations, I will now give the narrative exactly as it stands, beginning at page 3 of the blood-soaked notebook. Nevertheless, when I dined at Rheims with Coselli and Gustave Raymond, I found that neither of them was aware of any particular danger in the higher layers of the atmosphere. I did not actually say what was in my thoughts, but I got so near to it that if they had any corresponding idea they could not have failed to express it. But then they are two empty, vainglorious fellows with no thought beyond seeing their silly names in the newspaper. It is interesting to note that neither of them had ever been much beyond the 20,000-foot level. Of course, men have been higher than this both in balloons and in the ascent of mountains. It must be well above that point that the aeroplane enters the danger zone, always presuming that my premonitions are correct. Aeroplaning has been with us now for more than 20 years, and one might well ask, why should this peril be only revealing itself in our day? The answer is obvious. In the old days of weak engines, when 100 horsepower Gnome or Green was considered ample for every need, the flights were very restricted. Now that 300 horsepower is the rule rather than the exception, visits to the upper layers have become easier and more common. Some of us can remember how in our youth Garros made a world-wide reputation by attaining 19,000 feet, and it was considered a remarkable achievement to fly over the Alps. Our standard now has been immeasurably raised, and there are 20 high flights for one in former years. Many of them have been undertaken with impunity. The 30,000-foot level has been reached time after time with no discomfort beyond cold and asthma. What does this prove? A visitor might descend upon this planet 1,000 times and never see a tiger, yet tigers exist, and if he chanced to come down into a jungle, he might be devoured. There are jungles of the upper air, and there are worse things than tigers which inhabit them. I believe in time they will map these jungles accurately out. Even at the present moment I could name 2 of them. One of them lies over the Pau-Biarritz district of France. Another is just over my head as I write here in my house in Wiltshire. I rather think there is a third in the Homburg-Wiesbaden district. It was the disappearance of the airmen that first set me thinking. Of course, everyone said they had fallen into the sea, but that did not satisfy me at all. First, there was Verrier in France. His machine was found near Bayonne, but they never got his body. Then there was the case of Baxter also, who vanished, though his engine and some of the iron fixings were found in a wood in Leicestershire. In that case, Dr. Middleton of Amesbury, who was watching the flight with a telescope, declares that just before the clouds obscured the view, he saw the machine, which was at an enormous height, suddenly rise perpendicularly upwards in a succession of jerks, in a manner that he would have thought to be impossible. That was the last seen of Baxter. There was a correspondence in the papers, but it never led to anything. There were several other similar cases, and then there was the death of Hay Connor. What a cackle there was about an unsolved mystery of the air, and what columns in the halfpenny papers, and yet how little was ever done to get to the bottom of the business. He came down in a tremendous vol-plane from an unknown height. He never got off his machine and died in his pilot's seat. Died of what? Heart disease, said the doctors. Rubbish. Hay Connor's heart was as sound as mine is. What did Venables say? Venables was the only man who was at his side when he died. He said that he was shivering and looked like a man who had been badly scared. Died of fright, said Venables, but could not imagine what he was frightened about. Only said one word to Venables, which sounded like monstrous. They could make nothing of that at the inquest, but I could make something of it. Monsters. That was the last word of poor Harry Hay Connor, and he did die of fright, just as Venables thought. And then there was Myrtle's head. Do you really believe, does anybody really believe that a man's head could be driven clean into his body by the force of a fall? Well, perhaps it may be possible, but I, for one, have never believed that it was so with Myrtle. And the grease upon his clothes, all slimy with grease, said somebody at the inquest. Queer that nobody got thinking after that. I did, but then I had been thinking for a good long time. I've made 3 ascents, How Dangerfield used to chaff me about my shotgun, but I've never been high enough. Now, with his new light Paul Veroner machine and its 175 Rober, I should easily touch the 30,000 tomorrow. I'll have a shot at the record. Maybe I shall have a shot at something else as well. Of course, it's dangerous. If a fellow wants to avoid danger, he had best keep out of flying altogether and subside finally into flannel slippers and a dressing gown. But I'll visit the air jungle tomorrow, and if there's anything there, I shall know it. If I return, I'll find myself a bit of a celebrity. If I don't, this notebook may explain what I am trying to do and how I lost my life in doing it, but no drivel about accidents or mysteries, if you please. I chose my Paul Verona monoplane for the job. There's nothing like a monoplane when real work is to be done. Beaumont found that out in very early days. For one thing, it doesn't mind damp, and the weather looks as if it should be in the clouds all the time. It's a bonny little model and answers my hand like a tender-mouthed horse. The engine is a 10-cylinder rotary Rober working up to 175. It has all the modern improvements: enclosed fuselage, high-curved landing skids, brakes, gyroscopic steadiers, and 3 speeds, worked by an alteration of the angle of the planes upon the Venetian blind principle. I took a shotgun with me and a dozen cartridges filled with buckshot. You should have seen the face of Perkins, my old mechanic, when I directed him to put them in. I was dressed like an Arctic explorer, with 2 jerseys under my overalls, thick socks inside my padded boots, a storm cap with flaps, and my talc goggles. It was stifling outside the hangars, but I was going for the summit of the Himalayas, and I had to dress for the part. Perkins knew there was something on, and implored me to take him with me. Perhaps I should if I were using a biplane, but a monoplane is a one-man show, if you want to get the last foot of life out of it. Of course, I took an oxygen bag. The man who goes for the altitude record without one will either be frozen or smothered, or both. I had a good look at the planes, the rudder bar, and the elevating lever before I got in. Everything was in order so far as I could see. Then I switched on my engine and found that she was running sweetly. When they let her go, she rose almost at once upon the lowest speed. I circled my home field once or twice just to warm her up, and then with a wave to Perkins and the others I flattened out my planes and put her on her highest. She skimmed like a swallow downwind for 8 or 10 miles, until I turned her nose up a little, and she began to climb in a great spiral for the cloud bank above me. It's all important to rise slowly and adapt yourself to the pressure as you go. It was a close, warm day for an English September, and there was the hush and heaviness of impending rain. Now and then there came sudden puffs of wind from the southwest, one of them so gusty and unexpected that it caught me napping and turned me half around for an instant. I remember the time when gusts and whirls and air pockets used to be things of danger, before we learned to put an overmastering power into our engines. Just as I reached the cloud banks with the altimeter marking 3,000, down came the rain. My word, how it poured! It drummed upon my wings and lashed against my face, blurring my glasses so that I could hardly see. I got down onto a low speed, for it was painful to travel against it. As I got higher, it became hail, and I had to turn tail to it. One of my cylinders was out of action, a dirty plug, I should imagine, but still I was rising steadily, with plenty of power. After a bit the trouble passed, whatever it was, and I heard the full, deep-throated purr, the 10 singing as one. That's where the beauty of our modern silencers comes in. We can at last control our engines by ear. How they squeal and squeak and sob when they are in trouble. All those cries for help were wasted in the old days when every sound was swallowed up by the monstrous racket of the machine. If only the early aviators could come back to see the beauty and perfection of the mechanisms which have been bought at the cost of their lives. About 9:30 I was nearing the clouds. Down below me, all blurred and shadowed with rain, lay the vast expanse of Salisbury Plain. Half a dozen flying machines were doing hack work at the 1,000-foot level, looking like little black swallows against the green background. I dare say they were wondering what I was doing up in cloudland. Suddenly a grey curtain drew across beneath me, and the wet folds of vapours were swirling round my face. It was clammily cold and miserable, but I was above the hailstorm, and that was something gained. The cloud was as dark and thick as a London fog. In my anxiety to get clear, I cocked her nose up until the automatic alarm bell rang, and I actually began to slide backwards. My sopped and dripping wings had made me heavier than I thought, but presently I was in lighter cloud and soon had cleared the first layer. There was a second, opal-colored and fleecy at a great height above my head, a white unbroken ceiling above and a dark unbroken floor below, with the monoplane laboring upwards upon a vast spiral between them. It is deadly lonely in these cloud spaces. Once a great flight of some small water birds went past me, flying very fast to the westwards. The quick whir of their wings and their musical cry were cheery to my ear. I fancy that they were teal, but I am a wretched zoologist. Now that we humans have become birds, we must really learn to know our brethren by sight. The wind down beneath me whirled and swayed the broad cloud plain. Once a great eddy formed in it, a whirlpool of vapor, and through it, as down a funnel, I caught sight of the distant world. A large white biplane was passing at a vast depth beneath me. I fancy it was the morning mail service betwixt Bristol and London. Then the drift swirled inwards again, and the great solitude was unbroken. Just after 10 I touched the lower edge of the upper cloud stratum. It consisted of fine diaphanous vapor drifting swiftly from the westwards. The wind had been steadily rising all this time, and it was now blowing a sharp breeze, 28 an hour by my gauge. Already it was very cold, though my altimeter only marked 9,000. The engines were working beautifully, and we went droning steadily upwards. The cloud bank was thicker than I had expected, but at last it thinned out into a golden mist before me, and then in an instant I had shot out from it, and there was an unclouded sky and a brilliant sun above my head, all blue and gold above, all shining silver below, one vast glimmering plain as far as my eyes could reach. It was 10:15 o'clock, and the barograph needle pointed to 12,800. Up I went and up, my ears concentrated upon the deep purring of my motor, my eyes busy always with the watch, the revolution indicator, the petrol lever, and the oil pump. No wonder aviators are said to be a fearless race. With so many things to think of, there is no time to trouble about oneself. About this time I noted how unreliable is the compass when above a certain height from earth. At 15,000 feet mine was pointing east, and a point south. The sun and the wind gave me my true bearings. I had hoped to reach an eternal stillness in these high altitudes, but with every 1,000 feet of ascent the gale grew stronger. My machine groaned and trembled in every joint and rivet as she faced it, and swept away like a sheet of paper when I banked her on the turn, skimming downwind at a greater pace perhaps than ever mortal man has moved. Yet I had always to turn again and tack up in the wind's eye, for it was not merely a height record that I was after. By all my calculations, it was above Little Wiltshire that my air jungle lay, and all my labor might be lost if I struck the outer layers at some farther point. When I reached the 19,000-foot level, which was about midday, the wind was so severe that I looked with some anxiety to the stays of my wings, expecting momentarily to see them snap or slacken. I even cast loose the parachute behind me and fastened its hook into the ring of my leathern belt, so as to be ready for the worst. Now was the time when a bit of scamped work by the mechanic is paid for by the life of the aeronaut. But she held together bravely. Every cord and strut was humming and vibrating like so many harp strings. But it was glorious to see how, for all the beating and the buffeting, she was still the conqueror of nature and the mistress of the sky. There was surely something divine in man himself, that he should rise so superior to the limitations which creation seemed to impose, rise, too, by such unselfish, heroic devotion as this air conquest has shown. Talk of human degeneration! When has such a story as this been written in the annals of our race? These were the thoughts in my head as I climbed that monstrous inclined plane, with the wind sometimes beating in my face and sometimes whistling behind my ears, while the cloudland beneath me fell away to such a distance that the folds and hummocks of silver had all smoothed out into one flat, shining plain. But suddenly I had a horrible and unprecedented experience. I have known before what it is to be in what our neighbors have called a tourbillon, but never on such a scale as this. That huge, sweeping river of wind of which I have spoken had, as it appears, whirlpools within it which were as monstrous as itself. Without a moment's warning, I was dragged suddenly into the heart of one. I spun round for a minute or two with such velocity that I almost lost my senses, and then fell suddenly, left wing foremost, down the vacuum funnel in the center. I dropped like a stone and lost nearly 1,000 feet. It was only my belt that kept me in my seat, and the shock and breathlessness left me hanging half insensible over the side of the fuselage. But I am always capable of a supreme effort. It is my one great merit as an aviator. I was conscious that the descent was slower. The whirlpool was a cone rather than a funnel, and I had come to the apex. With a terrific wrench, throwing my weight all to one side, I leveled my planes and brought her head away from the wind. In an instant I had shot out of the eddies and was skimming down the sky. Then, shaken but victorious, I turned her nose up and began once more my steady grind on the upward spiral. I took a large sweep to avoid the danger spot of the whirlpool, and soon I was safely above it. Just after 1 o'clock I was 21,000 feet above the sea level. To my great joy I had topped the gale, and with every 100 feet of ascent the air grew stiller. On the other hand, it was very cold, and I was conscious of that peculiar nausea which goes with rarefaction of the air. For the first time I unscrewed the mouth of my oxygen bag and took an occasional whiff of the glorious gas. I could feel it running like a cordial through my veins, and I was exhilarated almost to the point of drunkenness. I shouted and sang as I soared upwards into the cold, still outer world. It is very clear to me that the insensibility which came upon Glacier, and in a lesser degree upon Coxwell, when in 1862 they ascended in a balloon to the height of 30,000 feet, was due to the extreme speed with which a perpendicular ascent is made. Doing it at an easy gradient and accustoming oneself to the lessened barometric pressure by slow degrees, there are no such dreadful symptoms. At the same great height, I found that even without my oxygen inhaler I could breathe without undue distress. It was bitterly cold, however, and my thermometer was at 0 Fahrenheit. At 1:30 I was nearly 7 miles above the surface of the earth, and still ascending steadily. I found, however, that the rarefied air was giving markedly less support to my planes, and that my angle of ascent had to be considerably lowered in consequence. It was already clear that even with my light weight and strong engine power, there was a point in front of me where I should be held. To make matters worse, one of my sparking plugs was in trouble again, and there was intermittent misfiring in the engine. My heart was heavy with the fear of failure. It was about that time that I had a most extraordinary experience. Something whizzed past me in a trail of smoke, and exploded with a loud hissing sound, sending forth a cloud of steam. For the instant I could not imagine what had happened. Then I remembered that the earth is forever being bombarded by meteor stones, and would be hardly inhabitable were they not in nearly every case turned to vapor in the outer layers of the atmosphere. Here is a new danger for the high-altitude man, for 2 others passed me when I was nearing the 40,000-foot mark. I cannot doubt that at the edge of the earth's envelope the risk would be a very real one. My barograph needle marked 41,300 when I became aware that I could go no farther. Physically, the strain was not yet greater than I could bear, but my machine had reached its limit. The attenuated air gave no firm support to the wings, and the least tilt developed into side slip, while she seemed sluggish on her controls. Possibly, had the engine been at its best, another 1,000 feet might have been within our capacity. But it was still misfiring, and 2 out of the 10 cylinders appeared to be out of action. If I had not already reached the zone for which I was searching, then I should never see it upon this journey. But was it not possible that I had attained it? Soaring in circles like a monstrous hawk upon the 40,000-foot level, I let the monoplane guide herself, and with my Magnum glass I made a careful observation of my surroundings. The heavens were perfectly clear. There was no indication of those dangers which I had imagined. I have said that I was soaring in circles. It struck me suddenly that I would do well to take a wider sweep and open up a new air tract. If the hunter entered an earth jungle, he would drive through it if he wished to find his game. My reasoning had led me to believe that the air jungle which I had imagined lay somewhere over Wiltshire. This should be to the south and west of me. I took my bearings from the sun, for the compass was hopeless, and no trace of earth was to be seen, nothing but the distant silver cloud plain. However, I got my direction as best I might, and kept her straight to the mark. I reckoned that my petrol supply would not last for more than another hour or so, but I could afford to use it to the last drop, since a single magnificent vol plane could at any time take me to the earth. Suddenly I was aware of something new. The air in front of me had lost its crystal clearness. It was full of long, ragged wisps of something which I can only compare to very fine cigarette smoke. It hung about in wreaths and coils, turning and twisting slowly in the sunlight. As the monoplane shot through it, I was aware of a faint taste of oil upon my lips, and there was a greasy scum upon the woodwork of the machine. Some infinitely fine organic matter appeared to be suspended in the atmosphere. There was no life there. It was inchoate and diffuse, extending for many square acres and then fringing off into the void. No, it was not life, but might it not be the remains of life? Above all, might it not be the food of life, of monstrous life, even as the humble grease of the ocean is the food for the mighty whale? The thought was in my mind when my eyes looked upwards, and I saw the most wonderful vision that ever man has seen. Can I hope to convey it to you even as I saw it myself last Thursday? Conceive a jellyfish, such as sails in our summer seas, bell-shaped and of enormous size, far larger, I should judge, than the dome of St. Paul's. It was of a light pink color, veined with a delicate green, but the whole huge fabric so tenuous that it was but a fairy outline against the dark blue sky. It pulsated with a delicate and regular rhythm. From it there depended two long, drooping green tentacles, which swayed slowly backwards and forwards. This gorgeous vision passed gently with noiseless dignity over my head, as light and fragile as a soap bubble, and drifted upon its stately way. I had half turned my monoplane that I might look after this beautiful creature, when in a moment I found myself amidst a perfect fleet of them of all sizes, but none so large as the first. Some were quite small, but the majority about as big as an average balloon, and with much the same curvature at the top. There was in them a delicacy of texture and coloring which reminded me of the finest Venetian glass. Pale shades of pink and green were the prevailing tints, but all had a lovely iridescence where the sun shimmered through their dainty forms. Some hundreds of them drifted past me, a wonderful fairy squadron of strange, unknown argosies of the sky, creatures whose forms and substance were so attuned to these pure heights that one could not conceive anything so delicate within actual sight or sound of earth. But soon my attention was drawn to a new phenomenon, the serpents of the outer air. These were long, thin, fantastic coils of vapor-like material, which turned and twisted with great speed, flying round and round at such a pace that the eyes could hardly follow them. Some of these ghost-like creatures were 20 or 30 feet long, but it was difficult to tell their girth, for their outline was so hazy that it seemed to fade away into the air around them. These air snakes were of a very light gray or smoke color, with some darker lines within which gave the impression of a definite organism. One of them whisked past my very face, and I was conscious of a cold, clammy contact. But their composition was so unsubstantial that I could not connect them with any thought of physical danger, any more than the beautiful bell-like creatures which had preceded them. There was no more solidity in their frames than in the floating spume from a broken wave. But a more terrible experience was in store for me. Floating downwards from a great height there came a purplish patch of vapor, small as I saw at first, but rapidly enlarging as it approached me, until it appeared to be hundreds of square feet in size. Though fashioned of some transparent, jelly-like substance, it was none the less of much more definite outline and solid consistence than anything which I had seen before. There were more traces, too, of a physical organization, especially two vast, shadowy, circular plates upon either side, which may have been eyes, and a perfectly solid white projection between them, which was as curved and cruel as the beak of a vulture. The whole aspect of this monster was formidable and threatening, and it kept changing its color from a very light mauve to a dark, angry purple so thick that it cast a shadow as it drifted between my monoplane and the sun. On the upper curve of its huge body there were three great projections which I can only describe as enormous bubbles, and I was convinced as I looked at them that they were charged with some extremely light gas which served to buoy up the misshapen and semi-solid mass in the rarefied air. The creature moved swiftly along, keeping pace easily with the monoplane, and for 20 miles or more had formed my horrible escort, hovering over me like a bird of prey which is waiting to pounce. Its method of progression, done so swiftly that it was not easy to follow, was to throw out a long, glutinous streamer in front of it, which in turn seemed to draw forward the rest of the writhing body. So elastic and gelatinous was it that never for 2 successive minutes was it the same shape, and yet each change made it more threatening and loathsome than the last. I knew that it meant mischief. Every purple flush of its hideous body told me so. The vague, goggling eyes which were turned always upon me were cold and merciless in their viscid hatred. I dipped the nose of my monoplane downwards to escape it. As I did so, as quick as a flash there shot out a long tentacle from this mass of floating blubber, and it fell as light and sinuous as a whiplash across the front of my machine. There was a loud hiss as it lay for a moment across the hot engine, and it whisked itself into the air again, while the huge, flat body drew itself together as if in sudden pain. I dipped into a vol piqué, but again a tentacle fell over the monoplane and was shorn off by the propeller as easily as it might have cut through a smoke wreath. A long, gliding, sticky, serpent-like coil came from behind and caught me round the waist, dragging me out of the fuselage. I tore at it, my fingers sinking into the smooth, glue-like surface, and for an instant I disengaged myself, but only to be caught round the boot by another coil, which gave me a jerk that tilted me almost onto my back. As I fell over, I blazed off both barrels of my gun, though indeed it was like attacking an elephant with a pea-shooter to imagine that any human weapon could cripple that mighty bulk. And yet I aimed better than I knew, for with a loud report one of the great blisters upon the creature's back exploded with the puncture of the buckshot. It was very clear that my conjecture was right, and that these vast, clear bladders were distended with some lifting gas, for in an instant the huge cloud-like body turned sideways, writhing desperately to find its balance, while the white beak snapped and gaped in horrible fury. But already I had shot away on the steepest glide that I dared to attempt, my engine still full on, the flying propeller and the force of gravity shooting me downwards like an aerolite. Far behind me I saw a dull purplish smudge, growing swiftly smaller and merging into the blue sky behind it. I was safe out of the deadly jungle of the outer air. Once out of danger, I throttled my engine, for nothing tears a machine to pieces quicker than running on full power from a height. It was a glorious spiral volplane from nearly 8 miles of altitude, first to the level of the silver cloud bank, then to that of the storm cloud beneath it, and finally in beating rain to the surface of the earth. I saw the Bristol Channel beneath me as I broke from the clouds, but having still some petrol in my tank, I got 20 miles inland before I found myself stranded in a field half a mile from the village of Ashcombe. There I got 3 tins of petrol from a passing motor car, and at 10 minutes past 6 that evening I alighted gently in my own home meadow at Devizes, after such a journey as no mortal upon earth has ever yet taken, and lived to tell the tale. I have seen the beauty, and I have seen the horror of the heights, and greater beauty or greater horror than that is not within the ken of man. And now it is my plan to go once again before I give my results to the world. My reason for this is that I must surely have something to show by way of proof before I lay such a tale before my fellow men. It is true that others will soon follow, and will confirm what I have said, and yet I should wish to carry conviction from the first. Those lovely iridescent bubbles of the air should not be hard to capture. They drift slowly upon their way, and the swift monoplane could intercept their leisurely course. It is likely enough that they would dissolve in the heavier layers of the atmosphere, and that some small heap of amorphous jelly might be all that I should bring to earth with me. And yet something there would surely be by which I could substantiate my story. Yes, I will go, even if I run a risk by doing so. These purple horrors would not seem to be numerous. It is probable that I shall not see one. If I do, I shall dive at once. At the worst, there is always the shotgun, and my knowledge of— Here a page of the manuscript is unfortunately missing. On the next page is written in large, straggling writing, 43,000 feet. I shall never see earth again. They are beneath me, 3 of them. God help me, it is a dreadful death to die. Such in its entirety is the Joyce Armstrong statement. Of the man nothing has since been seen. Pieces of his shattered monoplane have been picked up in the preserves of Mr. Budd Lushington upon the borders of Kent and Sussex, within a few miles of the spot where the notebook was discovered. If the unfortunate aviator's theory is correct, that this air jungle, as he called it, existed only over the southwest of England, then it would seem that he had fled from it at the full speed of his monoplane, but had been overtaken and devoured by these horrible creatures at some spot in the outer atmosphere above the place where the grim relics were found. The picture of that monoplane skimming down the sky with the nameless terrors flying as swiftly beneath it and cutting it off always from the earth while they gradually closed in upon their victim is one upon which a man who valued his sanity would prefer not to dwell. There are many, as I am aware, who still jeer at the facts which I have here set down, but even they must admit that Joyce Armstrong has disappeared, and I would commend to them his own words. This notebook may explain what I am trying to do, and how I lost my life in doing it, but no drivel about accidents and mysteries, if you please. How Love Came to Professor Guildea, by Robert Hichens, 1864 to 1950. After abandoning a career in music for one in journalism, Robert Hichens was during his lifetime the author of dozens of publications, including, at the age of 17, The Coast Guard's Secret. Among his supernatural works, the best known is the novella How Love Came to Professor Guildea. Certainly one of the finest ghost stories ever written, this work introduces a spectre whose manifest horror is one that readers will find to be among the most unexpected and harrowing in the literature. Chapter 1. Dull people often wondered how it came about that Father Murchison and Professor Frederick Guildea were intimate friends. The one was all faith, the other all skepticism. The nature of the father was based on love. He viewed the world with an almost childlike tenderness above his long black cassock, and his mild yet perfectly fearless blue eyes seemed always to be watching the goodness that exists in humanity and rejoicing at what they saw. The professor, on the other hand, had a hard face like a hatchet, tipped with an aggressive black goatee beard. His eyes were quick, piercing, and irreverent. The lines about his small, thin-lipped mouth were almost cruel. His voice was harsh and dry sometimes when he grew energetic, almost soprano. It fired off words with a sharp and clipping utterance. His habitual manner was one of distrust and investigation. It was impossible to suppose that in his busy life he found any time for love, either of humanity in general or of an individual. Yet his days were spent in scientific investigations which conferred immense benefits upon the world. Both men were celibates. Father Murchison was a member of an Anglican order which forbade him to marry. Professor Guildea had a poor opinion of most things, but especially of women. He had formerly held a post as a lecturer at Birmingham, but when his fame as a discoverer grew, he removed to London. There, at a lecture he gave in the East End, he first met Father Murchison. They spoke a few words. Perhaps the bright intelligence of the priest appealed to the man of science, who was inclined as a rule to regard the clergy with some contempt. Perhaps the transparent sincerity of this devotee, full of common sense, attracted him. As he was leaving the hall, he abruptly asked the father to call on him at his house in Hyde Park Place, and the father, who seldom went into the West End except to preach, accepted the invitation. "When will you come?" said Guildea. He was folding up the blue paper on which his notes were written in a tiny, clear hand. The leaves rustled dryly in accompaniment to his sharp, dry voice. "On Sunday week I am preaching in the evening at St. Saviour's, not far off," said the father. "I don't go to church." "No," said the father, without any accent of surprise or condemnation. "Come to supper afterwards." "Thank you, I will." "What time will you come?" The father smiled. "As soon as I have finished my sermon. The service is at 6:30. "About 8, then, I suppose. Don't make the sermon too long. My number in Hyde Park Place is 100. Good night to you." He snapped an elastic band round his papers and strode off without shaking hands. On the appointed Sunday, Father Murchison preached to a densely crowded congregation at St. Saviour's. The subject of his sermon was sympathy, and the comparative uselessness of a man in the world unless he can learn to love his neighbor as himself. The sermon was rather long, and when the preacher, in his flowing black cloak and his hard round hat, with a straight brim over which hung the ends of a black cord, made his way towards the professor's house, the hands of the illuminated clock disc at the Marble Arch pointed to 20 minutes past 8. The father hurried on, pushing his way through the crowd of standing soldiers, chattering women, and giggling street boys in their Sunday best. It was a warm April night, and when he reached number 100 Hyde Park Place, he found the professor bareheaded on his doorstep, gazing out towards the park railings and enjoying the soft, moist air in front of his lighted passage. "Ha! A long sermon!" he exclaimed. "Come in." "I fear it was," said the father, obeying the invitation. "I am that dangerous thing, an extempore preacher." "More attractive to speak without notes, if you can do it. Hang your hat and cloak here. We'll have supper at once. This is the dining room." He opened a door on the right, and they entered a long, narrow room with a gold paper and a black ceiling, from which hung an electric lamp with a gold-colored shade. In the room stood a small oval table with covers laid for two. The professor rang the bell. Then he said, "People seem to talk better at an oval table than at a square one." "Oh, really? Is that so?" "Well, I've had precisely the same party twice, once at a square table, once at an oval table. The first dinner was a dull failure, the second a brilliant success. Sit down, won't you?" "How do you account for the difference?" said the father, sitting down and pulling the tail of his cassock well under him. I know how you'd account for it." "Oh, indeed. How, then?" "At an oval table, since there are no corners, the chain of human sympathy, the electric current, is much more complete, eh? Let me give you some soup." "Thank you." The father took it, and as he did so turned his beaming blue eyes on his host. Then he smiled. "What," he said in his pleasant, light voice, "you do go to church sometimes, then?" "Tonight is the first time for ages, and mind you, I was tremendously bored." The father still smiled, and his blue eyes gently twinkled. "Dear, dear," he said, "what a pity." "But not by the sermon," Guildea added. "I don't pay a compliment, I state a fact. The sermon didn't bore me. If it had, I should have said so, or said nothing." "And which would you have done?" The professor smiled almost genially. "Don't know," he said. "What wine do you drink?" "None, thank you. I'm a teetotaler. In my profession and milieu it is necessary to be one. Yes, I will have some soda water. I think you would have done the first." "Very likely, and very wrongly. You wouldn't have minded much." "I don't think I should." They were intimate already. The father felt most pleasantly at home under the black ceiling. He drank some soda water, and seemed to enjoy it more than the professor enjoyed his claret. "You smile at the theory of the chain of human sympathy, I see," said the father. "Then what is your explanation of the failure of your square party with corners, the success of your oval party without them?" "Probably, on the first occasion, the wit of the assembly had a chill on his liver, while on the second he was in perfect health. Yet, you see, I stick to the oval table." "And that means?" "Very little. By the way, your omission of any allusion to the notorious part liver plays in love was a serious one tonight." "Your omission of any desire for close human sympathy in your life is a more serious one," said the father. "How can you be so sure I have no such desire?" "I divine it. Your look, your manner, tell me it is so. You were disagreeing with my sermon all the time I was preaching, weren't you?" "Part of the time." The servant changed the plates. He was a middle-aged, blond, thin man with a stony, white face, pale, prominent eyes, and an accomplished manner of service. When he had left the room, the professor continued. "Your remarks interested me, but I thought them exaggerated." "For instance?" "Let me play the egoist for a moment. I spend most of my time in hard work, very hard work. The results of this work, you will allow, benefit humanity." "Enormously," assented the father, thinking of more than one of Guildea's discoveries. The professor continued, "And the benefit conferred by this work, undertaken merely for its own sake, is just as great as if it were undertaken because I loved my fellow man, and sentimentally desired to see him more comfortable than he is at present. I'm as useful, precisely in my present condition in my present non-affectional condition, as I should be if I were as full of gush as the sentimentalists who want to get murderers out of prison, or to put a premium on tyranny like Tolstoy, by preventing the punishment of tyrants." "One may do great harm with affection," the father said, "great good without it. Yes, that is true. Even le bon motif is not everything, I know. Still, I contend that, given your powers, you would be far more useful in the world with sympathy, affection for your kind, added to them, than as you are. I believe even that you would do still more splendid work." The professor poured himself another glass of claret. "You noticed my butler," he said. "I did." "He's a perfect servant. He makes me perfectly comfortable, yet he has no feeling of liking for me. I treat him civilly. I pay him well, but I never think about him or concern myself with him as a human being. I know nothing of his character, except what I read of it in his last master's letter. There are, you may say, no truly human relations between us. You would affirm that his work would be better done if I had made him personally like me, as a man of any class can like a man of any other class?" "I should, decidedly," said the father. "Well, I contend that he couldn't do his work better than he does it at present." "But if any crisis occurred—" "What?" "Any crisis, change in your condition. If you needed his help not only as a man and a butler, but as a man and a brother, he'd fail you then, probably. You would never get from your servant that finest service which can only be prompted by an honest affection." "You have finished?" "Quite." "Let us go upstairs, then. Yes, those are good prints. I picked them up in Birmingham when I was living there. This is my workroom." They came to a double room lined entirely with books, and brilliantly, rather hardly lit by electricity. The windows at one end looked on to the park, at the other on to the garden of a neighboring house. The door by which they entered was concealed from the inner and smaller room by the jutting wall of the outer room, in which stood a huge writing-table loaded with letters, pamphlets, and manuscripts. Between the two windows of the inner room was a cage, in which a large grey parrot was clambering, using both beak and claws to assist him in his slow and meditative peregrinations. "You have a pet," said the father, surprised. "I possess a parrot," the professor answered dryly. "I got him for a purpose when I was making a study of the imitative powers of birds, and I have never got rid of him. A cigar?" "Thank you." They sat down. Father Murchison glanced at the parrot. It had paused in its journey, and clinging to the bars of its cage was regarding them with attentive round eyes that looked deliberately intelligent, but by no means sympathetic. He looked away from it to Guildea, who was smoking with his head thrown back, his sharp, pointed chin, on which the small black beard bristled, upturned. He was moving his under lip up and down rapidly. This action caused the beard to stir and look peculiarly aggressive. The father suddenly chuckled softly. "Why's that?" cried Guildea, letting his chin drop down on his breast and looking at his guest sharply. "Oh, I was thinking it would have to be a crisis indeed that could make you cling to your butler's affection for assistance." Guildea smiled too. "You're right, it would. Here he comes." The man entered with coffee. He offered it gently and retired like a shadow retreating on a wall. "Splendid, inhuman fellow," remarked Guildea. "I prefer the East End lad who does my errands in Bird Street," said the father. "I know all his worries. He knows some of mine. We are friends. He's more noisy than your man. He even breathes hard when he is especially solicitous, but he would do more for me than put the coals on my fire or black my square-toed boots." "Men are differently made," said the professor. "To me, the watchful eye of affection would be abominable." "What about that bird?" the father asked. He pointed to the parrot. It had got up on its perch, and with one foot uplifted in an impressive, almost benedictory manner, was gazing steadily at the professor, who said, "That's the watchful eye of imitation, with a mind at the back of it, desirous of reproducing the peculiarities of others. "No, I thought your sermon tonight very fresh, very clever, but I have no wish for affection. Reasonable liking, of course, one desires—" He tugged sharply at his beard as if to warn himself against sentimentality. "But anything more would be most irksome, and would push me, I feel sure, towards cruelty. It would also hamper one's work." "Oh, I don't think so," the father said. "Oh, the sort of work I do. I shall continue to benefit the world without loving it, and it will continue to accept the benefits without loving me. That's all as it should be." He drank his coffee. Then he added, rather aggressively, "I have neither time nor inclination for sentimentality." When Guildea let Father Murchison out, he followed the father on to the doorstep and stood there for a moment. The father glanced across the damp road into the park. "I see you've got a gate just opposite you," he said idly. "Yes, I often slip across for a stroll to clear my brain. Good night to you. Come again some day." "With pleasure. Good night." The priest strode away, leaving Guildea standing on the step. Father Murchison came many times again to number 100 Hyde Park Place. He had a feeling of liking for most men and women whom he knew, and of tenderness for all, whether he knew them or not, but he grew to have a special sentiment towards Guildea. Strangely enough, it was a sentiment of pity. He pitied this hard-working, eminently successful man of big brain and bold heart, who never seemed depressed, who never wanted assistance, who never complained of the twisted skein of life or faltered in his progress along its way. The father pitied Guildea, in fact, because Guildea wanted so little. He had told him so, for the intercourse of the two men from the beginning had been singularly frank. One evening, when they were talking together, the father happened to speak of one of the oddities of life, the fact that those who do not want things often get them, while those who seek them vehemently are disappointed in their search. "Then I ought to have affection poured upon me," said Guildea, smiling rather grimly, "for I hate it." "Well, perhaps some day you will." "I hope not, most sincerely." Father Murchison said nothing for a moment. He was drawing together the ends of the broad band round his cassock. When he spoke, he seemed to be answering someone. "Yes," he said slowly, "yes, that is my feeling. Pity." "For whom?" said the professor. Then suddenly he understood. He did not say that he understood, but Father Murchison felt and saw that it was quite unnecessary to answer his friend's question. So Guildea, strangely enough, found himself closely acquainted with a man, his opposite in all ways, who pitied him. The fact that he did not mind this, and scarcely ever thought about it, shows perhaps as clearly as anything could the peculiar indifference of his nature. Chapter 2. One autumn evening, a year and a half after Father Murchison and the professor had first met, the father called in Hyde Park Place and inquired of the blond and stony butler, whose name was Pitting, whether his master was at home. "Yes, sir," replied Pitting. "Will you please come this way?" He moved noiselessly up the rather narrow stairs, followed by the father, tenderly opened the library door, and in his soft, cold voice answered, "Father Murchison." Guildea was sitting in an armchair before a small fire. His thin, long-fingered hands lay outstretched upon his knees. His head was sunk down on his chest. He appeared to be pondering deeply. Pitting very slightly raised his voice. "Father Murchison to see you, sir," he repeated. The professor jumped up rather suddenly and turned sharply round as the father came in. "Oh," he said, "it's you, is it? Glad to see you. Come to the fire." The father glanced at him and thought him looking unusually fatigued. "You don't look well tonight," the father said. "No?" "You must be working too hard. That lecture you are going to give in Paris is bothering you?" "Not a bit. It's all arranged. I could deliver it to you at this moment verbatim. Well, sit down." The father did so, and Guildea sank once more into his chair and stared hard into the fire without another word. He seemed to be thinking profoundly. His friend did not interrupt him, but quietly lit a pipe and began to smoke reflectively. The eyes of Guildea were fixed upon the fire. The father glanced about the room, at the walls of soberly bound books, at the crowded writing table, at the windows before which hung heavy dark blue curtains of old brocade, at the cage which stood between them. A green baize covering was thrown over it. The father wondered why. He had never seen Napoleon, so the parrot was named, covered up at night before. While he was looking at the baize, Guildea suddenly jerked up his head, and taking his hands from his knees, and clasping them, said abruptly, "Do you think I'm an attractive man?" Father Murchison jumped. Such a question coming from such a man astounded him. "Bless me!" he ejaculated. "What makes you ask? Do you mean attractive to the opposite sex?" "That's what I don't know," said the professor gloomily, and staring again into the fire. "That's what I don't know." The father grew more astonished. "Don't know?" he exclaimed, and he laid down his pipe. "Let's say, do you think I'm attractive, that there's anything about me which might draw a human being or an animal irresistibly to me?" "Whether you desired it or not?" the father asked. "Exactly. Or, no, let us say definitely, if I did not desire it." Father Murchison pursed up his rather full cherubic lips, and little wrinkles appeared about the corners of his blue eyes. "There might be, of course," he said after a pause. "Human nature is weak, engagingly weak, Guildea, and you're inclined to flout it. I could understand a certain class of lady, the lion-hunting, the intellectual lady seeking you, your reputation, your great name—" "Yes, yes," Guildea interrupted rather irritably. "I know all that, I know." He twisted his long hands together, bending the palms outward, till his thin, pointed fingers cracked. His forehead was wrinkled in a frown. "I imagine," he said. He stopped and coughed dryly, almost shrilly. "I imagine it would be very disagreeable to be liked, to be run after, that is the usual expression, isn't it, by anything one objected to?" And now he half turned in his chair, crossed his legs one over the other, and looked at his guest with an unusual, almost piercing interrogation. "Anything?" said the father. Well, anyone. I imagine nothing could be more unpleasant." "To you, no," answered the father, "but, forgive me, Guildea, I cannot conceive your permitting such intrusion. You don't encourage adoration." Guildea nodded his head gloomily. "I don't," he said. "I don't. That's just it. That's the curious part of it, that I—" He broke off deliberately, got up and stretched. "I'll have a pipe too," he said. He went over to the mantelpiece, got his pipe, filled it, and lighted it. As he held the match to the tobacco, bending forward with an inquiring expression, his eyes fell upon the green baize that covered Napoleon's cage. He threw the match into the grate and puffed at the pipe as he walked forward to the cage. When he reached it, he put out his hand, took hold of the baize, and began to pull it away. Then suddenly he pushed it back over the cage. "No," he said, as if to himself. "No." He returned rather hastily to the fire, and threw himself once more into his armchair. "You're wondering," he said to Father Murchison. "So am I. I don't know at all what to make of it. I'll just tell you the facts, and you must tell me what you think of them. The night before last, after a day of hard work, but no harder than usual, I went to the front door to get a breath of fresh air. You know I often do that." "Yes, I found you on the doorstep when I first came here." "Just so. I didn't put on hat or coat. I just stood on the step as I was. My mind, I remember, was still full of my work. It was rather a dark night. Not very dark. The hour was about 11 or a quarter past. I was staring at the park, and presently I found that my eyes were directed towards somebody who was sitting back to me on one of the benches. I saw the person, if it was a person, through the railings." "If it was a person?" said the father. "What do you mean by that?" "Now, wait a minute. I say that because it was too dark for me to know. I merely saw some blackish object on the bench, rising into view above the level of the back of the seat. I couldn't say it was man, woman, or child, but something there was, and I found that I was looking at it." "I understand." "Gradually, I also found that my thoughts were becoming fixed upon this thing or person. I began to wonder, first, what it was doing there, next what it was thinking, lastly what it was like." "Some poor creature without a home, I suppose," said the father. "I said that to myself. Still, I was taken with an extraordinary interest about this object, so great an interest that I got my hat and crossed the road to go into the park. As you know, there's an entrance almost opposite to my house. Well, Murchison, I crossed the road, passed through the gate and the railings, went up to the seat, and found that there was nothing on it. Were you looking at it as you walked? Part of the time, but I removed my eyes from it just as I passed through the gate, because there was a row going on a little way off, and I turned for an instant in that direction. When I saw that the seat was vacant, I was seized by a most absurd sensation of disappointment, almost of anger. I stopped and looked about me to see if anything was moving away, but I could see nothing. It was a cold night and misty, and there were few people about. Feeling, as I say, foolishly and unnaturally disappointed, I retraced my steps to this house. When I got here, I discovered that during my short absence I had left the hall door open, half open. Rather imprudent in London, said the father. Yes, I had no idea, of course, that I had done so till I got back. However, I was only away 3 minutes or so. Yes. It was not likely that anybody had gone in. I suppose not. Was it? Why do you ask me that, Guildea? Well. Besides, if anybody had gone in, on your return you'd have caught him, surely. Guildea coughed again. The father, surprised, could not fail to recognize that he was nervous, and that his nervousness was affecting him physically. I must have caught cold that night, he said, as if he had read his friend's thought, and hastened to contradict it. Then he went on. I entered the hall, or passage, rather. He paused again. His uneasiness was becoming very apparent. And you did catch somebody? Said the father. Guildea cleared his throat. That's just it, he said. Now we come to it. I'm not imaginative, as you know. You certainly are not. No, but hardly had I stepped into the passage before I felt certain that somebody had got into the house during my absence. I felt convinced of it, and not only that, I also felt convinced that the intruder was the very person I had dimly seen sitting upon the seat in the park. What do you say to that? Well, I begin to think you are imaginative. Well, it seemed to me that the person, the occupant of the seat, and I had simultaneously formed the project of interviewing each other, had simultaneously set out to put that project into execution. I became so certain of this that I walked hastily upstairs into this room, expecting to find the visitor awaiting me, but there was no one. I then came down again and went into the dining-room. No one. I was actually astonished. Isn't that odd? Yes, very, said the father, quite gravely. The professor's chill and gloomy manner and uncomfortable, constrained appearance kept away the humour that might well have lurked round the steps of such a discourse. I went upstairs again, he continued, sat down and thought the matter over. I resolved to forget it and took up a book. I might perhaps have been able to read, but suddenly I thought I noticed— He stopped abruptly. Father Murchison observed that he was staring towards the green baize that covered the parrot's cage. But that's nothing, he said. Enough that I couldn't read. I resolved to explore the house. You know how small it is, how easily one can go all over it. Well, I went all over it. I went into every room without exception. To the servants who were having supper I made some excuse. They were surprised at my advent, no doubt. And Pitting? Oh, he got up politely when I came in, stood while I was there, but never said a word. I muttered, "Don't disturb yourselves," or something of the sort, and came out. Murchison, I found nobody new in the house, yet I returned to this room entirely convinced that somebody had entered while I was in the park. And gone out again before you came back? No, had stayed and was still in the house. But, my dear Guildea, began the father, now in great astonishment, surely I know what you want to say, what I should want to say in your place. Now do wait. I am also convinced that this visitor has not left the house and is at this moment in it. He spoke with evident sincerity, with extreme gravity. Father Murchison looked him full in the face and met his quick, keen eyes. "No," he said, as if in reply to an uttered question. "I'm perfectly sane, I assure you. The whole matter seems almost as incredible to me as it must to you. But as you know, I never quarrel with facts, however strange. I merely try to examine into them thoroughly. I have already consulted a doctor and been pronounced in perfectly good bodily health." He paused, as if expecting the father to say something. "Go on, Guildea," he said. "You haven't finished." "No. I felt that night positive that somebody had entered the house and remained in it, and my conviction grew. I went to bed as usual, and contrary to my expectation, slept as well as I generally do. Yet directly I awoke up yesterday morning, I knew that my household had been increased by one." "May I interrupt you for one moment? How did you know that?" said the father. "By my mental sensation. I can only say that I was perfectly conscious of a new presence within my house, close to me." "How very strange," said the father. "And you feel absolutely certain that you are not overworked? Your brain does not feel tired? Your head is quite clear?" "Quite. I was never better. When I came down to breakfast that morning, I looked sharply into Pitting's face. He was as coldly placid and inexpressive as usual. It was evident to me that his mind was in no way distressed. After breakfast I sat down to work, all the time ceaselessly conscious of the fact of this intruder upon my privacy. Nevertheless, I labored for several hours, waiting for any development that might occur to clear away the mysterious obscurity of this event. I lunched. About 2:30 I was obliged to go out to attend a lecture. I therefore took my coat and hat, opened my door, and stepped on to the pavement. I was instantly aware that I was no longer intruded upon, and this although I was now in the street, surrounded by people. Consequently, I felt certain that the thing in my house must be thinking of me, perhaps even spying upon me." "Wait a moment," interrupted the father. "What was your sensation? Was it one of fear?" "Oh dear, no. I was entirely puzzled, as I am now, and keenly interested, but not in any way alarmed. I delivered my lecture with my usual ease, and returned home in the evening. On entering the house again, I was perfectly conscious that the intruder was still there. Last night I dined alone, and spent the hours after dinner in reading a scientific work in which I was deeply interested. While I read, however, I never for one moment lost the knowledge that some mind very attentive to me was within hail of mine. I will say more than this. The sensation constantly increased, and by the time I got up to go to bed, I had come to a very strange conclusion." "What? What was it?" "That whoever or whatever had entered my house during my short absence in the park was more than interested in me." "More than interested in you?" "Was fond or becoming fond of me." "Oh," exclaimed the father, "now I understand why you asked me just now whether I thought there was anything about you that might draw a human being or an animal irresistibly to you." "Precisely. Since I came to this conclusion, Murchison, I will confess that my feeling of strong curiosity has become tinged with another feeling." "Of fear?" "Oh, no. Of dislike or irritation. No, not fear, not fear." As Guildea repeated unnecessarily this asseveration, he looked again towards the parrot's cage. "What is there to be afraid of in such a matter?" he added. "I am not a child to tremble before bogies." In saying the last words, he raised his voice sharply. Then he walked quickly to the cage, and with an abrupt movement pulled the baize covering from it. Napoleon was disclosed, apparently dozing on his perch with his head held slightly on one side. As the light reached him, he moved, ruffled the feathers about his neck, blinked his eyes, and began slowly to sidle to and fro, thrusting his head forward and drawing it back with an air of complacent, though rather unmeaning energy. Guildea stood by the cage looking at him closely, and indeed with an attention that was so intense as to be remarkable, almost unnatural. "How absurd these birds are!" he said at length, coming back to the fire. "You have no more to tell me?" asked the father. "No. I am still aware of the presence of something in my house. I am still conscious of its close attention to me, and I am still irritated, seriously annoyed, I confess it, by that attention." "You say you are aware of the presence of something at this moment. "At this moment, yes." "Do you mean in this room, with us, now?" "I should say so. At any rate, quite near us." Again he glanced quickly, almost suspiciously, towards the cage of the parrot. The bird was sitting still on its perch now. Its head was bent down and cocked sideways, and it appeared to be listening attentively to something. "That bird will have the intonations of my voice more correctly than ever by tomorrow morning," said the father, watching Guildea closely with his mild blue eyes, "and it has always imitated me very cleverly." The professor started slightly. "Yes," he said. "Yes, no doubt. Well, what do you make of this affair?" "Nothing at all. It is absolutely inexplicable. I can speak quite frankly to you, I feel sure." "Of course, that's why I have told you the whole thing." "I think you must be overworked, overstrained, without knowing it." "And that the doctor was mistaken when he said I was all right?" "Yes." Guildea knocked his pipe out against the chimney-piece. "It may be so," he said. "I will not be so unreasonable as to deny the possibility, although I feel as well as I ever did in my life. What do you advise, then?" "A week of complete rest away from London, in good air." "The usual prescription? Well, I'll take it. I'll go tomorrow to Westgate and leave Napoleon to keep house in my absence." For some reason which he could not explain to himself, the pleasure which Father Murchison felt in hearing the first part of his friend's final remark was lessened, was almost destroyed by the last sentence. He walked towards the city that night, deep in thought, remembering and carefully considering the first interview he had with Guildea in the latter's house 1.5 years before. On the following morning Guildea left London. Chapter 3. Father Murchison was so busy a man that he had little time for brooding over the affairs of others. During Guildea's week at the sea, however, the father thought about him a great deal, with much wonder and some dismay. This dismay was soon banished, for the mild-eyed priest was quick to discern weakness in himself, quicker still to drive it forth as a most undesirable inmate of the soul. But the wonder remained. It was destined to a crescendo. Guildea had left London on a Thursday. On a Thursday he returned, having previously sent a note to Father Murchison to mention that he was leaving Westgate at a certain time. When his train ran into Victoria Station at 5 o'clock in the evening, he was surprised to see the cloaked figure of his friend standing upon the great platform behind a line of porters. "What, Murchison?" he said. "You here? Have you seceded from your order that you are taking this holiday?" They shook hands. "No," said the father. "It happened that I had to be in this neighborhood today, visiting a sick person, so I thought I would meet you." "And see if I were still a sick person, eh?" The professor glanced at him kindly, but with a dry little laugh. "Are you?" replied the father gently, looking at him with interest. "No, I think not. You appear very well." The sea air had, in fact, put some brownish red into Guildea's always thin cheeks. His keen eyes were shining with life and energy, and he walked forward in his loose grey suit and fluttering overcoat with a vigour that was noticeable, carrying easily in his left hand his well-filled Gladstone bag. The father felt completely reassured. "I never saw you look better," he said. "I never was better. Have you an hour to spare?" "2. "Good. I'll send my bag up by cab, and we'll walk across the park to my house and have a cup of tea there. What do you say?" "I shall enjoy it." They walked out of the station yard, past the flower girls and newspaper sellers, towards Grosvenor Place. "And you have had a pleasant time?" the father said. "Pleasant enough, and lonely. I left my companion behind me in the passage at number 100, you know." "And you'll not find him there now, I feel sure," the father said. Ejaculated Guildea. "What a precious weakling you think me, Murchison." As he spoke, he strode forward more quickly, as if moved to emphasize his sensation of bodily vigor. "A weakling? No. But anyone who uses his brain as persistently as you do yours must require an occasional holiday." "And I required one very badly, eh?" "You required one, I believe." "Well, I've had it, and now we'll see." The evening was closing in rapidly. They crossed the road at Hyde Park Corner and entered the park, in which were a number of people going home from work, men in corduroy trousers caked with dried mud, and carrying tin cans slung over their shoulders and flat panniers, in which lay their tools. Some of the younger ones talked loudly or whistled shrilly as they walked. "Until the evening," murmured Father Murchison to himself. "What?" asked Guildea. "Oh, I was only quoting the last words of the text which seems written upon life, especially upon the life of pleasure. Man goeth forth to his work and to his labor." "Ah, those fellows are not half bad fellows to have in an audience. They were a lot of them at the lecture I gave when I first met you. I remember. One of them tried to heckle me. He had a red beard. Chaps with red beards are always hecklers. I laid him low on that occasion. Well, Murchison, and now we're going to see." "What?" "Whether my companion has departed." "Tell me, do you feel any expectation of again thinking something is there?" "How carefully you choose language, Father. No, I merely wonder." "You have no apprehension?" "Not a scrap, but I confess to feeling curious." "Then the sea air hasn't taught you to recognize that the whole thing came from overstrain?" "No," said Guildea very dryly. He walked on in silence for a minute. Then he added, "You thought it would?" "I certainly thought it might." "Make me realize that I had a sickly, morbid, rotten imagination, eh? Come now, Murchison, why not say frankly that you packed me off to Westgate to get rid of what you considered an acute form of hysteria?" The father was quite unmoved by this attack. "Come now, Guildea," he retorted, "what did you expect me to think? I saw no indication of hysteria in you. I never have. One would suppose you the last man likely to have such a malady, which is more natural for me to believe in your hysteria or in the truth of such a story as you told me." "You have me there. No, I mustn't complain. Well, there's no hysteria about me now, at any rate," said the professor. "And no stranger in your house, I hope," Father Murchison said. He spoke the last words with earnest gravity, dropping the half-bantering tone which they had both assumed. "You take the matter very seriously, I believe," said Guildea, also speaking more gravely. "How else can I take it? You wouldn't have me laugh at it when you tell it to me seriously?" "No. If we find my visitor still in the house, I may even call upon you to exorcise it. But first I must do one thing." "And that is?" "Prove to you, as well as to myself, that it is still there." "That might be difficult," said the father, considerably surprised by Guildea's matter-of-fact tone. "I don't know. If it has remained in my house, I think I can find a means, and I shall not be at all surprised if it is still there, despite the Westgate air." In saying the last words, the professor relapsed into his former tone of dry chaff. The father could not quite make up his mind whether Guildea was feeling unusually grave or unusually gay. As the two men drew near to Hyde Park Place, their conversation died away, and they walked forward silently in the gathering darkness. "Here we are," said Guildea at last. He thrust his key into the door, opened it, and let Father Murchison into the passage, following him closely and banging the door. "Here we are," he repeated in a louder voice. The electric light was turned on in anticipation of his arrival. He stood still and looked round. "We'll have some tea at once." "Ah, Pitting!" The pale butler, who had heard the door bang, moved gently forward from the top of the stairs that led to the kitchen, greeted his master respectfully, took his coat and Father Murchison's cloak, and hung them on two pegs against the wall. "All's right, Pitting? All's as usual?" said Guildea. "Quite so, sir." "Bring us up some tea to the library." "Yes, sir." Pitting retreated. Guildea waited till he had disappeared, then opened the dining-room door, put his head into the room, and kept it there for a moment, standing perfectly still. Presently he drew back into the passage, shut the door, and said, "Let's go upstairs." Father Murchison looked at him inquiringly, but made no remark. They ascended the stairs and came into the library. Guildea glanced rather sharply round. A fire was burning on the hearth. The blue curtains were drawn. The bright gleam of the strong electric light fell on the long rows of books on the writing table, very orderly in consequence of Guildea's holiday, and on the uncovered cage of the parrot. Guildea went up to the cage. Napoleon was sitting humped up on the perch with his feathers ruffled. His long toes, which looked as if they were covered with crocodile skin, clung to the bar. His round and blinking eyes were filmy like old eyes. Guildea stared at the bird very hard, and then clucked with his tongue against his teeth. Napoleon shook himself, lifted one foot, extended his toes, sidled along the perch to the bars nearest to the professor, and thrust his head against them. Guildea scratched it with his forefinger 2 or 3 times, still gazing attentively at the parrot. Then he returned to the fire just as Pitting entered with the tea-tray. Father Murchison was already sitting in an armchair on one side of the fire. Guildea took another chair and began to pour out tea as Pitting left the room, closing the door gently behind him. The father sipped his tea, found it hot, and set the cup down on a little table at his side. "You're fond of that parrot, aren't you?" he asked his friend. "Not particularly. It's interesting to study sometimes. The parrot mind and nature are peculiar." "How long have you had him?" "Oh, about 4 years. I nearly got rid of him just before I made your acquaintance. I'm very glad now I kept him." "Are you? Why is that?" "I shall probably tell you in a day or 2. The father took his cup again. He did not press Guildea for an immediate explanation, but when they had both finished their tea, he said, "Well, has the sea air had the desired effect?" "No," said Guildea. The father brushed some crumbs from the front of his cassock and sat up higher in his chair. "Your visitor is still here?" he asked, and his blue eyes became almost ungentle and piercing as he gazed at his friend. "Yes," answered Guildea calmly. "How do you know it? When did you know it? When you looked into the dining-room just now?" "No, not until I came into this room. It welcomed me here." "Welcomed you? In what way?" "Simply by being here, by making me feel that it is here, as I might feel that a man was if I came into the room when it was dark." He spoke quietly, with perfect composure in his usual dry manner. "Very well," the father said. "I shall not try to contend against your sensation, or to explain it away. Naturally, I am in amazement." "So am I. Never has anything in my life surprised me so much. Murchison, of course I cannot expect you to believe more than that I honestly imagine, if you like, that there is some intruder here. Of what kind, I am totally unaware. I cannot expect you to believe that there is really anything. If you were in my place, I in yours, I should certainly consider you the victim of some nervous delusion. I could not do otherwise. But wait. Don't condemn me as a hysteria patient, or as a madman for 2 or 3 days. I feel convinced that, unless I am indeed unwell, a mental invalid, which I don't think is possible, I shall be able very shortly to give you some proof that there is a newcomer in my house." "You don't tell me what kind of proof?" "No, not yet. Things must go a little farther first. But perhaps even tomorrow I may be able to explain myself more fully. In the meanwhile, I'll say this, that if eventually I can't bring any kind of proof that I'm not dreaming, I'll let you take me to any doctor you like, and I'll resolutely try to adopt your present view that I am suffering from an absurd delusion. That is your view, of course." Father Murchison was silent for a moment. Then he said, rather doubtfully, "Well, it ought to be." "But isn't it?" asked Guildea, surprised. "Well, you know, your manner is enormously convincing. Still, of course, I doubt. How can I do otherwise? The whole thing must be fancy." The father spoke as if he were trying to recoil from a mental position he was being forced to take up. "It must be fancy," he repeated. "I'll convince you by more than my manner, or I'll not try to convince you at all," said Guildea. When they parted that evening, he said, "I'll write to you in a day or 2, probably. I think the proof I am going to give you has been accumulating during my absence, but I shall soon know." Father Murchison was extremely puzzled as he sat on the top of the omnibus going homeward. Chapter 4. In 2 days' time he received a note from Guildea asking him to call, if possible, the same evening. This he was unable to do, as he had an engagement to fulfill at some East End gathering. The following day was Sunday. He wrote saying he would come on the Monday, and got a wire shortly afterwards. Yes, Monday, come to dinner, 7:30, Guildea. At 7:30 he stood on the doorstep of number 100. Pitting let him in. "Is the professor quite well, Pitting?" the father inquired as he took off his cloak. "I believe so, sir. He's not made any complaint," the butler formally replied. "Will you come upstairs, sir?" Guildea met them at the door of the library. He was very pale and sombre, and shook hands carelessly with his friend. "Give us dinner," he said to Pitting. As the butler retired, Guildea shut the door rather cautiously. Father Murchison had never before seen him look so disturbed. "You're worried, Guildea," the father said. "Seriously worried?" "Yes, I am. This business is beginning to tell on me a good deal." "Your belief in the presence of something here continues, then?" "Oh, dear, yes. There's no sort of doubt about the matter. The night I went across the road into the park, something got into the house, though what the devil it is I can't yet find out. But now, before we go down to dinner, I'll just tell you something about that proof I promised you. You remember?" "Oh, naturally." "Can't you imagine what it might be?" Father Murchison moved his head to express a negative reply. "Look about the room," said Guildea. "What do you see?" The father glanced around the room slowly and carefully. "Nothing unusual. You do not mean to tell me there is any appearance of—" "Oh, no, there's no conventional white-robed, cloud-like figure. Bless my soul, no, I haven't fallen so low as that." He spoke with considerable irritation. "Look again." Father Murchison looked at him, turned in the direction of his fixed eyes, and saw the grey parrot clambering in its cage, slowly and persistently. "What?" he said quickly. "Will the proof come from there?" The professor nodded. "I believe so," he said. "Now let's go down to dinner. I want some food badly." They descended to the dining-room. While they ate and Pitting waited upon them, the professor talked about birds, their habits, their curiosities, their fears, and their powers of imitation. He had evidently studied this subject with a thoroughness that was characteristic of him in all that he did. "Parrots," he said presently, "are extraordinarily observant. It is a pity that their means of reproducing what they see are so limited. If it were not so, I have little doubt that their echo of gesture would be as remarkable as their echo of voice often is." But hands are missing," said the father. "Yes, they do many things with their heads, however. I once knew an old woman near Goring on the Thames. She was afflicted with the palsy. She held her head perpetually sideways, and it trembled, moving from right to left. Her sailor son brought her home a parrot from one of his voyages. It used to reproduce the old woman's palsied movement of the head exactly. Those grey parrots are always on the watch." Guildea said the last sentence slowly and deliberately, glancing sharply over his wine at Father Murchison, and when he had spoken it, a sudden light of comprehension dawned in the priest's mind. Father Murchison opened his lips to make a swift remark. Guildea turned his bright eyes towards Pitting, who at the moment was tenderly bearing a cheese meringue from the lift that connected the dining-room with the lower regions. The father closed his lips again. But presently, when the butler had placed some apples on the table, had meticulously arranged the decanters, brushed away the crumbs, and evaporated, he said quickly, "I begin to understand. You think Napoleon is aware of the intruder." "I know it. He has been watching my visitant ever since the night of that visitant's arrival." Another flash of light came to the priest. "That was why you covered him with green baize one evening." "Exactly. An act of cowardice. His behavior was beginning to grate upon my nerves." Guildea pursed his thin lips and drew his brows down, giving to his face a look of sudden pain. "But now I intend to follow his investigations," he added, straightening his features. "The week I wasted at Westgate was not wasted by him in London, I can assure you. Have an apple?" "No, thank you. No, thank you." The father repeated the words without knowing that he did so. Guildea pushed away his glass. "Let us come upstairs, then." "No, thank you," reiterated the father. "Eh? What am I saying?" exclaimed the father, getting up. "I was thinking over this extraordinary affair." "Ah, you're beginning to forget the hysteria theory?" They walked out into the passage. "Well, you are so very practical about the whole matter." "And why not? Here's something very strange and abnormal come into my life. What should I do but investigate it closely and calmly?" "Yes, what indeed?" said the father. He began to feel rather bewildered under a sort of compulsion which seemed laid upon him to give earnest attention to a matter that ought to strike him, so he felt, as entirely absurd. When they came into the library, his eyes immediately turned with profound curiosity towards the parrot's cage. A slight smile curled the professor's lips. He recognized the effect he was producing upon his friend. The father saw the smile. "Oh, I'm not won over yet," he said in answer to it. "I know. Perhaps you may be before the evening is over. Ah, here comes the coffee. After we have drunk it, we'll proceed to our experiment. Leave the coffee pitting, and don't disturb us again." "No, sir." "I won't have it black tonight," said the father. "Plenty of milk, please. I don't want my nerves played upon." "Suppose we don't take coffee at all," said Guildea. "If we do, you may trot out the theory that we are not in a perfectly normal condition. I know you, Murchison, devout priest and devout skeptic." The father laughed and pushed away his cup. "Very well, then, no coffee." "One cigarette, and then to business." The grey-blue smoke curled up. "What are we going to do?" said the father. He was sitting bolt upright as if ready for action. Indeed, there was no suggestion of repose in the attitudes of either of the men. "Hide ourselves and watch Napoleon. By the way, that reminds me." He got up, went to a corner of the room, picked up a piece of green baize, and threw it over the cage. "I'll pull that off when we are hidden." "And tell me first if you have had any manifestation of this supposed presence during the last few days." "Merely an increasingly intense sensation of something here, perpetually watching me, perpetually attending to all my doings." "Do you feel that it follows you about?" "No, not always. I was in this room when you arrived. It is here now, I feel. But in going to dinner, we seem to get away from it. The conclusion is that it remained here. Don't let us talk about it just now." They spoke of other things till their cigarettes were finished. Then, as they threw away the smouldering ends, Guildea said, "Now, Murchison, for the sake of this experiment, I suggest that we should conceal ourselves behind the curtains on either side of the cage, so that the bird's attention may not be drawn towards us, and so distracted from that which we want to know more about. I will pull away the green baize when we are hidden. Keep perfectly still, watch the bird's proceedings, and tell me afterwards how you feel about them, how you explain them. Tread softly." The father obeyed, and they stole towards the curtains that fell before the two windows. The father concealed himself behind those on the left of the cage, the professor behind those on the right. The latter, as soon as they were hidden, stretched out his arm, drew the baize down from the cage, and let it fall on the floor. The parrot, which had evidently fallen asleep in the warm darkness, moved on its perch as the light shone upon it, ruffled the feathers round its throat, and lifted first one foot and then the other. It turned its head round on its supple and apparently elastic neck, and diving its beak into the down upon its back, made some searching investigations with, as it seemed, a satisfactory result, for it soon lifted its head again, glanced around its cage, and began to address itself to a nut which had been fixed between the bars for its refreshment. With its curved beak it felt and tapped the nut, at first gently, then with severity. Finally it plucked the nut from the bars, seized it with its rough grey toes, and holding it down firmly on the perch, cracked it and pecked out its contents, scattering some on the floor of the cage, and letting the fractured shell fall into the china bath that was fixed against the bars. This accomplished, the bird paused meditatively, extended one leg backwards, and went through an elaborate process of wing stretching that made it look as if it were lopsided and deformed. With its head reversed, it again applied itself to a subtle and exhaustive search among the feathers of its wing. This time its investigation seemed interminable, and Father Murchison had time to realize the absurdity of the whole position, and to wonder why he had lent himself to it. Yet he did not find his sense of humor laughing at it. On the contrary, he was smitten by a sudden gust of horror. When he was talking to his friend and watching him, the professor's manner, generally so calm, even so prosaic, vouched for the truth of his story and the well-adjusted balance of his mind. But when he was hidden, this was not so. and Father Murchison, standing behind his curtain with his eyes upon the unconcerned Napoleon, began to whisper to himself the word madness with a quickening sensation of pity and of dread. The parrot sharply contracted one wing, ruffled the feathers around its throat again, then extended its other leg backwards and proceeded to the cleaning of its other wing. In the still room the dry sound of the feathers being spread was distinctly audible. Father Murchison saw the blue curtains behind which Guildea stood tremble slightly, as if a breath of wind had come through the window they shrouded. The clock in the far room chimed, and a coal dropped into the grate, making a noise like dead leaves stirring abruptly on hard ground. And again a gust of pity and of dread swept over the father. It seemed to him that he had behaved very foolishly, if not wrongly, in encouraging what must surely be the strange dementia of his friend. He ought to have declined to lend himself to a proceeding that, ludicrous, even childish in itself, might well be dangerous in the encouragement it gave to a diseased expectation. Napoleon's protruding leg, extended wing, and twisted neck, his busy and unconscious devotion to the arrangement of his person, his evident sensation of complete loneliness and most comfortable solitude brought home with vehemence to the father the undignified buffoonery of his conduct, the more piteous buffoonery of his friend. He seized the curtains with his hand and was about to thrust them aside and issue forth when an abrupt movement of the bird stopped him. The parrot, as if sharply attracted by something, paused in its pecking, and with its head still bent backward and twisted sideways on its neck, seemed to listen intently. Its round eye looked glistening and strained like the eye of a disturbed pigeon. Contracting its wing, it lifted its head and sat for a moment erect on its perch, shifting its feet mechanically up and down, as if a dawning excitement produced in it an uncontrollable desire of movement. Then it thrust its head forward in the direction of the further room and remained perfectly still. Its attitude so strongly suggested the concentration of its attention on something immediately before it, that Father Murchison instinctively stared about the room, half expecting to see Kipling advance softly, having entered through the hidden door. He did not come, and there was no sound in the chamber. Nevertheless, the parrot was obviously getting excited and increasingly attentive. It bent its head lower and lower, stretching out its neck, until, almost falling from the perch, it half extended its wings, raising them slightly from its back as if about to take flight, and fluttering them rapidly up and down. It continued this fluttering movement for what seemed to the father an immense time. At length, raising its wings as far as possible, it dropped them slowly and deliberately down to its back, caught hold of the edge of its bath with its beak, hoisted itself onto the floor of the cage, waddled to the bars, thrust its head against them, and stood quite still in the exact attitude it always assumed when its head was being scratched by the professor. So complete was the suggestion of this delight conveyed by the bird that Father Murchison felt as if he saw a white finger gently pushed among the soft feathers of its head, and he was seized by a most strong conviction that something, unseen by him but seen and welcomed by Napoleon, stood immediately before the cage. The parrot presently withdrew its head as if the coaxing finger had been lifted from it, and its pronounced air of acute physical enjoyment faded into one of marked attention and alert curiosity. Pulling itself up by the bars, it climbed again upon its perch, sidled to the left side of the cage, and began apparently to watch something with profound interest. It bowed its head oddly, paused for a moment, then bowed its head again. Father Murchison found himself conceiving, from this elaborate movement of the head, a distinct idea of a personality. The bird's proceedings suggested extreme sentimentality, combined with that sort of weak determination which is often the most persistent. Such weak determination is a very common attribute of persons who are partially idiotic. Father Murchison was moved to think of these poor creatures who will often so strangely and unreasonably attach themselves with persistence to those who love them least. Like many priests, he had had some experience of them, for the amorous idiot is peculiarly sensitive to the attraction of preachers. This bowing movement of the parrot recalled to his memory a terrible, pale woman who for a time haunted all churches in which he ministered, who was perpetually endeavoring to catch his eye, and who always bent her head with an obsequious and cunningly conscious smile when she did so. The parrot went on bowing, making a short pause between each genuflection, as if it waited for a signal to be given that called into play its imitative faculty. "Yes, yes, it's imitating an idiot," Father Murchison caught himself saying as he watched. And he looked again about the room, but saw nothing, except the furniture, the dancing fire, and the serried ranks of books. Presently the parrot ceased from bowing, and assumed the concentrated and stretched attitude of one listening very keenly. He opened his beak, showing his black tongue, shut it, then opened it again. The father thought he was going to speak, but he remained silent, although it was obvious that he was trying to bring out something. He bowed again 2 or 3 times, paused, and then again opening his beak made some remark. The father could not distinguish any words, but the voice was sickly and disagreeable, a cooing and at the same time querulous voice, like a woman's, he thought, and he put his ear nearer to the curtain, listening with almost feverish attention. The bowing was resumed, but this time Napoleon added to it a sidling movement, affectionate and affected like the movement of a silly and eager thing, nestling up to someone or giving someone a gentle and furtive nudge. Again the father thought of that terrible pale woman who had haunted churches. Several times he had come upon her waiting for him after evening services. Once she had hung her head smiling and lolled out her tongue and pushed against him sideways in the dark. He remembered how his flesh had shrunk from the poor thing, the sick loathing of her that he could not banish by remembering that her mind was all astray. The parrot paused, listened, opened his beak, and again said something in the same dove-like amorous voice, full of sickly suggestion, and yet hard, even dangerous in its intonation. A loathsome voice, the father thought it. But this time, although he heard the voice more distinctly than before, he could not make up his mind whether it was like a woman's voice or a man's, or perhaps a child's. It seemed to be a human voice, and yet oddly sexless. In order to resolve his doubt, he withdrew into the darkness of the curtains, ceased to watch Napoleon, and simply listened with keen attention, striving to forget that he was listening to a bird, and to imagine that he was overhearing a human being in conversation. After 2 or 3 minutes' silence, the voice spoke again, and at some length, apparently repeating several times an affectionate series of ejaculations with a cooing emphasis that was unutterably mawkish and offensive. The sickliness of the voice, its falling intonations, and its strange indelicacy, combined with a die-away softness and meretricious refinement, made the father's flesh creep. Yet he could not distinguish any words, nor could he decide on the voice's sex or age. One thing alone he was certain of as he stood still in the darkness, that such a sound could only proceed from something peculiarly loathsome, could only express a personality unendurably abominable to him, if not to everybody. The voice presently failed in a sort of husky gasp, and there was a prolonged silence. It was broken by the professor, who suddenly pulled away the curtains that hid the father and said to him, "Come out now and look." The father came into the light, blinking, glanced towards the cage, and saw Napoleon poised motionless on one foot, with his head under his wing. He appeared to be asleep. The professor was pale, and his mobile lips were drawn into an expression of supreme disgust. "Faugh!" he said. He walked to the windows of the further room, pulled aside the curtains, and pushed the glass up, letting in the air. The bare trees were visible in the grey gloom outside. Guildea leaned out for a minute, drawing the night air into his lungs. Presently he turned round to the father and exclaimed abruptly, "Pestilent, isn't it?" "Yes, most pestilent." "Ever hear anything like it?" "Not exactly." "Nor I. It gives me nausea, Murchison, absolute physical nausea." He closed the window and walked uneasily about the room. "What do you make of it?" he asked over his shoulder. "How do you mean, exactly?" "Is it man's, woman's, or child's voice?" "I can't tell. I can't make up my mind." "Nor I." "Have you heard it often?" "Yes, since I returned from Westgate. There are never any words that I can distinguish. What a voice!" He spat into the fire. "Forgive me," he said, throwing himself down in a chair. "It turns my stomach, literally." "And mine," said the father, truly. "The worst of it is," continued Guildea with a high, nervous accent, "that there is no brain with it, none at all, only the cunning of idiocy." The father started at this exact expression of his own conviction by another. "Why do you start like that?" said Guildea with a quick suspicion which showed the unnatural condition of his nerves. "Well, the very same idea had occurred to me." "What?" "That I was listening to the voice of something idiotic." "Ah, that's the devil of it, you know, to a man like me. I could fight against brain, but this—" He sprang up again, poked the fire violently, then stood on the hearthrug with his back to it, and his hands thrust into the high pockets of his trousers. "That's the voice of the thing that's got into this house," he said. "Pleasant, isn't it?" And now there was really horror in his eyes, and his voice. "I must get it out," he exclaimed. "I must get it out. But how?" He tugged at his short black beard with a quivering hand. "How?" he continued. "For what is it? Where is it?" "You feel it's here, now?" the father asked. "Oh, undoubtedly, but I couldn't tell you in what part of the room." He stared about, glancing rapidly at everything. "Then you consider yourself haunted," said Father Murchison. He, too, was much moved and disturbed, although he was not conscious of the presence of anything near them in the room. "I have never believed in any nonsense of that kind, as you know," Guildea answered. "I simply state a fact, which I cannot understand, and which is beginning to be very painful to me. There is something here. But whereas most so-called hauntings have been described to me as inimical, what I am conscious of is that I am admired, loved, desired. This is distinctly horrible to me, Murchison, distinctly horrible." Father Murchison suddenly remembered the first evening he had spent with Guildea, and the latter's expression almost of disgust at the idea of receiving warm affection from anyone. In the light of that long-ago conversation, the present event seemed supremely strange, and almost like a punishment for an offense committed by the professor against humanity. But looking up at his friend's twitching face, the father resolved not to be caught in the net of his hideous belief. "There can be nothing here," he said. "It's impossible." "What does that bird imitate, then?" "The voice of someone who has been here." "Within the last week, then," said the professor, "for it never spoke like that before. And mind, I noticed that it was watching and striving to imitate something before I went away, since the night that I went into the park, only since then." "Somebody with a voice like that must have been here while you were away," Father Murchison repeated with a gentle obstinacy. "I'll soon find out." Guildea pressed the bell. Pitting stole in almost immediately. "Pitting," said the professor, speaking in a high, sharp voice, "did anyone come into this room during my absence at the sea?" "Certainly not, sir, except the maids and me, sir." "Not a soul, you are certain?" "Perfectly certain, sir." The cold voice of the butler sounded surprised, almost resentful. The professor flung out his hand towards the cage. "Has the bird been here the whole time?" "Yes, sir." "He was not moved, taken elsewhere, even for a moment?" Pitting's pale face began to look almost expressive, and his lips were pursed. "Certainly not, sir." "Thank you, that will do." The butler retired, moving with a sort of ostentatious rectitude. When he had reached the door and was just going out, his master called, "Wait a minute, Pitting." The butler paused. Guildea bit his lip, tugged at his beard uneasily 2 or 3 times, and then said, "Have you noticed, the parrot talking lately in a very peculiar, very disagreeable voice?" "Yes, sir. A soft voice like, sir." "Ha! Since when?" "Since you went away, sir. He's always at it." "Exactly. Well, and what do you think of it?" "Beg pardon, sir?" "What do you think about his talking in this voice?" "Oh, that's only his play, sir." "I see. Well, that's all, Pitting." The butler disappeared and closed the door noiselessly behind him. Guildea turned his eyes on his friend. "There, you see," he ejaculated. "It's certainly very odd," said the father, "very odd indeed. You are certain you have no maid who talks at all like that?" "My dear Murchison, would you keep a servant with such a voice about you for 2 days?" No. My housemaid has been with me for 5 years, my cook for 7. You've heard Pitting speak. The 3 of them make up my entire household. A parrot never speaks in a voice it has not heard. Where has it heard that voice?" "But we hear nothing," said the father. "No, nor do we see anything, but it does. It feels something, too. Didn't you observe it presenting its head to be scratched?" "It certainly seemed to be doing so." "It was doing so." Father Murchison said nothing. He was full of increasing discomfort that almost amounted to apprehension. "Are you convinced?" said Guildea, rather irritably. "No, the whole matter is very strange, but till I hear, see, or feel, as you do, the presence of something I cannot believe." "You mean that you will not?" "Well, perhaps. It is time I went." Guildea did not try to detain him, but said, as he let him out, "Do me a favor. Come again tomorrow night." The father had an engagement. He hesitated, looked into the professor's face, and said, "I will. At 9 I'll be with you. Good night." When he was on the pavement, he felt relieved. He turned around, saw Guildea stepping into his passage, and shivered. Chapter 5. Father Murchison walked all the way home to Bird Street that night. He required exercise after the strange and disagreeable evening he had spent, an evening upon which he looked back already as a man looks back upon a nightmare. In his ears as he walked sounded the gentle and intolerable voice. Even the memory of it caused him physical discomfort. He tried to put it from him and to consider the whole matter calmly. The professor had offered his proof that there was some strange presence in his house. Could any reasonable man accept such proof? Father Murchison told himself that no reasonable man could accept it. The parrot's proceedings were, no doubt, extraordinary. The bird had succeeded in producing an extraordinary illusion of an invisible presence in the room. But that there really was such a presence, the father insisted on denying to himself. The devoutly religious, those who believe implicitly in the miracles recorded in the Bible, and who regulate their lives by the messages they suppose themselves to receive directly from the great ruler of a hidden world, are seldom inclined to accept any notion of supernatural intrusion into the affairs of daily life. They put it from them with anxious determination. They regard it fixedly as hocus-pocus, childish if not wicked. Father Murchison inclined to the normal view of the devoted churchman. He was determined to incline to it. He could not, so he now told himself, accept the idea that his friend was being supernaturally punished for his lack of humanity, his deficiency in affection, by being obliged to endure the love of some horrible thing which could not be seen, heard, or handled. Nevertheless, retribution did certainly seem to wait upon Guildea's condition. That which he had unnaturally dreaded and shrunk from, in his thought he seemed to be now forced unnaturally to suffer. The father prayed for his friend that night before the little humble altar in the barely furnished cell-like chamber where he slept. On the following evening, when he called in Hyde Park Place, the door was opened by the housemaid, and Father Murchison mounted the stairs, wondering what had become of Pitting. He was met at the library door by Guildea, and was painfully struck by the alteration in his appearance. His face was ashen in hue, and there were lines beneath his eyes. The eyes themselves looked excited and horribly forlorn. His hair and dress were disordered, and his lips twitched continually, as if he were shaken by some acute nervous apprehension. "What has become of Pitting?" asked the father, grasping Guildea's hot and feverish hand. "He has left my service." "Left your service?" exclaimed the father in utter amazement. "Yes, this afternoon." "May one ask why?" "I'm going to tell you. It's all part and parcel of this most odious business. You remember once discussing the relations men ought to have with their servants?" "Ah," cried the father with a flash of inspiration, "the crisis has occurred." "Exactly," said the professor with a bitter smile. "The crisis has occurred. I called upon Pitting to be a man and a brother. He responded by declining the invitation. I upbraided him. He gave me warning. I paid him his wages and told him he could go at once, and he was gone. What are you looking at me like that for?" "I didn't know," said Father Murchison, hastily dropping his eyes and looking away. "Why," he added, "Napoleon is gone, too. I sold him today to one of those shops in Shaftesbury Avenue." "Why?" "He sickened me with his abominable imitation of his intercourse with— well, you know what he was at last night. Besides, I have no further need of his proof to tell me I am not dreaming, and being convinced, as I now am, that all I have thought to have happened has actually happened, I care very little about convincing others. Forgive me for saying so, Murchison, but I am now certain that my anxiety to make you believe in the presence of something here really arose from some faint doubt on that subject within myself. All doubt has now vanished." "Tell me why." "I will." Both men were standing by the fire. They continued to stand while Guildea went on. "Last night I felt it." "What?" cried the father. "I say that last night, as I was going upstairs to bed, I felt something accompanying me and nestling up against me." "How horrible!" exclaimed the father involuntarily. Guildea smiled drearily. "I will not deny the horror of it. I cannot, since I was compelled to call on Pitting for assistance." "But tell me, what was it? At least, what did it seem to be?" "It seemed to be a human being. It seemed, I say, and what I mean exactly is that the effect upon me was rather that of human contact than of anything else, but I could see nothing, hear nothing. Only 3 times I felt this gentle but determined push against me, as if to coax me and to attract my attention. The first time it happened I was on the landing outside this room with my foot on the first stair. I will confess to you, Murchison, that I bounded upstairs like one pursued. That is the shameful truth. Just as I was about to enter my bedroom, however, I felt the thing entering with me, and as I have said, squeezing with loathsome, sickening tenderness against my side. Then—" He paused, turned towards the fire, and leaned his head on his arm. The father was greatly moved by the strange helplessness and despair of the attitude. He laid his hand affectionately on Guildea's shoulder. "Then?" he inquired. Guildea lifted his head. He looked painfully abashed. "Then, Murchison, I am ashamed to say, I broke down, suddenly, unaccountably, in a way I should have thought wholly impossible to me. I struck out with my hands to thrust the thing away. It pressed more closely to me. The pressure, the contact became unbearable to me. I shouted out for Pitting. I believe I must have cried, 'Help!' He came, of course?" "Yes, with his usual soft, unemotional quiet. His calm, its opposition to my excitement of disgust and horror, must, I suppose, have irritated me. I was not myself. No. He stopped abruptly then. "But I need hardly tell you that," he added with most piteous irony. "And what did you say to Pitting?" "I said that he should have been quicker. He begged my pardon. His cold voice really maddened me, and I burst out into some foolish, contemptible diatribe, called him a machine, taunted him, then, as I felt that loathsome thing nestling once more to me, begged him to assist me, to stay with me, not to leave me alone. I meant in the company of my tormentor. Whether he was frightened, or whether he was angry at my unjust and violent manner and speech a moment before, I don't know. In any case, he answered that he was engaged as a butler, and not to sit up all night with people. I suspect he thought I had taken too much to drink. No doubt that was it. I believe I swore at him as a coward. This morning he said he wished to leave my service. I gave him a month's wages, a good character as a butler, and sent him off at once." "But the night, how did you pass it?" "I sat up all night." "Where? In your bedroom?" "Yes, with the door open, to let it go." "You felt that it stayed?" "It never left me for a moment, but it did not touch me again. When it was light I took a bath, laid down for a little while, but did not close my eyes. After breakfast I had the explanation with Pitting and paid him. Then I came up here. My nerves were in a very shattered condition. Well, I sat down, tried to think, to write, but the silence was broken in the most abominable manner." "How?" "By the murmur of that appalling voice, that voice of a love-sick idiot, sickly but determined. Ugh!" He shuddered in every limb. Then he pulled himself together, assumed with a self-conscious effort his most determined, most aggressive behavior, and added, "I couldn't stand that. I had come to the end of my tether. So I sprang up, ordered a cab to be called, seized the cage, and drove with it to a bird shop in Shaftesbury Avenue. There I sold the parrot for a trifle. I think, Murchison, that I must have been nearly mad then, for as I came out of the wretched shop and stood for an instant on the pavement among the cages of rabbits, guinea pigs, and puppy dogs, I laughed aloud. I felt as if a load was lifted from my shoulders, as if in selling that voice I had sold the cursed thing that torments me. But when I got back to the house, it was here. It's here, now. I suppose it always will be here. He shuffled his feet on the rug in front of the fire. "What on earth am I to do?" he said. "I'm ashamed of myself, Murchison, but I suppose there are things in the world that certain men simply can't endure. Well, I can't endure this, and there's an end of the matter." He ceased. The father was silent. In presence of this extraordinary distress, he did not know what to say. He recognized the uselessness of attempting to comfort Guildea, and he sat with his eyes turned almost moodily to the ground, and while he sat there he tried to give himself to the influence within the room, to feel all that was within it. He even half unconsciously tried to force his imagination to play tricks with him, but he remained totally unaware of any third person with them. At length he said, "Guildea, I cannot pretend to doubt the reality of your misery here. You must go away, and at once. When is your Paris lecture?" "Next week, in 9 days from now." "Go to Paris tomorrow, then. You say you have never had any consciousness that this thing pursued you beyond your own front door?" "No, never, hitherto." "Go tomorrow morning. Stay away till after your lecture, and then let us see if the affair is at an end. Hope, my dear friend, hope." He had stood up. Now he clasped the professor's hand. "See all your friends in Paris. Seek distractions. I would ask you also to seek other help." He said the last words with a gentle, earnest gravity and simplicity that touched Guildea, who returned his hand-clasp almost warmly. "I'll go," he said. "I'll catch the 10 o'clock train, and tonight I'll sleep at a hotel at the Grosvenor. That's close to the station. It will be more convenient for the train." As Father Murchison went home that night, he kept thinking of that sentence, "It will be more convenient for the train." The weakness in Guildea that had prompted its utterance appalled him. Chapter 6. No letter came to Father Murchison from the professor during the next few days, and this silence reassured him, for it seemed to betoken that all was well. The day of the lecture dawned and passed. On the following morning the father eagerly opened the Times and scanned its pages to see if there were any report of the great meeting of scientific men which Guildea had addressed. He glanced up and down the columns with anxious eyes. Then suddenly his hands stiffened as they held the sheets. He had come upon the following paragraph. "We regret to announce that Professor Frederick Guildea was suddenly seized with severe illness yesterday evening while addressing a scientific meeting in Paris. It was observed that he looked very pale and nervous when he rose to his feet. Nevertheless, he spoke in French fluently for about a quarter of an hour. Then he appeared to become uneasy. He faltered and glanced about like a man apprehensive or in severe distress. He even stopped once or twice, and seemed unable to go on, to remember what he wished to say. But pulling himself together with an obvious effort, he continued to address the audience. Suddenly, however, he paused again, edged furtively along the platform as if pursued by something which he feared, struck out with his hands, uttered a loud, harsh cry, and fainted. The sensation in the hall was indescribable. People rose from their seats, women screamed, and for a moment there was a veritable panic. It is feared that the professor's mind must have temporarily given way owing to overwork. We understand that he will return to England as soon as possible, and we sincerely hope that necessary rest and quiet will soon have the desired effect, and that he will be completely restored to health and enabled to prosecute further the investigations which have already so benefited the world." The father dropped the paper, hurried out into Bird Street, sent a wire of inquiry to Paris, and received the same day the following reply: "Returning tomorrow, please call evening. Guildea." On that evening the father called in Hyde Park Place, was at once admitted, and found Guildea sitting by the fire in the library, ghastly pale, with a heavy rug over his knees. He looked like a man emaciated by a long and severe illness, and in his wide-open eyes there was an expression of fixed horror. The father started at the sight of him and could scarcely refrain from crying out. He was beginning to express his sympathy when Guildea stopped him with a trembling gesture. "I know all that," Guildea said. "I know. This Paris affair." He faltered and stopped. "You ought never to have gone," said the father. "I was wrong. I ought not to advise your going. You were not fit." "I was perfectly fit," he answered with the irritability of sickness. "But I was accompanied by that abominable thing." He glanced hastily round him, shifted his chair, and pulled the rug higher over his knees. The father wondered why he was thus wrapped up, for the fire was bright and red, and the night was not very cold. "I was accompanied to Paris," he continued, pressing his upper teeth upon his lower lip. He paused again, obviously striving to control himself, but the effort was vain. There was no resistance in the man. He writhed in his chair and suddenly burst forth in a tone of hopeless lamentation. "Murchison, this being, thing, whatever it is, no longer leaves me even for a moment. It will not stay here unless I am here, for it loves me, persistently, idiotically. It accompanied me to Paris, stayed with me there, pursued me to the lecture hall, pressed against me, caressed me while I was speaking. It has returned with me here. It is here now." He uttered a sharp cry. "Now, as I sit here with you, it is nestling up to me, fawning upon me, touching my hands. Oh, man, can't you feel that it is here?" "No," the father answered truly. "I try to protect myself from its loathsome contact," Guildea continued, with fierce excitement, clutching the thick rug with both hands. "But nothing is of any avail against it. Nothing. What is it? What can it be? Why should it have come to me that night?" "Perhaps as a punishment," said the father with a quick softness. "For what?" "You hated affection. You put human feeling aside with contempt. You desired to have no love for anyone, nor did you desire to receive any love from anything. Perhaps this is a punishment." Guildea stared into his face. "Do you believe that?" he cried. "I don't know," said the father, "but it may be so. Try to endure it, even to welcome it. Possibly then the persecution will cease." "I know it means me no harm," Guildea exclaimed. "It seeks me out of affection. It was led to me by some amazing attraction which I exercise over it ignorantly. I know that. But to a man of my nature that is the ghastly part of the matter. If it would hate me, I could bear it. If it would attack me, if it would try to do me some dreadful harm, I should become a man again. I should be braced to fight against it. But this gentleness, this abominable solicitude, this brainless worship of an idiot, persistent, sickly, horribly physical, I cannot endure. What does it want of me? What would it demand of me? It nestles to me. It leans against me. I feel its touch, like the touch of a feather trembling about my heart, as if it sought to number my pulsations, to find out the inmost secrets of my impulses and desires. No privacy is left to me." He sprang up excitedly. "I cannot withdraw," he cried. "I cannot be alone, untouched, unworshipped, unwatched for even 1/2 second. Murchison, I am dying of this. I am dying." The professor sank down again in his chair, staring apprehensively on all sides, with the passion of some blind man deluded in the belief that by his furious and continued effort he will attain sight. The father knew well that he sought to pierce the veil of the invisible, and have knowledge of the thing that loved him. "Guildea," the father said, with insistent earnestness, "try to endure this. Do more. Try to give this thing what it seeks." "But it seeks my love." "Learn to give it your love, and it may go, having received what it came for. Tush! You talk like a priest. Suffer your persecutors. Do good to them that despitefully use you. You talk as a priest. As a friend, I spoke naturally indeed right out of my heart. The idea suddenly came to me that all this, truth or seeming, it doesn't matter which, may be some strange form of lesson. I have had lessons, painful ones. I shall have many more. If you could welcome— "No, I can't, Guildea cried fiercely. "Hatred! I can give it that! Always that! Nothing but that! Hatred! Hatred!" He raised his voice, glared into the emptiness of the room, and repeated, "Hatred!" As he spoke, the waxen pallor of his cheeks increased, until he looked like a corpse with living eyes. The father feared that he was going to collapse and faint, but suddenly he raised himself upon his chair, and said in a high and keen voice, full of suppressed excitement, "Murchison! Murchison!" "Yes, what is it?" An amazing ecstasy shone in Guildea's eyes. "It wants to leave me!" he cried. "It wants to go! Don't lose a moment! Let it out! The window! The window!" The father, wondering, went to the near window, drew aside the curtains, and pushed it open. The branches of the trees in the garden creaked dryly in the light wind. Guildea leaned forward on the arms of his chair. There was silence for a moment. Then Guildea, speaking in a rapid whisper, said, "No, no. Open this door. Open the hall door. I feel that it will return the way it came. Make haste. Oh, go." The father obeyed, to soothe him, hurried to the door, and opened it wide. Then he glanced back to Guildea. He was standing up, bent forward. His eyes were glaring with eager expectation, and as the father turned, he made a furious gesture towards the passage with his thin hands. The father hastened out and down the stairs. As he descended in the twilight, he fancied he heard a slight cry from the room behind him, but he did not pause. He flung the hall door open, standing back against the wall. After waiting a moment to satisfy Guildea, he was about to close the door again and had his hands on it, when he was attracted irresistibly to look forth towards the park. The night was lit by a young moon, and gazing through the railings, his eyes fell upon a bench beyond them. Upon the bench something was sitting, huddled together very strangely. The father remembered instantly Guildea's description of that former night, that night of Advent, and a sensation of horror-stricken curiosity stole through him. Was there then really something that had indeed come to the professor, and had it finished its work, fulfilled its desire, and gone back to its former existence? The father hesitated a moment in the doorway. Then he stepped out resolutely and crossed the road, keeping his eyes fixed upon this black or dark object that leaned so strangely upon the bench. He could not tell yet what it was like, but he fancied it was unlike anything with which his eyes were acquainted. He reached the opposite path and was about to pass through the gate in the railings when his arm was brusquely grasped. He started, turned round, and saw a policeman eyeing him suspiciously. "What are you up to?" said the policeman. The father was suddenly aware that he had no hat upon his head, and that his appearance, as he stole forward in his cassock with his eyes intently fixed upon the bench in the park, was probably unusual enough to excite suspicion. "It's all right, policeman," he answered quickly, thrusting some money into the constable's hand. Then, breaking from him, the father hurried towards the bench, bitterly vexed at the interruption. When he reached it, nothing was there. Guildea's experience had been almost exactly repeated, and filled with unreasonable disappointment, the father returned to the house, entered it, shut the door, and hastened up the narrow stairway into the library. On the hearthrug, close to the fire, he found Guildea lying with his head lolled against the armchair from which he had recently risen. There was a shocking expression of terror on his convulsed face. On examining him, the father found that he was dead. The doctor, who was called in, said that the cause of death was failure of the heart. When Father Murchison was told this, he murmured, "Failure of the heart." It was that, then. He turned to the doctor and said, "Could it have been prevented?" The doctor drew on his gloves and answered, "Possibly, if it had been taken in time. Weakness of the heart requires a great deal of care. The professor was too much absorbed in his work. He should have lived very differently." The father nodded. "Yes, yes," he said, sadly. The Yellow Sign, by Robert W. Chambers, 1865 to 1933. More than a hint of fin de siècle miasma hovers about Robert W. Chambers' The Yellow Sign. The story is taken from Chambers' landmark 1895 work, The King in Yellow, which E.F. Blyler has called one of the most important books in the literature of supernatural horror. Although for the most part a hack writer whose works have proved to be of temporal value, Chambers' small quintet of stories in The King in Yellow remain his very unusual and terrifying masterpieces. In The Yellow Sign, the protagonist's final undoing is a result of his reading in an evil, accursed book. This book is part of macabre literature's fictitious library of rare and dangerous volumes, interesting narrative props that are often employed in horror stories. The library also includes Lovecraft's Necronomicon of Abdul al-Hazred, Durlis Culta Ghoul of Comte d'Erlet, and even the poisonous book which corrupts Dorian Gray in Oscar Wilde's Elegant Tale. Wilde, in fact, based this book on an actual work, Huysmans' Au Rebours. Along the shore the cloud waves break, the twin suns sink behind the lake, the shadows lengthen in Carcosa. Strange is the night where black stars rise and strange moons circle through the skies, but stranger still is lost Carcosa. Songs that the Hyades sing, where flap the tatters of the king, must die unheard in dim Carcosa. Song of my soul, my voice is dead. Die thou unsung, as tears unshed shall dry and die in lost Carcosa. Cassilda's song in The King in Yellow, Act 1, Scene 2. Chapter 1, being the contents of an unsigned letter sent to the author. There are so many things which are impossible to explain. Why should certain chords in music make me think of the brown and golden tints of autumn foliage? Why should the Mass of Saint-Cécile send my thoughts wandering among caverns whose walls blaze with ragged masses of virgin silver? What was it in the roar and turmoil of Broadway at 6 o'clock that flashed before my eyes the picture of a still Breton forest, where sunlight filtered through spring foliage, and Sylvia bent half curiously, half tenderly over a small green lizard, murmuring to think that this also was a little ward of God? When I first saw the watchman, his back was toward me. I looked at him indifferently until he went into the church. I paid no more attention to him than I had to any other man who lounged through Washington Square that morning, and when I shut my window and turned back into my studio, I had forgotten him. Late in the afternoon, the day being warm, I raised the window again and leaned out to get a sniff of air. A man was standing in the courtyard of the church, and I noticed him again with as little interest as I had that morning. I looked across the square to where the fountain was playing, and then, with my mind filled with vague impressions of trees, asphalt drives, and the moving groups of nursemaids and holiday-makers, I started to walk back to my easel. As I turned, my listless glance included the man below in the churchyard. His face was toward me now, and with a perfectly involuntary movement I bent to see it. At the same moment he raised his head and looked at me. Instantly I thought of a coffin worm. Whatever it was about the man that repelled me I did not know, but the impression of a plump, white grave worm was so intense and nauseating that I must have shown it in my expression, for he turned his puffy face away with a movement which made me think of a disturbed grub in a chestnut. I went back to my easel and motioned the model to resume her pose. After working a while I was satisfied that I was spoiling what I had done as rapidly as possible, and I took up a palette knife and scraped the color out again. The flesh tones were sallow and unhealthy, and I did not understand how I could have painted such sickly color into a study which before that had glowed with healthy tones. I looked at Tessie. She had not changed, and the clear flush of health dyed her neck and cheeks as I frowned. "Is it something I've done?" she said. "No, I've made a mess of this arm, and for the life of me I can't see how I came to paint such mud as that into the canvas," I replied. "Don't I pose well?" she insisted. "Oh, of course, perfectly." "Then it's not my fault?" "No, it's my own." "Oh, I'm very sorry," she said. I told her she could rest while I applied rag and turpentine to the plague spot on my canvas, and she went off to smoke a cigarette and look over the illustrations in the Courrier Français. I did not know whether it was something in the turpentine or a defect in the canvas, but the more I scrubbed, the more that gangrene seemed to spread. I worked like a beaver to get it out, and yet the disease appeared to creep from limb to limb of the study before me. Alarmed, I strove to arrest it, but now the color on the breast changed, and the whole figure seemed to absorb the infection, as a sponge soaks up water. Vigorously I plied palette knife, turpentine, and scraper, thinking all the time what a séance I should hold with Duval, who had sold me the canvas. But soon I noticed that it was not the canvas which was defective, nor yet the colors of Edward. It must be the turpentine, I thought angrily, or else my eyes have become so blurred and confused by the afternoon light that I can't see straight. I called Tessie the model. She came and leaned over my chair, blowing rings of smoke into the air. "What have you been doing to it?" she exclaimed. "Nothing," I growled. "It must be this turpentine." "What a horrible color it is now," she continued. "Do you think my flesh resembles green cheese?" "No, I don't," I said angrily. "Did you ever know me to paint like that before?" "No, indeed." "Well, then?" "It must be the turpentine or something," she admitted. She slipped on a Japanese robe and walked to the window. I scraped and rubbed until I was tired, and finally picked up my brushes and hurled them through the canvas with a forcible expression, the tone alone of which reached Tessie's ears. Nevertheless, she promptly began, "That's it. Swear and act silly and ruin your brushes. You've been 3 weeks on that study, and now look. What's the good of ripping the canvas? What creatures artists are!" I felt about as much ashamed as I usually did after such an outbreak, and I turned the ruined canvas to the wall. Tessie helped me clean my brushes and then danced away to dress. From the screen she regaled me with bits of advice concerning whole or partial loss of temper, until, thinking perhaps I had been tormented sufficiently, she came out to implore me to button her waist where she could not reach it on the shoulder. "Everything went wrong from the time you came back from the window and talked about that horrid-looking man you saw in the churchyard," she announced. "Yes, he probably bewitched the picture," I said, yawning. I looked at my watch. "It's after 6, I know," said Tessie, adjusting her hat before the mirror. "Yes," I replied. "I didn't mean to keep you so long." I leaned out of the window, but recoiled with disgust, for the young man with the pasty face stood below in the churchyard. Tessie saw my gesture of disapproval and leaned from the window. "Is that the man you don't like?" she whispered. I nodded. "I can't see his face, but he does look fat and soft. Some way or other," she continued, turning to look at me, "he reminds me of a dream, an awful dream I once had. Or," she mused, looking down at her shapely shoes, "was it a dream after all?" "Well, how should I know?" I smiled. Tessie smiled in reply. "You were in it," she said, "so perhaps you might know something about it." "Tessie, Tessie," I protested, "don't you dare flatter by saying you dream about me." "Oh, but I did," she insisted. "Shall I tell you about it?" "Go ahead," I replied, lighting a cigarette. Tessie leaned back on the open window-sill and began very seriously. "One night last winter I was lying in bed, thinking about nothing at all in particular. I had been posing for you, and I was tired out, yet it seemed impossible for me to sleep. I heard the bells in the city ring 10, 11, and midnight. I must have fallen asleep about midnight, because I don't remember hearing the bells after that. It seemed to me that I had scarcely closed my eyes when I dreamed that something impelled me to go to the window. I rose, and raising the sash, leaned out. 25th Street was deserted as far as I could see. I began to be afraid. Everything outside seemed so black and uncomfortable. Then the sound of wheels in the distance came to my ears, and it seemed to me as though that was what I must wait for. Very slowly the wheels approached, and finally I could make out a vehicle moving along the street. It came nearer and nearer, and when it passed beneath my window I saw it was a hearse. Then, as I trembled with fear, the driver turned and looked straight at me. When I awoke I was standing by the open window, shivering with cold, but the black-plumed hearse and the driver were gone. I dreamed this dream again in March last, and again awoke beside the open window. Last night the dream came again. You remember how it was raining? When I awoke, standing at the open window, my nightdress was soaked. But where did I come into the dream? I asked. You were in the coffin, but you were not dead. In the coffin? Yes. How did you know? Could you see me? No, I only knew you were there. Had you been eating Welsh rarebits or lobster salad? I began laughing, but the girl interrupted me with a frightened cry. Hello? What's up? I said, as she shrank into the embrasure by the window. The man below in the churchyard? He drove the hearse. Nonsense, I said. But Tessie's eyes were wide with terror. I went to the window and looked out. The man was gone. Come, Tessie, I urged. Don't be foolish. You have posed too long. You are nervous. Do you think I could forget that face? She murmured. 3 times I saw the hearse pass below my window, and every time the driver turned and looked up at me. Oh, his face was so white and soft. It looked dead. It looked as if it had been dead a long time. I induced the girl to sit down and swallow a glass of marsala. Then I sat down beside her and tried to give her some advice. Look here, Tessie, I said. You go to the country for a week or 2 and you'll have no more dreams about hearses. You pose all day, and when night comes your nerves are upset. You can't keep this up. Then again, instead of going to bed when your day's work is done, you run off to picnics at Sulcer's Park or go to the El Dorado or Coney Island, and when you come down here next morning you're fagged out. There was no real hearse. That was a soft-shell crab dream. She smiled faintly. What about the man in the churchyard? Oh, he's only an ordinary, unhealthy, everyday creature. As true as my name is Tessie Reardon, I swear to you, Mr. Scott, that the face of the man below in the churchyard is the face of the man who drove the hearse. What of it? I said. It's an honest trade. Then you think I did see the hearse? Oh, I said diplomatically, if you really did, it might not be unlikely that the man below drove it. There's nothing in that. Tessie rose, unrolled her scented handkerchief, and taking a bit of gum from a knot in the hem, placed it in her mouth. Then, drawing on her glove, she offered me her hand with a frank, "Good night, Mr. Scott," and walked out. Chapter 2. The next morning, Thomas, the bellboy, brought me the Herald and a bit of news. The church next door had been sold. I thanked heaven for it. Not that being a Catholic I had any repugnance for the congregation next door, but because my nerves were shattered by a blatant exhorter whose every word echoed through the aisle of the church as if it had been my own rooms, and who insisted on his R's with a nasal persistence which revolted my every instinct. Then, too, there was a fiend in human shape, an organist who reeled off some of the grand old hymns with an interpretation of his own, and I longed for the blood of a creature who could play the doxology with an amendment of minor chords which one hears only in a quartet of very young undergraduates. I believe the minister was a good man, but when he bellowed, "And the Lord said unto Moses, the Lord is a man of war, the Lord is his name. My wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword," I wondered how many centuries of purgatory it would take to atone for such a sin. "Who bought the property?" I asked Thomas. "Nobody that I know, sir. They do say the gent what owns this here Hamilton Flats was looking at it. He might be a-building more studios." I walked to the window. The young man with the unhealthy face stood by the churchyard gate, and at the mere sight of him the same overwhelming repugnance took possession of me. "By the way, Thomas," I said, "who is that fellow down there?" Thomas sniffed. "That there Worm, sir? He's night watchman of the church, sir. He makes me tired of sitting out all night on them steps and looking at you insultin' like. I'd have punched his head, sir. Beg pardon, sir." "Go on, Thomas." "Well, one night a-comin' home with Harry, the other English boy, I sees him a-sittin' there on them steps. We had Molly and Jen with us, sir, the 2 girls on the tray service, and he looked so insultin' at us that I up and says, 'What are you looking at, you fat slug?' Beg pardon, sir, that's how I says it, though, sir. Then he don't say nothin', and I says, 'Come out and I'll punch that puddin' head.' Then I opens the gate and goes in, but he don't say nothin', only looks insultin' like. Then I hits him one. "The dog, his head was that cold and mushy it'd sicken you to touch him." "What did he do then?" I asked curiously. "Him? Nothin'." "And you, Thomas?" The young fellow flushed with embarrassment and smiled uneasily. "Oh, Mr. Scott, sir, I ain't no coward, and I can't make it out at all why I run. I was in the 5th Lancers, sir, bugler at Telekiba, and was shot by the Wells." "You don't mean to say you ran away?" "Yes, sir, I run." "Why?" "Well, that's just what I want to know, sir. I grabbed Molly and run, and the rest was as frightened as I." "But what were they frightened at?" Thomas refused to answer for a while, but now my curiosity was aroused about the repulsive young man below, and I pressed him. 3 years' sojourn in America had not only modified Thomas's Cockney dialect, but had given him the American's fear of ridicule. "You won't believe me, Mr. Scott, sir." "Oh, yes, I will." "You'll laugh at me, sir." "Nonsense." He hesitated. "Well, sir, it's God's truth that when I hit him, he grabbed me wrist, sir, and when I twisted his soft, mushy fist, one of his fingers come off in me hand." The utter loathing and horror of Thomas's face must have been reflected in my own, for he added, "Oh, it's awful, and now when I see him I just go away. He makes me ill." When Thomas had gone, I went to the window. The man stood beside the church railing with both hands on the gate, but I hastily retreated to my easel again, sickened and horrified, for I saw that the middle finger of his right hand was missing. At 9 o'clock Tessie appeared and vanished behind the screen with a merry, "Good morning, Mr. Scott." While she had reappeared and taken her pose upon the model stand, I started a new canvas, much to her delight. She remained silent as long as I was on the drawing, but as soon as the scrape of the charcoal ceased and I took up my fixative, she began to chatter. "Oh, I had such a lovely time last night. We went to Tony Pastor's." "And who are we?" I demanded. "Oh, Maggie, you know, Mr. White's model, and Pinky McCormick. We call her Pinky because she's got that beautiful red hair you artists like so much. And Lizzie Burke." I sent a shower of spray from the fixative over the canvas and said, "Well, go on." "We saw Kelly and Baby Barnes, the skirt dancer, and all the rest. I made a mash." "Then you have gone back on me, Tessie." She laughed and shook her head. "He's Lizzie Burke's brother, Ed. He's a perfect gentleman." I felt constrained to give her some parental advice concerning mashing, which she took with a bright smile. "Oh, I can take care of a strange mash," she said, examining her chewing gum. "But Ed is different. Lizzie is my best friend." Then she related how Ed had come back from the stocking mill in Lowell, Massachusetts, to find her and Lizzie grown up, and what an accomplished young man he was, and how he thought nothing of squandering $50 for ice cream and oysters to celebrate his entry as clerk into the woolen department of Macy's. Before she finished, I began to paint, and she resumed the pose, smiling and chattering like a sparrow. By noon I had the study fairly well rubbed in, and Tessie came to look at it. "That's better," she said. I thought so too, and ate my lunch with a satisfied feeling that all was going well. Tessie spread her lunch on a drawing table opposite me, and we drank our claret from the same bottle and lighted our cigarettes from the same match. I was very much attached to Tessie. I had watched her shoot up into a slender but exquisitely formed woman from a frail, awkward child. She had posed for me during the last 3 years, and among all my models she was my favorite. It would have troubled me very much indeed had she become tough or fly, as the phrase goes, but I never noticed any deterioration of her manner, and felt at heart that she was all right. She and I never discussed morals at all, and I had no intention of doing so, partly because I had none myself, and partly because I knew she would do what she liked in spite of me. Still, I did hope she would steer clear of complications, because I wished her well, and then also I had a selfish desire to retain the best model I had. I knew that mashing, as she termed it, had no significance with girls like Tessie, and that such things in America did not resemble in the least the same things in Paris. Yet having lived with my eyes open, I also knew that somebody would take Tessie away some day, in one manner or another, and though I professed to myself that marriage was nonsense, I sincerely hoped that in this case there would be a priest at the end of the vista. I am a Catholic. When I listen to High Mass, when I sign myself, I feel that everything, including myself, is more cheerful, and when I confess, it does me good. A man who lives as much alone as I do must confess to somebody. Then again, Sylvia was Catholic, and it was reason enough for me. But I was speaking of Tessie, which is very different. Tessie also was Catholic and much more devout than I, so taking it all in all, I had little fear for my pretty model until she should fall in love. But then I knew that fate alone would decide her future for her, and I prayed inwardly that fate would keep her away from men like me, and throw into her path nothing but Ed Burkes and Jimmy McCormicks, bless her sweet face. Tessie sat blowing rings of smoke up to the ceiling and tinkling the ice in her tumbler. "Do you know, kid, that I also had a dream last night?" I observed. I sometimes called her the kid. "Not about that man?" she laughed. "Exactly. A dream similar to yours, only much worse." It was foolish and thoughtless of me to say this, but you know how little tact the average painter has. "I must have fallen asleep about 10 o'clock, I continued, and after a while I dreamt that I was awoke. So plainly did I hear the midnight bells, the wind in the tree branches, and the whistle of steamers from the bay that even now I can scarcely believe I was not awake. I seemed to be lying in a box which had a glass cover. Dimly I saw the street lamps as I passed, for I must tell you, Tessie, the box in which I reclined appeared to lie in a cushioned wagon, which jolted me over a stony pavement. After a while I became impatient and tried to move, but the box was too narrow. My hands were crossed on my breast, so I could not raise them to help myself. I listened and then tried to call. My voice was gone. I could hear the trample of the horses attached to the wagon and even the breathing of the driver. Then another sound broke upon my ears like the raising of a window sash. I managed to turn my head a little and found I could look, not only through the glass cover of my box, but also through the glass panes in the side of the covered vehicle. I saw houses, empty and silent, with neither light nor life about any of them excepting one. In that house a window was open on the first floor, and a figure all in white stood looking down into the street. It was you. Tessie had turned her face away from me and leaned on the table with her elbow. "I could see your face," I resumed, "and it seemed to me to be very sorrowful." Then we passed on and turned into a narrow black lane. Presently the horses stopped. I waited and waited, closing my eyes with fear and impatience, but all was silent as the grave. After what seemed to me hours, I began to feel uncomfortable. A sense that somebody was close to me made me unclose my eyes. Then I saw the white face of the hearse driver looking at me through the coffin lid. A sob from Tessie interrupted me. She was trembling like a leaf. I saw I had made an ass of myself and attempted to repair the damage. "Oh, why, Tess," I said, "I only told you this to show you what influence your story might have on another person's dreams. You don't suppose I really lay in a coffin, do you? What are you trembling for? Don't you see that your dream and my unreasonable dislike for that inoffensive watchman of the church simply set my brain working as soon as I fell asleep?" She laid her head between her arms and sobbed as if her heart would break. What a precious triple donkey I had made of myself. But I was about to break my record. I went over and put my arm about her. "Tessie, dear, forgive me," I said. "I had no business to frighten you with such nonsense. You are too sensible a girl, too good a Catholic to believe in dreams." Her hand tightened on mine, and her head fell back upon my shoulder. But she still trembled, and I petted her and comforted her. "Come, Tess, open your eyes and smile." Her eyes opened with a slow, languid movement and met mine, but their expression was so queer that I hastened to reassure her again. "It's all humbug, Tessie. You surely are not afraid that any harm will come to you because of that?" "No," she said, but her scarlet lips quivered. "Well, then what's the matter? Are you afraid?" "Yes. Not for myself." "For me, then?" I demanded gaily. "For you," she murmured in a voice almost inaudible. I care for you." At first I started to laugh, but when I understood her, a shock passed through me, and I sat like one turned to stone. This was the crowning bit of idiocy I had committed. During the moment which elapsed between her reply and my answer, I thought of 1,000 responses to that innocent confession. I could pass it by with a laugh. I could misunderstand her and reassure her as to my health. I could simply point out that it was impossible she could love me. But my reply was quicker than my thoughts, and I might think and think now when it was too late, for I had kissed her on the mouth. That evening I took my usual walk in Washington Park, pondering over the occurrences of the day. I was thoroughly committed. There was no back out now, and I stared the future straight in the face. I was not good, not even scrupulous, but I had no idea of deceiving either myself or Tessie. The one passion of my life lay buried in the sunlit forests of Brittany. Was it buried forever? Hope cried no. For 3 years I had been listening to the voice of hope, and for 3 years I had waited for a footstep on my threshold. Had Sylvia forgotten? No, cried hope. I said that I was not good. That is true, but still I was not exactly a comic opera villain. I had led an easy-going, reckless life, taking what invited me of pleasure, deploring and sometimes bitterly regretting consequences. In one thing alone, except my painting, was I serious, and that was something which lay hidden, if not lost, in the Breton forests. It was too late now for me to regret what had occurred during the day. Whatever it had been, pity, a sudden tenderness for sorrow, or the more brutal instinct of gratified vanity, it was all the same now, and unless I wished to bruise an innocent heart, my path lay marked before me. The fire and strength, the depth of passion of a love which I had never even suspected, with all my imagined experience in the world, left me no alternative but to respond or send her away. Whether because I am so cowardly about giving pain to others, or whether it was that I have little of the gloomy Puritan in me, I do not know, but I shrank from disclaiming responsibility for that thoughtless kiss, and in fact had no time to do so before the gates of her heart opened and the flood poured forth. Others, who habitually do their duty and find a sullen satisfaction in making themselves and everybody else unhappy, might have withstood it. I did not. I dared not. After the storm had abated, I did tell her that she might better have loved Ed Burke and worn a plain gold ring, but she would not hear of it, and I thought perhaps that as long as she had decided to love somebody she could not marry, it had better be me. I at least could treat her with an intelligent affection, and whenever she became tired of her infatuation she could go none the worse for it. For I was decided on that point, although I knew how hard it would be. I remembered the usual termination of platonic liaisons, and thought how disgusted I had been whenever I heard of one. I knew I was undertaking a great deal for so unscrupulous a man as I was, and I dreaded the future, but never for one moment did I doubt that she was safe with me. Had it been anybody but Tessie, I should not have bothered my head about scruples, for it did not occur to me to sacrifice Tessie as I would have sacrificed a woman of the world. I looked the future squarely in the face and saw the several probable endings to the affair. She would either tire of the whole thing or become so unhappy that I should have either to marry her or go away. If I married her, we would be unhappy, I with a wife unsuited to me, and she with a husband unsuitable for any woman. For my past life could scarcely entitle me to marry. If I went away, she might either fall ill, recover, and marry some Eddie Burke, or she might recklessly or deliberately go and do something foolish. On the other hand, if she tired of me, then her whole life would be before her with beautiful vistas of Eddie Burkes and marriage rings and twins and Harlem Flats and heaven knows what. As I strolled along through the trees by the Washington Arch, I decided that she should find a substantial friend in me anyway, and the future could take care of itself. Then I went into the house and put on my evening dress, for the little faintly perfumed note on my dresser said, "Have a cab at the stage door at 11, and the note was signed Edith Carmichael, Metropolitan Theatre, June 19, 1890. I took supper that night, or rather we took supper, Miss Carmichael and I, at Solari's, and the dawn was just beginning to gild the cross on the Memorial Church as I entered Washington Square after leaving Edith at the Brunswick. There was not a soul in the park as I passed among the trees and took the walk which leads from the Garibaldi statue to the Hamilton apartment house. But as I passed the churchyard, I saw a figure sitting on the stone steps. In spite of myself, a chill crept over me at the sight of the white, puffy face, and I hastened to pass. Then he said something which might have been addressed to me, or might merely have been a mutter to himself. but a sudden furious anger flamed up within me that such a creature should address me. For an instant I felt like wheeling about and smashing my stick over his head, but I walked on, and entering the Hamilton went to my apartment. For some time I tossed about the bed, trying to get the sound of his voice out of my ears, but could not. It filled my head, that muttering sound, like thick, oily smoke from a fat-rendering vat, or an odor of noisome decay. And as I lay and tossed about, the voice in my ear seemed more distinct, and I began to understand the words he had muttered. They came to me slowly, as if I had forgotten them, and at last I could make some sense out of the sounds. It was this: "Have you found the yellow sign? Have you found the yellow sign? Have you found the yellow sign?" I was furious. What did he mean by that? Then, with a curse upon him and his, I rolled over and went to sleep. But when I awoke later, I looked pale and haggard, for I had dreamed the dream of the night before, and it troubled me more than I cared to think. I dressed and went down into my studio. Tessie sat by the window, but as I came in she rose and put both arms around my neck for an innocent kiss. She looked so sweet and dainty that I kissed her again, and then sat down before the easel. "Hello, where's the study I began yesterday?" I asked. Tessie looked conscious, but did not answer. I began to hunt among the piles of canvases, saying, "Hurry up, Tess, and get ready. We must take advantage of the morning light." When at last I gave up the search among the other canvases and turned to look around the room for the missing study, I noticed Tessie standing by the screen with her clothes still on. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Don't you feel well?" "Yes." "Well, then hurry." "Do you want me to pose as I have always posed?" Then I understood. Here was a new complication. I had lost, of course, the best nude model I had ever seen. I looked at Tessie. Her face was scarlet. Alas, alas, we had eaten of the tree of knowledge, and Eden and native innocence were dreams of the past. I mean, for her. I suppose she noticed the disappointment on my face, for she said, "I will pose if you wish. The study is behind the screen here where I put it." "No," I said, "we will begin something new." And I went into my wardrobe and picked out a Moorish costume which fairly blazed with tinsel. It was a genuine costume, and Tessie retired to the screen with it and chanted. When she came forth again I was astonished. Her long black hair was bound above her forehead with a circlet of turquoises, and the ends curled about her glittering girdle. Her feet were encased in the embroidered pointed slippers, and the skirt of her costume, curiously wrought with arabesques in silver, fell to her ankles. The deep metallic blue vest embroidered with silver and the short Moresque jacket, spangled and sewn with turquoises, became her wonderfully. She came up to me and held up her face, smiling. I slipped my hand into my pocket, and drawing out a gold chain with a cross attached, dropped it over her head. "It's yours, Tessie." "Mine?" she faltered. "Yours. Now go and pose." Then with a radiant smile she ran behind the screen and presently reappeared with a little box on which was written my name. "I had intended to give it to you when I went home tonight," she said, "but I can't wait now." I opened the box. On the pink cotton inside lay a clasp of black onyx, on which was inlaid a curious symbol or letter in gold. It was neither Arabic nor Chinese, nor, as I found afterwards, did it belong to any human script. "It's all I had to give you for a keepsake," she said timidly. I was annoyed, but I told her how much I should prize it and promised to wear it always. She fastened it on my coat beneath the lapel. "How foolish, Tess, to go and buy me such a beautiful thing as this," I said. "I did not buy it," she laughed. "Well, where did you get it?" Then she told me how she had found it one day while coming from the aquarium in the Battery, how she had advertised it and watched the papers, but at last gave up all hopes of finding the owner. "That was last winter," she said, "the very day I had the first horrid dream about the hearse." I remembered my dream of the previous night, but said nothing, and presently my charcoal was flying over a new canvas, and Tessie stood motionless on the model stand. Chapter 3. The day following was a disastrous one for me. While moving a framed canvas from one easel to another, my foot slipped on the polished floor, and I fell heavily on both wrists. They were so badly sprained that it was useless to attempt to hold a brush, and I was obliged to wander about the studio glaring at unfinished drawings and sketches until despair seized me and I sat down to smoke and twiddle my thumbs with rage. The rain blew against the windows and rattled on the roof of the church, driving me into a nervous fit with its interminable patter. Tessie sat sewing by the window, and every now and then raised her head and looked at me with such innocent compassion that I began to feel ashamed of my irritation, and looked about for something to occupy me. I had read all the papers and all the books in the library, but for the sake of something to do I went to the bookcases and shoved them open with my elbow. I knew every volume by its color, and examined them all, passing slowly around the library and whistling to keep up my spirits. I was turning to go into the dining room when my eye fell upon a book bound in yellow, standing in a corner of the top shelf of the last bookcase. I did not remember it, and from the floor could not decipher the pale lettering on the back, so I went to the smoking room and called Tessie. She came in from the studio and climbed up to reach the book. "What is it?" I asked. "The King in Yellow." I was dumbfounded. Who had placed it there? How came it in my rooms? I had long ago decided that I should never open that book, and nothing on earth could have persuaded me to buy it. Fearful lest curiosity might tempt me to open it, I had never even looked at it in bookstores. If I ever had any curiosity to read it, the awful tragedy of young Castan, whom I knew, prevented me from exploring its wicked pages. I had always refused to listen to any description of it, and indeed nobody ever ventured to discuss the second part aloud, so I had absolutely no knowledge of what those leaves might reveal. I stared at the poisonous yellow binding as I would at a snake. "Don't touch it, Tessie," I said. "Come down." Of course my admonition was enough to arouse her curiosity, and before I could prevent it she took the book and laughing danced away into the studio with it. I called to her, but she slipped away with a tormenting smile at my helpless hands, and I followed her with some impatience. "Tessie," I cried, entering the library, "listen, I'm serious. Put that book away. I do not wish you to open it." The library was empty. I went into both drawing-rooms, then into the bedrooms, laundry, kitchen, and finally returned to the library and began a systematic search. She had hidden herself so well that it was half an hour later when I discovered her crouching white and silent by the latticed window in the storeroom above. At the first glance I saw she had been punished for her foolishness. The King in Yellow lay at her feet, but the book was open at the second part. I looked at Tessie and saw it was too late. She had opened The King in Yellow. Then I took her by the hand and led her into the studio. She seemed dazed, and when I told her to lie down on the sofa, she obeyed me without a word. After a while she closed her eyes, and her breathing became regular and deep, but I could not determine whether or not she slept. For a long while I sat silently beside her, but she neither stirred nor spoke, and at last I rose, and entering the unused storeroom, took the yellow book in my least injured hand. It seemed heavy as lead, but I carried it into the studio again, and sitting down on the rug beside the sofa, opened it, and read it through from beginning to end. When, faint with the excess of my emotions, I dropped the volume and leaned wearily back against the sofa, Tessie opened her eyes and looked at me. We had been speaking for some time in a dull, monotonous strain before I realized that we were discussing The King in Yellow. Oh, the sin of writing such words, words which are clear as crystal, limpid and musical as bubbling springs, words which sparkle and glow like the poisoned diamonds of the Medicis. Oh, the wickedness, the hopeless damnation of a soul who could fascinate and paralyze human creatures with such words, words understood by the ignorant and wise alike, words which are more precious than jewels, more soothing than heavenly music, more awful than death itself. We talked on, unmindful of the gathering shadows, and she was begging me to throw away the clasp of black onyx quaintly inlaid with what we now knew to be the yellow sign. I never shall know why I refuse, though even at this hour, here in my bedroom as I write this confession, I should be glad to know what it was that prevented me from tearing the yellow sign from my breast and casting it into the fire. I am sure I wished to do so, but Tessie pleaded with me in vain. Night fell, and the hours dragged on, but still we murmured to each other of the king and the pallid mask, and midnight sounded from the misty spires in the fog-wrapped city. We spoke of Hester and of Casilda, while outside the fog rolled against the blank window-panes, as the cloud waves roll and break on the shores of Holly. The house was very silent now, and not a sound from the misty streets broke the silence. Tessie lay among the cushions, her face a grey blot in the gloom, but her hands were clasped in mine, and I knew that she knew and read my thoughts as I read hers, for we had understood the mystery of the Hyades, and the phantom of truth was laid. Then, as we answered each other swiftly, silently, thought on thought, the shadows stirred in the gloom about us, and far in the distant streets we heard a sound. Nearer and nearer it came, the dull crunching of wheels, nearer and yet nearer, and now, outside before the door, it ceased, and I dragged myself to the window and saw a black-plumed hearse. The gate below opened and shut, and I crept shaking to my door and bolted it, but I knew no bolts, no locks could keep that creature out who was coming for the yellow sign. And now I heard him moving very softly along the hall. Now he was at the door, and the bolts rotted at his touch. Now he had entered. With eyes starting from my head, I peered into the darkness, but when he came into the room I did not see him. It was only when I felt him envelop me in his cold, soft grasp that I cried out and struggled with deadly fury. But my hands were useless, and he tore the onyx clasp from my coat and struck me full in the face. Then as I fell I heard Tessie's soft cry, and her spirit fled to God. And even while falling I longed to follow her, for I knew that the king in yellow had opened his tattered mantle, and there was only Christ to cry to now. I could tell more, but I cannot see what help it will be to the world. As for me, I am past human help or hope. As I lie here writing, careless even whether or not I die before I finish, I can see the doctor gathering up his powders and phials with a vague gesture to the good priest beside me, which I understand. They will be very curious to know the tragedy, they of the outside world who write books and print millions of newspapers. But I shall write no more, and the Father Confessor will seal my last words with the seal of sanctity when his holy office is done. They of the outside world may send their creatures into wrecked homes and death-smitten firesides, and their newspapers will batten on blood and tears. But with me their spies must halt before the confessional. They know that Tessie is dead and that I am dying. They know how the people in the house, aroused by an infernal scream, rushed into my room and found one living and two dead. But they do not know what I shall tell them now. They do not know that the doctor said as he pointed to a horrible decomposed heap on the floor, the livid corpse of the watchman from the church, "I have no theory, no explanation. That man must have been dead for months." I think I am dying. I wish the priest would. They, by Rudyard Kipling, 1865 to 1936. This poetic and hauntingly beautiful story is worlds away from the tales of the empire that Kipling seems best remembered for today. While the shades that haunted Kipling's India could be tormented, as in the Phantom Rickshaw, or malefic as in the Mark of the Beast, his English ghosts here seem subtle and deceptively harmless. In the superb and lyrical Puck of Pook's Hill, the ghosts from England's past are benevolent and even didactic. In their half-sensed presence and silent eloquence, they become the most believable of ghosts. One view called me to another, one hilltop to its fellow half across the country, and since I could answer at no more trouble than the snapping forward of a lever, I let the county flow under my wheels. The orchid-studded flats of the east gave way to the thyme, ilex, and grey grass of the downs. These again to the rich cornland and fig trees of the lower coast, where you carry the beat of the tide on your left hand for 15 level miles. And when at last I turned inland, through a huddle of rounded hills and woods, I had run myself clean out of my known marks. Beyond that precise hamlet which stands godmother to the capital of the United States, I found hidden villages, where bees, the only things awake, boomed in 80-foot lindens that overhung grey Norman churches. Miraculous brooks diving under stone bridges, built for heavier traffic than would ever vex them again. Tithe barns larger than their churches, and an old smithy that cried out aloud how it had once been a hall of the Knights of the Temple. Gypsies I found on a common where the gorse, bracken, and heath fought it out together up a mile of Roman road, and a little farther on I disturbed a red fox rolling dog fashion in the naked sunlight. As the wooded hills closed about me, I stood up in the car to take the bearings of that great down whose ringed head is a landmark for 50 miles across the Low Countries. I judged that the lie of the country would bring me across some westward running road that went to his feet, but I did not allow for the confusing vales of the woods. A quick turn plunged me first into a green cutting, brimful of liquid sunshine, next into a gloomy tunnel where last year's dead leaves whispered and scuffled about my tires. The strong hazel stuff meeting overhead had not been cut for a couple of generations at least, nor had any axe helped the moss-cankered oak and beech to spring above them. Here the road changed frankly into a carpeted ride on whose brown velvet spent primrose clumps showed like jade, and a few sickly white-stalked bluebells nodded together. As the slope favored, I shut off the power and slid over the whirled leaves, expecting every moment to meet a keeper. But I only heard a jay far off, arguing against the silence under the twilight of the trees. Still the track descended. I was on the point of reversing and working my way back on the second speed ere I ended in some swamp, when I saw sunshine through the tangle ahead and lifted the brake. It was down again at once. As the light beat across my face, my fore-wheels took the turf of a great still lawn from which sprang horsemen 10 feet high, with levelled lances, monstrous peacocks, and sleek rounded-headed maids of honour, blue, black, and glistening, all of clipped yew. Across the lawn, the marshalled woods besieged it on 3 sides, stood an ancient house of lichened and weather-worn stone, with mullioned windows and roofs of rose-red tile. It was flanked by semicircular walls, also rose-red, that closed the lawn on the 4th side, and at their feet a box hedge grew man-high. There were doves on the roof above the slim brick chimneys, and I caught a glimpse of an octagonal dove-house behind the screening wall. Here then I stayed, a horseman's green spear laid at my breast, held by the exceeding beauty of that jewel in that setting. If I am not packed off for a trespasser, or if this knight does not ride a wallop at me, thought I, Shakespeare and Queen Elizabeth at least must come out of that half-open garden door and ask me to tea. A child appeared at an upper window, and I thought the little thing waved a friendly hand. But it was to call a companion, for presently another bright head showed. Then I heard a laugh among the yew peacocks, and turning to make sure, till then I had been watching the house only, I saw the silver of a fountain behind a hedge thrown up against the sun. The doves on the roof cooed to the cooing water, but between the 2 notes I caught the utterly happy chuckle of a child absorbed in some light mischief. The garden door, heavy oak sunk deep in the thickness of the wall, opened further. A woman in a big garden hat set foot slowly on the time-hollowed stone step, and as slowly walked across the turf. I was forming some apology when she lifted up her head, and I saw that she was blind. "I heard you," she said. "Isn't that a motor car?" "I'm afraid I've made a mistake in my road. I should have turned off up above. I never dreamed," I began. "Oh, but I'm very glad. Fancy a motor car coming into the garden. It will be such a treat." She turned and made as though looking about her. You haven't seen anyone, have you, perhaps?" "No one to speak to, but the children seemed interested at a distance." "Which?" "Well, I saw a couple up at the window just now, and I think I heard a little chap in the grounds." "Oh, lucky you!" she cried, and her face brightened. "I hear them, of course, but that's all. You've seen them and heard them?" "Yes," I answered, "and if I know anything of children, one of them's having a beautiful time by the fountain yonder. Escaped, I should imagine." "You're fond of children?" she asked. I gave her one or two reasons why I did not altogether hate them. Of course," she said. "Then you understand. Then you won't think it foolish if I ask you to take your car through the gardens once or twice, quite slowly. I'm sure they'd like to see it. They see so little, poor things. One tries to make their life pleasant, but—" She threw out her hands towards the woods. "We're so out of the world here." "Oh, that will be splendid," I said, "but I can't cut up your grass." She faced to the right. "Wait a minute," she said. "We're at the south gate, aren't we? Behind those peacocks there's a flagged path. We call it the Peacock's Walk. You can't see it from here, they tell me, but if you squeeze along by the edge of the wood, you can turn at the first peacock and get on to the flags." It was sacrilege to wake that dreaming house front with the clatter of machinery, but I swung the car to clear the turf, brushed along the edge of the wood, and turned in on the broad stone path where the fountain basin lay like one star sapphire. "May I come too?" she cried. "Oh, no, please don't help me. They'll like it better if they see me." She felt her way lightly to the front of the car, and with one foot on the step she called, "Children! Oh, children! Look and see what's going to happen!" The voice would have drawn lost souls from the pit for the yearning that underlay its sweetness, and I was not surprised to hear an answering shout beyond the yews. It must have been the child by the fountain, but he fled at our approach, leaving a little toy boat in the water. I saw the glint of his blue blouse among the still horsemen. Very disposedly we paraded the length of the walk, and at her request backed again. This time the child had got the better of his panic, but stood far off and doubting. "The little fellow's watching us," I said. "I wonder if he'd like a ride." "They're very shy still, very shy. But oh, lucky you to be able to see them. Let's listen." I stopped the machine at once, and the humid stillness, heavy with the scent of box, cloaked us deep. Shears I could hear where some gardener was clipping, a mumble of bees and broken voices that might have been the doves. "Oh, unkind," she said weariedly. "Perhaps they're only shy of the motor. The little maid at the window looks tremendously interested." "Yes?" She raised her head. "It was wrong of me to say that. They are really fond of me. It's the only thing that makes life worth living, when they're fond of you, isn't it? I daren't think what the place would be without them. By the way, is it beautiful?" "I think it is the most beautiful place I have ever seen." "So they all tell me. I can feel it, of course, but that isn't quite the same thing." "Then have you never—" I began, but stopped abashed. "Not since I can remember. It happened when I was only a few months old, they tell me, and yet I must remember something, else how could I dream about colors? I see light in my dreams and colors, but I never see them. I only hear them just as I do when I'm awake." "It's difficult to see faces in dreams," I said. "Some people can, but most of us haven't the gift," I went on, looking up at the window where the child stood, all but hidden. "I've heard that too," she said, "and they tell me that one never sees a dead person's face in a dream. Is that true?" "I believe it is, now I come to think of it." "But how is it with yourself? Yourself?" The blind eyes turned towards me. "I have never seen the faces of my dead in any dream," I answered. "Well, then it must be as bad as being blind," she said. The sun had dipped behind the woods, and the long shades were possessing the insolent horsemen one by one. I saw the light die from off the top of a glossy-leafed lance, and all the brave hard green turned to soft black. The house, accepting another day at end, as it had accepted 100,000 gone, seemed to settle deeper into its rest among the shadows. "Have you ever wanted to?" she said after the silence. "Very much sometimes," I replied. The child had left the window as the shadows closed upon it. "Ah, so have I, but I don't suppose it's allowed. Where do you live?" "Oh, quite the other side of the county, 60 miles and more, and I must be going back. I've come without my big lamps." "Oh, but it's not dark yet. I can feel it." "I'm afraid it will be by the time I get home. Could you lend me someone to set me on my road at first? I've utterly lost myself." "I'll send Madden with you to the crossroads. We are so out of the world I don't wonder you were lost."
I'll guide you around to the front of the house, but you will go slowly, won't you, till you're out of the grounds? It isn't foolish, do you think?"
"I promise you I'll go like this," I said, and let the car start herself down the flagged path. We skirted the left wing of the house, whose elaborately cast lead guttering alone was worth a day's journey, passed under a great rose-grown gate in the red wall, and so round to the high front of the house, which in beauty and stateliness as much excelled the back as that all others I had seen.
"Is it so very beautiful?" she said wistfully when she heard my raptures. "And you like the lead figures, too? There's the old azalea garden behind. They say that this place must have been made for children. Will you help me out, please? I should like to come with you as far as the crossroads, but I mustn't leave them. Is that you, Madden? I want you to show this gentleman the way to the crossroads. He has lost his way, but he has seen them."
A butler appeared noiselessly at the miracle of old oak that must be called the front door, and slipped aside to put on his hat. She stood looking at me with open blue eyes in which no sight lay, and I saw for the first time that she was beautiful.
"Remember," she said quietly, "if you are fond of them you will come again,"
and disappeared within the house. The butler in the car said nothing till we were nearly at the lodge gates, where, catching a glimpse of a blue blouse in a shrubbery, I swerved amply lest the devil that leads little boys to play should drag me into child murder. "Excuse me," he asked of a sudden, "but why did you do that, sir?" "Oh, the child yonder." "Our young gentleman in blue?" "Of course." "Yes, he runs about a good deal. Did you see him by the fountain, sir?" "Oh, yes, several times. Do we turn here?" "Yes, sir. And did you happen to see them upstairs, too?" "At the upper window, yes." "Was that before the mistress come out to speak to you, sir?" "A little before that. Why do you want to know?" He paused a little. "Only to make sure that they had seen the car, sir, because with children running about, though I'm sure you're driving particularly careful, there might be an accident. That was all, sir. Ah, here are the crossroads. You can't miss your way from now on." "Thank you, sir, but that isn't our custom, not with—" "I beg your pardon," I said, and thrust away the British silver. "Oh, it's quite right with the rest of 'em as a rule. Good-bye, sir." He retired into the armor-plated conning tower of his caste and walked away, evidently a butler solicitous for the honour of his house, and interested probably through a maid in the nursery. Once beyond the signposts at the crossroads, I looked back, but the crumpled hills interlaced so jealously that I could not see where the house had lain. When I asked its name at a cottage along the road, the fat woman who sold sweetmeats there gave me to understand that people with motor cars had small right to live, much less to go about talking like carriage folk. They were not a pleasant-mannered community. When I retraced my route on the map that evening, I was little wiser. Hawkins' Old Farm appeared to be the survey title of the place, and the old county gazetteer, generally so ample, did not allude to it. The big house of those parts was Hodnington Hall, Georgian, with early Victorian embellishments, as an atrocious steel engraving attested. I carried my difficulty to a neighbour, a deep-rooted tree of that soil, and he gave me a name of a family which conveyed no meaning. A month or so later, I went again, or it may have been that my car took the road of her own volition. She overran the fruitless downs, threaded every turn of the maze of lanes below the hills, drew through the high-walled woods, impenetrable in their full leaf, came out at the crossroads where the butler had left me, and a little farther on developed an internal trouble, which forced me to turn her in on a grass way-waste that cut into a summer silent hazelwood. So far as I could make sure by the sun and a 6-inch ordnance map, this should be the road flank of that wood which I had first explored from the heights above. I made a mighty serious business of my repairs, and a glittering shop of my repair kit, spanners, pump, and the like, which I spread out orderly upon a run. It was a trap to catch all childhood, for on such a day I argued the children would not be far off. When I paused in my work I listened, but the wood was so full of noises of summer, though the birds had mated, that I could not at first distinguish these from the tread of small cautious feet stealing across the dead leaves. I rang my bell in an alluring manner, but the feet fled, and I repented, for to a child a sudden noise is very real terror. I must have been at work half an hour when I heard in the wood the voice of the blind woman crying, "Children! Oh, children, where are you?" And the stillness made slow to close on the perfection of that cry. She came towards me, half feeling her way between the tree boles, and though a child, it seemed, clung to her skirt, it swerved into the leafage like a rabbit as she drew nearer. "Is that you?" she said, "from the other side of the county?" "Yes, it's me, from the other side of the county." "Then why didn't you come through the upper woods? They were there just now." "Oh, they were here a few minutes ago. I expect they knew my car had broken down and came to see the fun." "Nothing serious, I hope. How do cars break down?" "Oh, in 50 different ways, only mine has chosen the 51st. She laughed merrily at the tiny joke, cooed with delicious laughter, and pushed her hat back.
"Let me hear," she said.
"Wait a moment," I cried, "and I'll get you a cushion." She set her foot on the rug, all covered with spare parts, and stooped above it eagerly.
What delightful things!
The hands through which she saw glanced in the checkered sunlight.
A box here. Oh, another box. Why, you've arranged them like playing shop.
Well, I confess now that I put it out to attract them. I don't need half those things, really.
How nice of you. I heard your bell in the upper wood. You say they were here before that?
Oh, I'm sure of it. Why are they so shy? That little fellow in blue who was with you just now ought to have got over his fright. He's been watching me like a red Indian.
It must have been your bell, she said. I heard one of them go past me in trouble when I was coming down. They're shy, so shy even with me.
She turned her face over her shoulder and cried again,
"Children! Oh, children! Look and see!"
They must have gone off together on their own affairs, I suggested, for there was a murmur behind us of lowered voices broken by the sudden squeaking giggles of childhood. I returned to my tinkerings, and she leaned forward, her chin on her hand, listening interestedly. "How many are they?" I said at last. The work was finished, but I saw no reason to go. Her forehead puckered a little in thought.
"I don't quite know," she said simply. "Sometimes more, sometimes less. They come and stay with me because I love them, you see."
"That must be very jolly," I said, replacing a drawer, and as I spoke I heard the inanity of my answer.
You aren't laughing at me?" she cried. I haven't any of my own. I never married. People laugh at me sometimes about them because...
Because they're savages?" I returned. "It's nothing to fret for. That sort laugh at everything that isn't in their own fat lives."
"Oh, I don't know. How should I? I only don't like being laughed at about them. It hurts. And when one can't see... Oh, I don't want to seem silly."
Her chin quivered like a child's as she spoke.
"But we blindies have only one skin, I think. Everything outside hits straight at our souls. It's different with you. You've such good defenses in your eyes, looking out before anyone can really pain you in your soul. People forget that with us."
I was silent, reviewing that inexhaustible matter, the more than inherited, since it is also carefully taught, brutality of the Christian peoples, besides which the mere heathendom of the West Coast is clean and restrained. It led me a long distance into myself.
"Don't do that,"
she said of a sudden, putting her hands before her eyes. "What?" She made a gesture with her hand.
"That. It's all purple and black. Don't. That color hurts."
"But how in the world do you know about colors?" I exclaimed, for here was a revelation indeed.
"Colors as colors?" she asked.
"No, those colors which you saw just now."
"You know as well as I do."
Then she laughed.
"Else you wouldn't have asked that question. They aren't in the world at all. They're in you, when you went so angry."
"Do you mean a dull, purplish patch like port wine mixed with ink?" I said.
"I've never seen ink or port wine, but the colors aren't mixed. They can separate, all separate."
"Do you mean black streaks and jags across the purple?" She nodded.
"Yes, if they're like this,"
and zigzagged her finger again.
"But it's more red than purple, that bad color."
"And what are the colors at the top of the whatever you see?" Slowly she leaned forward and traced on the rug the figure of the egg itself.
"I see them so," she said, pointing with a grass stem. "White, green, yellow, red, purple. And when people are angry or bad, black across the red, as you were just now."
"Who told you anything about it in the beginning?" I demanded.
"About the colors? No one. I used to ask what colors were when I was little, in table covers and curtains and carpets, you see, because some people hurt me and some made me happy. People told me, and when I got older that was how I saw people."
Again she traced the outline of the egg, which is given to very few of us to see. "All by yourself?" I repeated.
"All by myself. There wasn't anyone else. I only found out afterwards that other people did not see the colors."
She leaned against the tree bole, plaiting and unplaiting chance-plucked grass stems. The children in the wood had drawn nearer. I could see them with the tail of my eye, frolicking like squirrels.
"Now I am sure you will never laugh at me," she went on after a long silence, "nor at them."
"Oh, goodness, no!" I cried, jolted out of my train of thought. "A man who laughs at a child, unless the child is laughing too, is a heathen."
"Oh, I didn't mean that, of course," she said. "You'd never laugh at children, but I thought, well, I used to think that perhaps you might laugh about them. So now I beg your pardon. What are you going to laugh at?"
I had made no sound, but she knew. "At the notion of your begging my pardon. If you had done your duty as a pillar of the state and a landed proprietress, you ought to have summoned me for trespass when I barged through your woods the other day. It was disgraceful of me, inexcusable." She looked at me, her head against the tree trunk, long and steadfastly, this woman who could see the naked soul.
"How curious," she half whispered. "How very curious."
"Why? What have I done?"
"You don't understand. And yet you understand about the colors. Don't you understand?"
She spoke with a passion that nothing had justified, and I faced her bewilderedly as she rose. The children had gathered themselves in a roundel behind a bramble bush. One sleek head bent over something smaller, and the set of the little shoulders told me that fingers were on lips. They, too, had some child's tremendous secret. I alone was hopelessly astray there in the broad sunlight. "No," I said, and shook my head as though the dead eyes could note. "Whatever it is, I don't understand yet. Perhaps I shall later, if you'll let me come again."
"You will come again," she answered. "You will surely come again and walk in the wood."
"Perhaps the children will know me well enough by that time to let me play with them, as a favor. You know what children are like."
"It isn't a matter of favor, but of right," she replied,
and while I wondered what she meant, a disheveled woman plunged round the bend of the road, loose-haired, purple, almost lowing with agony as she ran. It was my rude, fat friend of the sweetmeat shop. The blind woman heard and stepped forward.
"What is it, Mrs. Madehurst?" she asked.
The woman flung her apron over her head and literally grovelled in the dust, crying that her grandchild was sick to death, that the local doctor was away fishing, that Jenny the mother was at her wits' end, and so forth, with repetitions and bellowings. "Where's the nearest doctor?" I asked, between paroxysms.
"Madden will tell you. Go round to the house and take him with you. I'll attend to this. Be quick."
She half supported the fat woman into the shade. In 2 minutes I was blowing all the horns of Jericho under the front of the House Beautiful, and Madden in the pantry rose to the crisis like a butler and a man. A quarter of an hour at illegal speeds caught us a doctor 5 miles away. Within the half-hour we had decanted him, much interested in motors, at the door of the sweetmeat shop, and drew up the road to await the verdict. "Useful things, cars," said Madden, all man and no butler. "If I'd had one when mine took sick, she wouldn't have died." "How was it?" I asked. "Croup. Mrs. Madden was away. No one knew what to do. I drove 8 miles in a tax cart for the doctor. She was choked when we came back. This car would have saved her. She'd have been close to 10 now." "I'm sorry," I said. "I thought you were rather fond of children from what you told me going to the crossroads the other day." "Have you seen 'em again, sir, this morning?" "Yes, but they're well broke to cars. I couldn't get any of them within 20 yards of it." He looked at me carefully, as a scout considers a stranger, not as a menial should lift his eyes to his divinely appointed superior. "I wonder why," he said, just above the breath that he drew. We waited on. A light wind from the sea wandered up and down the long lines of the woods, and the wayside grasses, whitened already with summer dust, rose and bowed in sallow waves. A woman, wiping the suds off her arms, came out of the cottage next to the sweetmeat shop. "I've been listening in the backyard," she said cheerily. "He says Arthur's unaccountable bad. Did you hear him shruck just now? Unaccountable bad. I reckon 'twill come Jenny's turn to walk in the wood next week along, Mr. Madden." "Excuse me, sir, but your lap-robe is slipping," said Madden deferentially. The woman started, dropped a curtsy, and hurried away. "What does she mean by walking in the wood?" I asked. "Oh, it must be some saying they use hereabouts. I'm from Norfolk myself," said Madden. "They're an independent lot in this county. She took you for a chauffeur, sir." I saw the doctor come out of the cottage, followed by a draggle-tailed wench who clung to his arm as though he could make treaty for her with death. "Dat sort," she wailed. "They're just as much to us that has 'em as if they was lawful born. Just as much, just as much. And God, he'd be just as pleased if you saved one, doctor. Oh, don't take it from me. Miss Florence will tell you the very same. Don't leave him, doctor." I know," said the man, "but you'll be quiet for a while now. We'll get the nurse and the medicine as fast as we can." He signaled me to come forward with the car, and I strove not to be privy to what followed, but I saw the girl's face, blotched and frozen with grief, and I felt the hand without a ring clutching at my knees when we moved away. The doctor was a man of some humor, for I remember he claimed my car under the oath of Esculapius, and used it and me without mercy. First we convoyed Mrs. Madehurst and the blind woman to wait by the sick-bed till the nurse should come. Next we invaded a neat county town for prescriptions. The doctor said the trouble was cerebrospinal meningitis, and when the county institute, banked and flanked with scared market cattle, reported itself out of nurses for the moment, we literally flung ourselves loose upon the county. We conferred with the owners of great houses, magnates at the ends of overarching avenues whose big-boned womenfolk strode away from their tea-tables to listen to the imperious doctor. At last a white-haired lady, sitting under a cedar of Lebanon and surrounded by a court of magnificent bourgeois, all hostile to motors, gave the doctor, who received them as from a princess, written orders which we bore many miles at top speed through a park to a French nunnery, where we took over in exchange a pallid-faced and trembling sister. She knelt at the bottom of the tonneau, telling her beads without pause, till, by shortcuts of the doctor's invention, we had her to the sweetmeat shop once more. It was a long afternoon, crowded with mad episodes that rose and dissolved like the dust of our wheels, cross-sections of remote and incomprehensible lives through which we raced at right angles, and I went home in the dusk, wearied out, to dream of the clashing horns of cattle, round-eyed nuns walking in a garden of graves, pleasant tea-parties beneath shady trees, the carbolic-scented grey-painted corridors of the county institute, the steps of shy children in the wood, and the hands that clung to my knees as the motor began to move. I had intended to return in a day or two, but it pleased fate to hold me from that side of the county on many pretexts till the elder and the wild rose had fruited. There came at last a brilliant day, swept clear from the southwest, that brought the hills within hand's reach, a day of unstable airs and high, filmy clouds. Through no merit of my own, I was free, and set the car for the third time on that known road. As I reached the crest of the downs, I felt the soft air change, saw it glaze under the sun, and looking down at the sea, in that instant beheld the blue of the channel turn through polished silver and dulled steel to dingy pewter. A laden collier, hugging the coast, steered outward for deeper water, and across copper-colored haze I saw sails rise one by one on the anchored fishing fleet. In the deep Dean behind me an eddy of sudden wind drummed through sheltered oaks, and spun aloft the first dry sample of autumn leaves. When I reached the beach road, the sea fog fumed over the brickfields, and the tide was telling all the groins of the gale beyond Ushant. In less than an hour summer England vanished in chill grey. We were again the shut island of the north, all the ships of the world bellowing at our perilous gates, and between their outcries ran the piping of bewildered gulls. My cap dripped moisture, the folds of the rug held it in pools or sluiced it away in runnels,
and the salt rime stuck to my lips.
Inland, the smell of autumn loaded the thickened fog among the trees, and the drip became a continuous shower. Yet the late flowers, mallow of the wayside, scabious of the field, and dahlia of the garden, showed gay in the mist, and beyond the sea's breath there was little sign of decay in the leaf. Yet in the villages the house doors were all open, and bare-legged, bare-headed children sat at ease on the damp doorsteps to shout pip-pip at the stranger. I made bold to call at the sweetmeat shop where Mrs. Madehurst met me with a fat woman's hospitable tears. Jenny's child, she said, had died 2 days after the nun had come. It was, she felt, best out of the way, even though insurance offices, for reasons which she did not pretend to follow, would not willingly insure such stray lives. "Not but what Jenny didn't tend to Arthur as though he'd come all proper at the end of the first year, like Jenny herself," she said. Thanks to Miss Florence, the child had been buried with a pomp which in Mrs. Madehurst's opinion more than covered the small irregularity of its birth. She described the coffin within and without, the glass hearse, and the evergreen lining of the grave. "But how's the mother?" I asked. "Jenny? Oh, she'll get over it. I felt that way with 1 or 2 of me own. She'll get over it. She's walking in the wood now." "In this weather?" I asked. Mrs. Madehurst looked at me with narrowed eyes across the counter. "I don't know, but it opens the heart like. Yes, it opens the heart. That's where losing and bearing come so alike in the long run, we do say." Now the wisdom of the old wives is greater than that of all the fathers, and this last oracle sent me thinking so extendedly as I went up the road that I nearly ran over a woman and a child at the wooded corner by the lodge gates of the House Beautiful. "Awful weather," I cried as I slowed dead for the turn. "Not so bad," she answered placidly out of the fog. "Mine's used to 'un. You'll find yours indoors, I reckon." Indoors, Madden received me with professional courtesy and kind inquiries for the health of the motor which he would put under cover. I waited in a still, nut-brown hall, pleasant with late flowers, and warmed with a delicious wood fire, a place of good influence and great peace. Men and women may sometimes, after great effort, achieve a creditable lie, but the house which is their temple cannot say anything save the truth of those who have lived in it. A child's cart and a doll lay on the black and white floor, where a rug had been kicked back. I felt that the children had only just hurried away, to hide themselves most like, in the many turns of the great adzed staircase that climbed steadily out of the hall, or to crouch and gaze behind the lions and roses of the carven gallery above. Then I heard her voice above me, singing as the blind sing from the soul. "In the pleasant orchard closes," she sang. And all my early summer came back at the call. The words went, "In the pleasant orchard closes, God bless all our gains, say we, but may God bless all our losses, better suits with our degree." She dropped the marring 5th line and repeated, "better suits with our degree." I saw her lean over the gallery, her linked hands white as pearl against the oak. "Is that you, from the other side of the county?" she called. "Yes, me, from the other side of the county," I answered, laughing. "What a long time before you had to come here again." She ran down the stairs, one hand lightly touching the broad rail. "It's 2 months and 4 days. Summer's gone." "I meant to come before, but fate prevented." "I knew it. Please do something to that fire. They won't let me play with it, but I can feel it's behaving badly. Hit it." I looked on either side of the deep fireplace and found but a half-charred hedge-stake with which I punched a black log into flame. "It never goes out day or night," she said as though explaining, "in case anyone comes in with cold toes, you see." "It's even lovelier inside than it was out," I murmured. The red light poured itself along the age-polished dusky panels, till the Tudor roses and lions of the gallery took colour and motion. An old eagle-topped convex mirror gathered the picture into its mysterious heart, distorting afresh the distorted shadows, and curving the gallery lines into the curves of a ship. The day was shutting down in half a gale as the fog turned to stringy scud. Through the uncurtained mullions of the broad window I could see the valiant horsemen of the lawn rear and recover against the wind that taunted them with legions of dead leaves.
"Yes, it must be beautiful," she said. "Would you like to go over it? There's still light enough upstairs." I followed her up the unflinching wagon-wide staircase to the gallery, whence opened the thin fluted Elizabethan doors. "Feel how they put the latch low down for the sake of the children," she said, and swung a light door inward. "By the way, where are they?" I asked. "I haven't even heard them today." She did not answer at once. Then, "I can only hear them," she replied softly. "This is one of their rooms. Everything ready, you see." She pointed into a heavily timbered room. There were little low gate tables and children's chairs. A doll's house, its hooked front half open, faced a great dappled rocking horse, from whose padded saddle it was but a child scrambled to the broad window-seat overlooking the lawn. A toy gun lay in a corner beside a gilt wooden cannon. "Surely they've only just gone," I whispered. In the failing light a door creaked cautiously. I heard the rustle of a frock and the patter of feet, quick feet, through a room beyond. "I heard that," she cried triumphantly. "Did you? Children! Oh, children, where are you?" The voice filled the walls that held it lovingly to the last perfect note, but there came no answering shout, such as I had heard in the garden. We hurried on from room to oak-floored room, up a step here, down 3 steps there, among a maze of passages, always mocked by our quarry. One might as well have tried to work an unstopped warren with a single ferret. There were bolt-holes innumerable, recesses in walls, embrasures of deep-slitten windows now darkened, whence they could start up behind us, and abandoned fireplaces 6 feet deep in the masonry, as well as the tangle of communicating doors. Above all, they had the twilight for their helper in our game. I had caught 1 or 2 joyous chuckles of evasion, and once or twice had seen the silhouette of a child's frock against some darkening window at the end of a passage. But we returned empty-handed to the gallery, just as a middle-aged woman was setting a lamp in its niche. "No, I haven't seen her either this evening, Miss Florence," I heard her say. "But that Turpin, he says he wants to see you about his shed." "Oh, Mr. Turpin must want to see me very badly. Tell him to come to the hall, Mrs. Madden." I looked down into the hall, whose only light was the dulled fire, and deep in the shadow I saw them at last. They must have slipped down while we were in the passages, and now thought themselves perfectly hidden behind an old gilt leather screen. By child's law, my fruitless chase was as good as an introduction, but since I had taken so much trouble, I resolved to force them to come forward later by the simple trick which children detest of pretending not to notice them. They lay close in a little huddle, no more than shadows, except when a quick flame betrayed an outline. "And now we'll have some tea," she said. "I believe I ought to have offered it you at first, but one doesn't arrive at manners somehow when one lives alone and is considered peculiar." Then with very pretty scorn she said, "Would you like a lamp to see to eat by?" "The firelight's much pleasanter, I think," I said. We descended into that delicious gloom, and Madden brought tea. I took my chair in the direction of the screen, ready to surprise or be surprised as the game should go, and at her permission, since a hearth is always sacred, bent forward to play with the fire. "Where do you get these beautiful short faggots from?" I asked idly. "Why, they are tallies," I said. "Oh, of course," she said. "As I can't read or write, I'm driven back on the early English tally for my accounts. Give me one, and I'll tell you what it meant." I passed her an unburned hazel tally about a foot long, and she ran her thumb down the nicks. "This is the milk record for the home farm for the month of April last year in gallons," she said. "I don't know what I should have done without tallies. An old forester of mine taught me the system. It's out of date now for everyone else, but my tenants respect it. One of them's coming now to see me. Oh, it doesn't matter. He has no business here out of office hours. He's a greedy, ignorant man, very greedy, or he wouldn't come here after dark." "Have you much land, then?" I asked. "Only a couple of 100 acres in hand, thank goodness. The other 600 are nearly all let to folk who knew my folk before me. But this Turpin is quite a new man, and a highway robber." "But are you sure I shan't be—" "Oh, certainly not. You have the right. He hasn't any children." "Ah, the children," I said, and slid my low chair back till it nearly touched the screen that hid them. "I wonder whether they'll come out for me," I said.
There was a murmur of voices, Madden's and a deeper note at the low, dark side door, and a ginger-headed, canvas-gaitered giant of the unmistakable tenant-farmer type stumbled or was pushed in. "Come to the fire, Mr. Turpin," she said. If you please, miss, I'll be quite as well by the door." He clung to the latch as he spoke like a frightened child. Of a sudden I realized that he was in the grip of some almost overpowering fear. "Well?" About that new shed for the young stock. That was all. These first autumn storms setting in. But I'll come again, miss." His teeth did not chatter much more than the door latch. "I think not," she answered levelly. "The new shed. What did my agent write you on the 15th? "I fancied, perhaps, that if I came to see you, man to man, like, miss, but, His eyes rolled into every corner of the room, wide with horror. He half opened the door through which he had entered, but I noticed it shut again, from without, and firmly. "He wrote what I told him," she went on. "You are overstocked already. Dunnett's farm never carried more than 50 bullocks, even in Mr. Wright's time, and he used cake. You've 67, and you don't cake. You've broken the lease in that respect. You're dragging the heart out of the farm." "But I'm getting some minerals, superphosphates, next week. I've as good as ordered a truckload already. I go down to the station tomorrow about 'em. Then I can come and see you man-to-man like, miss, in the daylight. That gentleman's not going away, is he?" He almost shrieked. I had only slid the chair a little farther back, reaching behind me to tap on the leather of the screen, but he jumped like a rat. "No, please attend to me, Mr. Turpin." She turned in her chair and faced him with his back to the door. It was an old and sordid little piece of scheming that she forced from him, his plea for the new cow-shed at his landlady's expense, that he might, with the covered manure, pay his next year's rent out of the valuation, after, as she made clear, he had bled the enriched pastures to the bone. I could not but admire the intensity of his greed, when I saw him outfacing for its sake whatever terror it was that ran wet on his forehead. I ceased to tap the leather, was indeed calculating the cost of the shed, when I felt my relaxed hand taken, and turned softly between the soft hands of a child. So at last I had triumphed. In a moment I would turn and acquaint myself with those quick-footed wanderers. The little brushing kiss fell in the center of my palm, as a gift on which the fingers were once expected to close, as the all-faithful, half-reproachful signal of a waiting child, not used to neglect, even when grown-ups were busiest, a fragment of the mute code devised very long ago. Then I knew, and it was as though I had known from the first day when I looked across the lawn at the high window. I heard the door shut. The woman turned to me in silence, and I felt that she knew. What time passed after this I cannot say. I was roused by the fall of a log, and mechanically rose to put it back. Then I returned to my place in the chair very close to the screen. "Now you understand," she whispered across the packed shadows. "Yes, I understand. Now. Thank you." I only hear them," she said. She bowed her head in her hands. "I have no right, you know, no other right. I have neither borne nor lost, neither borne nor lost." "Be very glad, then," said I, for my soul was torn open within me. "Oh, forgive me," she said. She was still, and I went back to my sorrow and my joy. "It was because I loved them so," she said at last, brokenly. "That was why it was, even from the first, even before I knew that they were all I should ever have. And I loved them so." She stretched out her arms to the shadows and the shadows within the shadow. "They came because I loved them, because I needed them. I must have made them come. Was that wrong, think you?" "No, no." I grant you that the toys and all that sort of thing were nonsense, but I used to so hate empty rooms myself when I was little." She pointed to the gallery. "And the passages all empty. And how could I ever bear the garden door shut? Oh, suppose—" "Don't, for pity's sake, don't," I cried. The twilight had brought a cold rain with gusty squalls that plucked at the leaded windows.
"And the same thing with keeping the fire in all night. I don't think it's so foolish, do you?"
I looked at the broad brick hearth, saw through tears, I believe, that there was no unpassable iron on or near it, and bowed my head.
"I did all that, and lots of other things, just to make believe. Then they came. I heard them, but I didn't know that they were not mine by right till Mrs. Madden told me."
"The butler's wife? What?"
"One of them, I heard she saw, and knew hers. Not for me. I didn't know at first. Perhaps I was jealous. Afterwards I began to understand that it was only because I loved them, not because— Oh, you must bear or lose," she said piteously. "There's no other way. And yet they love me. They must, don't they?"
There was no other sound in the room except the laughing voices of the fire, but we two listened intently, and she at last took comfort from what she heard. She recovered herself and half rose. I sat still in my chair by the screen.
"Don't think me a wretch to whine about myself like this, but I'm all in the dark, you know, and you can see."
In truth, I could see, and my vision confirmed me in my resolve, though that was like the very parting of spirit and flesh. Yet a little longer I would stay, since it was the last time.
"You think it is wrong, then?"
she cried sharply, though I had said nothing. "Not for you," I said. "1,000 times no. For you it is right. I am grateful to you beyond words. For me it would be wrong. For me only."
"Why?"
she said, but passed her hand before her face as she had done at our second meeting in the wood.
"Oh, I see,"
she went on, simply as a child.
"For you it would be wrong."
Then, with a little indrawn laugh,
"And do you remember, I called you lucky once, at first? You, who must never come here again."
She left me to sit a little longer by the screen, and I heard the sound of her feet die out along the gallery above. The House of Sounds, by M.P. Shiel, 1865 to 1947. Matthew Phipps Shiel was born in the West Indies and lived in Sussex, England. Although the bulk of his work is now out of print, a handful of Shiel's macabre short stories, such as Hey Lucia, can still be found today. Ornate, at times overly lavish and verbose, Shiel's prose at its best is reminiscent of the singing, alliterative phrases of Gerard Manley Hopkins. The House of Sounds is itself a fine example of this, as well as being a vision of apocalypse practically unrivaled in ghostly literature. A good many years ago, when a young man, a student in Paris, I knew the great Corot, and witnessed by his side many of those cases of mind malady, in the analysis of which he was such a master. I remember one little maid of the Mare who, until the age of 9, did not differ from her playmates, but one night, lying abed, she whispered into her mother's ear, "Mamma, can you not hear the sound of the world?" It appears that her geography had just taught her that our globe reels with an enormous velocity on an orbit about the sun, and this sound of the world of hers was merely a murmur in the ear, heard in the silence of night. Within 6 months she was as mad as a March hare. I mentioned the case to my friend Hacco Harfiger, then occupying with me an old mansion in Saint-Germain, shut in by a wall and jungle of shrubbery. He listened with singular interest, and during a good while sat wrapped in gloom. Another case which I gave made a great impression upon my friend, a young man, a toy-maker of Saint-Antoine, suffering from consumption, but sober, industrious, returning one gloaming to his garret, happened to purchase one of those factious journals which circulate by lamplight over the boulevards. This simple act was the beginning of his doom. He had never been a reader, knew little of the real and turmoil of the world, but the next night he purchased another journal. Soon he acquired a knowledge of politics, the huge movements, the tumult of life, and this interest grew absorbing. Till late into the night every night he lay poring over the roar of action, the printed passion, He would awake sick but brisk in spirit, and bought a morning paper, and the more his teeth gnashed, the less they ate. He grew negligent, irregular at work, turning on his bed through the day. Rags overtook him. As the grand interest grew upon his frail soul, so every lesser interest failed in him. There came a day when he no more cared for his own life, and another day when he tore the hairs from his head. As to this man, the great Corot said to me, "Really, one does not know whether to chuckle or to weep over such a business. Observe, for one thing, how diversely men are made. There are minds precisely so sensitive as a thread of melted lead. Every breath will fret and trouble them. And how about the hurricane? For such this scheme of things is clearly no fit habitation, but a machine of death, a baleful immense. Too cruel to some is the rushing shriek of being. They cannot stand the world. Let each look well to his own little shred of existence, I say, and leave the monstrous automaton alone. Here in this poor toy-maker you have a case of the ear. It is only the neurosis oxycoia. Grand was that Greek myth of the harpies. By them was this creature snatched away, or say caught by a limb in the wheels of the universe, and so perished. It is quite a ravishing exit, translation in a chariot of flame. Only remember that the member first seized was the pinna he bent ear to the howl of the world, and ended by himself howling. Between chaos and our shoes' swings, I assure you, the thinnest film. I knew a man who had this oral peculiarity, that every sound brought him some knowledge of the matter causing the sound. A rod, for instance, of mixed copper and tin striking upon a rod of mixed iron and lead, conveyed to him not merely the proportion of each metal in each rod, but some knowledge of the essential meaning and spirit, as it were, of copper, of tin, of iron, and of lead. Him also did the harpy snatch aloft. I have mentioned that I related some of these cases to my friend Harfiger, and I was astonished at the obvious pains which he gave himself to hide his interest, his gaping nostrils. From first days when we happened to attend the same seminary in Stockholm, an intimacy had sprung up between us. But it was not an intimacy accompanied by the ordinary signs of friendship. Harfiger was the shyest, most isolated of beings. Though our joint housekeeping, brought about by a chance meeting at a midnight séance, had now lasted some months, I knew nothing of his plans. Through the day we read together, he rapped back into the past, I engrossed with the present. Late at night we reclined on sofas within the vast cave of a hearth-place, Louis XI, and smoked over the dying fire in silence. Occasionally a soirée or a lecture might draw me from the house. Except once, I never understood that Harfiger left it. On that occasion I was hurrying through the Rue Saint-Honoré, where a rash of traffic rattles over the old pavers retained there, when I came upon him. In this tumult he stood in a listening attitude, and for a moment did not know me. Even as a boy I had seen in my friend the genuine patrician. Not that his personality gave any impression of loftiness or opulence. On the contrary, he did, however, suggest an incalculable ancientness, and I have known no nobleman who so bore in his expression the assurance of the essential prince, whose pale blossom is of yesterday and will perish tomorrow, but whose root shoots through the ages. This much I knew of Harfiger, also that on one or other of his islands north of Zetland lived his mother and an aunt, that he was somewhat deaf, but liable to 1,000 torments or delights at certain sounds, the whine of a door, the note of a bird. He was somewhat under the middle height and inclined to portliness. His nose rose highly aquiline from that sort of brow called the musical, that is, with temples which incline outward to the cheekbones, making breadth for the base of the brain, while the direction of the heavy-lidded eyes and of the eyebrows was a downward droop from the nose of their outer ends. He wore a thin chin-beard, but the feature of his face were the ears, which were nearly circular, very small and flat, without that outer curve called the helix. I came to understand that this had long been a trait of his race. Over the whole wan face of my friend was engraved an air of woeful inability, utter gravity of sorrow. One said Sardanapalus, frail last of the race of Nimrod. After a year I found it necessary to mention to Harfagr my intention of leaving Paris, as we reclined one night in our nooks within the fireplace. He replied to my tidings with a polite "Indeed," and continued to gloat over the grate. But after an hour turned to me and observed, "Well, it seems to be a hard world." Truisms uttered in just such a tone of discovery I occasionally heard from him, but his earnest gaze, his despondency now astonished me. "Apropos of what?" I asked. "My friend, do not leave me." He spread his arms. I learned that he was the object of a devilish malice, that he was the prey of a horrible temptation, that a lure, a becking hand, a lurking lust, which it was the effort of his life to escape, and to which he was especially liable in solitude, perpetually enticed him, and that so it had been almost from the day when, at the age of 5, he had been sent by his father from his desolate home in the ocean. And whose was this malice? He told me his mother's and aunt's. And what was this temptation? He said it was the temptation to go back, to hurry with the very frenzy of hunger back to that home. I demanded with what motives and in what way the malice of his mother and aunt manifested itself. He answered that there was, he fancied, no definite motive, but only a fated malevolence, and that the respect in which it manifested itself was the prayers and the commands with which they plagued him to go again to the hold of his ancestors. All this I could not understand, and said so. In what consisted this magnetism and this peril of his home? To this Harfagr did not reply, but rising from his seat disappeared behind the hearth curtains and left the apartment. When he returned it was with a quarto tome bound in hide, which proved to be Hugh Gascoigne's Chronicle of Norse Families in English black letter. The passage to which he pointed I read as follows. "Now of these 2 brothers the older, Harold, being of seemly personage and prowess, did go a pilgrimage into Denmark, where he repaired again home to Haltland, Setland, and with him fetched the amiable Thrawn for his wife, who was a daughter of the Sank, the blood royal of Denmark, and his younger brother Sweyn, that was sad and debonair, but far surpassed the other in cunning, received him with all good cheer. But eftsoons, soon after, fell Sweyn sick for all his love that he had of Thrawn his brother's wife. And while the worthy herald ministered about the bed where Sweyn lay sick, lo, Sweyn fastened on him a violent stroke with a sword, and with no longer tarrying enclosed his hands in bonds, and cast him in the bottom of a deep hold. And because Harold would not deprive himself of the governance of Thrawn his wife, Sweyn cut off both his ears and put out one of his eyes, and after divers such torments was ready to slay him. But on a day the valiant Harold, breaking his bonds, and embracing his adversary, did by the sleight of wrestling overthrow him, and escaped. Notwithstanding he faltered when he came to the Somberg head, not far from the castle, and albeit that he was swift-foot could no farther run, by reason that he was faint with the long plagues of his brother. And whilst he lay there in a swoon, did Sweyn come upon him, and when he had stricken him with a dart, cast him from Somberg head into the sea. Not long hereafterward did the Lady Thrawn, though she knew not the manner of her lord's death, nor verily if he was dead or alive, receive Sweyn into favour, and with great gaudying and blowing of bemis trumpets did become his wife. And right soon they 2 went thence to sojourn in far parts. Now it befell that Sweyn was minded by a dream to have built a great mansion in Hjaltland for the homecoming of the Lady Thrawn. Wherefore he called to him a cunning master workman, and sent him to England to gather men for the building of this lusty house, while he himself remained with his lady at Rome. Then came this architect to London, but passing thence to Hjaltland was drowned, he and his fears, his mates, all and some. And after 2 years, which was the time assigned, Sweyn Harfagr sent a letter to Hjaltland to understand how his great house did, for he knew naught of the drowning of the architect. And soon after he received answer that the house did well, and was building on the Isle of Reva. But that was not the isle where Sweyn had appointed the building to be, and he was afeard, and near fell down dead for dread, because in the letter he saw before him the manner of writing of his brother Harold. And he said in this form, Surely Harold is alive, else be this letter writ with ghostly hand. and he was woe many days, seeing that this was a deadly stroke. Thereafter he took himself back to Scotland to know how the matter was, and there the old castle on Somberg Head was brake down to the earth. Then Sweyn was woed wroth, and cried, Jesu mercy, where is all the great house of my fathers gone? Alas, this wicked day of destiny! And one of the people told him that a host of workmen from far parts had brake it down. And he said, Who hath bid them? But that could none answer. Then he said again, Nis, is not my brother Harold alive? For I have behold his writing. And that too could none answer. So he went to Rapa, and saw there a great house stand. And when he looked on it, he said, This sooth was I built by my brother Harold, be he dead or be he on live. And there he dwelt, and his lady and his sons' sons until now. For that the house is ruthless and without pity. Wherefore 'tis said that upon all who dwell there falleth a wicked madness and a lecherous anguish, and that by way of the ears do they drink the cup of the fury of the earless Harold, till the time of the house be ended. After I had read the narrative half aloud, I smiled, saying, This Harfager is very tolerable romance on the part of the good Gascoigne, but has the look of indifferent history. It is, nevertheless, history, he replied. You believe that? I asked. The house stands solidly on Rapa, he said. But you believe that medieval ghosts superintended the building of their family mansions? Gascoigne nowhere says that, he answered. For to be stricken with a dart is not necessarily to die, nor if he did say it have I any knowledge on the subject. And what, Harfager, I asked, is the nature of that wicked madness, that lecherous anguish of which Gascoigne speaks? Do you ask me? He spread his arms. What do I know? I know nothing. I was banished from the place at the age of 5, yet the cry of it still rings in my mind. And have I not told you of anguishes, even in myself, of inherited longing and loathing? Anyway, I had to go to Heidelberg just then, so I said I would compromise by making my absence short, and rejoin him in a few weeks. I took his moody silence to mean assent, and soon afterwards left him. But I was detained, and when I got back to our old house, found it empty. Harfager was gone. It was only after 12 years that a letter was forwarded me, a rather wild letter, an awfully long one in the writing of my friend. It was dated at Rapa. From the writing I understood that it had been dashed off with furious haste, so that I was the more astonished at the very trivial nature of the contents. On the first half-page he spoke of our old friendship, and asked if I would see his mother, who was dying. The rest of the epistle consisted of an analysis of his mother's family tree, the apparent aim being to show that she was a genuine Harfager, and a distant cousin of his father. He then went on to comment on the great prolificness of his race, stating that since the 14th century over 4 millions of its members had lived, 3 only of them he believed being now left. This settled, the letter ended. Influenced by this, I travelled northward, reached Caithness, passed the stormy Orkneys, reached Lerwick, and from Unst, the most bleak and northerly of the Zetlands, contrived, by dint of bribes, to pit the weatherworthiness of a lug-sailed sixern, identical with the langships of the Vikings, against a flowing sea and an ugly sky. The trip, I was told, was at such a season of some risk. It was the sombre December of those seas, and the weather, they said, although never cold, is seldom other than tempestuous. A mist now lay over the billows, enclosing our boat in a dome of doleful gloaming, and there was a ghostly something in the look of the silent sea and brooding sky, which produced upon my nerves the mood of a journey out of nature, a cruise beyond the world. Occasionally, however, we ran past one of those skerries or sea-stacks, whose craggy sea-walls, disintegrated by the struggles of the Gulf Stream with the North Sea, had a look of awful ruin and havoc. But I only noticed 3 of these, for before the dun day had well run half its course, sudden darkness was upon us, and with it one of those storms of which the winter of this semi-Arctic sea is one succession. During the haggard glimpses of the following day, the rain did not stop, but before darkness had quite fallen, my skipper, who talked continuously to a mate of seal-maidens and water-horses and grulies, paused to point me out a mound of gloomier grey on the weather bow, which he said should be Rapa. Reba, he said, was the center of quite a nest of those rosts, eddies, and cross-currents which the tidal wave hurls with complicated swirlings among all the islands. But at Reba they ran with more than usual angriness, owing to the row of sea crags which garrisoned the land around. Approach was therefore at all times difficult, and at night foolhardy. With a running sea, however, we came sufficiently close to see the mane of foam which railed round the coast wall. Its shock, according to the captain, had often more than all the efficiency of artillery, tossing tons of rock to heights of 600 feet upon the island. When the sun next pried above the horizon, we had closely approached the coast, and it was then that for the first time the impression of some spinning motion of the island, due probably to the swirling movements of the water, was produced upon me. We effected a landing at a voe, or sea-arm, on the west coast. The east, though the point of my aim, was out of the question on account of the swell. Here I found in 2 skios, or sheds, thatched with field 5 or 6 seamen, who gained a livelihood by trading for the groceries of the great house on the east, and taking one of them for a guide, I began the climb of the island. Now, during the night in the boat I had been aware of a booming in the ears, for which even the roar of the sea round the coast seemed insufficient to account, and this now, as we went on, became immensely augmented, and with it once more that conviction within me of spinning motions. Reba I found to be a land of precipices of granite and flaggy gneiss. At about the center, however, we came upon a tableland, sloping from west to east and covered by a lot of locks, which sullenly flowed into one another. I could see no shore eastward to this chain of waters, and by dint of shouting to my leader, and bending ear to his shoutings, I came to know that there was no such shore. I say shout, for nothing less could have sounded through the steady bellowing, as of 10,000 bisons that now resounded on every side. A certain trembling, too, of the earth became distinct. In vain, meantime, did the eye in its dreary survey seek a tree or shrub, for no kind of vegetation save peat could brave for a day the perennial tempest of this benighted island. Darkness, half an hour after noon, commenced to fall upon us, and it was soon afterwards that my guide, pointing down a defile near the east coast, hurriedly started back upon the way he had come. I bawled a question after him as he went, but at this point the voice of mortals had ceased to be in the least audible. Down this defile, with a sinking of the heart and a singular sickness of giddiness, I passed, and on reaching its end, emerged upon a ledge of rock which shuddered to the immediate onsets of the sea, though all this part of the island was, besides, in the grip of an ague, not due to the great guns of the sea. Hugging a crag of cliff for steadiness from the gusts, I gazed forth upon a scene not less eerily dismal than some drear district of the dreams of Dante. 3 skerries, flanked by stacks as fantastic and twisted as a witch's finger, and giving a home to hosts of osprey and skart, seal, and walrus, lay at some fathoms distance, and from its rush among them the sea, in blanched, tumultuous, but inaudible wrath, like an army with banners, ranted toward the land. Letting go my crag, I staggered some distance to the left, and now all at once an amphitheatre opened before me, and there broke upon my view a panorama of such appalling majesty as had never entered my heart to fancy. An amphitheatre, I said, but it was rather the form of a Norman door that I saw. Fancy such a door 1/2 mile wide, flat on the ground, the rounded part farthest from the sea, and all round it let a wall of rock tower perpendicular 40 yards. And now down this rounded door shape, and over its whole extent, let a roaring ocean roll its tonnage in hoary fury, and the stupor with which I looked, and then the shrinking, and then the instinct of flight, will find comprehension. This was the disembowelment of the locks of Reba, and within the curve of this Norman cataract, robed in the world of its smokes and far excursive surfs, stood a fabric of brass. The last beam of the day had now nearly passed, but I could still see through the mist which bleakly nimbused it, as in tears, that the building was low in proportion to the hugeness of its circumference, that it was roofed with a dome, and that around it ran 2 rows of Norman windows, the upper smaller than the lower. Certain indications led me to infer that the house had been founded upon a bed of rock, which lay circular and detached within the curve of the cataract. But this nowhere emerged above the flood, for the whole floor which I had before me dashed one reeking deep river to the beachless sea, passage to the mansion being made possible by a massive causeway bridge, with arches, all bearded with seaweed. Descending from my ledge, I passed along it, now drenched in spray, and as I came nearer could see that the house, too, was to half its height more thickly bearded than an old hull with barnacles, and every variety of bright seaweed. Also, what was very surprising, that from many spots near the top of the brazen wall ponderous chains, dropping beards, reached out in rays, so that the fabric had the aspect of a many-anchored ark. But without pausing to look closely, I pushed forward, and rushing through the smooth waterfall which poured all around from the roof, by one of its many porches, I entered the dwelling. Darkness now was around me, and sound. I seemed to stand in the center of some yelling planet, the row resembling the resounding of many thousands of cannon, punctuated by strange crashing and breaking uproars, and a sadness descended upon me. I was near to tears. Here, I said, is the place of weeping, not elsewhere is the vale of sighing. However, I passed forward through a succession of halls, and was wondering where to go next, when a hideous figure with a lamp in his hand stamped towards me. I shrank from him. It seemed the skeleton of a lank man wrapped in a winding sheet, till the light of one tiny eye and a film of skin over a portion of the face reassured one. Of the ears he showed no sign. His name, I afterwards learned, was Eighth, and his appearance was explained by his pretense, true or false, that he had once suffered burning, almost to the cinder stage, but had somehow recovered. With an expression of malice and agitated gestures, he led the way to a chamber on the upper stage, where, having struck light to a taper, he made signs toward a spread table, and left me. For a long time I sat in solitude, conscious of the shaking of the mansion, though every sense was swallowed up and confounded in the one impression of sound. Water, water was the world, a nightmare on my breast, a desire to gasp for breath, a tingling on my nerves, a sense of being infinitely drowned and buried in boundless deluges. And when the feeling of giddiness, too, increased, I sprang up and paced, but suddenly stopped, angry, I scarce knew why, with myself. I had, in fact, caught myself walking with a certain hurry, not usual with me, not natural to me, so I forced myself to stand and take note of the hall. It was large and damp with mists, so that its tattered but rich furniture looked lost in it, its center occupied by a tomb bearing the name of a harfiger of the 14th century, and its walls old panels of oak. Having drearily seen these things, I waited on with an intolerable consciousness of solitude, but a little after midnight the tapestry parted, and Harfiger with a rapid stalk walked in. In 12 years my friend had grown old. He showed, it is true, a tendency to portliness, yet to a knowing eye he was in reality tabid, ill-nourished, and his neck stuck forward from his chest, and the lower part of his back had quite a forward bend of age, and his hair floated about his face and shoulders in a wildness of awful whiteness, while a white chin-beard hung to his chest. His dress was a robe of bauge, which as he went waved a flaunt from his bare and hairy shins, and he was shod in those soft slippers called rivelins. To my astonishment, he spoke. When I passionately shouted that I could gather no fragment of sound from his moving mouth, he clapped both his palms to his ears, and then anew besieged mine, but again without result, and now with an angry throw of the hand he caught up his taper and walked from the apartment. There was something strikingly unnatural in his manner, something which reminded me of the skeleton Eighth, an excessive zeal, a fever, a rage, a loudness, an eagerness of gait, a great extravagance of gesture. His hand constantly dashed whiffs of hair from a face which, though of the saffron of death, had red eyes, thick-lidded eyes, fixed in a downward and sideward gaze. When he came back to me it was with a leaf of ivory and a piece of graphite hanging from the cord tied round his garment, and he rapidly wrote a petition that if not too tired I would take part with him in the funeral of his mother. I shouted assent. Once more he clapped his palms to his ears, then wrote, "Do not shout. No whisper in any part of the building is inaudible to me." I remembered that in early life he had been slightly deaf. We passed together through many apartments, he shading the taper with his hand, a necessary action, for as I quickly discovered, in no nook of the quivering building was the air in a state of rest, but was forever commoved by a curious agitation, a faint windiness like an echo of tempests, which communicated a universal nervousness to the curtains. Everywhere I met the same past grandeur, present raggedness and decay. In many of the rooms were tombs. One was a museum, thronged with bronzes, but broken, grown with fungoids, dripping with moisture. It was as if the mansion, in ardor of travail, sweated, and a miasma of decomposition tainted all the air. I followed Harfager through the maze of his way with some difficulty, for he went headlong, only once stopping, when with a face ungainly wild over the glare of the light he tossed up his fingers and gave out a single word. From the form of his lips I guessed the word, "Hark." Presently we entered a very long chamber in which, on chairs beside a bed, lay a coffin flanked by a file of candles. The coffin was very deep and had this singularity, that the footpiece was absent, so that the soles of the corpse could be seen as we approached. I saw 2-3 upright rods secured to a side of the coffin, each rod fitted at its top with a little silver bell of the sort called Morris, pendant from a flexible spring. And at the head of the bed, Eighth, with an air of irascibility, was stamping to and fro within a narrow area. Harfager deposited the taper upon a stone table, and stood poring with a crazy intentness over the body. I too stood and looked at death so grim and rigorous as I think I never saw. The coffin looked angrily full of tangled grey locks, the lady being of great age, bony and hook-nosed, and her face shook with solemn constancy to the quivering of the building. I noticed that over the body had been fixed 3 bridges, like the bridge of a violin, their sides fitting into grooves in the coffin's sides, and their tops of a shape to fit the slope of the 2 coffin lids when closed. One of these bridges passed over the knees of the dead lady, another bridged her stomach, the third her neck. In each of them was a hole, and across each of the 3 holes passed a string from the Morris bell above it, the 3 holes being thus divided by the 3 tight strings into 6 semicircles. Before I could guess the significance of all this, Harfager closed the folding coffin lids, which had little holes for the passage of the 3 strings. He then turned the key in the lock and uttered a word which I took to be, "Come." Eighth now took hold of the handle at the coffin's head, and out of the dark parts of the hall a lady in black walked forward. She was tall, pallid, of imposing aspect, and from the curvature of her nose and her circular ears I guessed her the Lady Swertha, aunt of Harfager. Her eyes were quite red, if with crying I could not tell. Harfager and I, taking each a handle near the coffin foot, and the lady bearing before us one of the black candlesticks, the obsequies began. When I got to the doorway I noticed in a corner there 2 more coffins engraved with the names Harfager and his aunt. Thence we wound our way down a wide stairway winding to a lower floor, and descending thence still lower by narrow brass steps came to a portal of metal, where the lady, depositing the candlestick, left us. The chamber of death into which we now bore the body had for its outer wall the brazen outer wall of the whole house at a spot where this closely approached the cataract, and was no doubt profoundly drowned in the world of surge without, so that the earthquake there was urgent. On every side the place was piled with coffins, ranged high and wide upon shelves, and the huge rush and scampering which ensued on our entrance proved it the paradise of troops of rats. As it was inconceivable that these could have eaten a way through 16 brazen feet, for even the floor here was brazen, I assumed that some fruitful pair must have found in the house on its building an ark from the waters. Even this guess, though, seemed wild, and Harfager afterwards confided to me his suspicion that they had, for some reason, been placed there by the original builder. We deposited our load upon a stone bench in the centre, whereupon Eighth made haste to be away. Harfager then repeatedly walked from end to end of the place, scrutinizing with many a stoop and peer and upward stretch the shelves and their props. Could he, I was led to wonder, have any doubts as to their soundness? Damp, in fact, and decay pervaded everything. A bit of timber which I touched crumbled to dust under my thumb. He presently beckoned to me, and with yet one halt and hark from him, we passed through the house to my chamber, where, left alone, I paced about, agitated with a vague anger, then tumbled to an agony of slumber. In the far interior of the mansion, even the bleared day of this land of bleakness never rose upon our gloom, but I was able to regulate my gettings up by a clock which stood in my chamber, or I was called by Harfiger, with whom in a short time I renewed more than all our former friendship. That I should say more is curious, but so it was, and this was proved by the fact that we grew to take and to excuse freedoms of speech and of manner which, as two persons of more than usual reserve, we had once never dreamed of permitting to ourselves in respect of each other. Once, for example, in our pacings of aimless haste down passages that vanished in shadow and length of perspective remoteness, he wrote that my step was very slow. I replied that it was just such a step as suited my then mood. He wrote, "You have developed a tendency to fret." I was very offended, and said, "Certainly there are more fingers than one in the world which that ring will fit." Another day he was no less than rude to me for seeking to reveal to him the secret of the unhuman keenness of his hearing and of mine, for I too, to my dismay, began, as time passed, to catch hints of shouted sounds. The cause might be found, I asserted, in a fervor of the auditory nerve, which, if the cataract was absent, the roar of the ocean and the row of the perpetual tempest round us might by themselves be sufficient to bring about. His own ear interior, I said, must be inflamed to an exquisite pitch of fever, and I named the disease to him as the pericusis willissu. When he frowned assent, I, quite undeterred, proceeded to relate the case that had occurred within my own experience of a very deaf lady who could hear the drop of a pin in a railway train. As a footnote, such cases are known to many medical men. The concussion on the deaf nerve is the cause of the acquired sensitiveness, nor is there any limit to that sensitiveness when the tumult is immensely augmented. And now he made me the reply, "Of ignorant people I am accustomed to consider the mere scientist the most ignorant." But I, for my part, regarded it as merely far-fetched that he should pretend to be in the dark as to the morbid state of his hearing. He himself, indeed, confessed to me his own, Eighth's, and the Lady Swartha's proneness to paroxysms of vertigo. I was startled, for I had myself shortly previously been aroused out of sleep by feelings of reeling and nausea, and an assurance that the room furiously flew round with me. The impression passed away, and I attributed it, perhaps hastily, to some disturbance in the nerve endings of the labyrinth or inner ear. In Harfiger, however, the conviction of whirling motions in the house, in the world, got to so horrible a degree of certainty that its effects sometimes resembled those of lunacy or energumenal possession. Never, he said, was the sensation of giddiness altogether dead in him. Seldom the sensation that he gazed with stretched-out arms over the brink of abysms which wooed his half-consenting foot. Once, as we walked, he was hurled, as by unearthly powers, to the ground, and there for an hour sprawled, bathed in sweat, with distraught bedazzlement and amaze in his stare, which watched the racing walls. He was constantly racked, moreover, with the consciousness of sounds so peculiar in their character that I could account for them on no other supposition than that of a tinnitus infinitely sick. Through the roar there sometimes visited him, he told me, the lullaby of some bird, from the burden of whose song he had the consciousness that she derived from a very remote country, was of the whiteness of foam, and crested with a comb of mauve. Or else he knew of accumulated human tones, distant yet articulate, busily contending in volubility, and in the end melting into a medley of musical movements. Or anon he was shocked by an infinite and imminent crashing, like the monstrous racket of the crackling of a cosmos of crockery round his ears. He told me, moreover, that he could frequently see, rather than hear, the party-colored wheels of a mazy sphere music, deep, deep within the black dark of the cataract's roar. These impressions, which I protested must be merely entotic, had sometimes a pleasing effect upon him, and he would stand long to listen with a lifted hand to their seduction. Others again inflamed him to a mad anger. I guessed that they were the cause of those harks that at intervals of about an hour did not fail to break from him. But in this I was wrong, and it was with a thrill of dismay that I soon came to know the truth. For as we were once passing by an iron door on the lower floor, he stopped, and for some minutes stood listening with a leer most keen and cunning. Presently the cry, "Hark!" escaped him, and he then turned to me and wrote on the tablet, "Did you not hear?" I had heard nothing but the roar, and he howled into my ear in sounds now audible to me as an echo caught far off in dreams, "You shall see." He took up the candlestick, produced from the pocket of his robe a key, unlocked the iron door, and we passed into a room very loftily domed in proportion to its area, and empty save that a pair of steps lay against its wall, and that in the center of its marble floor was a pool, like a Roman impluvium, only round like the room, a pool evidently profound in depth, full of a thick and inky fluid. I was very perturbed by its present aspect, for as the candle burned upon its surface I observed that this had been quite recently disturbed, in a style for which the shivering of the house could not account, since ripples of slime were now rounding out from its middle to its brink. When I glanced at Harfiger for explanation, he gave me a signal to wait, and now for about an hour, with his hands behind his back, paced the chamber, but then paused, and we two stood together by the pool's margin, gazing into the water. Suddenly his clutch tightened on my arm, and I saw, with a touch of horror, a tiny ball, probably of lead, but daubed blood-red by some chemical, fall from the roof and sink into the middle of the pool. It hissed on contact with the water a whiff of mist. "In the name of all that is sinister," I whispered, "what thing is this?" Again he made me a busy and confident signal to wait, moved the ladder steps toward the pool, handed me the taper. When I had mounted, holding high the light, I saw hanging out of the fogs in the dome a globe of old copper, lengthened into balloon shape by a neck, at the end of which I could spy a tiny hole. Painted over the globe was barely visible in red print letters, Harfiger House, 1389, then a dash, 188. I was down quicker than I went up. "But the meaning?" I panted. "Did you see the writing?" "Yes." "The meaning?" I asked. He wrote, "By comparing Gascoigne with Trunster, I find that the house was built about 1389. "But the last figures?" I asked. "After the last 8, he replied, "there is another figure not quite obliterated by a tarnished spot." "What figure?" I asked. "It cannot be read," he wrote, "but may be surmised. As the year 1888 is now all but past, it can only be the figure 9. "Oh, you are depraved in mind," I cried, very irritated. "You assume, you state, in a manner which no mind trained to base its conclusions on facts can bear with patience." "And you are irrational," he wrote. "You know, I suppose, the formula of Archimedes, by which the diameter of a globe being known, its volume also is known? Now, the diameter of that globe in the dome I know to be 4½ feet, and the diameter of the leaden walls about the third of an inch. Supposing, then, that 1389 was the year in which the globe was full of balls, you may readily calculate that not many fellows of the 4,000,000 and odd which have since dropped at the rate of 1 an hour are now left within. The fall of the balls cannot persist another year. The figure 9 is therefore forced upon us." "But you assume, Harfiger," I cried. "Oh, believe me, my friend, this is the very wantonness of wickedness. By what algebra of despair do you know that each ball represents one of the scions of your house, or that the last date was intended to correspond with the stoppage of the horologe? And even if so, what is the significance of it? It can have no significance." "Do you want to madden me?" he shouted. Then furiously writing, "I swear that I know nothing of its significance, but it is not evident to you that the thing is a big hourglass intended to count the hours not of a day but of a cycle, and of a cycle of 500 years. "But the whole contrivance," I passionately cried, "is a baleful phantasm of our brains. How is the fall of the balls regulated? Oh, my friend, you wander. Your mind is debauched in this brawl of waters." "I have not ascertained," he replied, "by what internal works or clammy medium or spiral coil, dependent probably for its action upon the vibration of the mansion, the balls are retarded in their fall. That was a matter well within the skill of the medieval mechanic, the inventor of the clock, but this at least is clear, that one element of their retardation is the smallness of the aperture through which they have to pass, that this element, by known laws of statics, will cease to operate when no more than 3 balls remain, and that consequently the last 3 will fall at almost the same instant. "In heaven's name," I exclaimed, careless now what folly I poured out, "but your mother is dead, Harfiger. Do you deny that there remain but you and the Lady Swertha?" A glance of disdain was all the answer he then gave me as to this. But he confessed to me a day later that the leaden drops were a constant sorrow to his ears, that from hour to hour his life was a keen waiting for their fall, that even from his brief sleeps he infallibly started awake at each descent, that in whatever region of the mansion he chanced to be, they found him out with a crashing loudness, and that each crash tweaked him with a twinge of anguish within the ear. I was therefore shocked at his declaration that these droppings had now become as the life of life to him, had acquired an entwining so close with the tone of his mind that their ceasing might even mean for him the reeling of reason, at which confession he sobbed with his face buried as he leant upon a column. When this paroxysm was past, I asked him if it was out of the question that he should once for all cast off the fascination of the horologe and escape with me from the place. He wrote in mysterious reply, "A 3-fold cord is not easily broken." I started, asking how 3-fold. He wrote with a bitter smile, "To be in love with pain, to pine after aching, is not that a wicked madness?" I stood astonished that he had unconsciously quoted Gascoigne. A wicked madness, a lecherous anguish. "You have seen my aunt's face," he proceeded. "Your eyes were dim if you did not see in it an impious calm, the glee of a blasphemous patience, a grin behind her daring smile." He then spoke of a prospect at the terror of which his whole soul trembled, yet which sometimes laughed in his heart in the form of a hope. It was the prospect of any considerable increase in the volume of sound about his ears. At that, he said, the brain must totter. On the night of my arrival, the noise of my boots, and since then my voice occasionally raised, had produced acute pain in him. To such an ear, I understood him to say, the luxury of torture involved in a large sound increase around was an allurement from which no human virtue could turn. And when I said that I could not even conceive such an increase, much less the means by which it could be effected, he brought about from the archives of the mansion some annals kept by the heads of his family. From these it appeared that the tempests that ever lacerated the latitude of Reva did not fail to give place, at intervals of some years, to one mammoth madness, one Samson among the merry men, and Sirius among the sons. At such periods the rains descended and the floods came, even as in the first world deluge, those roasts or eddies which ever encircled Reva, spurning then the bands of lateral space, burst aloft into a whirl of water-spouts, to dance about the little land, upon which, converging, some of them discharged their waters, and the locks which flowed to the cataract thus redoubled their volume, and crashed with redoubled roar. Harfiger said it was miraculous that for 18 years no such grand event had transacted itself at Reva. And what, I asked, in addition to the dropping balls and the prospect of an increase of sound, is the third strand of that 3-fold cord of which you have spoken? For answer he led me to a circular hall, which he said he had ascertained to be the center of the circular mansion. It was a very large hall, so large as I think I never saw, so large that the amount of wall lighted at one time by the candle seemed nearly flat, and nearly the whole of its area from floor to roof was occupied by a column of brass, the space between the wall and column being only such as to admit of a stretched-out arm. This column, Harfiger wrote, goes up to the dome and passes beyond it. It goes down to the lower floor and passes through that. It goes down thence to the brazen flooring of the vaults and passes through that into the bedrock. Under each floor it spreads out, helping to support the floor. What is the precise quality of the impression which I have made upon your mind by this description? I do not know, I answered, turning from him. Ask me none of your enigmas, Harfiger. I feel a giddiness. But answer me, he said. Consider the strangeness of that brazen lowest floor, which I have discovered to be some 6 feet thick, and whose under surface I have reason to think is somewhat above the bedrock. Remember that the fabric is at no point fastened to the column. Think of the chains which ray out from the outer wall, apparently anchoring the house to the ground. Tell me, what impression have I now made? And is it for this you wait? I cried. Yet there may have been no malevolent intention. You jump at conclusions. Any fixed building in such a land and spot as this would at any time be liable to be broken up by some sovereign tempest. What if it was the intention of the builder that in such a case the chains should break and the building, by yielding, be saved? You have no lack of charity, at least, he replied, and we then went back to the book we were reading together. He had not wholly lost the old habit of study, although he could no longer get himself to sit to read. So with a volume often tossed down, he would stamp about within the region of the lamplight, or I, unconscious of my voice, might read to him. By a whim of his mood, the few books which now lay within the limits of his patience had all for their motive something of the picaresque, or the foppishly speculative, Quevedo's Tecano, or the system of Tycho Brahe, above all, George Hakewell's Power and Providence of God. One day, however, as I read, he interrupted me with the sentence, apropos of nothing, "What I cannot understand is that you, a scientist, should believe that life ceases with the ceasing of breathing." And from that moment the tone of our reading changed. For he led me to the crypts of the library in the lowest part of the building, and hour after hour with a furor of triumph overwhelmed me with books proving the length of life after death. What, he asked, was my opinion of Baron Verulam's account of the dead man who was heard to utter words of prayer, or of the bounding bowels of the dead convict? On my expressing unbelief, he seemed surprised, and reminded me of the writhings of dead cobras, of the long beating of a frog's heart after death. "She is not dead," he quoted, "but sleepeth." The idea of Bacon and Paracelsus that the principle of life resides in a spirit or fluid was proof to him that such fluid could not, from its very nature, undergo any sudden annihilation, while the organs which it pervades remain. When I asked what limit he then set to the persistence of life in the dead, he answered that when decay had so far advanced that the nerves could no longer be called nerves, or when the brain had been disconnected at the neck from the body, as by rats gnawing, then the king of terrors was king verily. With an indiscretion strange to me before my residence at Reva, I now blurted out the question whether in all this he could be referring to his mother. For a while he stood thoughtful, then wrote, "Even if I had not had reason to believe that my own and Swarth's life in some way hung upon the final cessations of hers, I should still have taken precautions to ascertain the march of the destroyer on her frame. As it is, I shall not lack even the exactest information." He then explained that the rats which ran riot in the place of death would in time do their full work upon her, but would be unable to reach to the region of the throat without first gnawing their way through the 3 strings stretched across the holes of the bridges within the coffin, and thus, one by one, liberating the 3 Morisco bells to tinklings. The winter solstice had gone. Another year began. I was sleeping a deep sleep by night when Harfager came into my chamber and shook me. His face was ghastly in the taper's glare. A change within a short time had taken place upon him. He was hardly the same. He was like some poor wight into whose surprised eyes in the night have pried the eyes of affright. He said that he was aware of strainings and creakings, which gave him the feeling of being suspended in airy spaces by a thread which must break to his weight, and he begged me for God's sake to accompany him to the coffins. We passed together through the house, he craven, haggard, his gait now laggard, into the chamber of the dead, where he stole to and fro examining the shelves. Out of the footless coffin of the dowager trembling on its bench I saw a water rat crawl, and as Harfager passed beneath one of the shortest of the shelves which bore one coffin, it suddenly dropped from a height to dust at his feet. He screamed the cry of a frightened creature, tottered to my support, and I bore him back to the upper parts of the palace. He sat with his face buried in a corner of a small chamber, doddering, overtaken as it were with the extremity of age, no longer marking with his harp the fall of the leaden drops. To my remonstrances he responded only with the moan, "So soon." Whenever I looked for him, I found him there, his manhood now collapsed in an ague. I do not think that during this time he slept. On the second night, as I was approaching him, he sprang suddenly upright with the outcry, "The first bell is tinkling!" And he had scarcely screamed it when, from some long way off, a faint wail, which at its origin must have been a fierce shriek, reached my now feverish ears. Harfager, for his part, clapped his palms to his ears and dashed from his place, I following in hot chase through the black breadth of the mansion, till we came to a chamber containing a candelabrum, and erased in faded red. On the floor in swoon lay the Lady Swurtha, her dark grey hair in disarray, wrapping her like an angry sea, tufts of it scattered, torn from the roots, and on her throat prints of strangling fingers. We bore her to her bed in an alcove, and having discovered some tincture in a cabinet, I administered it between her fixed teeth. In her rapt countenance I saw that death was not, and as I found something appalling in her aspect, shortly afterwards left her to Harfager. When I next saw him, his manner had undergone a kind of change which I can only describe as gruesome. It resembled the officious self-importance seen in a person of weak intellect who spurs himself with the thought, "To business, the time is short," while his walk sickened me with a hint of a taxi locomotrice. When I asked him as to his aunt, as to the meaning of the marks of violence on her body, bending ear to his deep and unctuous tones, I could hear, "An attempt has been made upon her life by the skeleton 8th." He seemed not to share my astonishment at this thing, nor could give me any clear answer as to his reason for retaining such a servant, or as to the origin of 8th's service. 8th, he told me, had been admitted into the palace during the period of his own absence in youth, and he knew little of him beyond the fact that he was extraordinarily strong. Whence he had come, or how, no person except the Lady Swurtha was aware, and she, it seems, feared, or at least persistently flinched from admitting him into the mystery. He added that as a matter of fact the lady, from the day of his coming back to Reba, had with some object imposed upon herself a dumbness on all subjects, which he had never once known her to break through, except by an occasional note. With an ataxic strenuousness, with the airs of a drunken man constraining himself to ordered action, Harfager now set himself to the doing of a host of trivial things. He collected chronicles, and arranged them in order of date. He docketed or ticketed packets of documents. He insisted upon my assistance in turning the faces of paintings to the wall. He was, however, now constantly stopped by bursts of vertigo, 6 times in a single hour being hurled to the ground, while blood frequently guttered from his ears. He complained to me in a tone of piteous wail of the wooing of a silver piccolo that continually seduced him. As he bent, sweating over his momentous nothings, his hands fluttered like aspen. I noted the movements of his whimpering lips, the rheum of his sunken eyes. Sudden doting had come upon his youth. On a day he threw it utterly off and was young and new. He entered my room, roused me from dreams. I observed the lunacy of bliss in his eyes, heard his hiss in my ear. "Up, the storm," he said. Ah, I had known it, in the nightmare of the night. I felt it in the air of the room. It had come. I saw it lurid by the lamplight on the hell of Harfager's face. A glee burst at once into birth within me, as I sprang from my couch glancing at the clock. It was 8 in the morning. Harfager, with the naked stalk of some maniac prophet, had already taken himself away, and I started out after him. A deepening was clearly felt in the quivering of the edifice. Anon, for a second, it stopped still, as if breathlessly to listen. Its air was troubled with a vague gustiness. Occasionally there came to me, as it were, the noising of some far-off lamentation and voice in Rama, but whether this was in my ear or the screaming of the gale I could not tell, or again I could hear one clear chord of an organ's vaunt. About noon I spied Harfager, lamp in hand, running along a corridor with naked souls. As we met he looked at me, but hardly with recognition, and passed by. stopped, however, and ran back to howl into my ear the question, "Would you see?" He then beckoned before me, and I followed to a very small opening in the outer wall, closed with a slab of brass. As he lifted the latch, the slab dashed inward with instant impetuosity, and tossed him a long way, while the breath of the tempest, braying through the brazen tube with a brutal bravura, caught and pinned me upon a corner of a wall, and all down the corridor a long crashing racket of crowds of pictures and couches followed. I nevertheless managed to push my way on the belly to the opening. Hence the sea should have been visible, but my senses were met by nothing but a vision of tumbled tenebrousness, and a general impression of the letter O. The sun of Reva had gone out. In a moment of opportunity our two forces got the shutter shut again. "Come," he said. He had obtained a fresh glimmer and beckoned before me. "Let's go see how the dead fare in the great desolation." And we ran, but had hardly got to the middle of the stairway when I was thrilled by the consciousness of some great shock, the bass of a dull thud, which nothing save the thumping to the floor of the whole lump of the coffins could have caused. I looked for Harfager, and for a moment only saw his heels skedaddling, panic-hounded, his ears stopped, his mouth round. Then indeed fear reached me, a tremor in the audacity of my heart, a thought that now at any rate I must desert him in his extremity, and work out my own salvation. Yet it was with hesitancy that I turned to search for him for the last farewell, a hesitancy which I felt to be not unselfish, but selfish and unhealthy. I rambled through the night seeking light, and having happened upon a lamp, proceeded to seek for Harfager. Several hours went by in this way, during which I could not doubt from the state of the air in the house that the violence about me was being wildly heightened. Sounds as of screams, unreal, like the shriekings of demons, now reached my ears. As the time of night came on, I began to detect in the greatly augmented baritone of the cataract a fresh character, a shrillness, the whistle of a rapture, a malice, the menace of a rabies blind and deaf. It must have been at about the hour of 6 that I found Harfager. He sat in an obscure room with his brow bowed down, his hands on his knees, his face covered with hair, and with blood from the ears. The right sleeve of his robe had been rent away in some renewed attempt, I imagined, to manage a window, and the rather crushed arm hung lank from the shoulder. For some time I stood and eyed him, mouthing his mumblings, but now that I had found him, uttered nothing as to my departure. Presently he looked sharply up with the call, "Hark!" Then with impatience, "Hark! Hark!" Then with a shout, "The second bell!" And again, in immediate sequence upon his shout, there sounded a wail, vague yet real, through the house. Harfager at the instant dropped, reeling with giddiness, but I, snatching up a lamp, dashed out, shivering but eager. For some while the wild wailing went on, either actually or by reflex action of my ear, and as I ran for the lady's apartment I saw opposite to it the open door of an armory, into which I passed, caught up a battle-axe, and was now about to dart in to her aid, when Eighth, with a blazing eye, shied out of her chamber. I cast up my axe, and shouting dashed forward to down him, but by some chance the lamp fell from me, and before I knew anything more the axe sprang from my grasp, and I was cast far backward by some most grim vigor. There was, however, enough light shining out of the chamber to show that the skeleton had darted into a door of the armory, so I instantly slammed and locked the door near me by which I had procured the axe, and hurrying to the other secured it too. Eighth was thus a prisoner. I then entered the lady's chamber. She lay over the bed in the alcove, and to my bent ear grossly croaked the ruckle of death. A glance at her mangled throat convincing me that her last moments were come, I settled her on the bed, curtained her within the loosened festoons of the hangings of black, and turned from the cursedness of her aspect. On an escritoire near I noticed a note intended apparently for Harfager. It read, "I mean to defy and fly, not from fear, but for the delight of the defiance itself. Can you come?" Taking a flame from the candelabrum, I left her to her loneliness and throes of her death. I had passed some way backward when I was startled by a queer sound, a crash resembling the crash of a tambourine, and as I could hear it pretty clearly, and from a distance this meant some prodigious energy. In 2 minutes it again broke out, and thenceforth at regular intervals with an effect of pain upon me, and the conviction grew gradually within me that Eighth had unhung 2 of the old brass shields from their pegs, and holding them by their handles and dashing them viciously together, thus expressed the frenzy that had now overtaken him. When I found my way back to Harfager, very anguish was now stamping in him about the chamber. He shook his head like a tormented horse, brushing and barring from his hearing each crash of the brass shields. "Ah, when, he hoarsely groaned into my ear, will that ruckle cease in her throat? I will myself, I tell you, with my own hand. O God!" Since the morning his auditory fever, as indeed my own also, appeared to have increased in steady proportion with the roaring and screeching chaos round, and the death struggle in the lady's throat bitterly filled for him the intervals of the grisly cymballing of Eighth. He presently sent twinkling fingers into the air, and with his arms cast out, darted into the darkness. Again I sought him, and long again in vain. As the hours passed and the day deepened toward its baleful midnight, the cry of the now redoubled cataract, mixed with the mass and majesty of the now climactic tempest, took on too intentional a shriek to be longer tolerable to any reason. My own mind escaped my sway, and went its way, for here in the hotbed of fever I was fevered. I wandered from chamber to chamber, precipitate, dizzy on the upbuoyance of a joy. As a man upon whom sleep seizes, so I had fallen. Even yet, as I passed near the region of the armory, the rapturous shields of Eighth did not fail to smash faintly upon my ear. Harfager I did not see, for he too was doubtless roaming a hurtling Ahasuerus round the world of the house. However, at about midnight, observing light shining from a door on the lower stage, I entered and saw him there, the chamber of the dropping horologe. He sat hugging himself on the ladder steps, gazing at the gloomy pool. The final lights of the riot of the day seemed dying in his eyes, and he gave me no glance as I ran in. His hands, his bare arm, were all washed with new shed blood, but of this too he looked unconscious. His mouth was hanging open to his pantings. As I eyed him, he suddenly leapt high, smiting his hands with the yell, "The last bell tinkling!" and ran out raving. He therefore did not see, though he may have understood by hearing, the thing which with cowering awe I now saw, for a ball slipped from the horologe with a hiss and mist of smoke into the pool, and while the clock once ticked, another, and while the clock yet ticked, another, and the smoke of the first had not perfectly thinned when the smoke of the third, mixing with it, floated toward the dome. Understanding that the sands of the mansion were run, I too, throwing up my arm, rushed from the spot, but was suddenly stopped in my flight by the sense of some stupendous destiny emptying its vials upon the edifice, and was made aware by a crackling racket, like musketry above, and the downpour of a world of waters, that some water-spout in the waltz and whirl had hurled its broken summit upon us, and burst through the dome. At that moment I beheld Harfager running toward me, his hands buried in his hair, and as he raced past I caught him. I cried, "Harfager, save yourself! The very fountains, Harfager! By the grand God, man!" I hissed it into his inmost ear, "The very fountains of the great deep!" He glared at me and went on his way, while I, whisking myself into a room, closed the door. Here for some time with weak knees I waited, but the eagerness of my frenzy pressed me, and I again stepped out to find the corridors everywhere thigh-deep with water, while rags of the storm, bragging through the hole in the dome, were now blustering about the house. My light was at once puffed out, but I was surprised by the presence of another light, most ghostly, gloomy, bluish, mild yet wild, which now gloated everywhere through the house. I was standing in wonder at this, when a gust of auguster passion galloped up the mansion, and with it I was made aware of the snap of something somewhere. There was a minute's infinite waiting, and then, quick, ever quicker, came the throb, snap, pop in spacious succession of the anchoring chains of the mansion before the hurried shoulder of the hurricane, and again a second of breathless stillness, and then, deliberately, its hour came, the house moved. My flesh worked like the flesh of worms which squirm, slowly moved and stopped. Then there was a sweep, and a swirl, and a pause, then a swirl, and a sweep, and a pause. Then steady labor on the brazen axis as the laborer tramps by the harrow. Then a heightening of zest, then intensity, then the final light liveliness of flight. And now once again, as staggering and plunging I spun, the notion of escape for a moment came to me, but this time I shook an impious fist. "No, but God, no, no," I gasped. "I will no more go from here. Here let me waltzing pass in this carnival of the vortices, anarchy of the thunders." And I ran, staggering. But memory gropes in a grayer gloaming as to all that followed. I struggled up the stairway, now flowing a river, and for a good while ran staggering and plunging, full of wild rantings about, amid the downfall of roofs and the ruins of walls. The air was thick with splashes, the whole roof now, save 3 rafters, having been snatched by the wind away, and in the blush of that bluish moonshine the tapestries were flapping and trailing wildly out after the flying place, like the streaming hair of some ranting faker stung reeling by the tarantulas of distraction. At one point, where the largest of the porticos protruded, the mansion began at every revolution to bump with grum shudderings against some obstruction. It bumped, and while the lips said 1, 2, 3, yet 3 times bumped again. It was the menadism of mass. Swift, still swifter, in an ague of flurry it raced, every portico a sail to the gale, racking its great frame to fragments. I, running by the door of a room littered with the ruins of a wall, saw through that livid moonlight Harfager sitting on a tomb, a drum by him, upon which with a club in his bloody fist he feebly but persistingly beat. The speed of the leaning house had now attained the sleeping stage, that last pitch of the spinning top, and now all at once Harfager dashed away the mat of hair which wrapped his face, sprang, stretched his arms, and began to spin giddily in the same direction as the mansion, nor less sleep-embathed, with lifted hair, with quivering cheeks. From such a sight I shied with retching, and staggering, plunging, presently found myself on the lower floor opposite a porch, where an outer door chancing to crash before me, the breath of the tempest smote freshly upon me. On this an impulse, partly of madness, more of sanity, spurred in my soul, and I spurted out of the doorway to be whirled far out into the limbo without. The river at once rushed me deep-drenched toward the sea, though even there in that depth of whirlpool a shrill din, like the splitting of a world, reached my ears. It had hardly passed when my body butted in its course upon one of the arches, cushioned with seaweed of the not all demolished causeway. Nor had I utterly lost consciousness. A clutch freed my head from the drench, and in the end I heaved myself to the level of the summit. Hence to the ledge of rock by which I had come, the bridge being intact, I rode myself on my face under the thumps of the wind, and under a rushing of rain like a shimmering of silk through the air. Noticing the same wild shining about me which had blushed through the broken dome into the mansion, I glanced backward, and saw that the dwelling of the Harfagers was a memory of the past. Then upward, and the whole north heaven to the zenith, shone one ocean of variegated glories, the aurora borealis, which was being fairly brushed and flustered by the gale. At the augustness of which sight I was touched to a gush of tears, and with them the dream broke, the infatuation passed. A palm seemed to skin back from my brain the films and media of delusion, and on my knees I threw my hands to heaven in thankfulness for the marvel of my rescue from all the temptation, the tribulation, and the breakage of Reva. The Inexperienced Ghost by H.G. Wells, 1866 to 1946. The son of a professional cricketer, H.G. Wells was to become a pioneering writer in many disciplines. In addition to such works as The Invisible Man and The Island of Dr. Moreau, Wells wrote nearly 6 dozen short stories. Several of these, such as In the Avu Observatory and the oft-anthologized Pollock and the Poro Man, are primarily tales of terror. Others, such as The Red Room, are supernatural stories. One of Wells' most unusual tales in this latter category, The Inexperienced Ghost, has an ironic distance, almost at times a whimsicality, that can put readers off guard for the final sobering denouement. The scene amidst which Clayton told his last story comes back very vividly to my mind. There he sat, for the greater part of the time in the corner of the authentic settle by the spacious open fire, and Sanderson sat beside him smoking the Broseley clay that bore his name. There was Evans, and that marvel among actors, Wish, who was also a modest man. We had all come down to the Mermaid Club that Saturday morning except Clayton, who had slept there overnight, which indeed gave him the opening of his story. We had golfed until golfing was invisible. We had dined, and we were in that mood of tranquil kindliness when men will suffer a story. When Clayton began to tell one, we naturally supposed he was lying. It may be that indeed he was lying. Of that the reader will speedily be able to judge as well as I. He began, it is true, with an air of matter-of-fact anecdote, but that we thought was only the incurable artifice of the man. "I say," he remarked, after a long consideration of the upward rain of sparks from the log that Sanderson had thumped, "you know I was alone here last night." "Except for the domestics," said Wish. "Who sleep in the other wing," said Clayton. "Yes. Well—" He pulled at his cigar for some little time as though he still hesitated about his confidence. Then he said, quite quietly, "I caught a ghost." "Caught a ghost, did you?" said Sanderson. "Where is it?" And Evans, who admires Clayton immensely and has been 4 weeks in America, shouted, "Caught a ghost, did you, Clayton? I'm glad of it. Tell us all about it right now." Clayton said he would in a minute and asked him to shut the door. He looked apologetically at me. "There's no eavesdropping, of course, but we don't want to upset our very excellent service with any rumors of ghosts in the place. There's too much shadow and oak paneling to trifle with that. And this, you know, wasn't a regular ghost. I don't think it will come again. Ever." "You mean to say you didn't keep it?" said Sanderson. "Oh, I hadn't the heart to," said Clayton. And Sanderson said he was surprised. We laughed, and Clayton looked aggrieved. "I know," he said with a flicker of a smile, "but the fact is it really was a ghost, and I'm as sure of it as I am that I am talking to you now. I'm not joking. I mean what I say." Sanderson drew deeply at his pipe, with one reddish eye on Clayton, and then emitted a thin jet of smoke more eloquent than many words. Clayton ignored the comment. "It is the strangest thing that has ever happened in my life. You know, I never believed in ghosts or anything of the sort before, ever. And then, you know, I bag one in a corner, and the whole business is in my hands." He meditated still more profoundly, and produced and began to pierce a second cigar with a curious little stabber he affected. "You talked to it?" asked Wish. "Oh, for the space, probably, of an hour." "Chatty?" I said, joining the party of the skeptics. "Oh, the poor devil was in trouble," said Clayton, bowed over his cigar end, and with the very faintest note of reproof. "Sobbing?" someone asked. Clayton heaved a realistic sigh at the memory. "Oh, good Lord," he said. "Yes." And then, "Poor fellow, yes." "Where did you strike it?" asked Evans in his best American accent. "Oh, I never realized," said Clayton, ignoring him, "the poor sort of thing a ghost might be." And he hung us up again for a time while he sought for matches in his pocket and lit and warmed to his cigar. "I took an advantage," he reflected at last. We were none of us in a hurry. "A character," he said, "remains just the same character for all that it's been disembodied. That's a thing we too often forget. People with a certain strength and fixity of purpose may have ghosts of a certain strength or fixity of purpose. Most haunting ghosts, you know, must be as one-idead as monomaniacs and as obstinate as mules to come back again and again. Well, this poor creature wasn't." He suddenly looked up rather queerly, and his eye went round the room. "I say it," he said, "in all kindliness, but that is the plain truth of the case. Even at the first glance he struck me as weak." He punctuated with the help of his cigar. I came upon him, in the long passage. His back was towards me, and I saw him first. Right off I knew him for a ghost. He was transparent and whitish. Clean through his chest I could see the glimmer of the little window at the end, and not only his physique, but his attitude struck me as being weak. He looked, as though he didn't know in the slightest whatever he meant to do. One hand was on the panelling, and the other fluttered to his mouth, like so. "What sort of physique?" said Sanderson. "Lean, that sort of young man's neck that has two great flutings down the back here and here, so, and a little meanish head with scrubby hair and rather bad ears. Shoulders bad, narrower than the hips, turned-down collar, ready-made short jacket, trousers baggy and a little frayed at the heels. That's how he took me. I came very quietly up the staircase. I did not carry a light, The candles are on the landing-table, and there is that lamp, and I was in my list slippers, and I saw him as I came up. I stopped dead at that, taking him in. I wasn't a bit afraid. I think that in most of these affairs one is never nearly so afraid or excited as one imagines one would be. I was surprised and interested. I thought, good Lord, here's a ghost at last, and I haven't believed for a moment in ghosts during the last 25 years. Said Wish. I suppose I wasn't on the landing a moment before he found out I was there. He turned on me sharply, and I saw the face of an immature young man, a weak nose, a scrubby little mustache, a feeble chin. So for an instant we stood, he looking over his shoulder at me, and regarded one another. Then he seemed to remember his high calling. He turned around, drew himself up, projected his face, raised his arms, spread his hands in approved ghost fashion, came towards me. As he did so, his little jaw dropped, and he emitted a faint, drawn-out boo. No, it wasn't, not a bit dreadful. I'd dined, I'd had a bottle of champagne, and being all alone, perhaps 2 or 3, perhaps even 4 or 5 whiskies, so I was as solid as rocks, and no more frightened than if I'd been assailed by a frog. "Boo?" I said. "Nonsense! You don't belong to this place. What are you doing here?" I could see him wince. "Boo-oo," he said. "Boo be hanged! Are you a member?" I said, and just to show I didn't care a pin for him, I stepped through a corner of him and made to light my candle. "Are you a member?" I repeated, looking at him sideways. He moved a little so as to stand clear of me, and his bearing became crestfallen. "No," he said, in answer to the persistent interrogation of my eye, "I'm not a member, I'm a ghost." "Well, that doesn't give you the run of the Mermaid Club. Is there anyone you want to see, or anything of that sort?" And doing it as steadily as possible, for fear that he should mistake the carelessness of whiskey for the distraction of fear, I got my candle alight. I turned on him, holding it. "What are you doing here?" I said. He had dropped his hands and stopped his booing, and there he stood, abashed and awkward, the ghost of a weak, silly, aimless young man. "I'm haunting," he said. "Oh, you haven't any business to," I said in a quiet voice. "I'm a ghost," he said, as if in defense. "Well, that may be, but you haven't any business to haunt here. This is a respectable private club. People often stop here with nursemaids and children, and going about in the careless way you do, some poor little mite could easily come upon you and be scared out of her wits. I suppose you didn't think of that." "Oh, no, sir," he said, "I didn't." "Well, you should have done. You haven't any claim on the place, have you? Weren't murdered here, or anything of that sort?" "None, sir, but I thought, as it was old and oak-panelled—" "That's no excuse." I regarded him firmly. "Your coming here is a mistake," I said, in a tone of friendly superiority. I feigned to see if I had my matches, and then looked up at him frankly. "If I were you, I wouldn't wait for cockcrow. I'd vanish right away." Well, he looked embarrassed. "The fact is, sir," he began. "I'd vanish," I said, driving it home. "The fact is, sir, that somehow I can't." "You can't?" "No, sir. There's something I've forgotten. I've been hanging about here since midnight last night, hiding in the cupboards of the empty bedrooms and things like that. I'm flurried. I've never come haunting before, and it seems to put me out." "Put you out?" "Oh, yes, sir. I've tried to do it several times, and it doesn't come off.
There's some little thing has slipped me, and I can't get it back."
That, you know, rather bowled me over. He looked at me in such an abject way that for the life of me I couldn't keep up quite the high hectoring vein I had adopted. "Oh, that's queer," I said, and as I spoke I fancied I heard someone moving about down below. "Come into my room and tell me more about it," I said. I didn't, of course, understand this, and I tried to take him by the arm, but, of course, you might as well have tried to take hold of a puff of smoke. I had forgotten my number, I think. Anyhow, I remember going into several bedrooms. It was lucky I was the only soul in that wing until I saw my traps. "Ah, here we are," I said, and sat down in the armchair. "Sit down and tell me all about it. Seems to me you have got yourself into a jolly awkward position, old chap." Well, he said he wouldn't sit down. He'd prefer to flit up and down the room if it was all the same to me. And so he did, and in a little while we were deep in a long and serious talk. And presently, you know, something of those whiskies and sodas evaporated out of me, and I began to realize just a little what a thundering rum and weird business it was that I was in. There he was, semi-transparent, the proper conventional phantom, and noiseless except for his ghost of a voice, flitting to and fro in that nice, clean, chintz-hung old bedroom. You could see the gleam of the copper candlesticks through him, and the lights on the brass fender, and the corners of the framed engravings on the wall. And there he was, telling me all about this wretched little life of his that had recently ended on earth. He hadn't a particularly honest face, you know, but being transparent, of course, he couldn't avoid telling the truth. "Eh?" said Wish, suddenly sitting up in his chair. "What?" said Clayton. "Being transparent couldn't avoid telling the truth? I don't see it," said Wish. "I don't see it," said Clayton with inimitable assurance, "but it is so, I can assure you nevertheless. I don't believe he got once a nail's breadth off the Bible truth. He told me how he had been killed. He went down into a London basement with a candle to look for a leakage of gas, and described himself as a senior English master in a London private school, when that release occurred." "Poor wretch," said I. "Yes, that's what I thought, and the more he talked, the more I thought it. There he was, purposeless in life and purposeless out of it. He talked of his father and mother and his schoolmaster, and all who had ever been anything to him in the world meanly. He had been too sensitive, too nervous. None of them had ever valued him properly or understood him, he said. He had never had a real friend in the world, I think. He had never had a success. He had shirked games and failed examinations. "It's like that with some people," he said. "Whenever I got into the examination room or anywhere, everything seemed to go." Engaged to be married, of course, to another oversensitive person, I suppose, when the indiscretion with the gas escape ended his affairs. "And where are you now?" I asked. "Not in, Well, he wasn't clear on that point at all. The impression he gave me was of a sort of vague intermediate state, a special reserve for souls too non-existent for anything so positive as either sin or virtue. I don't know. He was much too egotistical and unobservant to give me any clear idea of the kind of place, kind of country, that there is on the other side of things. But wherever he was, he seems to have fallen in with a set of kindred spirits, ghosts of weak Cockney young men who were on a footing of Christian names, and among these there was certainly a lot of talk about going haunting and things like that. Yes, going haunting. They seemed to think haunting a tremendous adventure, and most of them funked it all the time. And so primed, you know, he had come." "But really," said Wish to the fire. "Oh, these are the impressions he gave me, anyhow," said Clayton modestly. "I may, of course, have been in a rather uncritical state, but that was the sort of background he gave to himself. He kept flitting up and down with his thin voice going, talking about his wretched self, and never a word of clear, firm statement from first to last. He was thinner and sillier and more pointless than if he had been real and alive. Only then, you know, he would not have been in my bedroom here. If he had been alive, I should have kicked him out." "Of course," said Evans, "there are poor mortals like that." "And there's just as much chance of their having ghosts as the rest of us," I admitted. "What gave a sort of point to him, you know, was the fact that he did seem within limits to have found himself out. The mess he had made of haunting had depressed him terribly. He had been told it would be a lark. He said he had come expecting it to be a lark, and here it was, nothing but another failure added to his record. He proclaimed himself an utter, out-and-out failure. He said, and I can quite believe it, that he had never tried to do anything all his life that he hadn't made a perfect mess of, and through all the waste of eternity he never would. If he had had sympathy, perhaps— He paused at that and stood regarding me. He remarked that, strange as it might seem to me, nobody, not anyone, ever had given him the amount of sympathy I was doing now. I could see what he wanted straight away, and I determined to head him off at once. I may be a brute, you know, but being the only real friend, the recipient of the confidences of one of these egotistical weaklings, ghost or body, is beyond my physical endurance. I got up briskly. "Don't you brood on these things too much," I said. "The thing you've got to do is to get out of this. Get out of this sharp. You pull yourself together and try." "I can't," he said. "You try," I said, and try he did. "Try?" said Sanderson. "How?" "Passes," said Clayton. "Passes?" "Complicated series of gestures and passes with the hands. That's how he had come in, and that's how he had to get out again. Oh, Lord, what a business I had." "But how could any series of passes—" I began. "Oh, my dear man," said Clayton, turning on me and putting a great emphasis on certain words. "You want everything clear. I don't know how. All I know is that you do, that he did, anyhow, at least. After a fearful time, you know, he got his passes right and suddenly disappeared." "Did you," said Sanderson slowly, "observe the passes?" "Oh, yes," said Clayton, and seemed to think. "It was tremendously queer. There we were, I and this thin, vague ghost, in that silent room, in this silent, empty inn, in this silent little Friday night town. Not a sound except our voices and a faint panting he made when he swung. There was the bedroom candle, and one candle on the dressing-table alight, that was all. Sometimes one or other would flare up into a tall, lean, astonished flame for a space, and queer things happened. "I can't," he said. "I shall never—" And suddenly he sat down on a little chair at the foot of the bed and began to sob and sob. Lord, what a harrowing, whimpering thing he seemed. "Now you pull yourself together," I said, and tried to pat him on the back, and my confounded hand went right through him. By that time, you know, I wasn't nearly so massive as I had been on the landing. I got the queerness of it full. I remember snatching back my hand out of him, as it were, with a little thrill, and walking over to the dressing-table. "You pull yourself together," I said to him, "and try." And in order to encourage and help him, I began to try as well. "What?" said Sanderson. "The passes?" "Yes, the passes." "But," I said, moved by an idea that eluded me for a space. "This is interesting," said Sanderson, with his finger in his pipe bowl. "You mean to say this ghost of yours gave way?" "Did his level best to give away the whole confounded barrier, yes." "He didn't," said Wish. "He couldn't, or you'd have gone there too." "That's precisely it," I said, finding my elusive idea put into words for me. "That is precisely it," said Clayton, with thoughtful eyes upon the fire. For just a little while there was silence. "And at last he did it?" said Sanderson. "At last he did it. I had to keep up to him hard, but he did it at last, rather suddenly. He despaired. We had a scene, and then he got up abruptly and asked me to go through the whole performance slowly so that he might see. 'I believe,' he said, 'if I could see, I should spot what was wrong at once.' And he did. 'I know,' he said. 'What do you know?' said I. 'I know,' he repeated. Then he said, peevishly, 'I can't do it, if you look at me. I really can't. It's been that, partly, all along. I'm such a nervous fellow that you put me out.' Well, we had a bit of an argument. Naturally, I wanted to see, but he was as obstinate as a mule. And suddenly I had come over as tired as a dog. He tired me out. 'All right,' I said, 'I won't look at you,' and turned towards the mirror on the wardrobe by the bed. He started off very fast. I tried to follow him by looking in the looking-glass to see just what it was had hung. Round went his arms and his hands, so and so and so, and then with a rush came to the last gesture of all. You stand erect and open out your arms, and so, don't you know, he stood. And then he didn't. He wasn't. I wheeled round from the looking-glass to him, and there was nothing. I was alone with the flaring candles and a staggering mind. What had happened? Had anything happened? Had I been dreaming? And then, with an absurd note of finality about it, the clock upon the landing discovered the moment was ripe for striking 1. So, ping! And I was as grave and sober as a judge, with all my champagne and whiskey gone into the vast serene. Feeling queer, you know, confoundedly queer. Queer, good Lord. He regarded his cigar ash for a moment. "That's all that happened," he said. "And then you went to bed?" asked Evans. "Well, what else was there to do?" I looked Wish in the eye. We wanted to scoff, and there was something perhaps in Clayton's voice and manner that hampered our desire. "And about these passes?" said Sanderson. "I believe I could do them now." "Oh," said Sanderson, and produced a penknife and set himself to grub the dottle out of the bowl of his clay. "Why don't you do them now?" said Sanderson, shutting his penknife with a click. "That's what I'm going to do," said Clayton. "They won't work," said Evans. "If they do," I suggested. "You know, I'd rather you didn't," said Wish, stretching out his legs. "Why?" asked Evans. "I'd rather he didn't," said Wish. "But he hasn't got 'em right," said Sanderson, plugging too much tobacco into his pipe. "All the same, I'd rather he didn't," said Wish. We argued with Wish. He said that for Clayton to go through those gestures was like mocking a serious matter. "But you don't believe," I said. Wish glanced at Clayton, who was staring into the fire, weighing something in his mind. "I do? More than half, anyhow, I do," said Wish. "Clayton," said I, "you're too good a liar for us. Most of it was all right, but that disappearance happened to be convincing. Tell us it's a tale of cock and bull." He stood up without heeding me, took the middle of the hearthrug, and faced me. For a moment he regarded his feet thoughtfully, and then for all the rest of the time his eyes were on the opposite wall, with an intent expression. He raised his 2 hands slowly to the level of his eyes, and so began. Now, Sanderson is a Freemason, a member of the Lodge of the 4 Kings, which devotes itself so ably to the study and elucidation of all the mysteries of Masonry past and present, and among the students of this lodge, Sanderson is by no means the least. He followed Clayton's motions with a singular interest in his reddish eye. "That's not bad," he said when it was done. "You really do, you know, put things together, Clayton, in a most amazing fashion. But there's one little detail out." "I know," said Clayton. "I believe I could tell you which." "Well?" "This," said Clayton, and did a queer little twist and writhing and thrust of the hands. "Yes." "That, you know, is what he couldn't get right," said Clayton. "But how do you—" "Most of this business, and particularly how you invented it, I don't understand at all," said Sanderson. "But just that phase I do." He reflected. "These happen to be a series of gestures connected with a certain branch of esoteric masonry. Probably, you know, or else— How?" He reflected still further. "I do not see I can do any harm in telling you just the proper twist. After all, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't." "I know nothing," said Clayton, "except what the poor devil let out last night." "Well, anyhow," said Sanderson, and placed his churchwarden very carefully upon the shelf over the fireplace. Then very rapidly he gesticulated with his hands. "So?" said Clayton, repeating. "So," said Sanderson, and took his pipe in hand again. "Ah, now," said Clayton, "I can do the whole thing right." He stood up before the waning fire and smiled at us all. But I think there was just a little hesitation in his smile. "If I begin," he said. "I wouldn't begin," said Wish. "Oh, it's all right," said Evans. "Matter is indestructible. You don't think any jiggery-pokery of this sort is going to snatch Clayton into the world of shades? Not it. You may try, Clayton, so far as I'm concerned, until your arms drop off at the wrists." "I don't believe that," said Wish, and stood up and put his arm on Clayton's shoulder. "You've made me half believe in that story somehow, and I don't want to see the thing done." "Goodness," said I, "here's Wish frightened." "I am," said Wish, with real or admirably feigned intensity. "I believe that if he goes through these motions right, he'll go." "He'll not do anything of the sort," I cried. "There's only one way out of this world for men, and Clayton is 30 years from that. Besides, and such a ghost! Do you think—" Wish interrupted me by moving. He walked out from among our chairs and stopped beside the table and stood there. "Clayton," he said, "you're a fool." Clayton, with a humorous light in his eye, smiled back at him. "Wish," he said, "is right, and all you others are wrong. I shall go. I shall get to the end of these passes, and as the last swish whistles through the air, presto, this hearthrug will be vacant, the room will be blank amazement, and a respectably dressed gentleman of 15 stone will plump into the world of shades. I'm certain so will you be. I decline to argue further. Let the thing be tried." "No," said Wish, and made a step and ceased. And Clayton raised his hands once more to repeat the spirit's passing. By that time, you know, we were all in a state of tension, largely because of the behavior of Wish. We sat, all of us, with our eyes on Clayton, I at least with a sort of tight, stiff feeling about me, as though from the back of my skull to the middle of my thighs my body had been changed to steel. And there, with a gravity that was imperturbably serene, Clayton bowed and swayed and waved his hands and arms before us. As he drew towards the end, one piled up, one tingled in one's teeth. The last gesture, I have said, was to swing the arms out wide open with the face held up. And when at last he swung out to this closing gesture, I ceased even to breathe. It was ridiculous, of course, but you know that ghost story feeling. It was after dinner in a queer old shadowy house. Would he, after all? There he stood for one stupendous moment, with his arms open and his upturned face, assured and bright in the glare of the hanging lamp. We hung through that moment as if it were an age, and then came from all of us something that was half a sigh of infinite relief and a half reassuring no, for visibly he wasn't going. It was all nonsense. He had told an idle story and carried it almost to conviction. That was all. And then, in that moment, the face of Clayton changed. It changed. It changed as a lit house changes when its lights are suddenly extinguished. His eyes were suddenly eyes that were fixed. His smile was frozen on his lips, and he stood there still. He stood there, very gently swaying. That moment, too, was an age. And then, you know, chairs were scraping, things were falling, and we were all moving. His knees seemed to give, and he fell forward, and Evans rose and caught him in his arms. It stunned us all. For a minute, I suppose, no one said a coherent thing. We believed it, yet could not believe it. I came out of a muddled stupefaction to find myself kneeling beside him, and his vest and shirt were torn open, and Sanderson's hand lay on his heart. Well, the simple fact before us could very well await our convenience. There was no hurry for us to comprehend. It lay there for an hour. It lies athwart my memory, black and amazing still to this day. Clayton had indeed passed into the world that lies so near to and so far from our own, and he had gone thither by the only road that mortal man may take. But whether he did indeed pass there by that poor ghost's incantation, or whether he was stricken suddenly by apoplexy in the midst of an idle tale, as the coroner's jury would have us believe, is no matter for my judging. It is just one of those inexplicable riddles that must remain unsolved until the final solution of all things shall come. All I certainly know is that in the very moment, in the very instant of concluding those passes, he changed and staggered and fell down before us, dead. The Man Who Went Too Far, by E.F. Benson, 1867 to 1940. Edward Frederick Benson, who, as anthologists are fond of pointing out, was the third son of an Archbishop of Canterbury, first won his writer's reputation as a novelist. Among his extensive literary output can be found ghost stories that differ widely in theme as well as treatment. From the vampire in Mrs. Amworth to the immense slug in Negotium Perambulans, to the sinister invention called the brain gramophone in And the Dead Spake. The work included here is different from all these, but it remains second to none in evocative power. The little village of St. Faith's nestles in a hollow of wooded hill up on the north bank of the River Fawn, in the county of Hampshire, huddling close round its grey Norman church, as if for spiritual protection against the fays and fairies, the trolls and little people, who might be supposed still to linger in the vast empty spaces of the New Forest, and to come after dusk and do their doubtful businesses. Once outside the hamlet, you may walk in any direction so long as you avoid the high road which leads to Brockenhurst for the length of a summer afternoon without seeing sign of human habitation, or possibly even catching sight of another human being. Shaggy wild ponies may stop their feeding for a moment as you pass. The white scuts of rabbits will vanish into their burrows. A brown viper perhaps will glide from your path into a clump of heather, and unseen birds will chuckle in the bushes. But it may easily happen that for a long day you will see nothing human. But you will not feel in the least lonely. In summer, at any rate, the sunlight will be gay with butterflies, and the air thick with all those woodland sounds, which, like instruments in an orchestra, combine to play the great symphony of the yearly festival of June. Winds whisper in the birches, and sigh among the firs. Bees are busy with their redolent labor among the heather. A myriad birds chirp in the green temples of the forest trees, and the voice of the river prattling over stony places, bubbling into pools, chuckling and gulping round corners, gives you the sense that many presences and companions are near at hand. Yet oddly enough, though one would have thought that these benign and cheerful influences of wholesome air and spaciousness of forest were very healthful comrades for a man, in so far as nature can really influence this wonderful human genus which has, in these centuries, learned to defy her most violent storms in its well-established houses, to bridle her torrents and make them lighted streets, to tunnel her mountains and plough her seas, the inhabitants of St. Faith's will not willingly venture into the forest after dark. For in spite of the silence and loneliness of the hooded night, it seems that a man is not sure in what company he may suddenly find himself, and though it is difficult to get from these villagers any very clear story of occult appearances, the feeling is widespread. One story, indeed, I have heard with some definiteness, the tale of a monstrous goat that has been seen to skip with hellish glee about the woods and shady places, and this perhaps is connected with the story which I have here attempted to piece together. It, too, is well known to them, for all remember the young artist who died here not long ago, a young man, or so he struck the beholder, of great personal beauty, with something about him that made men's faces to smile and brighten when they looked on him. His ghost, they will tell you, walks constantly by the stream and through the woods, which he loved so, and in especial it haunts a certain house, the last of the village where he lived, and its garden in which he was done to death. For my part, I am inclined to think that the terror of the forest dates chiefly from that day. So, such as the story is, I have set it forth in connected form. It is based partly on the accounts of the villagers, but mainly on that of Darcy, a friend of mine, and a friend of the man with whom these events were chiefly concerned. The day had been one of untarnished midsummer splendor, and as the sun drew near to its setting, the glory of the evening grew every moment more crystalline, more miraculous. Westward from St. Faith's, the beechwood, which stretched for some miles toward the heathery upland beyond, already cast its veil of clear shadow over the red roofs of the village, but the spire of the grey church, overtopping all, still pointed a flaming orange finger into the sky. The river Fawn, which runs below, lay in sheets of sky-reflected blue, and wound its dreamy, devious course round the edge of this wood, where a rough two-planked bridge crossed from the bottom of the garden of the last house in the village, and communicated by means of a little wicker gate with the wood itself. Then once out of the shadow of the wood, the stream lay in flaming pools of the molten crimson of the sunset, and lost itself in the haze of woodland distances. This house at the end of the village stood outside the shadow, and the lawn which sloped down to the river was still flecked with sunlight. Garden beds of dazzling color lined its gravel walks, and down the middle of it ran a brick pergola, half hidden in clusters of rambler rose and purple with starry clematis. At the bottom end of it, between two of its pillars, was slung a hammock containing a shirt-sleeved figure. The house itself lay somewhat remote from the rest of the village, and a footpath leading across 2 fields, now tall and fragrant with hay, was its only communication with the high road. It was low built, only 2 stories in height, and like the garden its walls were a mass of flowering roses. A narrow stone terrace ran along the garden front, over which was stretched an awning, and on the terrace a young, silent-footed manservant was busied with the laying of the table for dinner. He was neat-handed and quick with his job, and having finished it he went back into the house, and reappeared again with a large rough bath-towel on his arm. With this he went to the hammock in the pergola. "Nearly 8, sir," he said. "Has Mr. Darcy come yet?" asked a voice from the hammock. "No, sir." "If I'm not back when he comes, tell him that I'm just having a bathe before dinner." The servant went back to the house, and after a moment or two Frank Halton struggled to a sitting posture and slipped out onto the grass. He was of medium height and rather slender in build, but the supple ease and grace of his movements gave the impression of great physical strength. Even his descent from the hammock was not an awkward performance. His face and hands were of very dark complexion, either from constant exposure to wind and sun, or as his black hair and dark eyes tended to show from some strain of southern blood. His head was small, his face of an exquisite beauty of modelling, while the smoothness of its contour would have led you to believe that he was a beardless lad still in his teens. But something, some look which living and experience alone can give, seemed to contradict that, and finding yourself completely puzzled as to his age, you would next moment probably cease to think about that, and only look at this glorious specimen of young manhood with wondering satisfaction. He was dressed as became the season and the heat, and wore only a shirt open at the neck, and a pair of flannel trousers. His head, covered very thickly with a somewhat rebellious crop of short curly hair, was bare, as he strolled across the lawn to the bathing-place that lay below. Then for a moment there was silence, then the sound of splashed and divided waters, and presently a great shout of ecstatic joy, as he swam upstream with the foamed water standing in a frill round his neck. Then after some 5 minutes of limb-stretching struggle with the flood, he turned over on his back, and with arms thrown wide, floated downstream, ripple-cradled and inert. His eyes were shut, and between half-parted lips he talked gently to himself. "I am one with it," he said to himself, "the river and I and the river. The coolness and splash of it is I, and the water herbs that wave in it are I also, and my strength and the limbs are not mine, but the river's. It is all one, dear fawn." A quarter of an hour later he appeared again at the bottom of the lawn, dressed as before, his wet hair already drying into its crisp short curls again. There he paused a moment, looking back at the stream with the smile with which men look on the face of a friend, then turned towards the house. Simultaneously his servant came to the door leading on to the terrace, followed by a man who appeared to be some halfway through the 4th decade of his years. Frank and he saw each other across the bushes and garden beds, and each quickening his step, they met suddenly face to face round an angle of the garden walk, in the fragrance of syringa. "My dear Darcy," cried Frank, "I am charmed to see you." But the other stared at him in amazement. "Frank!" he exclaimed. "Yes, that is my name," he said, laughing. "What is the matter?" Darcy took his hand. "What have you done to yourself?" he asked. "You are a boy again." "Ha ha, I have a lot to tell you," said Frank. "Lots that you will hardly believe, but I shall convince you." He broke off suddenly and held up his hand. "Hush, there is my nightingale," he said. The smile of recognition and welcome with which he had greeted his friend faded from his face, and a look of rapt wonder took its place, as of a lover listening to the voice of his beloved. His mouth parted slightly, showing the white line of teeth, and his eyes looked out and out, till they seemed to Darcy to be focused on things beyond the vision of man. Then something perhaps startled the bird, for the song ceased. "Yes, lots to tell you," he said. "Really, I am delighted to see you. But you look rather white and pulled down. No wonder, after that fever. And there is to be no nonsense about this visit. It is June now. You stop here till you are fit to begin work again. 2 months at least." "Oh, "I can't trespass quite to that extent," Darcy said. Frank took his arm and walked him down the grass. "Trespass? Who talks of trespass? I shall tell you quite openly when I am tired of you, but you know when we had the studio together we used not to bore each other. However, it is ill talking of going away on the moment of your arrival. Just a stroll to the river, and then it will be dinner time." Darcy took out his cigarette case and offered it to the other. Frank laughed. "No, not for me. Dear me, I suppose I used to smoke once. How very odd." "Given it up?" Darcy asked. "I don't know. I suppose I must have. Anyhow, I don't do it now. I would as soon think of eating meat." "Another victim on the smoking altar of vegetarianism?" Darcy asked. "Victim?" asked Frank. "Do I strike you as such?" He paused on the margin of the stream and whistled softly. Next moment a moor-hen made its splashing flight across the river and ran up the bank. Frank took it very gently in his hands and stroked its head, as the creature lay against his shirt. "And is the house among the reeds still secure?" he half crooned to it. "And is the missus quite well? And are the neighbours flourishing? There, dear, home with you." And he flung it into the air. "That bird's very tame," said Darcy, slightly bewildered. "It is, rather," said Frank, following its flight. During dinner, Frank chiefly occupied himself in bringing himself up to date in the movements and achievements of this old friend whom he had not seen for 6 years. Those 6 years, it now appeared, had been full of incident and success for Darcy. He had made a name for himself as a portrait painter, which bade fair to outlast the vogue of a couple of seasons, and his leisure time had been brief. Then some 4 months previously he had been through a severe attack of typhoid, the result of which, as concerns this story, was that he had come down to this sequestered place to recruit. "Yes, you've got on," said Frank at the end. "I always knew you would. ARA with more in prospect. Money, you roll in it, I suppose. And oh, Darcy, how much happiness have you had in all these years? That is the only imperishable possession. And how much have you learned? Oh, I don't mean in art. Even I could have done well in that." Darcy laughed. "Done well? My dear fellow, all I have learned in these 6 years you knew, so to speak, in your cradle. Your old pictures fetch huge prices. You never paint now?" Frank shook his head. "No, I'm too busy," he said. "Doing what? Please tell me. That is what everyone is forever asking me." "Doing? I suppose you would say I do nothing." Darcy glanced up at the brilliant young face opposite him. "It seems to suit you, that way of being busy," he said. "Now it's your turn. Do you read? Do you study? I remember you saying that it would do us all us artists, I mean, a great deal of good if we would study any one human face carefully for a year without recording a line. Have you been doing that?" Frank shook his head again. "I mean exactly what I say," he said. "I have been doing nothing, and I have never been so occupied. Look at me. Have I not done something to myself to begin with?" "You are 2 years younger than I," said Darcy. "At least you used to be. You therefore are 35. But had I never seen you before, I should say you were just 20. But was it worth while to spend 6 years of greatly occupied life in order to look 20? Seems rather like a woman of fashion." Frank laughed boisterously. "First time I've ever been compared to that particular bird of prey," he said. "No, that has not been my occupation. In fact, I am only very rarely conscious that one effect of my occupation has been that. Of course it must have been, if one comes to think of it. It is not very important. Quite true, my body has become young, but that is very little. I have become young." Darcy pushed back his chair and sat sideways to the table, looking at the other. "Has that been your occupation, then?" he asked. "Yes, that anyhow is one aspect of it. Think what youth means. It is the capacity for growth. Mind, body, spirit, all grow, all get stronger, all have a fuller, firmer life every day. That is something, considering that every day that passes after the ordinary man reaches the full-blown flower of his strength weakens his hold on life. A man reaches his prime and remains, we say, in his prime for 10 years or perhaps 20, but after his primest prime is reached, he slowly, insensibly weakens. These are the signs of age in you, in your body, in your art, probably, in your mind. You are less electric than you were. But when I reach my prime, and I am nearing it, you shall see." The stars had begun to appear in the blue velvet of the sky, and to the east the horizon, seen above the black silhouette of the village, was growing dove-colored with the approach of moonrise. White moths hovered dimly over the garden beds, and the footsteps of night tiptoed through the bushes. Suddenly Frank rose. "It is the supreme moment," he said softly. "Now, more than at any other time, the current of life, the eternal imperishable current, runs so close to me that I am almost enveloped in it. Be silent a minute." He advanced to the edge of the terrace and looked out, standing stretched with arms outspread. Darcy heard him draw a long breath into his lungs, and after many seconds expel it again. 6 or 8 times he did this, then turned back into the lamplight. "It will sound to you quite mad, I expect," he said, "but if you want to hear the soberest truth I have ever spoken, and shall ever speak, I will tell you about myself. But come into the garden if it is not too damp for you. I have never told anyone yet, but I shall like to tell you. It is long, in fact, since I have even tried to classify what I have learned." They wandered into the fragrant dimness of the pergola and sat down. Then Frank began. "Years ago, do you remember," he said, "we used often to talk about the decay of joy in the world. Many impulses, we settled, had contributed to this decay, some of which were good in themselves, others that were quite completely bad. Among the good things I put what we may call certain Christian virtues: renunciation, resignation, sympathy with suffering, and the desire to relieve sufferers. But out of those things sprang very bad ones: useless renunciations, asceticism for its own sake, mortification of the flesh with nothing to follow, no corresponding gain, that is, and that awful and terrible disease which devastated England some centuries ago, and from which, by heredity of spirit, we suffer now, Puritanism. That was a dreadful plague. The brutes held and taught that joy and laughter and merriment were evil. It was a doctrine the most profane and wicked. Why, what is the commonest crime one sees? A sullen face. That is the truth of the matter. Now, all my life I have believed that we are intended to be happy, that joy is of all gifts the most divine. And when I left London, abandoned my career, such as it was, I did so because I intended to devote my life to the cultivation of joy, and by continuous and unsparing effort to be happy. Among people, and in constant intercourse with others, I did not find it possible. There were too many distractions in towns and workrooms, and also too much suffering. So I took one step backwards or forwards, as you may choose to put it, and went straight to nature, to trees, birds, animals, to all those things which quite clearly pursue one aim only, which blindly follow the great native instinct to be happy, without any care at all for morality or human law or divine law. I wanted, you understand, to get all joy first-hand and unadulterated, and I think it scarcely exists among men. It is obsolete." Darcy turned in his chair. "But what makes birds and animals happy?" he asked. "Food and mating." Frank laughed gently in the stillness. "Do not think I became a sensualist," he said. "I did not make that mistake. For the sensualist carries his miseries pick-a-back, and round his feet is wound the shroud that shall soon enwrap him. I may be mad, it is true, but I am not so stupid, anyhow, as to have tried that. No, what is it that makes puppies play with their own tails, that sends cats on their prowling, ecstatic errands at night?" He paused a moment. "So I went to nature," he said. "I sat down here in this new forest, sat down fair and square, and looked. That was my first difficulty, to sit here quiet without being bored, to wait without being impatient, to be receptive and very alert, though for a long time nothing particular happened. The change, in fact, was slow in those early stages." "Nothing happened?" asked Darcy rather impatiently, with the sturdy revolt against any new idea which to the English mind is synonymous with nonsense. "Why, what in the world should happen?" Now Frank, as he had known him, was the most generous but most quick-tempered of mortal men. In other words, his anger would flare to a prodigious beacon under almost no provocation, only to be quenched again under a gust of no less impulsive kindliness. Thus the moment Darcy had spoken, an apology for his hasty question was halfway up his tongue. But there was no need for it to have travelled even so far, for Frank laughed again with kindly, genuine mirth. "Oh, how I should have resented that a few years ago," he said. "Thank goodness that resentment is one of the things I've got rid of. I certainly wish that you should believe my story. In fact, you are going to, but that you at this moment should imply that you do not does not concern me." "Ah, your solitary sojournings have made you inhuman," said Darcy, still very English. "No, human," said Frank. "Rather more human, at least rather less of an ape." "Well, that was my first quest," he continued after a moment, "the deliberate and unswerving pursuit of joy, and my method, the eager contemplation of nature. As far as motive went, I dare say it was purely selfish, but as far as effect goes, it seems to me about the best thing one can do for one's fellow creatures, for happiness is more infectious than smallpox. So as I said, I sat down and waited. I looked at happy things, zealously avoided the sight of anything unhappy, and by degrees a little trickle of the happiness of this blissful world began to filter into me. The trickle grew more abundant, and now, my dear fellow, if I could for a moment divert from me into you 1/2 of the torrent of joy that pours through me day and night, you would throw the world, art, everything aside, and just live, exist. When a man's body dies, it passes into trees and flowers. Well, that is what I have been trying to do with my soul before death." The servant had brought into the pergola a table with siphons and spirits, and had set a lamp upon it. As Frank spoke, he leaned forward towards the other, and Darcy, for all his matter-of-fact common sense, could have sworn that his companion's face shone, was luminous in itself. His dark brown eyes glowed from within. The unconscious smile of a child irradiated and transformed his face. Darcy felt suddenly excited, exhilarated. "Go on," he said. "Go on. I can feel you are somehow telling me sober truth. I dare say you are mad, but I don't see that matters." Frank laughed again. "Mad," he said. "Yes, certainly, if you wish, but I prefer to call it sane. However, nothing matters less than what anybody chooses to call things. God never labels his gifts. He just puts them into our hands, just as he put animals in the Garden of Eden for Adam to name if he felt disposed. So, by the continual observance and study of things that were happy, I got happiness, I got joy. But seeking it, as I did, from nature, I got much more which I did not seek, but stumbled upon originally by accident. It is difficult to explain, but I will try. About 3 years ago, I was sitting one morning in a place I will show you tomorrow. It is down by the river brink, very green, dappled with shade and sun, and the river passes there through some little clumps of reeds. Well, as I sat there doing nothing but just looking and listening, I heard the sound quite distinctly of some flute-like instrument playing a strange, unending melody. I thought at first it was some musical yokel on the highway, and did not pay much attention. But before long the strangeness and indescribable beauty of the tune struck me. It never repeated itself, but it never came to an end. Phrase after phrase ran its sweet course. It worked gradually and inevitably up to a climax, and having attained it, it went on. Another climax was reached, and another, and another. Then with a sudden gasp of wonder I localized where it came from. It came from the reeds, and from the sky, and from the trees. It was everywhere. It was the sound of life. It was, my dear Darcy, as the Greeks would have said, it was Pan playing on his pipes, the voice of nature. It was the life melody, the world melody. Darcy was far too interested to interrupt, though there was a question he would have liked to ask, and Frank went on. Well, for the moment I was terrified with the impotent horror of nightmare, and I stopped my ears and just ran from the place, and got back to the house, panting, trembling, literally in a panic. Unknowingly, for at that time I only pursued joy, I had begun, since I drew my joy from nature, to get in touch with nature. Nature, force, God, call it what you will, had drawn across my face a little gossamer web of essential life. I saw that when I emerged from my terror, and I went very humbly back to where I had heard the panpipes. But it was nearly 6 months before I heard them again. "Why was that?" asked Darcy. "Surely because I had revolted, rebelled, and worst of all, been frightened. For I believe that just as there is nothing in the world which so injures one's body as fear, so there is nothing that so much shuts up the soul. I was afraid, you see, of the one thing in the world which has real existence. No wonder its manifestation was withdrawn." "And after 6 months?" Darcy asked. "After 6 months, one blessed morning, I heard the piping again. I wasn't afraid that time. And since then it has grown louder, it has become more constant. I now hear it often, and I can put myself into such an attitude towards nature that the pipes will almost certainly sound. And never yet have they played the same tune. It is always something new, something fuller, richer, more complete than before." "What do you mean by such an attitude towards nature?" asked Darcy. "I can't explain that, but by translating it into a bodily attitude it is this." Frank sat up for a moment quite straight in his chair, then slowly sunk back with arms outspread and head drooped. "That," he said, "an effortless attitude, but open, resting, receptive. It is just that which you must do with your soul." Then he sat up again. "One word more," he said, "and I will bore you no further. Nor unless you ask me questions shall I talk about it again. You will find me, in fact, quite sane in my mode of life. Birds and beasts you will see behaving somewhat intimately with me, like that moor-hen, but that is all. I will walk with you, ride with you, play golf with you, and talk with you on any subject you like. But I wanted you on the threshold to know what has happened to me, and one thing more will happen." He paused again, and a slight look of fear crossed his eyes. "There will be a final revelation," he said, "a complete and blinding stroke, which will throw open to me once and for all the full knowledge, the full realization and comprehension that I am one just as you are with life. In reality there is no me, no you, no it. Everything is part of the one and only thing which is life. I know that that is so, but the realization of it is not yet mine. But it will be, and on that day, so I take it, I shall see Pan. It may mean death, the death of my body, that is, but I don't care. It may mean immortal, eternal life lived here and now and for forever. Then having gained that, my dear Darcy, I shall preach such a gospel of joy, showing myself as the living proof of the truth, that Puritanism, the dismal religion of sour faces, shall vanish like a breath of smoke, and be dispersed and disappear in the sunlit air. But first the full knowledge must be mine." Darcy watched his face narrowly. "You are afraid of that moment," he said. Frank smiled at him. "Oh, quite true. You are quick to have seen that. But when it comes, I hope I shall not be afraid." For some little time there was silence. Then Darcy rose. "You have bewitched me, you extraordinary boy," he said. "You have been telling me a fairy story, and I find myself saying, 'Promise me it is true.'" "I promise you that," said the other. "And I know I shan't sleep," added Darcy. Frank looked at him with a sort of mild wonder, as if he scarcely understood. "Well, what does that matter?" he said. "I assure you it does. I am wretched unless I sleep." "Of course I can make you sleep if I want," said Frank in a rather bored voice. "Well, do," said Darcy. "Very good, go to bed. I'll come upstairs in 10 minutes," Frank said. Frank busied himself for a little after the other had gone, moving the table back under the awning of the veranda and quenching the lamp. Then he went with his quick, silent tread upstairs and into Darcy's room. The latter was already in bed, but very wide-eyed and wakeful. and Frank, with an amused smile of indulgence, as for a fretful child, sat down on the edge of the bed. "Look at me," he said, and Darcy looked. "The birds are sleeping in the brake," said Frank softly, "and the winds are asleep. The sea sleeps, and the tides are but the heaving of its breast. The stars swing slow, rocked in the great cradle of the heavens, and—" He stopped suddenly, gently blew out Darcy's candle, and left him sleeping. Morning brought to Darcy a flood of hard common sense, as clear and crisp as the sunshine that filled his room. Slowly as he woke, he gathered together the broken threads of the memories of the evening which had ended, so he told himself, in a trick of common hypnotism. That accounted for it all. The whole strange talk he had had was under a spell of suggestion from the extraordinary vivid boy who had once been a man. All his own excitement, his acceptance of the incredible, had been merely the effect of a stronger, more potent will imposed on his own. How strong that will was, he guessed from his own instantaneous obedience to Frank's suggestion of sleep, and armed with impenetrable common sense, he came down to breakfast. Frank had already begun, and was consuming a large plateful of porridge and milk with the most prosaic and healthy appetite. "Sleep well?" he asked. "Yes, of course. Where did you learn hypnotism?" "By the side of the river." "You talked an amazing quantity of nonsense last night," remarked Darcy, in a voice prickly with reason. "Rather," Frank said. "I felt quite giddy. Look, I remembered to order a dreadful daily paper for you. You can read about money markets or politics or cricket matches." Darcy looked at him closely. In the morning light, Frank looked even fresher, younger, more vital than he had done the night before, and the sight of him somehow dinted Darcy's armor of common sense. "You are the most extraordinary fellow I ever saw," he said. "I want to ask you some more questions." "Ask away," said Frank. For the next day or two Darcy plied his friend with many questions, objections, and criticisms on the theory of life, and gradually got out of him a coherent and complete account of his experience. In brief, then, Frank believed that by lying naked, as he put it, to the force which controls the passage of the stars, the breaking of a wave, the budding of a tree, the love of a youth and maiden, he had succeeded in a way hitherto undreamed of in possessing himself of the essential principle of life. Day by day, so he thought, he was getting nearer to and in closer union with the great power itself which caused all life to be, the spirit of nature, of force, or the spirit of God. For himself, he confessed what others would call paganism. It was sufficient for him that there existed a principle of life. He did not worship it. He did not pray to it. He did not praise it. Some of it existed in all human beings, just as it existed in trees and animals. To realize and make living to himself the face that it was all one, was his sole aim and object. Here perhaps Darcy would put in a word of warning. "Now take care," he said. "To see Pan meant death, did it not?" Frank's eyebrows would rise at this. "What does that matter?" he said. "True, the Greeks were always right, and they said so, but there is another possibility. For the nearer I get to it, the more living, the more vital and young I become." "What then do you expect the final revelation will do for you?" Darcy asked. "I have told you," said he. "It will make me immortal." But it was not so much from speech and argument that Darcy grew to grasp his friend's conception as from the ordinary conduct of his life. They were passing, for instance, one morning down the village street, when an old woman, very bent and decrepit, but with an extraordinary cheerfulness of face, hobbled out from her cottage. Frank instantly stopped when he saw her. "You old darling, how goes it all?" he said. But she did not answer. Her dim old eyes were riveted on his face. She seemed to drink in, like a thirsty creature, the beautiful radiance which shone there. Suddenly she put her two withered old hands on his shoulders. "You're just the sunshine itself," she said, and he kissed her and passed on. But scarcely 100 yards further a strange contradiction of such tenderness occurred. A child running along the path towards them fell on its face, and set up a dismal cry of fright and pain. A look of horror came into Frank's eyes, and putting his fingers in his ears, he fled at full speed down the street, and did not pause till he was out of hearing. Darcy, having ascertained that the child was not really hurt, followed him in bewilderment. "Are you without pity, then?" he asked. Frank shook his head impatiently. "Can't you see?" he asked. "Can't you understand that that sort of thing, pain, anger, anything unlovely throws me back, retards the coming of the great hour? Perhaps when it comes I shall be able to piece that side of life on to the other, on to the true religion of joy. At present I can't." "But the old woman, was she not ugly?" Frank's radiance gradually returned. "Ah, no. She was like me. She longed for joy, and knew it when she saw it, the old darling." Another question suggested itself. "Then what about Christianity?" asked Darcy. "I can't accept it. I can't believe in any creed of which the central doctrine is that God, who is joy, should have had to suffer. Perhaps it was so. In some inscrutable way I believe it may have been so, but I don't understand how it was possible. So I leave it alone. My affair is joy." They had come to the weir above the village, and the thunder of riotous cool water was heavy in the air. Trees dipped into the translucent stream with slender trailing branches, and the meadow where they stood was starred with midsummer blossomings. Larks shot up caroling into the crystal dome of blue, and 1,000 voices of June sang round them. Frank, bareheaded as was his wont, with his coat slung over his arm and his shirt-sleeves rolled up above the elbow, stood there like some beautiful wild animal, with eyes half shut and mouth half open, drinking in the scented warmth of the air. Then suddenly he flung himself face downwards on the grass at the edge of the stream, burying his face in the daisies and cowslips, and lay stretched there in wide-armed ecstasy, with his long fingers pressing and stroking the dewy herbs of the field. Never before had Darcy seen him thus fully possessed by his idea. His caressing fingers, his half-buried face pressed close to the grass. Even the clothed lines of his figure were instinct with a vitality that somehow was different from that of other men. And some faint glow from it reached Darcy, some thrill, some vibration from that charged recumbent body passed to him, and for a moment he understood as he had not understood before, despite his persistent questions and the candid answers they received, how real and how realized by Frank his. Then suddenly the muscles in Frank's neck became stiff and alert, and he half raised his head, whispering, the panpipes, close, oh, so close." Very slowly, as if a sudden movement might interrupt the melody, he raised himself and leaned on the elbow of his bent arm. His eyes opened wider, the lower lids drooped as if he focused his eyes on something very far away, and the smile on his face broadened and quivered like sunlight on still water, till the exultance of its happiness was scarcely human. So he remained motionless and rapt for some minutes. Then the look of listening died from his face, and he bowed his head, satisfied. "Ah, that was good," he said. "How was it possible you did not hear? Oh, you poor fellow, did you really hear nothing?" A week of this outdoor and stimulating life did wonders in restoring to Darcy the vigor and health which his weeks of fever had filched from him, and as his normal activity and higher pressure of vitality returned, he seemed to himself to fall even more under the spell which the miracle of Frank's youth cast over him. 20 times a day he found himself saying to himself suddenly at the end of some 10 minutes' silent resistance to the absurdity of Frank's idea, "But it isn't possible, it can't be possible." And from the fact of his having to assure himself so frequently of this, he knew that he was struggling and arguing with a conclusion which already had taken root in his mind. For in any case, a visible, living miracle confronted him, since it was equally impossible that this youth, this boy trembling on the verge of manhood, was 35. Yet such was the fact. July was ushered in by a couple of days of blustering and fretful rain, and Darcy, unwilling to risk a chill, kept to the house. But to Frank this weeping change of weather seemed to have no bearing on the behavior of man, and he spent his days exactly as he did under the suns of June, lying in his hammock, stretched on the dripping grass, or making huge rambling excursions into the forest, the birds hopping from tree to tree after him, to return in the evening drenched and soaked, but with the same unquenchable flame of joy burning within him. "Catch cold?" he would ask. "I've forgotten how to do it, I think. I suppose it makes one's body more sensible always to sleep out of doors. People who live indoors always remind me of something peeled and skinless." "Do you mean to say you slept out of doors last night in that deluge?" asked Darcy. "And where, may I ask?" Frank thought a moment. "I slept in the hammock till nearly dawn," he said, "for I remember the light blinked in the east when I awoke. Then I went— Where did I go? Oh, yes, to the meadow where the panpipe sounded so close a week ago. You were with me, do you remember? But I always have a rug if it is wet." And he went upstairs, whistling. Somehow that little touch, his obvious effort to recall where he had slept, brought strangely home to Darcy the wonderful romance of which he was the still half-incredulous beholder. Sleep till close on dawn in a hammock, then the tramp, or probably scamper, underneath the windy and weeping heavens to the remote and lonely meadow by the weir. The picture of other such nights rose before him, Frank sleeping perhaps by the bathing place under the filtered twilight of the stars, or the white blaze of moonshine, astir and awakening at some dead hour, perhaps a space of silent wide-eyed thought, and then a wandering through the hushed woods to some other dormitory, alone with his happiness, alone with the joy and the life that suffused and enveloped him, without other thought or desire or aim, except the hourly and never-ceasing communion with the joy of nature. They were in the middle of dinner that night, talking on indifferent subjects, when Darcy suddenly broke off in the middle of a sentence. "I've got it," he said. "At last I've got it." "Congratulate you," said Frank. "But what?" "The radical unsoundness of your idea. It is this. All nature, from highest to lowest, is full, crammed full of suffering. Every living organism in nature preys on another. Yet in your aim to get close to be one with nature, you leave suffering altogether out. You run away from it. You refuse to recognize it. And you are waiting, you say, for the final revelation." Frank's brow clouded slightly. "Well?" he asked rather wearily. "Cannot you guess, then, when the final revelation will be? In joy you are supreme, I grant you that. I did not know a man could be so master of it. You have learned perhaps practically all that nature can teach, and if, as you think, the final revelation is coming to you, it will be the revelation of horror, suffering, death, pain in all its hideous forms. Suffering does exist. You hate it and fear it." Frank held up his hand. "Stop. Let me think," he said. There was silence for a long minute. "That never struck me," he said at length. "It is possible that what you suggest is true. Does the sight of Pan mean that, do you think? Is it that nature, take it altogether, suffers horribly, suffers to a hideous, inconceivable extent? Shall I be shown all the suffering?" He got up and came round to where Darcy sat. "If it is so, so be it," he said, "because, my dear fellow, I am near, so splendidly near to the final revelation. Today the pipes have sounded almost without pause. I have even heard the rustle in the bushes, I believe, of Pan's coming. I have seen, yes, I saw today, the bushes pushed aside, as if by a hand, and piece of a face, not human, peered through. But I was not frightened. At least I did not run away this time." He took a turn up to the window and back again. "Yes, there is suffering all through," he said, "and I have left it all out of my search. Perhaps, as you say, the revelation will be that, and in that case it will be goodbye. I have gone on one line. I shall have gone too far along one road without having explored the other. But I can't go back now. I wouldn't if I could. Not a step would I retrace. In any case, whatever the revelation is, it will be God. I'm sure of that." The rainy weather soon passed, and with the return of the sun, Darcy again joined Frank in long, rambling days. It grew extraordinarily hotter, and with the fresh bursting of life after the rain, Frank's vitality seemed to blaze higher and higher. Then, as is the habit of the English weather, one evening clouds began to bank themselves up in the west. The sun went down in a glare of coppery thunder-wrack, and the whole earth, broiling under an unspeakable oppression and sultriness, paused and panted for the storm. After sunset, the remote fires of lightning began to wink and flicker on the horizon. But when bedtime came, the storm seemed to have moved no nearer, though a very low, unceasing noise of thunder was audible. Weary and oppressed by the stress of the day, Darcy fell at once into a heavy, uncomforting sleep. He woke suddenly into full consciousness, with the din of some appalling explosion of thunder in his ears, and sat up in bed with racing heart. Then for a moment, as he recovered himself from the panic land which lies between sleeping and waking, there was silence, except for the steady hissing of rain on the shrubs outside his window. But suddenly that silence was shattered and shredded into fragments by a scream from somewhere close at hand outside in the black garden, a scream of supreme and despairing terror. Again and once again it shrilled up, and then a babble of awful words was interjected. A quivering, sobbing voice that he knew said, "My God! Oh, my God! Oh, Christ!" And then followed a little mocking, bleating laugh. Then there was silence again. Only the rain hissed on the shrubs. All this was but the affair of a moment, and without pause either to put on clothes or light a candle, Darcy was already fumbling at his door-handle. Even as he opened it, he met a terror-stricken face outside, that of the manservant, who carried a light. "Did you hear?" Darcy asked. The man's face was bleached to a dull, shining whiteness. "Yes, sir," he said. "It was the master's voice." Together they hurried down the stairs and through the dining-room, where an orderly table for breakfast had already been laid, and out onto the terrace. The rain for the moment had been utterly stayed, as if the tap of the heavens had been turned off, and under the lowering black sky, not quite dark, since the moon rode somewhere serene behind the conglomerated thunderclouds, Darcy stumbled into the garden, followed by the servant with the candle. The monstrous leaping shadow of himself was cast before him on the lawn. Lost and wandering odors of rose and lily and damp earth were thick about him, but more pungent was some sharp and acrid smell that suddenly reminded him of a certain chalet in which he had once taken refuge in the Alps. In the blackness of the hazy light from the sky and the vague tossing of the candle behind him, he saw that the hammock in which Frank so often lay was tenanted. A gleam of white shirt was there, as if a man sitting up in it, but across that there was an obscure dark shadow, and as he approached, the acrid odor grew more intense. He was now only some few yards away when suddenly the black shadow seemed to jump into the air, then came down with tappings of hard hoofs on the brick path that ran down the pergola, and with frolicsome skippings galloped off into the bushes. When that was gone, Darcy could see quite clearly that a shirted figure sat up in the hammock. For one moment, from sheer terror of the unseen, he hung on his step, and the servant joining him, they walked together to the hammock. It was Frank. He was in shirt and trousers only, and he sat up with braced arms. For 1/2 second he stared at them, his face a mask of horrible, contorted terror. His upper lip was drawn back, so that the gums of the teeth appeared, and his eyes were focused not on the two who approached him, but on something quite close to him. His nostrils were widely expanded, as if he panted for breath, and terror incarnate and repulsion and deathly anguish ruled dreadful lines on his smooth cheeks and forehead. Then, even as they looked, the body sank backwards, and the ropes of the hammock wheezed and strained. Darcy lifted him out and carried him indoors. Once he thought there was a faint convulsive stir of the limbs that lay with so dead a weight in his arms. But when they got inside, there was no trace of life. But the look of supreme terror and agony of fear had gone from his face. A boy tired with play, but still smiling in his sleep, was the burden he lay on the floor. His eyes had closed, and the beautiful mouth lay in smiling curves, even as when a few mornings ago in the meadow by the weir it had quivered to the music of the unheard melody of Pan's pipes. Then they looked further. Frank had come back from his bath before dinner that night in his usual costume of shirt and trousers only. He had not dressed, and during dinner, so Darcy remembered, he had rolled up the sleeves of his shirt to above the elbow. Later, as they sat and talked after dinner on the close sultriness of the evening, he had unbuttoned the front of his shirt to let what little breath of wind there was play on his skin. The sleeves were rolled up now, the front of the shirt was unbuttoned, and on his arms and on the brown skin of his chest were strange discolorations, which grew momently more clear and defined, till they saw that the marks were pointed prints, as if caused by the hoofs of some monstrous goat that had leaped and stamped upon him. Seaton's Aunt, by Walter de la Mare, 1873 to 1956. A romantic poet famous for such lyrics as The Keys of Morning and The Listener, de la Mare was also a writer of subtle and inconclusive ghost stories that, in the words of Gary William Crawford, suggest the supernatural while not presenting it directly. The famous Seaton's Aunt is perhaps his masterpiece in this form. I had heard rumors of Seaton's Aunt long before I actually encountered her. Seaton, in the hush of confidence or at any little show of toleration on our part, would remark, "My aunt," or "my old aunt, you know," as if his relative might be a kind of cement to an entente cordiale. He had an unusual quantity of pocket money, or at any rate it was bestowed on him in unusually large amounts, and he spent it freely, though none of us would have described him as an awfully generous chap. "Hello, Seaton," we would say, "the old Begum?" At the beginning of term, too, he used to bring back surprising and exotic dainties in a box with a trick padlock that accompanied him from his first appearance at Gummidge's in a billycock hat to the rather abrupt conclusion of his school days. From a boy's point of view, he looked distastefully foreign with his yellowish skin, slow chocolate-colored eyes, and lean, weak figure. Merely for his looks he was treated by most of us true blue Englishmen with condescension, hostility, or contempt. We used to call him Pongo, but without any much better excuse for the nickname than his skin. He was, that is, in one sense of the term, what he assuredly was not in the other sense, a sport. Seaton and I, as I may say, were never in any sense intimate at school. Our orbits only intersected in class. I kept deliberately aloof from him. I felt vaguely he was a sneak, and remained quite unmollified by advances on his side, which in a boy's barbarous fashion, unless it suited me to be magnanimous, I haughtily ignored. We were both of us quick-footed, and at Prisoner's Base used occasionally to hide together, and so I best remember Seaton, his narrow, watchful face in the dusk of a summer evening, his peculiar crouch, and his inarticulate whisperings and mumblings. Otherwise he played all games slackly and limply, used to stand and feed at his locker with a crony or two until his tuck gave out, or waste his money on some outlandish fancy or other. He bought, for instance, a silver bangle which he wore above his left elbow, until some of the fellows showed their masterly contempt of the practice by dropping it nearly red-hot down his neck. It needed, therefore, a rather peculiar taste and a rather rare kind of schoolboy courage and indifference to criticism to be much associated with him, and I had neither the taste nor probably the courage. None the less, he did make advances, and on one memorable occasion went to the length of bestowing on me a whole pot of some outlandish mulberry-colored jelly that had been duplicated in his term supplies. In the exuberance of my gratitude, I promised to spend the next half-term holiday with him at his aunt's house. I had clean forgotten my promise when, 2 or 3 days before the holiday, he came up and triumphantly reminded me of it. "Oh, well, to tell you the honest truth, Seaton, old chap," I began graciously, but he cut me short. "My aunt expects you," he said. "She is very glad you're coming. She's sure to be quite decent to you, Withers." I looked at him in sheer astonishment. The emphasis was so uncalled for. It seemed to suggest an aunt not hitherto hinted at, and a friendly feeling on Seaton's side that was far more disconcerting than welcome. We reached his aunt's house partly by train, partly by a lift in an empty farm cart, and partly by walking. It was a whole-day holiday, and we were to sleep the night. He lent me extraordinary night gear, I remember. The village street was unusually wide, and was fed from a green by 2 converging roads, with an inn and a high green sign at the corner. About 100 yards down the street was a chemist's shop, a Mr. Tanner's. We descended the 2 steps into his dusky and odorous interior to buy, I remember, some rat poison. A little beyond the chemist's was the forge. You then walked along a very narrow path, under a fairly high wall, nodding here and there with weeds and tufts of grass, and so came to the iron garden gates, and saw the high flat house behind its huge sycamore. A coach-house stood on the left of the house, and on the right a gate led into a kind of rambling orchard. The lawn lay away over to the left again, and at the bottom, for the whole garden sloped gently to a sluggish and rushy pond-like stream, was a meadow. We arrived at noon, and entered the gates out of the hot dust beneath the glitter of the dark curtained windows. Seaton led me at once through the little garden gate to show me his tadpole pond, swarming with what, being myself not in the least interested in low life, seemed to me the most horrible creatures, of all shapes, consistencies, and sizes, but with which Seaton was obviously on the most intimate of terms. I can see his absorbed face now as, squatting on his heels, he fished the slimy things out in his sallow palms. Wearying at last of these pets, we loitered about a while in an aimless fashion. Seaton seemed to be listening, or at any rate waiting for something to happen or for someone to come. But nothing did happen, and no one came. That was just like Seaton. Anyhow, the first view I got of his aunt was when, at the summons of a distant gong, we turned from the garden, very hungry and thirsty, to go into luncheon. We were approaching the house when Seaton suddenly came to a standstill. Indeed, I have always had the impression that he plucked at my sleeve. Something at least seemed to catch me back, as it were, as he cried, "Look out, there she is!" She was standing at an upper window, which opened wide on a hinge, and at first sight she looked an excessively tall and overwhelming figure. This, however, was mainly because the window reached all but to the floor of her bedroom. She was in reality rather an undersized woman, in spite of her long face and big head. She must have stood, I think, unusually still, with eyes fixed on us, though this impression may be due to Seaton's sudden warning and to my consciousness of the cautious and subdued air that had fallen on him at the sight of her. I know that without the least reason in the world I felt a kind of guiltiness, as if I had been caught. There was a silvery star pattern sprinkled on her black silk dress, and even from the ground I could see the immense coils of her hair, and the rings on her left hand which was held fingering the small jet buttons of her bodice. She watched our united advance without stirring, until imperceptibly her eyes raised and lost themselves in the distance, so that it was out of an assumed reverie that she appeared suddenly to awaken to our presence beneath her when we drew close to the house. "So this is your friend, Mr. Smithers, I suppose?" she said, bobbing to me. "Withers, aunt," said Seaton. "It's much the same," she said, with eyes fixed on me. "Come in, Mr. Withers, and bring him along with you." She continued to gaze at me. At least I think she did so. I know that the fixity of her scrutiny and her ironical "Mr." made me feel peculiarly uncomfortable. None the less, she was extremely kind and attentive to me, though no doubt her kindness and attention showed up more vividly against her complete neglect of Seaton. Only one remark that I have any recollection of she made to him. "When I look on my nephew, Mr. Smithers, I realize that dust we are, and dust shall become. You are hot, dirty, and incorrigible, Arthur." She sat at the head of the table, Seaton at the foot, and I before a wide waste of damask tablecloth between them. It was an old and rather close dining-room, with windows thrown wide to the green garden and a wonderful cascade of fading roses. Miss Seaton's great chair faced this window, so that its rose-reflected light shone full on her yellowish face, and on just such chocolate eyes as my schoolfellows, except that hers were more than half covered by unusually long and heavy lids. There she sat, steadily eating, with those sluggish eyes fixed for the most part on my face. Above them stood the deep-lined fork between her eyebrows, and above that the wide expanse of a remarkable brow beneath its strange steep bank of hair. The lunch was copious, and consisted, I remember, of all such dishes as are generally considered too rich and too good for the schoolboy digestion: lobster mayonnaise, cold game sausages, an immense veal and ham pie farced with eggs, truffles, and the numberless delicious flavors, besides kickshaws, creams, and sweetmeats. We even had a wine, a half-glass of old darkish sherry each. Miss Seaton enjoyed and indulged an enormous appetite. Her example and a natural schoolboy veracity soon overcame my nervousness of her, even to the extent of allowing me to enjoy to the best of my bent so rare a spread. Seaton was singularly modest. The greater part of his meal consisted of almonds and raisins, which he nibbled surreptitiously, and as if he found difficulty in swallowing them. I don't mean that Miss Seaton conversed with me. She merely scattered trenchant remarks, and now and then twinkled a baited question over my head. But her face was like a dense and involved accompaniment to her talk. She presently dropped the Mr. to my intense relief, and called me now Withers, or Wither, not Smithers, and even once, towards the close of the meal, distinctly Johnson, though how on earth my name suggested it, or whose face mine had reanimated in memory, I cannot conceive. "And is Arthur a good boy at school, Mr. Wither?" was one of her many questions. "Does he please his masters? Is he first in his class? What does the Reverend Dr. Gummidge think of him, eh?" I knew she was jeering at him, but her face was adamant against the least flicker of sarcasm or facetiousness. I gazed fixedly at a blushing crescent of lobster. "I think you're 8th, aren't you, Seaton?" I said. Seaton moved his small pupils towards his aunt, but she continued to gaze with a kind of concentrated detachment at me. "Arthur will never make a brilliant scholar, I fear," she said, lifting a dexterously burdened fork to her wide mouth. After luncheon she preceded me up to my bedroom. It was a jolly little bedroom with a brass fender and rugs and a polished floor, on which it was possible, I afterwards found, to place snowshoes. Over the washstand was a little black-framed water-colored drawing, depicting a large eye with an extremely fish-like intensity in the spark of light on the dark pupil. And in illuminated lettering beneath was printed very minutely, "Thou God seest me," followed by a long looped monogram, "S.S." in the corner. The other pictures were all of the sea, brigs on blue water, a schooner overtopping chalk cliffs, a rocky island of prodigious steepness, with 2 tiny sailors dragging a monstrous boat up a shelf of beach. "This is the room, Withers, my poor dear brother William died in when a boy. Admire the view." I looked out of the window across the tree-tops. It was a day hot with sunshine over the green fields, and the cattle were standing swishing their tails in the shallow water. But the view at the moment was no doubt made more vividly impressive by the apprehension that she would presently inquire after my luggage, and I had brought not even a toothbrush. I need have had no fear. Hers was not that highly civilized type of mind that is stuffed with sharp material details, nor could her ample presence be described as in the least motherly. "I would never consent to question a schoolfellow behind my nephew's back," she said, standing in the middle of the room. "But tell me, Smithers, why is Arthur so unpopular? You, I understand, are his only close friend." She stood in the dazzle of sun, and out of it her eyes regarded me with such leaden penetration beneath their thick lids, that I doubted my face concealed the least thought from her. "But there, there," she added very suavely, stooping her head a little, "don't trouble to answer me. I never extort an answer. Boys are queer fish. Brains might perhaps have suggested his washing his hands before luncheon, but not my choice, Smithers. God forbid. And now perhaps you would like to go into the garden again. I cannot actually see from here, but I should not be surprised if Arthur is now skulking behind that hedge." He was. I saw his head come up and take a rapid glance at the windows. "Join him, Mr. Smithers. We shall meet again, I hope, at the tea-table. The afternoon I spend in retirement." Whether or not, Seaton and I had not been long engaged with the aid of 2 green switches in riding round and round a lumbering old grey horse we found in the meadow, before a rather bunched-up figure appeared, walking along the field path on the other side of the water, with a magenta parasol studiously lowered in our direction throughout her slow progress, as if that were the magnetic needle and we the fixed pole. Seaton at once lost all nerve and interest. At the next lurch of the old mare's heels he toppled over into the grass, and I slid off the sleek broad back to join him where he stood, rubbing his shoulder and sourly watching the rather pompous figure till it was out of sight. "Was that your aunt, Seaton?" I inquired, but not till then. He nodded. "Why didn't she take any notice of us then?" "She never does." "Why not?" "Oh, she knows all right without. That's the damn awful part of it." Seaton was one of the very few fellows at Gummidge's who had the ostentation to use bad language. He had suffered for it too, but it wasn't, I think, bravado. I believe he really felt certain things more intensely than most of the other fellows, and they were generally things that fortunate and average people do not feel at all, the peculiar quality, for instance, of the British schoolboy's imagination. "I tell you, Withers," he went on moodily, slinking across the meadow with his hands covered up in his pockets, "she sees everything, and what she doesn't see she knows without." "But how?" I said, not because I was much interested, but because the afternoon was so hot and tiresome and purposeless, and it seemed more of a bore to remain silent. Seaton turned gloomily and spoke in a very low voice. "Don't appear to be talking of her, if you wouldn't mind. It's because she's in league with the devil." He nodded his head and stooped to pick up a round, flat pebble. "I tell you," he said, still stooping, "you fellows don't realize what it is. I know I'm a bit close and all that, but so would you be if you had that old hag listening to every thought you think." I looked at him, then turned and surveyed one by one the windows of the house. "Where's your pater?" I said awkwardly. "Dead ages and ages ago, and my mother too. She's not my aunt even by rights." "Well, what is she then?" "I mean she's not my mother's sister, because my grandmother married twice, and she's one of the first lot. I don't know what you call her, but anyhow she's not my real aunt." "She gives you plenty of pocket money," I said. Seaton looked steadfastly at me out of his flat eyes. "She can't give me what's mine. When I come of age, half of the whole lot will be mine. And what's more," he turned his back on the house, "I'll make her hand over every blessed shilling of it." I put my hands in my pockets and stared at Seaton. "Is it much?" He nodded. "Who told you?" I asked. He got suddenly very angry. A darkish red came into his cheeks. His eyes glistened, but he made no answer, and we loitered listlessly about the garden until it was time for tea. Seaton's aunt was wearing an extraordinary kind of lace jacket when we sidled sheepishly into the drawing-room together. She greeted me with a heavy and protracted smile, and bade me bring a chair close to the little table. "I hope Arthur has made you feel at home," she said as she handed me my cup in her crooked hand. "He don't talk much to me, but then I'm an old woman. You must come again with her and draw him out of his shell, you old snail." She wagged her head at Seaton, who sat munching cake and watching her intently. "And we must correspond, perhaps?" She nearly shut her eyes at me. "You must write and tell me everything behind the creature's back." I confess I found her rather disquieting company. The evening drew on. Lamps were brought in by a man with a nondescript face and very quiet footsteps. Seaton was told to bring out the chessmen, and we played a game, she and I, with her big chin thrust over the board at every move, as she gloated over the pieces and occasionally croaked, "Check," after which she would sit back inscrutably, staring at me. But the game was never finished. She simply hemmed me in with a gathering cloud of pieces that held me impotent, and yet one and all refused to administer to my poor flustered old king a merciful coup de grace. "Ah, there," she said as the clock struck 10, "a drawn game, Withers. We are very evenly matched. A very creditable defense, Withers. You know your room. There's supper on a tray in the dining-room. Don't let the creature overeat himself. The gong will sound 3/4 of an hour before a punctual breakfast." She held out her cheek to Seaton, and he kissed it with obvious perfunctoriness. With me she shook hands. "An excellent game," she said cordially, "but my memory is poor, and—" She swept the pieces helter-skelter into the box. "The result will never be known." She raised her great head far back. "Eh?" It was a kind of challenge, and I could only murmur, "Oh, I was absolutely in a hole, you know," when she burst out laughing and waved us both out of the room. Seaton and I stood and ate our supper, with one candlestick to light us in a corner of the dining-room. "Well, and how would you like it?" he said very softly, after cautiously poking his head round the doorway. "Like what?" "Being spied on. Every blessed thing you do and think." "I shouldn't like it at all," I said, "if she does." "And yet you let her smash you up at chess." "I didn't let her," I said indignantly. "Well, you funked it then." "And I didn't funk it either," I said. "She's so jolly clever with her knights." Seaton stared at the candle. "Knights," he said slowly. "You wait, that's all." And we went upstairs to bed. I had not been long in bed, I think, when I was cautiously awakened by a touch on my shoulder, and there was Seaton's face in the candlelight, and his eyes looking into mine. "What's up?" I said, lurching on to my elbow. "Shh! Don't scurry," he whispered. "She'll hear. I'm sorry for waking you, but I didn't think you'd be asleep so soon." "Why, what's the time, then?" Seaton wore what was then rather unusual, a night suit, and he hauled his big silver watch out of the pocket in his jacket. "It's 11:45. I never get to sleep before 12, not here." "Well, what do you do, then?" "Oh, I read and listen." "Listen?" Seaton stared into his candle flame as if he were listening even then. "You can't guess what it is," he said. "All you read in ghost stories, that's all rot. You can't see much, Withers, but you know all the same." "No? What?" "Why, that they're there." "Who's there?" I asked fretfully, glancing at the door. "Why, in the house. It swarms with them. Just you stand still and listen outside my bedroom door in the middle of the night. I have dozens of times myself, and they're all over the place." "Now look here, Seaton," I said. "You asked me to come here, and I didn't mind chucking up a leave just to oblige you, and because I'd promised. But don't get talking a lot of rot, that's all, or you'll know the difference when we get back." "Don't fret," he said coldly, turning away. "I shan't be at school long. And what's more, you're here now, and there isn't anybody else to talk to. I'll chance the other." "Look here, Seaton," I said. "You may think you're going to scare me with a lot of stuff about voices and all that, but I'll just thank you to clear out, and you may please yourself about pottering about all night." He made no answer. He was standing by the dressing-table looking across his candle into the looking-glass. He turned and stared slowly round the walls. "Even this room's nothing more than a coffin. I suppose she told you it's all exactly the same as when my brother William died. Trust her for that, and good luck to him, say I. Look at that." He raised his candle close to the little watercolor I have mentioned. "There's hundreds of eyes like that in this house, and even if God does see you, he takes precious good care you don't see him, and it's just the same with them. I tell you what, Withers, I'm getting sick of all this. I shan't stand it much longer." The house was silent within and without, and even in the yellowish radiance of the candle, a faint silver showed through the open window on the blind. I slipped off the bedclothes, wide awake, and sat irresolute on the bedside. "I know you're only guying me," I said angrily, "but why is the house full of what you say? Why do you hear what you do hear? Tell me that, you silly fool." Seaton sat down on a chair and rested his candlestick on his knee. He blinked at me calmly. "She brings them," he said, with lifted eyebrows. "Who? Your aunt?" He nodded. "How?" "I told you," he answered pettishly. "She's in league. You don't know. She as good as killed my mother, I know that. But it's not only her by a long chalk. She just sucks you dry. I know. And that's what she'll do for me, because I'm like her, like my mother, I mean. She simply hates to see me alive. I wouldn't be like that old she-wolf for £1,000,000, and so—" He broke off with a comprehensive wave of his candlestick. "They're always here. Oh, my boy, wait till she's dead. She'll hear something then, I can tell you. It's all very well now, but wait till then. I wouldn't be in her shoes when she has to clear out for something. Don't you go and believe I care for ghosts, or whatever you like to call them. We're all in the same box. We're all under her thumb." He was looking almost nonchalantly at the ceiling at the moment when I saw his face change, saw his eyes suddenly drop like shot birds and fix themselves on the cranny of the door he had left just ajar. Even from where I sat I could see his cheek change color. It went greenish. He crouched without stirring like an animal, and I, scarcely daring to breathe, sat with creeping skin, sourly watching him. His hands relaxed, and he gave a kind of sigh. "Was that one?" I whispered with a timid show of jauntiness. He looked round, opened his mouth, and nodded. "What?" I said. He jerked his thumb with meaningful eyes, and I knew that he meant that his aunt had been there listening at our door cranny. "Now look here, Seaton," I said once more, wriggling to my feet. "You may think I'm a jolly noodle, just as you please, but your aunt has been civil to me and all that, and I don't believe a word you say about her, that's all, and never did. Every fellow's a bit off his pluck at night, and you may think it a fine sport to try your rubbish on me. I heard your aunt come upstairs before I fell asleep, and I'll bet you a level tanner she's in bed now. What's more, you can keep your blessed ghost to yourself. It's a guilty conscience, I should think." Seaton looked at me intently, without answering for a moment. "I'm not a liar, Withers, but I'm not going to quarrel either. You're the only chap I care a button for, or at any rate you're the only chap that's ever come here, and it's something to tell a fellow what you feel. I don't care a fig for 50,000 ghosts, although I swear on my solemn oath that I know they're here. But she—" and he turned deliberately. "You laid a tanner she's in bed, Withers. Well, I know different. She's never in bed much of the night, and I'll prove it, too, just to show you I'm not such a nolly as you think I am. Come on." "Come on where?" "Why, to see." I hesitated. He opened a large cupboard and took out a small dark dressing-gown and a kind of shawl jacket. He threw the jacket on the bed and put on the gown. His dusky face was colorless, and I could see by the way he fumbled at the sleeves he was shivering. But it was no good showing the white feather now, so I threw the tasseled shawl over my shoulders, and leaving our candle brightly burning on the chair, we went out together and stood in the corridor. "Now then, listen," Seaton whispered. We stood leaning over the staircase. It was like leaning over a well, so still and chill the air was all around us. But presently, as I suppose happens in most old houses, began to echo and answer in my ears a medley of infinite small stirrings and whisperings. Now out of the distance an old timber would relax its fibres, or a scurry die away behind the perishing wainscot. But amid and behind such sounds as these I seemed to begin to be conscious, as it were, of the lightest of footfalls, sounds as faint as the vanishing remembrance of voices in a dream. Seaton was all in obscurity except his face. Out of that his eyes gleamed darkly, watching me. "You'd hear, too, in time, my fine soldier," he muttered. "Come on." He descended the stairs, slipping his lean fingers lightly along the balusters. He turned to the right at the loop, and I followed him barefooted along a thickly carpeted corridor. At the end stood a door ajar, and from here we very stealthily and in complete blackness ascended 5 narrow stairs. Seaton, with immense caution, slowly pushed open a door, and we stood together, looking into a great pool of duskiness, out of which, lit by the feeble clearness of a night-light, rose a vast bed. A heap of clothes lay on the floor. Beside them 2 slippers dozed, with noses each to each, a foot or 2 apart. Somewhere a little clock tickled huskily. There was a close smell. Lavender and eau de cologne mingled with the fragrance of ancient sachets, soap, and drunks. Yet it was a scent even more peculiarly compounded than that. And the bed. I stared warily in. It was mounded gigantically, and it was empty. Seaton turned a vague, pale face, all shadows. "What did I say?" he muttered. Who's the fool now, I say? Oh, how are we going to get back without meeting her, I say? Answer me that. Oh, I wish to God you hadn't come here, Withers." He stood audibly shivering in his skimpy gown, and could hardly speak for his teeth chattering. And very distinctly, in the hush that followed his whisper, I heard approaching a faint, unhurried, voluminous rustle. Seaton clutched my arm, dragged me to the right across the room to a large cupboard, and drew the door close to on us. And presently, as with bursting lungs, I peeped out into the long, low, curtained bedroom, waddled in that wonderful great head and body. I can see her now, all patched and lined with shadow, her tied-up hair, and she must have had enormous quantities of it for so old a woman, her heavy lids above those flat, slow, vigilant eyes. She just passed across my ken in the vague dusk, but the bed was out of sight. We waited on and on, listening to the clock's muffled ticking. Not the ghost of a sound rose up from the great bed. Either she lay archly listening, or slept a sleep serener than an infant's. and when it seemed we had been hours in hiding, and were cramped, chilled, and half suffocated, we crept out on all fours, with terror knocking at our ribs, and so down the 5 narrow stairs, and back to the little candle-lit blue and gold bedroom. Once there, Seaton gave in. He sat livid on a chair with closed eyes. "Here," I said, shaking his arm. "I'm going to bed. I've had enough of this foolery. I'm going to bed." His lips quivered, but he made no answer. I poured out some water into my basin, and with that cold, pictured azure eye fixed on us, bespattered Seaton's sallow face and forehead, and dabbled his hair. He presently sighed and opened fish-like eyes. "Come on," I said. "Don't get shamming, there's a good chap. Get on my back if you like, and I'll carry you into your bedroom." He waved me away and stood up. So with my candle in one hand, I took him under the arm, and walked him along according to his direction down the corridor. His was a much dingier room than mine, and littered with boxes, paper, cages, and clothes. I huddled him into bed and turned to go, and suddenly, I can hardly explain it now, a kind of cold and deadly terror swept over me. I almost ran out of the room, with eyes fixed rigidly in front of me, blew out my candle, and buried my head under the bedclothes. When I awoke, roused not by a gong, but by a long continued tapping at my door, sunlight was raying in on cornice and bedpost, and birds were singing in the garden. I got up, ashamed of the night's folly, dressed quickly, and went downstairs. The breakfast-room was sweet with flowers and fruit and honey. Seaton's aunt was standing in the garden beside the open French window, feeding a great flutter of birds. I watched her for a moment unseen. Her face was set in a deep reverie beneath the shadow of a big loose sun hat. It was deeply lined, crooked, and in a way I can't describe, fixedly vacant and strange. I coughed politely, and she turned with a prodigious smiling grimace to ask how I had slept. And in that mysterious fashion by which we learn each other's secret thoughts without a syllable said, I knew that she had followed every word and movement of the night before, and was triumphing over my affected innocence, and ridiculing my friendly and too easy advances. We returned to school, Seaton and I, lavishly laden, and by rail all the way. I made no reference to the obscure talk we had had, and resolutely refused to meet his eyes or to take up the hints he let fall. I was relieved, and yet I was sorry to be going back, and strode on as fast as I could from the station, with Seaton almost trotting at my heels. But he insisted on buying more fruit and sweets, my share of which I accepted with a very bad grace. It was uncomfortably like a bribe, and after all I had no quarrel with his rum old aunt, and hadn't really believed half the stuff he had told me. I saw as little of him as I could after that. He never referred to our visit or resumed his confidences, though in class I would sometimes catch his eye fixed on mine, full of a mute understanding, which I easily affected not to understand. He left Gummidge's, as I have said, rather abruptly, though I never heard of anything to his discredit, and I did not see him or have any news of him again till by chance we met one summer afternoon in the Strand. He was dressed rather oddly, in a coat too large for him, and a bright silky tie, but we instantly recognized one another under the awning of a cheap jeweller's shop. He immediately attached himself to me and dragged me off, none too cheerfully, to lunch with him at an Italian restaurant near by. He chattered about our old school, which he remembered only with dislike and disgust, told me cold-bloodedly of the disastrous fate of one or two of the older fellows who had been among his chief tormentors, insisted on an expensive wine and the whole gamut of the foreign menu, and finally informed me with a good deal of niggling that he had come up to town to buy an engagement ring. And, of course, "How is your aunt?" I inquired at last. He seemed to have been awaiting the question. It fell like a stone into a deep pool. So many expressions flitted across his long, sad, sallow, un-English face. "She's aged a good deal," he said softly, and broke off. "She's been very decent," he continued presently after, and paused again. "In a way." He eyed me fleetingly. "I dare say you heard that that is, that we, had lost a good deal of money." "No," I said. "Oh, yes," said Seaton. and paused again. And somehow, poor fellow, I knew in the clink and clatter of glass and voices that he had lied to me, that he did not possess and never had possessed a penny beyond what his aunt had squandered on his too ample allowance of pocket money. "And the ghosts?" I inquired quizzically. He grew instantly solemn, and though it may have been my fancy, slightly yellowed. "But you are making game of me, Withers," was all he said. He asked for my address, and I rather reluctantly gave him my card. "Look here, Withers," he said, as we stood together in the sunlight on the curb, saying good-bye. "Here I am, and it's all very well. I'm not perhaps as fanciful as I was, but you are practically the only friend I have on earth, except Alice. And there, to make a clean breast of it, I'm not sure that my aunt cares much about my getting married. She doesn't say so, of course. You know her well enough for that." He looked sidelong at the rattling, gaudy traffic. "What I was going to say is this. Would you mind coming down? You needn't stay the night unless you please, though of course you know you would be awfully welcome. But I should like you to meet Alice, and then perhaps you might tell me your honest opinion of the other, too." I vaguely demurred. He pressed me, and we parted with a half-promise that I would come. He waved his bald-topped cane at me and ran off in his long jacket after a bus. A letter arrived soon after in his small, weak handwriting, giving me full particulars regarding route and trains, and without the least curiosity, even perhaps with some little annoyance that chances should have thrown us together again, I accepted his invitation, and arrived one hazy midday at his out-of-the-way station, to find him sitting on a low seat under a clump of double hollyhocks awaiting me. He looked preoccupied and singularly listless, but seemed none the less to be pleased to see me. We walked up the village street, past the little dingy apothecaries and the empty forge, and as on my first visit, skirted the house together, and instead of entering by the front door, made our way down the green path into the garden at the back. A pale haze of cloud muffled the sun. The garden lay in a grey shimmer, its old trees, its snapdragon, faintly glittering walls. But now there was an air of slovenliness, where before all had been neat and methodical. In a patch of shallowly dug soil stood a worn-down spade, leaning against a tree. There was an old decayed wheelbarrow. The roses had run to leaf and briar, the fruit trees were unpruned. The goddess of neglect had made it her secret resort. "You ain't much of a gardener, Seaton," I said at last, with a sigh of relief. "I think, do you know, I like it best like this," said Seaton. "We haven't any man now, of course, can't afford it." He stood staring at his little dark oblong of freshly turned earth. "And it always seems to me," he went on ruminatingly, "that after all we are all nothing better than interlopers on the earth, disfiguring and staining wherever we go. It may sound shocking blasphemy to say so, but then it's different here, you see. We are further away." "To tell you the truth, Seaton, I don't quite see," I said. "But it isn't a new philosophy, is it? Anyhow, it's a precious beastly one." "It's only what I think," he replied with all his odd, old, stubborn meekness. "And one thinks as one is." We wandered on together, talking little, and still with that expression of uneasy vigilance on Seaton's face. He pulled out his watch as we stood gazing idly over the green meadows and the dark, motionless bulrushes. "I think perhaps it's nearly time for lunch," he said. "Would you like to come in?" We turned and walked slowly towards the house, across whose windows I confess my own eyes too went restlessly meandering in search of its rather disconcerting inmate. There was a pathetic look of bedraggledness, of want of means and care, rust and overgrowth and faded paint. Seaton's aunt, a little to my relief, did not share our meal, so he carved the cold meat and dispatched a heaped-up plate by an elderly servant for his aunt's private consumption. We talked little and in half-suppressed tones, and sipped some Madeira which Seaton, after listening for a moment or two, fetched out of the great mahogany sideboard. I played him a dull and effortless game of chess, yawning between the moves he himself made almost at haphazard, and with attention elsewhere engaged. Towards 5 o'clock came the sound of a distant ring, and Seaton jumped up, overturning the board. and so ended a game that else might have fatuously continued to this day. He effusively excused himself, and after some little while returned with a slim, dark, pale-faced girl of about 19, in a white gown and hat, to whom I was presented with some little nervousness as his dear old friend and schoolfellow. We talked on in the golden afternoon light, still, as it seemed to me, and even in spite of our efforts to be lively and gay, in a half-suppressed, lackluster fashion. We all seemed, if it were not my fancy, to be expectant, to be almost anxiously awaiting an arrival, the appearance of someone whose image filled our collective consciousness. Seaton talked least of all, and in a restless, interjectory way, as he continually fidgeted from chair to chair. At last he proposed a stroll in the garden before the sun should have quite gone down. Alice walked between us. Her hair and eyes were conspicuously dark against the whiteness of her gown. She carried herself not ungracefully, and yet with peculiar little movement of her arms and body, and answered us both without turning her head. There was a curious provocative reserve in that impassive melancholy face. It seemed to be haunted by some tragic influence of which she herself was unaware. And yet somehow I believe we all knew, that this walk, this discussion of their future plans, was a futility. I had nothing to base such skepticism on, except only a vague sense of oppression, a foreboding consciousness of some inert, invincible power in the background, to whom optimistic plans and love-making and youth are as chaff and thistledown. We came back, silent, in the last light. Seaton's aunt was there under an old brass lamp. Her hair was as barbarously massed and curled as ever. Her eyelids, I think, hung even a little heavier in age over their slow-moving, inscrutable pupils. We filed in softly out of the evening, and I made my bow. "In this short interval, Mr. Withers," she remarked amiably, "you have put off youth, put on the man. Dear me, how sad it is to see the young days vanishing. Sit down. My nephew tells me you met by chance, or act of Providence, shall we call it, and in my beloved Strand. You, I understand, are to be best man. Yes, best man. Or am I divulging secrets?" She surveyed Arthur and Alice with overwhelming graciousness. They sat apart on two low chairs and smiled in return. "And Arthur, how do you think Arthur is looking?" "I think he looks very much in need of a change," I said. "A change, indeed." She all but shut her eyes at me, and with an exaggerated sentimentality shook her head. "My dear Mr. Withers, are we not all in need of a change in this fleeting world?" She mused over the remark like a connoisseur. "And you," she continued, turning abruptly to Alice, "I hope you pointed out to Mr. Withers all my pretty bits?" "We only walked round the garden," the girl replied. Then, glancing at Seaton, added almost inaudibly, "It's a very beautiful evening." "Is it?" said the old lady, starting up violently. "Then on this very beautiful evening we will go in to supper. Mr. Withers, your arm. Arthur, bring your bride." We were a queer quartet, I thought to myself, as I solemnly led the way into the faded, chilly dining-room, with this indefinable old creature leaning wooingly on my arm, the large flat bracelet on the yellow-laced wrist. She fumed a little, breathing heavily, but as if with an effort of the mind rather than of the body, for she had grown much stouter and yet little more proportionate. And to talk into that great white face, so close to mine, was a queer experience in the dim light of the corridor, and even in the twinkling crystal of the candles. She was naive, appallingly naive. She was crafty and challenging. She was even arch. And all these in the brief, rather puffy passage from one room to the other, with these two tongue-tied children bringing up the rear. The meal was tremendous. I have never seen such a monstrous salad. But the dishes were greasy and overspiced, and were indifferently cooked. One thing only was quite unchanged. My hostess's appetite was as gargantuan as ever. The heavy silver candelabra that lighted us stood before her high-backed chair. Seaton sat a little removed, his plate almost in darkness. And throughout this prodigious meal his aunt talked, mainly to me, mainly at him, but with an occasional satirical sally at Alice, and muttered explosions of reprimand to the servant. She had aged, and yet, if it be not nonsense to say so, seemed no older. I suppose to the pyramids a decade is but as the rustling down of a handful of dust, and she reminded me of some such unshakable prehistoricism. She certainly was an amazing talker, rapid, egregious, with a delivery that was perfectly overwhelming. As for Seaton, her flashes of silence were for him. On her enormous volubility would suddenly fall a hush. Acid sarcasm would be left implied, and she would sit softly moving her great head, with eyes fixed full in a dreamy smile. But with her whole attention one could see, slowly, joyously absorbing his mute discomfiture. She confided in us her views on a theme vaguely occupying at the moment, I suppose, all our minds. "We have barbarous institutions, and so must put up, I suppose, with a never-ending procession of fools ad infinitum. Marriage, Mr. Withers, was instituted in the privacy of a garden, sub rosa, as it were. Civilization flaunts it in the glare of day. The dull marry the poor, the rich the effete, and so our New Jerusalem is peopled with naturals, plain and coloured at either end. I detest folly. I detest still more, if I must be frank, dear Arthur, mere cleverness. Mankind has simply become a tailless host of uninstinctive animals. We should never have taken to evolution, Mr. Withers. Natural selection, little gods and fishes, the deaf or the dumb. We should have used our brains, intellectual pride, the ecclesiastics call it, and by brains I mean— What do I mean, Alice? I mean, my dear child," and she laid two cross fingers on Alice's narrow sleeve, "I mean courage. Consider it, Arthur. I read that the scientific world is once more beginning to be afraid of spiritual agencies that tap and actually float, bless their hearts. I think just one more of those mulberries, thank you. They talk about blind love," she ran on derisively as she helped herself, her eyes roving over the dish. "But why blind? I think, Mr. Withers, from weeping over its rickets. After all, it is we plain women that triumph, is it not so, beyond the mockery of time? Alice, now, fleeting is youth, my child. What's that you were confiding to your plate, Arthur? Satirical boy. He laughs at his old aunt. Nay, but thou didst laugh. He detests all sentiment. He whispers the most acid asides. Come, my love, we will leave these cynics. We will go and commiserate with each other on our sex. The choice of two evils, Mr. Smithers." I opened the door, and she swept out, as if borne on a torrent of unintelligible indignation, and Arthur and I were left in the clear four-flamed light alone. For a while we sat in silence. He shook his head at my cigarette-case, and I lit a cigarette. Presently he fidgeted in his chair and poked his head forward into the light. He paused to rise and shut again the shut door. "How long will you be?" he asked me. I laughed. "Oh, it's not that," he said in some confusion. "Of course I'd like to be with her, but it's not that. The truth is, Withers, I don't care about leaving her too long with my aunt." I hesitated. He looked at me questioningly. "Now look here, Seaton," I said. "You know well enough that I don't want to interfere in your affairs, or to offer advice where it is not wanted, but don't you think perhaps you may not treat your aunt quite in the right way? As one gets old, you know, a little give and take. I have an old godmother, or something of the kind. She's a bit queer, too. A little allowance, it does no harm. But hang it all, I'm no preacher." He sat down with his hands in his pockets, and still with his eyes fixed almost incredulously on mine. "How?" he said. "Well, my dear fellow, if I'm any judge, mind I don't say that I am, but I can't help thinking she thinks you don't care for her, and perhaps takes your silence for bad temper. She's been very decent to you, hasn't she?" "Decent? My God!" said Seaton. I smoked on in silence, but he continued to look at me with that peculiar concentration I remembered of old. "I don't think perhaps, Withers," he began presently, "I don't think you quite understand. Perhaps you're not quite our kind. You always did, just like the other fellows guy me at school. You laughed at me that night you came to stay here, about the voices and all that. But I don't mind being laughed at, because I know." "Know what?" I asked. It was the same old system of dull question and evasive answer. I know that what we see and hear is only the smallest fraction of what is. I know she lives quite out of this. She talks to you, but it's all make-believe, it's all a parlor game. She's not really with you, only pitting her outside wits against yours and enjoying the fooling. She's living on inside on what you're rotten without. That's what it is, a cannibal feast. She's a spider. It doesn't much matter what you call it, it means the same kind of thing. I tell you, Withers, she hates me, and you can scarcely dream what that hatred means. I used to think I had an inkling of the reason. It's oceans deeper than that. It just lies behind, herself against myself. Why, after all, how much do we really understand of anything? We don't even know our own histories, and not a tenth of the reasons. What has life been to me? Nothing but a trap. And when one sees oneself free for a while, it only begins again. I thought you might understand, but you're on a different level, that's all. What on earth are you talking about? I said contemptuously in spite of myself. I mean what I say, he said gutturally. All this outside's only make-believe. But there was the good of talking. So far as this is concerned, I'm as good as done. You wait. Seaton blew out 3 of the candles, and leaving the vacant room in semi-darkness, we groped our way along the corridor to the drawing-room. There a full moon stood shining in at the long garden windows. Alice sat stooping at the door with her hands clasped in her lap, looking out alone. "Where is she?" Seaton asked in a low tone. She looked up, and their eyes met in a glance of instantaneous understanding, and the door immediately afterwards opened behind us. "Such a moon," said a voice that, once heard, remained unforgettably on the ear. "A night for lovers, Mr. Withers, if ever there was one. Get a shawl, my dear Arthur, and take Alice for a little promenade. I dare say we old cronies will manage to keep awake. Hasten, hasten, Romeo. My poor, poor Alice, how laggard I love her." Seaton returned with a shawl. They drifted out into the moonlight. My companion gazed after them till they were out of hearing, turned to me gravely, and suddenly twisted her white face into such a convulsion of contemptuous amusement that I could only stare blankly in reply. "Dear, innocent children," she said, with inimitable unctuousness. "Well, well, Mr. Withers, we poor seasoned old creatures must move with the times. Do you sing?" I scouted the idea. "Then you must listen to my playing. Chess," she clasped her forehead with both cramped hands. "Chess is now completely beyond my poor wits." She sat down at the piano and ran her fingers in a flourish over the keys. "What shall it be? How shall we capture them, those passionate hearts? That first fine, careless rapture, poetry itself." She gazed softly into the garden a moment, and presently with a shake of her body began to play the opening bars of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. The piano was old and woolly. She played without music. The lamplight was rather dim. The moonbeams from the window lay across the keys. Her head was in shadow, and whether it was simply due to her personality or to some really occult skill in her playing, I cannot say. I only know that she gravely and deliberately set herself to satirize the beautiful music. It had brooded on the air, disillusioned, charged with mockery and bitterness. I stood at the window. Far down the path I could see the white figure glimmering in that pool of colourless light. A few faint stars shone, and still that amazing woman behind me dragged out of the unwilling keys her wonderful grotesquerie of youth and love and beauty. It came to an end. I knew the player was watching me. Please go on," I murmured without turning. "Please go on playing, Miss Seaton." No answer was returned to this honeyed sarcasm, but I realized in some vague fashion that I was being acutely scrutinized, when suddenly there followed a procession of quiet, plaintive chords, which broke at last softly into the hymn, "A Few More Years Shall Roll." I confess it held me spellbound. There is a wistful, strained, plangent pathos in the tune, but beneath those masterly old hands it cried softly and bitterly the solitude and desperate estrangement of the world. Arthur and his lady love vanished from my thoughts. No one could put into so hackneyed an old hymn tune such an appeal who had never known the meaning of the words. Their meaning anyhow isn't commonplace. I turned a fraction of an inch to glance at the musician. She was leaning forward a little over the keys, so that at the approach of my silent scrutiny she had but to turn her face into the thin flood of moonlight for every feature to become distinctly visible. And so, with the tune abruptly terminated, we steadfastly regarded one another, and she broke into a prolonged chuckle of laughter. "Not quite so seasoned as I supposed, Mr. Withers. I see you are a real lover of music. To me it is too painful. It evokes too much thought." I could scarcely see her little glittering eyes under their penthouse lids. "And now," she broke off crisply, "tell me, as a man of the world, what do you think of my new niece?" I was not a man of the world, nor was I much flattered in my stiff and dullish way of looking at things by being called one, and I could answer her without the least hesitation. "I don't think, Miss Seaton, I'm much of a judge of character. She's very charming." "A brunette?" "Well, I think I prefer dark women." "And why? Consider, Mr. Withers. Dark hair, dark eyes, dark cloud, dark night, dark vision, dark death, dark grave, dark. Perhaps the climax would have rather thrilled Seaton, but I was too thick-skinned. "Oh, I don't know much about all that," I answered rather pompously. "Broad daylight's difficult enough for most of us." "Ha ha!" she said, with a sly inward burst of satirical laughter. "And I suppose," I went on, perhaps a little nettled, "it isn't the actual darkness one admires, it's the contrast of the skin and the colour of the eyes and their shining. Just as," I went blundering on, too late to turn back, "just as you only see the stars in the dark. It would be a long day without any evening. As for death and the grave, I don't suppose we shall much notice that." Arthur and his sweetheart were slowly returning along the dewy path. "I believe in making the best of things," I added. "Oh, very interesting," came the smooth answer. "I see you are a philosopher, Mr. Withers. As for death and the grave, I don't suppose we shall much notice that. Very interesting. And I'm sure," she added in a particularly suave voice, "I profoundly hope so." She rose slowly from her stool. "You will take pity on me again, I hope. You and I would get on famously, kindred spirits, elective affinities. And of course, now that my nephew's going to leave me, now that his affections are centred on another, I shall be a very lonely old woman. Shall I not, Arthur?" Seaton blinked stupidly. "I didn't hear what you said, Aunt." "I was telling our old friend Arthur that when you are gone I shall be a very lonely old woman." "Oh, I don't think so," he said in a strange voice. "He means, Mr. Withers, he means, my dear child," she said, sweeping her eyes over Alice, "he means that I shall have memory for company, heavenly memory, the ghosts of other days. Sentimental boy! And did you enjoy our music, Alice? Did I really stir that youthful heart?" Oh, continued the horrible old creature. "You billers and cooers, I have been listening to such flatteries, such confessions. Beware, beware, Arthur, there's many a slip." She rolled her little eyes at me, she shrugged her shoulders at Alice, and gazed an instant stonily into her nephew's face. I held out my hand. Good night, she cried. "He that fights and runs away. Ah, good night, Mr. Withers. Come again soon." She thrust out her cheek at Alice, and we all three filed slowly out of the room. Black shadow darkened the porch and half the spreading sycamore. We walked without speaking up the dusty village street. Here and there a crimson window glowed. At the fork of the high road I said good-bye, but I had taken hardly more than a dozen paces when a sudden impulse seized me. "Seaton," I called. He turned in the cool stealth of the moonlight. "You have my address. If by any chance, you should care to spend a week or two in town between this and the day, we should be delighted to see you." "Thank you, Withers. Thank you," he said in a low voice. "I dare say," I waved my stick gallantly at Alice, "I dare say you will be doing some shopping. We could all meet," I added, laughing. Thank you, Withers. Immensely," he repeated, and so we parted. But they were out of the jog-trot of my prosaic life, and being of a stolid and incurious nature, I left Seaton and his marriage and even his aunt to themselves in my memory, and scarcely gave a thought to them, until one day I was walking up the Strand again, and passed the flashing gloaming of the second-rate jeweller's shop, where I had accidentally encountered my old schoolfellow in the summer. It was one of those stagnant autumnal days after a night of rain. I cannot say why, but a vivid recollection returned to my mind of our meeting, and of how suppressed Seaton had seemed, and of how vainly he had endeavoured to appear assured and eager. He must be married by now, and had doubtless returned from his honeymoon, and I had clean forgotten my manners, had sent not a word of congratulation, nor, as I might very well have done, and as I knew he would have been pleased at my doing, even the ghost of a wedding present. It was just as of old. On the other hand, I pleaded with myself, I had had no invitation. I paused at the corner of Trafalgar Square, and at the bidding of one of those caprices that seize occasionally on even an unimaginative mind, I found myself pelting after a green bus, and actually bound on a visit I had not in the least intended or foreseen. The colours of autumn were over the village when I arrived. A beautiful late afternoon sunlight bathed thatch and meadow, but it was close and hot. A child, 2 dogs, a very old woman with a heavy basket I encountered. 1 or 2 incurious tradesmen looked idly up as I passed by. It was all so rural and remote, my whimsical impulse had so much flagged, that for a while I hesitated to venture under the shadow of the sycamore tree to inquire after the happy pair. Indeed, I first passed by the faint blue gates and continued my walk under the high, green, and tufted wall. Hollyhocks had attained their topmost bud, and seated in the little cottage gardens beyond. The Michaelmas daisies were in flower. A sweet, warm, aromatic smell of fading leaves was in the air. Beyond the cottages lay a field where cattle were grazing, and beyond that I came to a little churchyard. Then the road wound on, pathless and houseless among gorse and bracken. I turned impatiently and walked quickly back to the house and rang the bell. The rather colourless elderly woman who answered my inquiry informed me that Miss Seaton was at home, as if only taciturnity forbade her adding, "But she doesn't want to see you." "Might I, do you think, have Mr. Arthur's address?" I said. She looked at me with quiet astonishment, as if waiting for an explanation. Not the faintest of smiles came into her thin face. "I will tell Miss Seaton," she said after a pause. "Please walk in." She showed me into the dingy, undusted drawing-room, filled with evening sunshine, and with the green-dyed light that penetrated the leaves overhanging the long French windows. I sat down and waited on, occasionally aware of a creaking footfall overhead. At last the door opened a little, and the great face I had once known peered round at me, for it was enormously changed, mainly, I think, because the aged eyes had rather suddenly failed, and so a kind of stillness and darkness lay over its calm and wrinkled pallor. "Who is it?" she asked. I explained myself and told her the occasion of my visit. She came in, shut the door carefully after her, and though the fumbling was scarcely perceptible, groped her way to a chair. She had on an old dressing-gown like a cassock of a patterned cinnamon colour. "What is it you want?" she said, seating herself and lifting her blank face to mine. "Might I just have Arthur's address?" I said deferentially. "I am so sorry to have disturbed you." You have come to see my nephew?" "Not necessarily to see him, only to hear how he is, and of course Mrs. Seaton too. I am afraid my silence must have appeared—" "He hasn't noticed your silence," croaked the old voice out of the great mask. "Besides, there isn't any Mrs. Seaton." "Ah, then," I answered after a momentary pause, "I have not seemed so black as I painted myself. And how is Miss Outram?" "She's gone into Yorkshire," answered Seaton's aunt. "And Arthur too?" She did not reply, but simply sat blinking at me with lifted chin, as if listening, but certainly not for what I might have to say. I began to feel rather at a loss. "You were no close friend of my nephew's, Mr. Smithers?" she said presently. "No," I answered, welcoming the cue. "And yet, do you know, Miss Seaton, he is one of the very few of my old schoolfellows I have come across in the last few years, and I suppose as one gets older one begins to value old associations." My voice seemed to trail off into a vacuum. "I thought Miss Outram," I hastily began again, "a particularly charming girl. I hope they are both quite well." Still the old face solemnly blinked at me in silence. "You must find it very lonely, Miss Seaton, with Arthur away?" "I was never lonely in my life," she said sourly. "I don't look to flesh and blood for my company. When you've got to be my age, Mr. Smithers, which God forbid, you'll find life a very different affair from what you seem to think it is now. You won't seek company then, I'll be bound. It's thrust on you." Her face edged round into the clear green light, and her eyes groped, as it were, over my vacant, disconcerted face. "I dare say now," she said, composing her mouth. "I dare say my nephew told you a good many taradiddles in his time. Oh, yes, a good many, eh? He was always a liar. What, now, did he say of me, Tell me now." She leaned forward as far as she could, trembling with an ingratiating smile. "I think he is rather superstitious," I said, coldly, "but honestly I have a very poor memory, Miss Seaton." "Why?" she said. "I haven't." "The engagement hasn't been broken off, I hope," I said. "Well, between you and me," she said, shrinking up, and with an immensely confidential grimace, "it has." "Oh, I'm sure I'm very sorry to hear it. And where is Arthur?" "Eh?" "Where is Arthur?" We faced each other mutely among the dead, old, bygone furniture. Past all my analysis was that large, flat, grey, cryptic countenance. And then, suddenly, our eyes for the first time really met. In some indescribable way, out of that thick-lidded obscurity, a far, small something stooped and looked out at me for a mere instant of time that seemed of almost intolerable protraction. Involuntarily I blinked and shook my head. She muttered something with great rapidity, but quite inarticulately, rose and hobbled to the door. I thought I heard, mingled in broken muttering, something about tea. Please don't trouble," I began, but could say no more, for the door was already shut between us. I stood and looked out on the long neglected garden. I could just see the bright weedy greenness of Seaton's tadpole pond. I wandered about the room. Dusk began to gather. The last birds in that dense shadowiness of trees had ceased to sing, and not a sound was to be heard in the house. I waited on, vainly speculating. I even attempted to ring the bell, but the wire was broken and only jangled loosely at my efforts. I hesitated, unwilling to call or to venture out, and yet more unwilling to linger on, waiting for a tea that promised to be an exceedingly comfortless supper. And as darkness drew down, a feeling of the utmost unease and disquietude came over me. All my talks with Seaton returned on me with a suddenly enriched meaning. I recalled again his face as we had stood hanging over the staircase, listening in the small hours to the inexplicable stirrings of the night. There were no candles in the room. Every minute the autumnal darkness deepened. I cautiously opened the door and listened, and with some little dismay withdrew, for I was uncertain of my way out. I even tried the garden, but was confronted under a veritable thicket of foliage by a padlocked gate. It would be a little too ignominious to be caught scaling a friend's garden fence. Cautiously returning into the still and musty drawing-room, I took out my watch and gave the incredible old woman 10 minutes in which to reappear. And when that tedious 10 minutes had ticked by, I could scarcely distinguish its hands. I determined to wait no longer, drew open the door, and, trusting to my sense of direction, groped my way through the corridor that I vaguely remembered led to the front of the house. I mounted 3 or 4 stairs, and lifting a heavy curtain, found myself facing the starry fanlight of the porch. From here I glanced into the gloom of the dining-room. My fingers were on the latch of the outer door when I heard a faint stirring in the darkness above the hall. I looked up and became conscious of, rather than saw, the huddled old figure looking down on me. There was an immense hushed pause. Then, "Arthur, Arthur," whispered an inexpressibly peevish, rasping voice. "Is that you? Is that you, Arthur?" I can scarcely say why, but the question horribly startled me. No conceivable answer occurred to me. With head craned back, hand clenched on my umbrella, I continued to stare up into the gloom in this fatuous confrontation. "Oh, oh," the voice croaked. "It is you, is it? That disgusting man! Go away out! Go away out!" At this dismissal I wrenched open the door, and rudely slamming it behind me ran out into the garden, under the gigantic old sycamore, and so out at the open gate. I found myself half up the village street before I stopped running. The local butcher was sitting in his shop reading a piece of newspaper by the light of a small oil lamp. I crossed the road and inquired the way to the station. And after he had, with minute and needless care, directed me, I asked casually if Mr. Arthur Seaton still lived with his aunt at the big house just beyond the village. He poked his head in at the little parlor door. "Here's a gentleman inquiring after young Mr. Seaton, Milly," he said. "He's dead, ain't he?" "Oh, why, yes, bless you," replied a cheerful voice from within. "Dead and buried these 3 months or more, young Mr. Seaton. And just before he was to be married, don't you remember, Bob?" I saw a fair young woman's face peer over the muslin of the little door at me. "Thank you," I replied. "Then I go straight on?" "That's it, sir. Past the pond, bear up the hill a bit to the left, and then there's the station lights before your eyes." We looked intelligently into each other's faces in the beam of the smoky lamp, but not one of the many questions in my mind could I put into words. And again I paused irresolutely a few paces further on. It was not, I fancy, merely a foolish apprehension of what the raw-boned butcher might think that prevented my going back to see if I could find Seaton's grave in the benighted churchyard. There was precious little use in pottering about in the muddy dark merely to discover where he was buried. And yet I felt a little uneasy. My rather horrible thought was that so far as I was concerned, one of his extremely few friends, he had never been much better than buried in my mind. Blind Man's Buff by H. Russell Wakefield, 1888 to 1964. Although one of the finest writers of ghost stories since La Fanu, H. Russell Wakefield has for the most part languished in undeserved obscurity both in America and his native England. While many of his works convey a surprisingly contemporary air, including The Red Lodge, his first and most widely anthologized story, others show more clearly the influence of such past masters as M.R. James. The 17th Hole at Doncaster, for example, has more in common with James than its ironic treatment of golf. Blind Man's Buff, reprinted below, is one of the most effective ghostly tales written, a masterpiece of economy and power. "Well, thank heavens that yokel seemed to know the place," said Mr. Court to himself. "First to the right, second to the left, black gates. I hope the oaf in Wendover, who sent me 6 miles out of my way, will freeze to death. It's not often like this in England, cold as the penny in a dead man's eye." He'd barely reached the place before dusk. He let the car out over the rasping, frozen roads. First to the right, must be this. Second to the left, must be this. And there were the black gates. He got out, swung them open, and drove cautiously up a narrow, twisting drive, his headlights peering suspiciously round the bends. Those hedges wanted clipping, he thought, and this lane would have to be remetalled, full of holes. Nasty drive up on a bad night. Would cost some money, though. The car began to climb steeply and swing to the right, and presently the high hedges ended abruptly, and Mr. Court pulled up in front of Lorne Manor. He got out of the car, rubbed his hands, stamped his feet, and looked about him. Lorne Manor was embedded halfway up a Chiltern spur, and as the agent had observed, commanded extensive vistas. The place looked its age, Mr. Court decided, or rather ages, for the double Georgian brick chimneys warred with the Queen Anne left front. He could just make out the date, 1703, at the base of the nearest chimney. All that wing must have been added later. Big place, marvelous bargain at 7,000. Can't understand it. How those windows with their little curved eyebrows seem to frown down on one. And then he turned and examined the vistas. The trees were tinted exquisitely to an uncertain glory as the great red sinking sun flashed its rays on their crystal mantle. The Vale of Aylesbury was drowsing beneath a slowly deepening shroud of mist. Above it the hills, their crests rounded and shaded by silver and rose coppices, seemed to have set in them great smoky eyes of flame, where the last rays burned in them. "It is like some dream world," thought Mr. Court. "It is curious how, wherever the sun strikes, it seems to make an eye, and each one fixed on me. Those hills, even those windows. But judging from that mist, I shall have a slow journey home. I'd better have a quick look inside, though I have already taken a prejudice against the place. I hardly know why. Too lonely and isolated, perhaps." And then the eyes blinked and closed, and it was dark. He took a key from his pocket and went up 3 steps and thrust it into the keyhole of the massive oak door. The next moment he looked forward into absolute blackness, and the door swung to and closed behind him. This, of course, must be the palatial panelled hall which the agent described. He must strike a match and find the light switch. He fumbled in his pockets without success, and then he went through them again. He thought for a moment. "I must have left them on the seat in the car," he decided. "I'll go and fetch them. The door must be just behind me here." He turned and groped his way back, and then drew himself up sharply, for it had seemed that something had slipped past him. And then he put out his hands to touch the back of a chair, brocaded, he judged. He moved to the left of it and walked into a wall, changed his direction, went back past the chair, and found the wall again. He went back to the chair, sat down, and went through his pockets again, more thoroughly and carefully this time. Well, there was nothing to get fussed about. He was bound to find the door sooner or later. Now let him think. When he came in, he had gone straight forward, 3 yards perhaps. But he couldn't have gone straight back because he'd stumbled into this chair. The door must be a little to the left or right of it. He'd try each in turn. He turned to the left first and found himself going down a little narrow passage. He could feel its sides when he stretched out his hands. Well, then he'd try the right. He did so and walked into a wall. He groped his way along it, and again it seemed as if something slipped past him. "I wonder if there's a bat in here," he asked himself, and then found himself back at the chair. How Rachel would laugh if she could see him now. Surely he had a stray match somewhere. He took off his overcoat and ran his hands round the seam of every pocket, and then he did the same to the coat and waistcoat of his suit, and then he put them on again. Well, he'd try again. He'd follow the wall along. He did so and found himself in a narrow passage. Suddenly he shot out his right hand, for he had the impression that something had brushed his face very lightly. "I'm beginning to get a little bored with that bat and with this blasted room generally," he said to himself. "I could imagine a more nervous person than myself getting a little fussed and panicky, but that's the one thing not to do." Ah, here was that chair again. Well, now I'll try the wall the other side. Well, that seemed to go on forever, so he retraced his steps till he found the chair and sat down again. He whistled a little snatch resignedly. What an echo! The little tune had been flung back at him so fiercely, almost menacingly. Menacingly. That was just the feeble, panicky word a nervous person would use. Well, he'd go to the left again this time. As he got up, a quick spurt of cold air fanned his face. "Is anyone there?" he said. He had purposely not raised his voice. There was no need to shout. Of course no one answered. Who could there have been to answer, since the caretaker was away? Now let him think it out. When he came in, he must have gone straight forward, and then swerved slightly on the way back. Therefore, no, he was getting confused. At that moment he heard the whistle of a train and felt reassured. The line from Wendover to Aylesbury ran half left from the front door, so it should be about there. He pointed with his finger, got up, groped his way forward, and found himself in a little narrow passage. Well, he must turn back and go to the right this time. He did so, and something seemed to slip just past him, and then he scratched his fingers slightly on the brocade of the chair. "Talk about a maze," he thought to himself. "It's nothing to this." And then he said to himself under his breath, "Curse this vile, God-forsaken place." A silly, panicky thing to do, he realized, almost as bad as shouting aloud. While it was obviously no use trying to find the door, he couldn't find it. Couldn't. He'd sit in the chair till the light came. He sat down. How very silent it was. His hands began searching in his pockets once more. Except for that sort of whispering sound over on the left somewhere, except for that it was absolutely silent. Except for that. What could it be? The caretaker was away. He turned his head slightly and listened intently. It was almost as if there were several people whispering together. One got curious sounds in old houses. How absurd it was. The chair couldn't be more than 3 or 4 yards from the door. There was no doubt about that. He must be slightly to one side or the other. He'd try the left once more. He got up, and something lightly brushed his face. "Is anyone there?" he said, and this time he knew he had shouted. "Who touched me? Who's whispering? Where's the door?" What a nervous fool he was to shout like that. Yet someone outside might have heard him. He went groping forward again and touched a wall. He followed along it, touching it with his fingertips, and there was an opening. The door it must be, and he found himself going down a little narrow passage. He turned and ran back, and then he remembered he had put a match booklet in his note-case. What a fool to have forgotten it, and made such an exhibition of himself. Yes, there it was. But his hands were trembling, and the booklet slipped through his fingers. He fell to his knees and began searching about on the floor. It must be just here, it can't be far. And then something icy cold and damp was pressed against his forehead. He flung himself forward to seize it, but there was nothing there. And then he leapt to his feet, and with tears streaming down his face, cried, "Who's there? Save me! Save me!" And then he began to run round and round, his arms outstretched. At last he stumbled against something, the chair, and something touched him as it slipped past. And then he ran screaming round the room, and suddenly his scream slashed back at him, for he was in a little narrow passage. "Now, Mr. Runt," said the coroner, "you say you heard screaming coming from the direction of the Manor. Why didn't you go to find out what was the matter?" "None of us chaps goes to Manor after sundown," said Mr. Runt. "Oh, I know there's some absurd superstition about the house, but you haven't answered the question. There were screams, obviously coming from someone who wanted help. Why didn't you go to see what was the matter instead of running away?" "None of us chaps goes to Manor after sundown," said Mr. Runt. "Don't fence with the question. Let me remind you that the doctor said Mr. Cord must have had a seizure of some kind, but that had help been quickly forthcoming, his life might have been saved. Do you mean to tell me that even if you had known this, you would still have acted in so cowardly a way?" Mr. Runt fixed his eyes on the ground and fingered his cap. "None of us chaps goes to Manor after sundown," he repeated. This is the end of Dark Banquet, a feast of 12 great ghost stories, edited by Lincoln Child.